A French-Canadian in another world. 71 Butlers and Maids. February 7th, 8079, 11:15. The whole family was practicing at the range. Since Blaze and Celeste would be coming home today, we decided to hit the range later and take the early day to relax together instead of the usual training around 5 or 6 in the morning. Korvax was practicing reloads and Mozambique drills with his pistol, an enchanted Glock with a red dot and a suppressor. He was training pistol, rifle and shotgun in alternates day to day. A program of 4 hours of shooting mixed with physical and combat training, both armed and unarmed. 2 hours early in the morning and 2 after dinner. I wasn't always supervising him, but always left him a precise list of exercises and drills, making sure every missed target would be paid in burpees. A toned-down and more sport-oriented version of the Advanced Templar firearm course. I never had to repeat any instruction twice, and he made rapid progress. He had clearly never been properly trained in weapon handling in his previous life, if he had one. Ravi and Hope also participated every 3 days. The former focused on pistol, with an enchanted suppressor since the recoil was still a bit much for her, while the latter focused on precision and cadence, using a Bren 3 with a 20-inch barrel, enchanted suppressor, grip pod, and a low-power variable optic that went from 1.25 times to 12 times. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Start again and watch your breathing and hand position, but great work, you aren't pulling down anymore. I told Ravi before turning to Hope and pushing her right elbow down. If you extend your chicken wing out of a doorframe, it'll get shot. She flipped me the bird, but still corrected her position. I smacked her ass in return. I made sure everyone could shoot and reload their weapons one-handed and with their offhand, showing drills even Hope had never heard of. I'd also had reactive targets custom-made and was excited. We had just received the Pendulum double and quadruple Texas stars. The complex yet extremely simple moving target was a success with everyone. I zoned out for a moment, wondering how the battlefield looked like now. I also needed to figure out everything about Melanor. I wanted to make sure I could secure a victory against him before extending into their capital. Could I send him into the void? Bad idea. What if he did what I did? One more thing on my long list of things to do. The shotgun was by far the one that gave Korvax the most trouble. Although we did produce and sell the Saiga 12, it was only for government contracts at the moment. I insisted he train on the pump-action Mossberg 590. No enchantments, those were also military contract too. Recoil management was part of what he needed to learn. He actually understood why the 590 had its own place. It was a weapon that civilians and adventurers both owned, an epitome of reliability in every weather. If he wanted to hide his identity while hunting magic beasts and the like, using civilian weaponry would be helpful. It ended up being a good family bonding time. Every day I shot a few hundred rounds between lifting iron and stuffing myself with greasy food. I was plinking at a gong 150 meters away with a Glock when I felt 4 auras nearing the range. One was blazing and warm like the sun, the next was calm and felt like a cluster of stars. One felt like a moving fortress, and the last like a ball of madness, love and jealousy ready to blow at any second. The nebula was a powerful S12, while the other 3 were S8 and S7. The only S12 I knew of in Talaria was Celeste, but her aura hadn't looked anything like that the last time I saw her. It had felt more like vines and plants. Someone else then. The people coming were dangerous and deserved my full attention. I reloaded my pistol and stored it. Hope did the same shortly after, quickly followed by Ravi. Coco still had a few reps left, so he kept shooting and lifting weights. Focused, but aware of his surroundings and the newcomers. Ravi and Hope had bright smiles plastered on their faces as the visitors entered the indoor shooting range. The first to come in was Celeste, her ebony skin glistening under the light. She wore a dress that showed more skin than it hid, made of what looked like black slime, with tight, high black leather boots, long black gloves, and a wide, pointy black hat that made her look like a witch. Her pearlescent white hair braided into a large braid. Next came a young man. His fine hair moved and shone like dancing flames, while his eyes glowed a vivid green behind his round sunglasses. 6.5 feet tall, he was barely shorter than me. He had wide shoulders and thick arms, the result of constant hard training. Dressed in an ankle-length red leather coat lined with fine black chainmail, black leather gloves and pants, and a black silk shirt open at the neckline. To complete the look, he wore a large-brimmed flat-top crimson hat. He seemed vaguely familiar, although I didn't recognize either his physique or unique aura. Although only S8, his aura had something special I couldn't put the finger on, making it seem almost more powerful yet, without really having the power yet to back it. Like someone who would fight like a wolverine. I realized that he felt more dangerous than the Archangel somehow. The moving fortress aura belonged to a young dwarf with a short beard tied in a single knot. He wore luxurious clothes and a few pounds of jewelry, precious metals and gems of all sizes, A rich kid, no doubt. The ball of chaotic Runa was a girl who looked like a pale-skinned elf, with large white moth antennae and wings, long silky hair, and black eyes with red irises. She wore a short red silk dress that didn't leave enough for the imagination. Well, 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 look who we have here. Celeste, Blaze, and his friends. You're a bit early, so I guess your travel went well? Hope greeted them. When the dwarf and moth girl saw me, they both placed a knee and fist on the ground, heads low. Please, rise, I'm not king yet, and won't be that kind of king either. The only people I want on their knees are for different purposes entirely. I flashed a wink at Hope, who turned bright red. The others looked stunned, like deer in headlights. Been a long time, Dad. You look rough, Celeste said with a smile, approaching for a hug while the other two stood back up and Blaze hugged Hope. Trust me when I say beating the Archangel was the easy part. I actually looked way worse than this when I arrived, could only move my body with Arcana because I had no muscle left. In fact, I was partially mummified, Katrina told me. I'm sorry, I tried to get stronger and come rescue you, but I still haven't reached that level of power. How did you get out? I dressed myself in void and phased through her to ruffle her hair from behind. Like that. Want to know the worst part? If what fate says is true, this was all planned by one of our previous incarnations. I'm the tool of my own conspiracy and can't even know what I planned for myself. I want to complain, but I'm the only one to blame. And it pisses me off on so many levels, I answered with a smile that showed a hint of my mixed emotions. Anger, annoyance, irritability, and a hint of madness. Well, if you really planned this, it means it was necessary to reach your end goal, whatever it is, said Celeste, moving my hands away from her hair before I tangled them all. Is it the same power Warden used, she added. I think Warden had other powers too, but this was one of them. Took me a moment to find a way to come back from the abyssal void by myself. She froze. You went into the abyssal void? She asked, perplexed. The moth girl seemed stunned to hear that too, but no one else looked that surprised. I had to figure out all the runes and assemble them to allow me to jump back to a physical plane. Had to learn how to make magic circles from scratch and compose a new spell to bring me to somewhere I didn't know the location of. I don't... Fuck, Celeste mumbled. Language, young lady, Hope reprimanded her. Sorry, second mother, Celeste said, a hint of fear in her tone, which caught me off guard. Blaze hugged his sister and brother next, before hugging me tight last. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to protect her, he said, his voice heavy with guilt. I hugged him tighter. You did more than good enough. I'm proud of you, boy. What you did was the right thing. I'll ask you to tell me the whole story when we have the time. I'm glad her sacrifice wasn't in vain, and I'm sorry I wasn't there for you when you needed me. You did great. Protected the family with all you had. Pushed the business forward too, from what I heard. Became stronger. Phenomenal progress, by the way. I'm proud of you, Blaze. I told him in his ear so no one else would hear us, tightening my grip. He gripped me back. We finally separated from the stretching hug. I could swear I saw a tear evaporate on his cheek, but I didn't say a word as he now showed a large, mischievous smile. By the way, Dad, I'd like to present my friends an adventurer party. This is Onyx Armstrong and Belphine Moon. There's one missing, but she'll arrive tomorrow with the Ilarian delegation, he said, presenting the dwarf and moth girl. Pleased to meet you, Onyx and Belphine. I'm quite impressed by how strong all three of you seem to be. I wanted to be an adventurer before getting dragged into the war and all the crap that came with it. What's it like? I asked, curious. We hunt monsters, gather information about local monster activities and resources that can be obtained on their territories, provide security services for merchants, and do pest control, Your Majesty, Belphine said, keeping her head and eyes low. Still, her aura was like a mirror into her emotions, filled with a disproportionate amount of lust directed straight at Blaze, who seemed completely oblivious. No doubt, she was definitely intense. She had some mixed feelings towards Celeste and simply didn't care about anybody else. Please, call me Sam and raise your head, Belphine. All that royalty shit is not my jam, and I want none of the stupid reverence that comes with it either. Just speak to me like to a normal person, I told her before leaning toward her ear and whispering, Careful, I can see your inner thoughts through your aura at the moment. She raised her head, stared at me, then Blaze, before blushing from head to toe a bright red. She shuffled a bit behind Blaze, no doubt intimidated by my presence. Did no one else see that much through people's aura? It's kind of fun. We get paid to travel and go camping in the woods. I used to hate traveling since I don't like horse riding, and traveling by foot took too long, but now with the train, buses and cars, it's actually fun. Although we did have a few close encounters with the Empire and monsters that were far too strong for us. Still, Blaze always made sure everyone made it home, the dwarf answered. Maybe when I retire, I'll get a chance to try adventuring. It sounds like a blast. Do you guys shoot? I asked, hoping to turn this into an impromptu tournament. We do, but we're tight on time with the delegation coming to St. Gabriel tonight. Since you're back, you'll have to be there too, and that means bringing everyone and having a briefing on the situation. I came to tell you to prepare for dinner and because I really wanted to make sure it was you. Also, tomorrow we'll demo a few technologies. There are still a few rough edges, but I'm sure you'll like what you'll see. I'm also going to need a ton of input and maybe a few Dreamancy files to help us figure out a couple of things I had trouble piecing together with the artificers and engineers. Oh, I would love to help. What are you showing? I asked, curious. It's a surprise, but I can tell you we'll need to build more factories, he answered with a bright smile. Sure, sure. Well, I guess Coco and Ravi, you can skip this afternoon's lesson to get ready instead. Feel free to bring your friends home, Blaze. Hope, my dear, would you do me the honor? I offered her my arm, which she gladly took, giggling. We started walking home, everyone in tow. February 7th, 8079, 1630. We arrived at the Basilica in 6 unmarked cars before being dropped off at the back door. We were escorted inside by a sister and led to a room where a dozen maids and butlers were waiting. They all bowed in synchronicity like a perfectly executed drill. Their power ranged from S4 to S8, which surprised me even more since there were 2 S8s. Inquisition staff, ready for trouble probably, or assassins. The eldest of each group moved toward us, splitting up at address each one of us individually. The one that approached me was a felid kin with black fur and slicked back hair, a mustache twisted into perfect curls on each side, round fluffy ears and a long fluffy tail behind him. He wore a tuxedo with a black bow tie. He and a blonde elf woman who went to see Hope were the 2 S8s. My pleasure to meet you, Your Majesty. My name is Robert Belzy. As per royal decree, any member of the royalty is to have at least 1 older servant of the same sex and 4 of the opposite. I'm sorry, bud, but we don't have 24 extra rooms at home, I answered, a bit stunned. Don't worry, plans are in motion to have them reside in St. Lilith during your stay at the factory's cabin. St. Lilith? I asked, perplexed. Yes. Miss Ramstein's submission to have Lilith become a saint and to name the ever-growing city after her was approved by the cardinals yesterday. Now, if you would follow me, we have to get you dressed for tonight, Your Majesty. Sure, but drop the Majesty and call me Sam. That I could never do. May I suggest Master, Avatar, or my Lord? Yeah, nah, that's still too much butter for me. How about Sir? Yeah, I can live with Sir, although even that is stretching it. I'm just a dude. My Majesty, you are far beyond just a Sir. You are of godly ascendance, ruler of a country, champion and avatar of a god. Not only that, but you will have to inspire confidence in front of powerful people from everywhere. Even more reason to simply call me Sir. I don't need titles to make me feel strong. I don't want blind reverence. Use that energy to focus on self-improvement and love instead, I answered, my voice firm but my stare somewhat distant. As you wish, sir, he replied, a small smile perking at the corner of his lips. He escorted me to a dressing room where a barber and stylist were waiting. My hair was slicked back and my beard trimmed to perfection. I was dressed in black pants and a purple snakeskin trench coat, lined in black silk, with a white shirt, black vest, and purple tie. The dress shoes were new and stiff, not yet broken in. I came out the door, butler in tow. I dismissed him too, but he just said, of course, and kept tagging along anyway. Hope appeared at the other end of the corridor with all her staff in tow. She looked at me with wide eyes. She looked stunning. She wore a long black silk dress with an open back and purple roses on a gold branch embroidered into the fabric. A tall slit along her left thigh let it peek out from the side every now and then. Her makeup was light, barely a bit of eyeliner and gloss on her lips. I was awestruck. She was so splendid that words fell short. But I also felt something else arise, something I had forgotten in the birdcage. Desire, wild, untamed lust. I walked toward her. You are stunning, my love, I told her as we came near. And you look sharp, dear, she answered before we exchanged a quick kiss. So anyway, what happened to your staff? Were the maids not to your liking? She asked sincerely. I never had a maid or a butler before. Bob is just persistent enough to stick by anyway. It has its good sides probably, but I'm not sure I like it, to be honest. For example, were it just the 2 of us, I might have stolen you away before any other man could lay eyes on you. Ravished you all night and the day after, I whispered in her ear. Well, be a good boy tonight and I might let you, she told me with a wink, a small blush rising to her cheeks. We took each other's arm and moved toward the doorway of a reception hall where I heard them announce the arrival of Prince Korvax and Princess Ravnica. Well, that felt weird, but at least I could say I had distributed karma evenly. I lit myself a smoke. Hope stole a few puffs before we were pushed toward the hall doors by Tahui, her headmaid, an ageless-looking blonde with short hair who stole the smoke from the corner of my mouth and crushed it in her hand. Hope giggled, and I didn't take it personally. I had enough in reserve, and it was true that the paper-wrapped herbs were considered low class by some random elitists, which made me want to light another one even more sadly. Robert produced a thin, long cigar from his pocket, cut it, and offered it to me. I picked it up and smelled it. It smelled delicious. I squeezed it between my lips and lit it with my index, giving it a few good tugs. I noticed Tahui's right eye twitch. Double-double and classic donut. Where the hell did you get those, Robert? They're amazing. Have a taste, Hope. I think I'm actually starting to change my mind about having a butler, I said, passing her the cigar. It's good, a sweet and creamy coffee flavor, and a spicy pastry. It's good. It would be perfect with coffee when we shoot, she said, passing the cigar back. It is a Horton T999 from an estate in the south owned by Cardinal Fortin. I will make sure to acquire a steady supply. I believe the time is ripe to go make some nobles jealous, sir, Robert told me, gesturing toward the door with his right hand. Both Hope and I made our way to the door, and I heard Tahui whisper angrily, "Did you just call the king, sir? Are you mad?" Someone sent a signal that we were arriving. The musicians played lower as someone announced us loudly. "Ladies and gentlemen, Princess Hope Ramstein, and her fiancé, a man who does not need introductions, our soon-to-be crowned King Samael." The voice announced. "If they are going to call me king, I'll make sure they call Hope Queen soon enough." The doors opened onto a large crowd. Every eye turned to us. It was far more than just a few people, almost 200. We walked down the stairs arm in arm. A few people were using artifacts to record us. Nobles and high-ranking members of the church gathered near the foot of the stairway. I saluted them properly, after which they returned to their seat. Many of them were powerful, not just wealthy. Hope's dad wasn't there, but Wojtek and Claudius were at the table, seated next to a man who rivaled the bear kin in stature and wore an outfit matching Claudius's. My family members and Aurelia were sitting at the main table. Hope and I were guided to the center. Church staff on one side, family on the other. Everyone stood as we reached the table. Hope elbowed me, signaling I should say something. "Please have a seat and enjoy the night," I said, shortening the long speech they'd handed me down to a few words. I scanned the room deeper with my aura, trying to find dignitaries, and instead found a few people who seemed dissatisfied with my presence, two of whom were S9 and wore priest robes. There were a few others who barely concealed animosity toward me, and a pair whose souls looked like they were burning with hate. They were, however, too weak to be a problem. Only S3 and S4, an elf man and a dwarf woman. Lilith's parents. I hesitated to go see them. Hope noticed I was staring and discreetly took my hand. She softly shook her head and whispered, "Summon them after dinner. A private salon is more appropriate to discuss family matters. Focus on the diplomats and try not to antagonize them." I would never be rude to our guests, I defended myself with a wry smile. Her cold stare made me gulp audibly. "Fine, I'll try to be nice, no guarantee. So where are the dignitaries from the Dwarven Kingdom?" "Right there, with Blaze and his friends." She nudged me toward the back of the room, making sure to circle around Lilith's parents. 3 sturdy-looking dwarves sat at a round table, one S9 and 2 S6, on the cusp of reaching the next stage. Sighting next to them and looking relaxed was Blaze and his party. "Is it me, or are people growing strong faster than before?" I asked her discreetly. "Not you. Since the new moon appeared and your show in the arena, the aesthetic density on the whole planet has grown by 12%. "Is that a lot?" "About 150% of what it was. It's quite significant. Which reminds me, there's a moon that appeared with Celeste. It's weird but cool. Is that normal?" "A new moon, now that you mention it. I did notice it but wasn't sure if it was there all along or not. Does that mean there are 6 more moons hidden?" "I would have called you crazy for saying that not long ago, but I am curious as what make you say that." "Saw them when I got Celeste out. I guess we'll have the answer soon enough." We arrived at the table. "Lord Armstrong, I see you seem to be in better health. May we impose ourselves?" Hope asked with a small bow. "Of course. Please have a seat, Your Majesties. You look ravishing, Miss Ramstein. I hope my son hasn't given you too much trouble during his stay." The man with the long, knotted grey beard and clothes full of precious metals and stones asked. "On the contrary, he's extremely well-behaved and a good influence on my son," she answered with a bright smile. A tang of jealousy stabbed me, knowing I'd missed so many years with the boy while Hope had seen him grow. The feeling was quickly replaced by a vague sadness I tried to ignore. No point dwelling on the past. "My father is a direct man, so I think we can drop the politeness and go straight to the point. You wish to have railways in your territories with a right to use it commercially and heavy machinery. In addition, they would like to introduce the cars. In exchange, you would guarantee access to precious metals and sell us exploitation rights to a few mines, while helping in the hiring process of locals to operate them." Blaze opened. "Yes, I would like the exploitation rights to the railways, while still leaving the ownership and maintenance to you business, as your son expressed his desire to keep maintenance under the Deus Ex Machina Corporation banner. The cars we have seen until now have also been inspiring. If you would like to eventually outsource some of the work, we might be able to come to an arrangement. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Lord Armstrong. A car dealership is something we can do. We've also invested heavily in equipment to maintain and organize the system for a heavy flow of traffic. I can assure you services will be more than adequate, I said. The dwarf answered, waiting for more. We could also negotiate a protection deal. We could arm your country in case of retaliation from the Empire. We can suggest ways to mechanize your industries and help you keep up with the increasing demands in both food product and manufactured goods all year round. My words caught his attention. He leaned over the table, interest peaking. Oh, you would go so far? I believed the Pontifex Maximus wanted to keep these weapons under wraps until the war ended. I am the person with the last word on that matter. The war with the Empire should also be coming to an end soon enough. Please excuse me, but you seem fairly assured of your success. Yet in the last few years, all I've read were reports of a bloody stalemate, he challenged. Yes, well, I've been gone for half a dozen years. A stalemate should be considered impressive, considering the Empire has 10 times our population, is using dark magic, and is far more militarized. Still, now that I'm back, things are about to move. We'll see. Don't get me wrong, I like your enthusiasm, but pragmatism keeps people alive. Not my first war, and not my last either, if I'm to believe a certain seer. Anyway, take all the time you need to think about it. The technology will still be there tomorrow. You drive a hard deal, Your Majesty. I'll consult my queen tonight. Would it be possible to plan a second meeting to discuss details and sign a contract if we come to a mutual understanding? Of course, just pass through Aurelia's staff or Blaze. They'll arrange it as soon as possible. We shook hands. May I ask you something? I've heard that dwarves call poutine their cultural dish. Well, of course, it might look like a strange meal, but I assure you it's a delight. Trust me, I'm a poutine expert. In fact, it was invented near my hometown. Oh, you were raised in the Dwarven Kingdom. Pardon my surprise, I was under the impression you were from Wallachia, judging by your Orcish accent. Sadly, no, I was raised extremely far from both, but I have great respect for Dwarven culture. Then I don't understand. Poutine was invented in the Dwarven capital by our first king, he said, tensing up. Wrong. It was actually invented in Quebec, a Canadian province that spoke French, or as you call it, Orcish. He rose from his chair, face red with anger. I thought you were reasonable, Samael. Sadly, I see you've been severely misinformed. I'll still give you a chance to walk back that statement. Misinformed? This is ridiculous. You are ridiculous, he snapped back at me. Sam, please be more temperate and show respect to your guests, Hope said, after discreetly stabbing her heels through my toes. The three dwarves were whispering angrily among themselves. I noticed Runa leaking out of my skin again. I wasn't breathing either. Why was I angry? It was ridiculous. I needed to breathe and calm myself quickly. My apologies, I'm still a bit on edge. I'm actually extremely happy that it's a popular dish. Believe it or not, in my younger years I once spent a whole month eating poutine. That was before the war. Well, not this one. But you understand. I tried to calm the situation with a bit of anecdotal experience. That I can believe. This meal saved my clan from starvation more than once, the dwarf admitted, trying to regain his composure too. Anyway, I heard the situation between the Kingdom of Stones and yours has been deteriorating. Should we be concerned about a new front in the war? Not unless they do something stupid, which sadly they've been doing constantly in the last few months. Still, our diplomatic efforts are keeping the alliance alive and strong for now, although they probably won't like that we're here. They're more favorable to the Empire at the moment, saying the God King is dead and that you're just a charlatan. Judging by your aura, I might have said the same until a few moments ago. However, the fact that you displayed Runa just now proves that the rumors you are powerless are unfounded. Still, the power you display is not on par with what the legends say the nameless hero is. So what are you? Yeah, my power is a bit unusual. I am a reincarnation of the guy you call the nameless hero, but you could say it's also a fresh start. The Empire decided to screw with the ritual and kill me while it was at my weakest. Failed and made me more dangerous to them instead. Robert discreetly signaled us to return to our table. We excused ourselves and sat down to enjoy a luxurious meal, where I promptly received a sermon from Hope for almost starting a war with our best ally over the origin of a meal. That was followed by a second and third sermon from Katrina and Aurelia, respectively. After dinner, a few people came to our table to talk. I excused myself and asked Robert to bring both of Lilith's parents to a private room and prepare coffee. Before leaving, he indicated a private salon and handed me 3 heavy files bearing the Inquisition's Aquila in black and security level 7, stamped in blood-red ink. Lilith's parents' files. 72 coffee. February 7th, 8079, 1945. I entered the private salon to meet Lily's parents and give them something to think about. The room was small and cozy, with a fire pit along the far wall. They were seated on a plush sofa. I took a seat across from them and poured myself a cup of coffee. Robert waited outside the door while Hope had a few drinks with the guests, and Korvax and Ravi listened to stories about their big brother's latest adventure. "About time you showed your nose. A bit more waiting and we would have left." Mr. Cypher opened the conversation while Lady Machina stayed silent. I glanced at her husband, decided he wasn't worth my time, and turned to Lily's mother instead. She was short and sturdy, with a bit of healthy chub visible beneath her opulent dress. Her auburn hair was streaked with white, and her aura was heavy with grief and animosity. She blamed Hope, yes, but she blamed me for what she thought Lily had become. I met her gaze, staying silent for a few seconds before taking a slow drag from the fresh cigar Robert had prepared for me. "What do you want? Haven't we given enough already?" she asked, anger seeping into her tone. "I wanted to know who you were, to know what's on your mind." "I already know you didn't want to meet me, but I'm tired of waiting," I said, my tone cold and restrained. I'd already been reminded once tonight to keep my temper in check. "I think," Lady Machina began. "Want to know what's on my mind?" the elf snapped, cutting her off. "I wasn't talking to you. Don't interrupt Lady Machina in my presence ever again. Don't worry, we'll have a chat too." I shot coldly at the angry man. I turned back to the stunned woman. "My apologies, Lady Machina. You were saying?" He scoffed but didn't push his luck any further, as I didn't bother to restrain the runa that was leaking from me again. "I don't know what you told my girl to get her on your delusional boat, but I think you're worse than the Emperor," she said coldly. "You turned a gentle, kind young woman with a brilliant future into an arms dealer who sold the death of millions. You took everything from her, and left her standing when she needed you most. Even now you exploit her name like some divine martyr to fuel morale for your stupid war. You're the reason she's dead. I only wish you hadn't come back so the world could finally rest. You dragged my son into a fight he couldn't win, exploited his good nature, and failed him too. Now both of them are dead. That's what's on my mind." "Thank you for your honesty, Lady Machina. Now, Mr. Cypher, please speak your mind." "You're a bigoted arsehole who doesn't deserve to live," he hissed. "You messed everything up. She was about to become a duchess. Now she's dead. My son died fighting your war while you were off making yourself a new life somewhere else." He met my gaze, full of hate. He was lean, even by elven standards, with neatly trimmed blonde hair, a short moustache and goatee, and rectangular glasses framed in gold. "Good. Now my turn." I leaned back. "She wasn't about to be a duchess at all, and you know it. You sold your daughter to a depraved monster. Took a stupid loan from people who couldn't be trusted with a pair of round-nosed scissors. Adamius only saw her as a toy, a mistress, a pet, a novelty item to use and discard. Don't give me that look, Dorian Cypher. You knew exactly what he was." I took a slow sip of my coffee before continuing. "In fact, I even know the debt wasn't related to Lilith's studies at all, but to your gambling addiction and fondness for whores. Still, you surprise me." I paused, letting the words hang in the air. "To think you'd stoop so low as to try poisoning me the first time we met. Don't look so shocked. Did you think I wouldn't notice that my cup had far more mana than yours? Interesting runes, by the way. Did you know that if you look close enough, everything has natural runes flowing through it? Like ingredient lists on a bottle." I took another sip. "A poison that induces hemophilia for a few hours, causes blistering inside and out, followed by necrosis. Strong stuff. Lethal, unless you've got the exact antidote. Not that it'd do anything against me. I can just snuff the runes out, you see." "You're lying. You say it's poison and then drink it. You're just a mad lunatic," the elf stammered, his face a few shades paler. "What is he talking about, Dorian?" "What debt?" his wife asked. "Oh, so he didn't tell you." I smiled thinly. "Now I understand. You wanted to tie up loose ends before I could spill the beans." "He's lying, my love. Don't listen to his delusions. These are baseless accusations." "Not baseless. After your particularly easy extraction from the Empire, Inquisitors have been tracking your movements. Sir Dorian Cypher, in the last 30 days alone, you've been seen entering brothels at least 20 times and gambling halls on 17 different occasions. Reports from your former company suggest this isn't a recent habit either. Meanwhile, records show that Lady Machina has been drinking heavily since learning about her children's deaths. I leaned forward slightly. Anyway, I'm glad to see at least one of her parents wasn't trash. I'm sorry, Lady Machina. I wrongly believed you were in on it. I stand corrected. Lies. He's just trying to manipulate us, Triss. Please listen to me, honey. Oh, don't honey me. So that's where all our money went? And you gave our daughter as a damn warranty, telling me they were a perfect match and going to marry. Are you completely insane? Please, I'm begging you, my love. It's the first time you've met this man and you'd believe him over your husband. He doesn't even have any proof. Oh, you want proof? I said, setting my cup on the table and pushing it toward him. Then drink it. I leaned back, taking a long puff from my cigar and blowing the smoke directly into his face. He picked up the cup, glaring at me with murder in his eyes. I expected him to throw it at me any second now. You just served yourself a cup. That just means you would have poisoned it at some point. He defended himself, smug that he'd finally found a line of defense. He looked like he was waiting to see signs of the poison working any moment now. Then allow me to offer you a refill. My butler told me you insisted, Sir Dorian, on making the coffee. Something about your heritage. I smacked back. I was wondering why, for the first time in 100 years, you wanted to make coffee, and where the hell did you get fucking poison? Lady Mackinac said. Her voice was rough, carrying the weight of years of lies being thrown in her face, lies she'd probably swallowed whole. She stood from the sofa. My apologies again, Lady Mackinac. Still, I never understood why Lily needed so much money to go to the Grand Academia when she was made head of a whole department a month after arriving. In fact, the only thing she practiced with students was combat. She had a teacher's salary. I can't tell you how much it bugged me when Lily fed me that bullshit. Yet she never once mentioned doubting you. Do you know how much that must have hurt her? She's one of the most brilliant minds in history, and you fucking sold her to go fuck a whore. Although I must say, I didn't expect what I learned about your tastes. Quite the discovery, to say the least. Would you mind telling the lady what your twisted sorry ass was hard for, or would you rather I pull the pictures out? My voice went colder than it had any right to. I'd received files on both of them half an hour before meeting them. That was why the meeting was delayed. What I found explained a lot. You can't. I can't. You don't understand, he stammered, rising from the sofa in panic. He dropped my coffee on the floor, turned to the door, then to his wife. He grabbed a dagger. Triss froze, confused. Then he lunged at her. I hadn't expected it. She didn't defend herself, too shocked that he'd turn on her. Still, he was slow. I drew my BFR and shot the blade out of his hand. He went rigid, deer in headlights, staring down the barrel of the engraved pistol. I was still seated. Robert entered the room calmly. Your Majesty? He asked. Sir Dorian Cypher just tried to kill his wife and poison me. Have him escorted to a cell and interrogated, please. I believe this man has been colluding with the cult. Your will be done. Robert's hand closed on the twisted man Lilith called Dad. I heard a bone snap as Dorian was dragged out of the room in a vice grip. Lady Mackinac, please, sit down. I turned back to the woman. I know it's a lot. Still, there is more I wish to discuss about. Haven't you said enough already? She asked. Then let me be short. 4 things. First, I'll give you his file and yours. They're the only copies, and what you decide to do with them is yours. Second, Lily didn't die pointlessly. She died protecting her children. Only because of her act of unconditional love can they walk today. None of us have forgotten her. They still call her Mom and miss her every day. Third, your other wife has made it inside our borders and should arrive in the capital the day after the coronation. And finally, your hate of Hope has to stop. She had nothing to do with what happened and has been working her ass off to make Lily's dream a reality for the last 7 years, while you did fuck all and acted like a coward to the only people who loved her more than you did. I think it's fixable. If you ever want to come by for dinner, Lily's family is mine, and I still intend to marry her. You can hate me as much as you want, just keep it civil. I'm sorry, what is wrong with you? You'll marry a fucking corpse, she snapped. Not at all. Like me, she will reincarnate somewhere on this planet or another. I intend to find her. If I have to conquer the galaxy to make it happen, so be it. A fucking psychopath with delusions of grandeur. That's what you are. Oh, great and wise king. She paused, then looked at the hand cannon. Let me see that gun. Sure. I unloaded the BFR and passed it to her. Her emotions were chaotic. I didn't want her doing anything stupid. She couldn't kill me with it, but she could still harm herself, and I wouldn't allow that. She cradled the pistol, ran her fingers over the engravings. A thin patina had formed from daily carry and regular use. I maintained that pistol with religious fervor. It was the only weapon I carried outside the glove. She turned it over, silent. Then she sat, hands trembling, holding back tears. She read the text on the grip again and again. There's more, I said. The inside of the grip panels hold text too. Dwarvish. I haven't had time to learn it with the war, but I intend to. She left her mark on every weapon she built for me. I'll read them all in order. If you want, give me a minute and I'll get my screwdriver. May I? She tugged a hairpin free and unscrewed the end, revealing a flathead. As long as you promise to be careful, I said. She unscrewed both wooden panels and carefully read the 2 small paragraphs written in gold letters. She read them twice, then replaced the panels with care. I need time to think, she finally said. Take all the time you need. Just know that if you need help doing anything Lily would have supported, come see me. As much as you hate me, I am still your ally. I stood, took the pistol back, reloaded it, and holstered it. I placed a bottle of maple moonshine and a bag of Lily's favorite herbs on the table, then slid both vials, hers and Dorian's, next to them. I place a third one next. Her wife and the truth of what had happened to her. I left without another word and returned to my table. We lingered a while longer, then took our leave of the party. February 8th, 8079, 6 o'clock. I awoke, got dressed and went training with Korvax. Blaze was also there. I noticed the Glock he had was heavily modified. Long slide with speed cuts, a muzzle brake and a quick-attach suppressor snapped on the end. He was staring at the array of custom targets with a still fresh coat of paint on the double Texas star targets. "What are those and how do they work?" he finally asked. "Done staring at them already." "If I told the ladies how long you looked at those, they might go to the range more often," I teased him. "Yeah, that doesn't answer my question. Is there a reason they're placed like that? I don't see why we should practice doing circles like that and how this couldn't be done with a paper sheet." He analyzed, missing the key component of movement in the unfamiliar target layout. "If you think they're stupid, then how about a wager? Your Glock against my big iron. 1 double star each. First one to send all of his targets to the ground wins." I challenged, mischief on my lips. "So the targets fall, making the other ones move." "Ha, now that makes sense. It's a pendulum target. That's actually really cool. What are we betting?" he asked. Let's see. How about a favor in the future? No questions, no arguments. Can't say no." "You're silly. I have a 21-round mag. You have a 5-round cylinder. There are 10 targets. You'd need to reload more than 3 times just to match my capacity, and you'd need to reload at least once to hit all targets." "That is hardly fair." He tried to pass my angle. "Don't worry about me, but I understand if you want to admit you're scared." I poked at his pride. "You're full of yourself, old man. Let's start from the holster. Coco, can you time us?" he answered with a smile. "Sure," Coco replied. He unloaded his 12-gauge and placed it on the table. "Shooters ready? Stand by. Go." Blaze was fast on the draw while I took my time. He was accurate and quick, slicing through targets as the star started to spin, pummeling them down. I took 2 shots on the arm that held both stars, knocking every target off. "Time?" I asked Korvax. 1 second flat, he said. "That doesn't count. You cheated," Blaze complained, shock on his face. "That's a lesson for you. Pride is fine, but humility matters too. If the stakes had been higher and I was your enemy, you might have lost your freedom or your life. Always ready yourself for the unexpected. That lesson's for you too, Coco." I lectured them both. "Fine, but I want a rematch where you shoot the targets." "No cheating," Blaze pouted. "Sure, but in that case I'll use a Glock too." "Good with me. Let's reset the plates and start over," the tall half-elf said. "Same bet, or do you want to wager something else?" I asked. "Something else." "How about a day of training?" he answered. "Fine. If you win, I will personally train you for a whole day. But if you lose, I take one of your weapons as a prize. You can refuse my first pick, but not the second. Deal?" "You drive a hard bargain, old fart." "But I accept." He hesitated, then nodded. The targets were reset and we returned to the firing line. "Shooters ready, stand by, go." I had my hand on my revolver as a starting position. As soon as it slid off the handle, a Glock 18C's grip appeared in my right hand. My left hand wrapped my right in a firm grip and bullets started to fly. Blaze was fast, but I was a bit faster, already knowing the optimal way to clear the star, resulting in a second win for me. "Fuck," he yelled. "I yield. You are still a better shooter than me. I'm still going to give you a full 24-hour course. Your speed is good and your accuracy is acceptable. However, there are a few things I noticed that could improve your skills. Most notably, how you hold the pistol. I might give you a chance to get my new weapon back after that session. So show me what you've got in these deep pockets of yours." I laughed. He started pulling out a wide range of weaponry, from light-throwing knives to rocket launchers. Every item was enchanted. I noticed a 6-foot-long wide saber that reminded me of a Kriegsmesser. I picked it up and gave it a few swings before putting it back on the table to try a spear. Then I noticed a few flamethrowers with tanks that shared the same glow my glove did. "How long can this beauty fire?" I asked. "About 2 hours on continuous shooting," he answered, hesitating a second before adding, "If possible, I would like to keep that one and my Glock. Anything else is fine." "What's the metal and enchant on that blade?" I asked, pointing at the messer. "Adamantium. The enchant works on a similar principle to the muzzle brakes. When there is an impact backward, it converts the movement into forward momentum. Great for slaying giant beasts. Can cut through pure mithril. It was gifted to me for completing a quest. I don't really use it as it doesn't match my fighting style. It's a great choice," he said proudly. "Well, that's perfect for me. I'm taking it. By the way, once the coronation is done, you should come to tour the vaults and pick some gear. I'm sure you will find a few items to your likings." I have been working on a few of the last things in your Dreamancy files to figure out the end goal and found a few shortcuts to get there. I hope you won't mind too much on the creative liberty I took, since all of the weapons were made for S1 people I taught. Why not push the limit a bit? Do I mind? Not at all, boy. That is how your mother operated. I only gave her a few hints on designs, and she went from there. The trains work quite differently from the ones back on Earth. They are also far larger. What matter is that it does what it's supposed to. Well, that's a weight off my shoulders. By the way, where did you get those shades? They look good. Made them? Want a pair? Not exactly that shape, but yes, I wanted some shades. Here, let me draw you what I want. I pulled out a small waterproof notepad and took my time to try and nail the style perfectly, then gave him the piece of paper. I'll put it on my priority list, he answered. We trained for another hour. I pointed out stuff left and right in both of my son's drills, fixing Blaze's hand placement among many things, and after we went home to eat breakfast with everyone. When we arrived, a few maids and butlers were already at work doing a deep clean of the house and cooking, while Tahui helped Hope get ready for the day. I noticed the one cooking was Robert. I tried to help him, but got turned away and told to go clean myself instead. Not sure I liked having butlers and maids anymore, too many people with their hands in my stuff. Not that I had a lot of stuff out of my white glove and ear cuff, now that I think about it. Still, they made the cabin feel small. Would I have to get myself a mansion? Probably not. I could set some boundaries, like allowing only Robert and Tahui inside maybe. 73 Tech Demo. February 8th, 8079, 11 o'clock. After a heavy breakfast with every member of the family, we went to an open field where dignitaries from nearly every nation were waiting for the grand reveal that would soon happen. Robert discreetly told me who was working for who. 2 delegations were present to represent the Wildlands, 2 delegations from Elaria and 1 from the Dwarven Kingdom. The only ones missing were the Empire and their good ally, the Kingdom of Stone. Blaze would be the one presenting every item today. Apparently, he wanted to reveal a few things, and had been teasing me all morning while refusing to reveal any details, making me more impatient by the minute. The sloped field had been sculpted to make flat ledges where tables and chairs were set. Everything was arranged to give the greatest view of the stage at the bottom of the slope. A gravel road passed just behind it, so I assumed cars and trucks would be the main reveal. I sat next to Hope, both of us wearing elegant white and gold-themed clothes. I had tried to wear the same purple outfit as yesterday, but apparently I had to prove I looked good in everything. Everything had also been prepared to match a white and gold theme. The outfits were made of thick, soft wool and fur, which helped against the frigid morning. Not that they were necessary on the exhibition site. The snow that had been there yesterday was melted. The dirt dried and compacted. Small fire core heaters were placed evenly around the area, making the field almost as warm as being indoors. The design was extremely simple and robust, something that could heat homes with smokeless warmth using an infinitely renewable energy source. It could literally save lives. Might have even saved Lily if we had one back then. Did we produce these? I leaned over one of the heaters and noticed the DXM logo stamped on the front. That was Blaze's first commercial project, Hope said, leaning closer to me. It changed many lives. He also made light bulbs far brighter and more durable, small enough to fit in a normal pocket. I don't stay in the loop as much as I should, but it's all going so fast. And when I think this is still primitive technology to you, it's so strange. But also everything seems so obvious that it's hard to believe no one had made it before. Every technology having a cascading effect over the others. Those heaters, they are in homes, in cars, in public buildings. Adventurers have a pocket-sized version meant to heat a tent. They are everywhere. Same for the light bulbs, the fact that you can use a single core to light up a whole building. And it makes me wonder sometimes, how far can these technology go? What is the true limit of it all? It's a wild ride, I can give you that. Still, it's what we need to survive. Sometimes I'm afraid we're going too slow, in fact. And the limit? It's our imagination and understanding of the universe. I noticed the plush chairs and sturdy table were foldable, perfect to bring on a military campaign or a picnic. A discreet DXM logo being burned in the wood of one leg. I needed to raid our warehouses. Blaze stepped onto the stage in his usual adventurer clothes. Ladies and gentlemen, a few years ago marked the arrival of a new type of vehicle made possible by the steam engine. While it provided a faster way of travel than the horse carriage, the increased speed also meant more vibrations. Today, we introduce a new suspension system that uses shock absorbers and a new way to dress the wheels. This new method improves handling and comfort in ways never seen before, and without using any expensive enchanted parts. Cars and trucks began rolling behind him. As you can see, it also reduces the noise emissions that steel wheels were known for. I present to you the pneumatic tire. Behind me, to the left, is our new line of commercial vehicles meant for heavy lifting, and to the right, our new line of cars we intend to make available to the international market. Every vehicle we sell will come with tires and shock absorbers stock. This will result in reduced noise pollution in cities, allowing traders to ride their carts lather without issues. They also come equipped with our light bulbs, which are a must to drive late in the night. A flatbed truck rolled next to the stage. It had items placed on tables on the back of it. The wact that the items hadn't fallen at all from the table was a display of the suspension, no doubt. Blaze climbed on it with an effortless hop. Now these next two things are certain to grab attention. The first item here is what's called an electric engine. Using it along with an electric core and a battery for longer use time, it can perform everything the steam engine does while being far lighter and having fewer moving parts. That allows us to make them much smaller. The next item isn't in season yet, but you'll want one this summer. A few guests looked surprised. Using the electric engine and several other unique technologies, this air conditioning unit, no bigger than a coffee table, can cool a large reception hall. Sweaty summer bowels will be a thing of the past. Blaze continued with a discreet wink to the audience. Men of all ages had a discreet laugh at the pun. Even I chuckled. Hope pinched the bridge of her nose. Of course, Blaze would have to make a bull joke in front of some of the most important people this world had to offer. Like father, like son. She taught to herself. This technology will become your best friend. We also made a cooling box using the same principles to keep produce fresh all year round. And we have a portable version of the room cooler, about the size of a book, perfect for a single small room, ideal for travel. I tested it last summer, and it is a life changer. More murmurs of interest filled the crowd. Of course, I wouldn't promise to blow your mind and then show only this. Transportation is one of our company's strengths, and I would like to present our first line of vehicles using the electric engine. Motorcycles with knobby tires meant for mud weaving rolled through the parked trucks. Next came side-by-sides and quads jumping over the opposite ridge, rolling down the slope. The designs were simple and robust, industrial-looking, built to last and easy to maintain. I noticed the motorcycles and ATVs were made in different sizes to accommodate smaller and larger folks. Then a car that looked like a trophy truck passed on the gravel road at around 200 kilometers per hour. Stunning the crowd, Blaze continued without missing a beat, ignoring the trophy truck. And now for my final demonstration of the day. Please look above. See that dark dot over there? He pointed to the sky and whispered a few words into his collar. A buzzing sound grew, the dot split into 7 smaller dots that feigned into a wing. Still far, but with my improved sight I recognized the outlines immediately, planes. Blaze had brought mechanized flight to this world. As they closed in, the crowd shifted from curiosity to awe. Soon the silhouettes were clear, 7 models of prop planes, ranging from a small single-seater to a massive cargo plane, rivaling an C-130 in size. No wonder Blaze said we'd need to build more factories. The kid had gone far beyond my expectations. The planes performed a low flyby before circling and making a second pass over the assembled crowd. Several people were ecstatic. Others were still trying to understand how they stayed in the air. As for me, I felt like a kid on Christmas Eve. I glanced at Hope with glowing eyes, filled with pride. To think someone else would have the brainpower to make planes. To take on Lilith's legacy and keep pushing the world forward. And to think it would be my son. Which made me wonder, why did this world stagnate for so long before I came around? The only answer I could come to was that it was intentional control from our enemies. Melanor's cult was one of the culprits. Were they linked to a bigger organization all along? The Pillars of Abyss or the Order of Light? Sadly, I didn't have enough information to work with. I needed to correct that, as Melanor's death might be a trigger of my presence to tell them to send peoples whose power matched Warden to hunt me down. If it was, that meant I should only take him down when I was ready to face an army of angels or devils. Maybe both. The only way was to spend time dumping arcana into some special-purpose munitions aimed at angels and archangels for the troops. I could already see a pile of work adding up in front of me. Our new mechanized way of transport focuses on speed, allowing people to move from one country to the other faster than the train or car ever could. Let your imagination run wild over the possibilities. We made models to fight wildfires, spread fertilizer over crops, deliver cargo to the most remote places of this continent, and many more. They are, however, very complex machines that need a lot of training to be able to fly and land safely. Thus, a new course dedicated to this art will be opened at the Grand Academia, along courses relative to the ground operations needed to make it possible for these planes to fill their purpose, starting this summer with the reopening of the Grand Academia. If you wish to take a closer look at the machines that have just been demonstrated, we have prepared a second site where they are all displayed with experts to answer every question you might have concerning them, along with maquettes of the infrastructure needed for their operations. Our pilots will now do an individual demonstrations of their plane's ability and execute a few maneuvers. They are trained professionals that have been designing these very same planes with me. They have complete trust in their machines and are willing to show it. First is our light single-seater. It can stay in the sky for periods extending to 6 hours in its most basic configuration, and double that in its most advanced. Needing a recharge time of only 3 hours, it is perfect to deliver light cargo, do topographical surveys, and more. The next plane is a two-seater that is meant to achieve speeds of up to 650 kilometers per hour while carrying up to 7,000 pounds of weight. They are also extremely agile, making them perfect for many roles. Following on its tail is a 6-person configuration of the same plane aimed at carrying personnel. Next are passenger planes meant to carry up to 60 passengers and 120 passengers. And finally, a cargo plane that is the same as the 120 passenger, equipped with 4 engines and meant to haul anything to anywhere. The planes will now go land, but fear not, you will be able to see them from up close, as I had a few hangars prepared for that very purpose. Cars equipped with the new tires and suspension will be bringing you to said hangar. Please enjoy the ride and feel free to ask the drivers any questions you might have. Buses equipped with the same technologies will be transporting your staff members. Blaze bowed in front of the crowd, and I was the first to clap, quickly followed by everyone else. They were still shocked from the impossible demonstration. Even Hope looked at me like a deer in headlights, unsure of what she had just seen. However, my enthusiasm was contagious, and I could feel her pride at Blaze's accomplishment. Claudius was bouncing like a kid around his colossus of a husband, who seemed calm but also awed by the demo. My mind ran wild with ideas: gunships, air support, paratroopers, intel gathering, and much more. The front was about to change drastically, and Blaze had just given me one of the greatest war implements ever made after gunpowder. Not that they would only serve for war, far from it in fact. Blaze stepped off the stage and walked toward me. Hope and I stood to meet him halfway. As soon as he walked into my range, I grabbed him into a tight hug. That was impressive, son. You have gone above and beyond my expectations. To think you would bring mechanized flight to this world. It changes everything. I'm wordless. I wish Lily could have seen it, Hope said, hugging him as soon as I released him. We need to go into full production as soon as possible. This is a giant leap from the steam train and cars. Everything you displayed today is exceptional too. By the way, did they send maids and a butler to you too? I asked. They did. If I'm honest, I'm still unsure I like having them. Still, at least they seem competent. I'm glad everything went well. Someone came to interrupt our family moment. A delegation from the Wildlands. Leading them was an S10 Tigerkin woman with a giant axe on her back. Please apologize for our interruption. We would like a moment with the future king, the woman spoke. I'll come see you both later. Good job again, son, I told Hope and Blaze. Thanks, Dad, he answered with a bright smile before taking Hope's arm and moving to go talk to the other guests. Father Samael, my name is Elder Diana, leader of the Felid clan. Please apologize for how rude my words will sound, but I have a hard time believing that you are the nameless hero. I cannot feel the aura of Runa around you, meaning that you do not share his power. Thus I cannot give you my veneration. Not only that, but I feel no power at all. In the Wildlands, power is everything. I recognize your son is powerful, but not you. If you still believe yourself to be strong enough to rule us, then prove me wrong by duel. If you win, my clan will become yours to rule. And if you lose, then you were never fit to rule Talaria, much less Valia. Pleased to meet you, Elder Diana. I am not completely aware of what your clan is. I also do not want people to venerate me. If you venerate power, there are many more powerful than me in the universe, although they might not be as well-intentioned as I am, and if you expect me to be some slimy politician, you will find me underwhelmingly average at best. However, I am not the kind to say no to a duel. In fact, I've been itching for a good fight. Can I ask that it wait until after the coronation? I believe if I am to fight, it should be in front of as many people as possible. How about in the arena at the end of the games on the day of the coronation? I can agree to that. She gave a small nod before taking her leave. Fate had already told me this would happen. What surprised me is that I hadn't seen her even once after we'd met at the Ravens HQ. I didn't know if she had told the whole truth to us either. It all seemed a bit too convenient. A few others came to discuss with me, exchanging politeness and congratulations. In the meantime, I wondered if the military already had them in service. If we were to demonstrate them publicly, they must have been using them for a while. This might also give us a chance to recruit potential pilots fresh out of school. The offer to fly more advanced and well-armed planes would certainly be as enticing as it was on Earth. I eventually found my way back to Hope, Korvax, and Lilith, and we climbed into an SUV that brought us to a series of hangars. Inside, there were displays explaining what an airport was and how they were operated. How they used radios to communicate over long ranges to synchronize traffic seamlessly. I noticed they also gave small pamphlets with basic illustrations, measurements, and contact information to hand out to their own contractors. It was simple and efficient. One of the hangars had been arranged into a temporary transport museum, showcasing different prototypes and commercial vehicles that had been produced over time, with a section talking about horse carriages and different animal-powered agricultural implements. Some butlers and maids were moving around with carts filled with food and drinks. I noticed there was a prototype truck on exhibit among Lily's cars that I didn't remember. It looked like a trophy truck, and a technical had a baby, assembled with random parts, some of which were heavy on the enchantments. There was no hood over the engine compartment, and I noticed a rotary steam engine that looked like an oversized version of the one in my arm. It had seen some use, but had been well maintained. Looking at it, I wanted to give it a test run. It looked like a joy to ride. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Blaze. She's a beast. The only reason we couldn't commercialize it is that there's far too much enchantment work done everywhere. It was Lily's service truck. I had to turn it into a technical, as you can see. But I kept the mod's reversible, fear not. I looked at the mounted PKM on both sides and the twin .50 caliber on top. I noticed the hood on a table to the side. It had 4 PKM mounted with a rod that was pulled by a wire. Looking at where it would connect inside the truck revealed a lever that could be pulled by the driver. "This is so rad," I answered. "You like it?" Blaze asked. "Do I like it? I love it." "She would have loved it too," I answered. "We should get you some bigger spatial pockets to store a few vehicles, just in case," he said, trying to hide a small blush on his cheeks uselessly, as his hair betrayed his inner torts with spurts of sparks. "Not just vehicles. I want some of that campaign equipment, especially that electric motorcycle. I really want one of those." "Don't worry, do you have the place to store it right now?" he asked. "I do," I answered, excited. "Then here, take mine. It's a bit more powerful than the standard one and has extended range. With that, you can roll up to about 120 kilometers an hour and can ride up to 20 hours. It takes 4 to recharge." He said this as a large motorcycle with fat knobby tires and 3 round headlights placed in a horizontal line appeared under his hand. "Never know when you might need it, knowing you." "I will not say no." "Thank you, Blaze," I said, placing it in my white glove before giving him a one-arm side hug. The rest of the afternoon was spent socializing before going back home, where some servants had already prepared everything for our arrival, including a luxurious meal that was fresh out of the oven when we arrived home. However, I realized that this house hadn't been built to accommodate so many people. I might actually have to move to a mansion if I freed all of my kids. 74 Coronation. February 9th, 8079, 1300. After a long argument with Aurelia and Robert, I had finally won. Both of them wanted me to dress in clothes that were far too opulent for my tastes, the gold ornaments on them weighting over 20 pounds by themselves. I had convinced them to go with a simpler white and gold trench coat and suit, instead of the heavy fur pelts and ridiculously long cape they wanted me to wear too. They weren't happy with my choice, calling it far too modest, but I was firm that even that felt like too much. I would have preferred a simple white coat with no fancy trims at all, but I was turned down, told I needed to look inspiring for my coronation. I didn't give them a choice regarding the BFR on my hip. They tried to discourage it for an hour before relenting when I nearly cancelled the coronation ceremony altogether. The revolver on my hip represented my vow to its maker. Hope wouldn't be walking by my side like I had asked for the coronation, but would be by my side for the speech. The ceremony would be split into 4 parts: a coronation ceremony inside the St. Gabriel Basilica, followed by a speech on the balcony, games and duels in the capital's Colosseum, and finally festivities that would stretch for a couple of days. Of course, I had a few plans of my own to spice things up a bit, but I was nervous to meet my daughter, who I had trapped away for far too long. I had shared my fear with Hope, but she insisted that it would go perfectly fine and that after she would accept her like her own daughter, no matter how old she was. Aurelia announced my arrival as 2 large and tall wooden doors opened to a massive chapel filled with thousands of people, many of whom I recognized as members of different military branches and foreign dignitaries. My family was seated in the front row. Aurelia was on the stage with 7 people behind her, one of whom I recognized as Hope's dad. He was the only man on the stage. I knew he was a cardinal, so I guessed the 6 women next to him wearing the same religious garb were the other cardinals. They were all pretty powerful, only matched in aura by the leaders of the international delegations and overshadowed only by Celeste, who was in a whole different category than anyone present. A luxurious white and gold piano was set at the center of the stage, leaving me wondering what the ceremony would consist of. I hadn't been briefed on what I needed to do during it, only what I had to do once it was done, which only made my nervousness worse. I walked down the aisle toward Aurelia. She delivered a long speech, and I zoned out after a minute or two, pretending to listen and noting Eve now and then. While my aura picked up on what people were whispering, Only gossips. Then I was told to take a knee and receive the crown. It was in a thick gold box carried by one of the cardinals. Aurelia picked it up with careful hands. I had expected something heavy with gold and gems, but what she pulled out was a small silver circlet with 2 small glass horns at the front and 2 larger wood ones on the outside. She placed it on my head. I realized I had stopped breathing, expecting to be sent into another dimension any second. But nothing happened. "And now sing your heart to the crown and let it recognize you, King Samael," Aurelia whispered, nudging me toward the piano. I took a seat on the bench, stretching my fingers over the keys. My emotions were a confused mess. Before laying them on the keys, I decided to stretch my fingers over a few familiar tunes first. I felt Aurelia's aura start to envelop me, pushing the noise further away. All the songs I played in the birdcage seemed to come back to me, their words and meaning mostly intact, translated to the common language. It was strange, like having a composer changing songs on the go in my brain to make them match this planet's language. I guess there's a few songs from my old world that could be played today. I didn't know I would be playing, so I didn't really prepare a set in advance. Still, I hope you'll like it. Meanwhile, if anyone could find me a guitar, I would really appreciate it. If I'm going to give a show, I might as well give her my best. Although I must insist that, like the inventions I brought to this world, I am simply their interpret and messenger, not their true creator. I said, my voice carried far and wide. "It's been a minute since the last time I sang, so please don't be too harsh," I added with a wide smile. I noticed microphones had been placed to catch my voice and the keys. We were live on radio. My first song was an easy choice. Heavy is the Crown by Linkin Park, played low, slow and heavy in a soul interpretation to set the mood. Followed by Soldier Side from System of a Down to pump up everyone. My voice hit every note like I was born to sing, my breath being used to the fullest extent without passing out. I was on a rampage and couldn't hold it in, getting sent to my own little world of music. Next was Hail to the King by Avenged Sevenfold. By the time I had played it, someone had brought me a guitar. The fact that the instrument even existed nowadays impressed me. It looked more like an electric guitar than an acoustic one, and sounded like one too, which made me overjoyed. It was set to be played right-handed, however. I wondered if I would be accurate enough to hit the strings with my claws, but as it turns out, my worries were unnecessary. The instrument had an air core acting as a speaker, and after testing it and tuning it to get the right sound, I started my next song. No lyrics, just pure skill. Since I wanted to show off a bit. Did my mood influence them? Didn't matter. Playing God by Polyphia right through the chapel, followed by Wrong Side of Heaven from Five Finger Death Punch. Somewhere that couldn't be seen, a drum accompanied my performance. Then I placed the guitar back on the stage next to me, returned to the piano and went with I Need a Hero by Bonnie Tyler and I'm Still Standing by Elton John. I was having a blast, quickly forgetting about the crowd and just grooving through one old hit after another, switching back and forth from the piano to the guitar, playing interpretations of some of the greatest hit of all the times, with the phantom musician grooving like possessed by the devil. It was a jam session that would go down in history for certain. My voice somehow reached every pitch with perfection, found every lyric, my finger never missing a key or a string. I poured my emotions into every song, my animosity flowing into the music. After an hour-long set that passed like a flash, I finally decided to play something of my own for the crown itself. I started by setting a piano melody that was low and slow, bouncing the noise on repeat to create a backtrack before getting on the guitar. Then I let the strings become my voice. Ripping a 10-minute-long solo that showcased every skill I had on the instrument, pushed to the extreme by the speed and agility that this world allowed. Then I dropped the guitar, the solo looping, and I went back to the piano where I made a counter-melody. The song was almost hypnotic. No one dared to move, scared that they would bring me out of my musical trance. I felt something pinch my forehead, but didn't stop. The melody that answered it was played on a harp. It was not one soft. We jammed to each other for another hour. Vibing, I sang words I couldn't remember or make sense of, but my voice flowed like maple syrup over pancakes. Divine. I lit a cigarette at the corner of my mouth, earning a few stunned gasps from nobles. I gave them a wink before getting back to business. I took off my trench coat, throwing it on the ground, and picked up the guitar. "Do you know this one?" I asked the phantom musician, starting to play Freebird by Lynyrd Skynyrd. I suddenly heard the drums complementing the song, and quickly we were riffing through many other great songs. I had a ridiculous amount of fun. The crowd was completely silent, but we didn't care. We were having a jam session that would probably be recorded in history and studied by bards for thousands of years. There was no doubt that the person playing had learned all the same songs I did, had played them hundreds of times. Then I opened my eyes, realizing I had closed them through the solo. I wasn't on the same stage anymore. The one I was on now was in a different and far larger cathedral. Hundreds of instruments were on the stage. Someone else was on stage with me. I looked at her and knew instantly she was Lily's daughter. We finished the song, I threw the guitar inside the glove and walked toward her. She was a short stack like her mother. Only her blood was that of a goblin, with pale turquoise skin and hair continuously shifting through all the rainbow colors. She had one ice blue eye and one light green one. Large floppy ears with several piercings. Tattoos covering her arms and legs. She still looked like a young adult, even though she had spent a few thousand years stuck here. Hi, first let me apologize for taking so long. Second, I am sorry, but my memory has been wiped, so I do not have any previous memory of you. I saw the hurt my words brought. I am different than the man you called Dad long ago. Yet he and I are still the same person. To me, you are still my daughter. I came to set you free. Sadly, Lilith isn't here to welcome you, but Hope and Celeste are. Fate should also be close. Not that you would know the name of those four, now that I think about it. I think Fate, Destiny, called Hope Death, while Celeste used to call herself Carrie and Charity. Her eyes brightened, although Hope doesn't remember her previous lives either. Still, would you like to go home? I asked. I would love to, but first we have something to do. We need to forge harmony using the codex. I must warn you, I ain't much of a blacksmith. That was more Lily's thing, I told her, following in her steps as she bounced toward the exit. So what year are we in? She asked, trying to sound calm even though her voice betrayed her excitement. 8076. By the way, what is that codex and harmony you talked about? Only our greatest project ever. I've been tweaking every parameter since forever. Every possible runes should be recorded in the codex. Every power, stat, skill, blessing, curse, and title. Everything streamed directly into people's eyes and ears, she answered. Is it dangerous? I asked, concerned. Knowledge can be dangerous in many ways. But would you say that being able to tell where your left arm is a dangerous thing? She asked, clearly trying to make it sound safe. Actually, it's partially in the abyssal void, so maybe, I chuckled. And is that something new to Valia? Or has it been there before? Oh, it was there before. Then the Order of Light, a bunch of condescending assholes, destroyed it. Mom made a simple system meant to be a temporary fix, and while we worked on the new codex from scratch, the temporary system worked with tablets to get people's most basic stats, but the system was never that good to start with. I wonder if they tuned it to work better over time, or if they completely discarded them, she said as we got outside the cathedral. We were in the middle of a city that looked like the Talarian capital had been remade for giants. The scale of every Gothic building dwarfed everything I had seen on Valia or Earth. The hall we had been in was just an entry hall to a far larger structure that stretched over 1,000 meters high and twice that in length. And it wasn't the biggest building on the long street either. It made me feel incredibly small. I looked up and saw 5 moons in the sky. So people used to live here then. I wonder what kind of transport they used. Spaceships? Teleportation maybe? I asked her as we went up the street. Teleportation was by far the most popular method to go between worlds. Local transport was mostly done using cars and buses. Although I did see a few spaceships able to travel faster than light on Asta being used for cargo, especially contraband, she answered. So someone had achieved FTL then. Were they mana-powered or did they use fuel? They used anti-grav engines that required some specific element that is extremely rare in the universe. Sadly, I could never get my hands inside one of their engines to get more details. I'm sure I don't need to tell you it was expensive tech that people tried to keep for themselves to build a monopoly, so they made sure it was hard to access. Although, we might be able to use you as fuel, now that I think about it, she said, scratching her chin with a smile that reminded me of her mother when she showed me her first steam-powered car. That thing was so slow and impractical. I chuckled a bit, being reminded of the past. I'm fine with making artificial cores, but as you can see, I am far too lean to fuel any engine long enough to move through the stars, Faith. Which also makes me think, most people you knew have a new name. Would you like to change yours, or would you like to keep this one? Actually, a new name that isn't as corny would be really nice. Give me a second to think. Something simple and logical. How was my mom called in this life? Lilith Machina. We often called her Lily too. Let's see. Lily is a flower that is named Lis in Orcish. Her name starts with Lee and yours with Sa. Lisa, I like it. It's simple, logical, and has a nice ring. What do you think? I love it, Lisa. By the way, I have to tell you, you have 2 new brothers and 1 sister, I said, ruffling her hair. Oh, really? That's so cool. Who are the parents? Are they old? Do you think it's too late for me to be their big sister? I always wanted little brothers and sisters, she asked, her energy levels skyrocketing. So she was the youngest, I thought to myself. Calm down a bit. They're still young. The oldest is 17, the other 2 are 11 and 10. They're war orphans that I liberated. They are really brilliant and kind, I answered truthfully. Oh, that's so cool. I can't wait to meet them, she said, opening a tall door. Lisa and I entered a tower, but instead of going up, we went down more than 3 times the height of the giant skyscraper, far past a click underground. We arrived in front of a tall armored door made of adamantium. As I approached, I felt a small pinching around my temples. The door opened by itself. Inside the room was a giant instrument that I had trouble describing. It looked like an organ that had been connected to dozens of instruments of all kinds. The keyboard was so large it required a minimum of 2 players, with a bench to accommodate them. I saw percussion, brass, and woodwind instruments, a crystal mechanical harp, and an electric guitar that looked almost identical to the one I had in my glove. "So what do we need to do exactly to forge that harmony thing?" I asked Lisa. "We will play, but while we do, you need to push Runa, Void, and Arcana into the keys. I'll take care of everything mana. Here, take this." She passed me a tablet. "It's the Codex partition." "So Void and Arcana are completely different?" "Yes. Like any mana type, it has diverse subtypes that all seem uniquely complex. Only they exist in quantum relativity. The Abyssal Void is akin to 0, but the equation is a bit harder to explain, while mana and Runa are respectively +1 and -1. Order and chaos. Arcana, however, is neither and both. It is a quantum superposition of 0 and 1, she explained like it was the simplest thing in the world, yet only confusing me more. But then why can't my Arcana create Void? Because if it did, the Abyss would suck out the material plane into oblivion. Your power is very close to creating a universe-shattering paradox. The fact that you can possess both is, in itself, threading a dangerous line. This organ was built by my mom and Destiny. It is a unique item meant solely for forging harmony. The pipes reach up to the roof, giving us the largest selection of note ever made for an organ in the King's Belt. "How did they activate it the first time then, if no one had Arcana or Void?" I asked, finding a fatal flaw. "Death, Seus, Destiny, and you pushed all your power in while Mom weaved them. It was risky, but it was worth it. You did it using a piano, but were limited in application. It was a flawed system, filled with errors and missing information. And why is Void necessary to make it work?" "To extend the reach. Void connects everything together, Dad, making it possible to reach galaxy-long distances with the spell. Arcana to harmonize all the other powers. It also needs to carry the sound through the Abyss," she explained like it was the most obvious thing in the world. But her statement made me reflect more about the combat utility of Void. "Fine, do I have to respect a ratio or something? Or will the keys pull the necessary power by themselves?" "We're about to find out. I've been practicing for this day since forever. This is going to be so awesome." "If you say so." "Ready when you are," I said after stretching my fingers over the keys, sitting to her right in front of the giant instrument. I looked up, noticing the ceiling that stretched extremely high, filled with instruments and pipes. Was the whole building a musical instrument? We started playing the partition and began pushing our powers into the keys as the instrument produced music that could only be rivaled by the biggest orchestras. After every note, I saw a rune rise and begin forming a twisting ribbon of thousands of runes. It spiraled and both ends closed on each other before a second ribbon started to form. The ribbons all contained a half twist before being reconnected to the other side. We kept playing for what seemed like a few hours. By the end, the runic formation filled every inch of the room up to the ceiling, forming interlinked, complex fractal patterns that distorted the air around it. Then we played the last keys. The spell flashed and disappeared into the Abyss. "Did it work?" I asked. "Don't know yet. First we have to get out of here. This is going to piss so many people." "Ha ha 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 ha," she said with maniacal laughter. "Good. Now how do we get back?" I asked her. "You just have to figure out the answer to the riddle. It goes like this. Ma vitre est un jardin de Gives." I answered immediately, and just like that, space distorted. I grabbed Lisa's wrist just to make sure we would get out together. Space distorted and fractured. We were pulled out, and I appeared sitting at the piano, Lisa sitting next to me. "You're okay," was the first thing that came out of my mouth. "Of course," she answered giddily. The crowd was silent. Even Aurelia wasn't speaking, which wasn't like her. Looking around, I noticed they were all kneeling, reminding me that I was still in the middle of my coronation. I stood from the bench and saluted the crowd with a wide wave. No one moved, their eyes shining with mana or runa. I was about to ask Lisa what just happened, but my vision suddenly filled with icons popping left and right. I understood the crowd was probably reading the pop-ups. "Lisa, is that normal or completely normal? Anyone that has free will in the galaxy, maybe even the universe, just got linked to harmony. I suggest reading your notices." "Does that mean angels and demons too?" I asked nervously. "Not exactly. Most angels and archangels do not have free will. A few do, and their boss and champions certainly do, however. They're the ones you should worry about the most. Demons, well, they're another story, but some of them are actually kind of nice once you start to know them more. Most of them are basically wounded puppies waiting to be picked up, she said with the most serious face. I frowned. Well, right now, the wounded puppies are trying to invade the planet and killed countless civilians. So I was more on the line of complete eradication when it came to them, I answered truthfully. There's something She hesitated, blushed a bit, then her face went pale. Never mind. Look, I know there is something you aren't telling me. I can read you like an open book. Right now is not the time. Let's wait until we're in private at home and we'll talk over a cup of coffee and a cigar, I proposed after taking a few seconds to think about all the possibilities her words implied. Sure, she mumbled. I should probably read the pop-ups. Give me a minute, I said, lighting myself another cigarette in front of the crowd without a care in the world. As I started to check the notifications, a voice began reading them aloud. Congratulations. You have successfully forged Harmony. Harmony has received the Codex. Codex assimilated. Activating the effects of the skill Harmony using Codex parameters. Integration successful. Hierarchy has been established. Would you like to see your profile? Think yes to accept and no to decline. Yes, I answered to the voice within my head. It was vaguely familiar yet completely unknown, a feeling that had been all too frequent lately. A detailed status will be provided. Status: name, Samael. Race: high human. Class: Arcanic King. Level: 367. Stage: 4. Etheric density: 8.6. Titles: Antagonist Ascendant Arcane Pathfinder Undying Champion. Skills: Arcanic Manipulation Level 5. Allows the manipulation of Arcana and all of its derivatives. Runic Berserker Level 5. Passive. Gain plus 1% more physical power and vitality for every person you have killed in battle. Executioner Level 6. Passive. Gain plus 1% more etheric density for every person you have executed. Last Stand Level 7. Active. Gives your attacks 70% more power after receiving a lethal injury in combat. Commander Level 4. Passive. Helps you carry your intentions to your allies using Harmony as a tactical network. Harmony Level 6. Passive. Allows interaction with the user interface system and access to your status. Hierarchy Level 6. Passive. Creates a logical map that traces faction affiliations and chains of command. Allows access to faction system. Authority Level 6. Allows you to transmit directives more efficiently to your allies via Harmony. Transmit information through Harmony. Send power to your allies and other functions. Codex Administrator Level 1. Allows you to modify the codex and customize Harmony. Crystallization Level 0.4. Not completed. Information not available. Suggest higher physical prowess and information processing. Mobius Paradox Level 8. No description available. Interestingly, she didn't read the last skill out loud. Arns is my etheric density bugged. I was pretty sure it was supposed to be in the 30%. Why is there no description for Mobius Paradox? And what should I call you? Voice in my head. I asked. I am a skill. The skill Harmony. There is no skill registered as Mobius Paradox on your status or registered in the codex, she answered. Interesting. And I guess Harmony isn't that bad of a name anyway. Thank you, H. Is my etheric density correct? Affirmative. No anomaly detected. Thank you. That will be all. She didn't answer, and the status closed. Cold, I mumbled as the layer of arcana in front of my eye vanished. 75 Sacrament. I looked around. People were slowly coming back to themselves. Their stupor at seeing the effect of the crown appear magically could be felt in the air. A few looked especially surprised, mostly S1 and S2. Although I did notice that most people seemed to be more powerful then when I left. But I had now way to know for sure with my memory as hazy as it was. Korvax looked at me like I had just given him the moon. If only he knew. In the meantime, I noticed the powerful were quietly reflecting on their new knowledge. A few rare ones still had a thin layer of mana in front of their eye. Everyone knelt, some were crying with joy, others praying with fervor. It felt weird. Weirder still, mana started to flow my way. It was golden. I opened my hands, collecting some just to observe it. A small golden pool gathered above my palms. It reached for me, but I held it still, staring at it. It wasn't like Aurelia's golden tendrils of healing magic. Those were made of light, air, fire, and water. No, this was something else. I tried something, pulling out my beer stein. A single drop fell inside, and the artifact began to glow furiously with mana. I decided not to push that experiment any further. I stored the item before continuing my observation. I examined the energy again. I noticed a few arcana and elemental runes, but interestingly no light or darkness mana, and no runa was part of the mix. But the runes were far too few to be the actual power. They were just residues of another magic at work, one I couldn't see. That was formed by a chorus of psyche or something else entirely. I thought about the strange power pooling around me like it was waiting for me to do something with it. After a few seconds of deliberation, I decided to give it a new home. A power I couldn't see, manifested by what seemed to be people's will. No way to know for certain, hoping for the best and ready for the worst. I'd jump into the void if anything went horribly wrong. The power flowed through me before disappearing, not into arcana, but into nothing. What? Impossible. It had to have gone somewhere. Harmony, has there been any change in my status? I asked the voice in my head. Etheric density went from 8.6 to 14.7. No other change detected, she answered. Thank you, H. So my etheric density had just jumped a good amount. Then why didn't I feel like I had that much more arcana to draw from? Maybe I couldn't feel it because I was already fried, or maybe it was simply more potent. One way to find out. Then I realized I was still in the middle of something and had to say something. Fuck. I had zoned out, completely forgot about the crowd. I looked at Aurelia with pleading eyes and saw her shoulders jumping up and down, one knee to the ground, but looking at me from the corner of her eye. She had definitely noticed. She found that funny. Using her own aura trick, I mumbled to her, "Careful, some people might think you're mocking me, including me. Could you give me a hint? I'm dying here." "Oh, you were doing so well. Forgot all the lines already. Not that I ever saw you read the notes I gave you. Just tell them to stand, and politely tell them to go out front for the speech. At ease, listen carefully. I'm going to go do a speech outside. I expect to see you again there. I'll give you a head start. Ready?" Then I remembered they weren't grunts. They were civilians. "Just kidding, don't run. We don't need people getting injured. I'll take a few moments with my family before going out, so there's no need to hurry. Toodle-doo." I waved at them with a smile before falling into my own shadow and disappearing from sight, then appearing in the back room. I found the first sofa and threw myself onto it. Soon I was joined by my family, close friends, and a few important church staff who seemed nervous. Meanwhile, I was lounging with a smoke at the corner of my mouth. My mind still pissed, I couldn't see the natural runes of that gold ribbon. That was very far from how you were supposed to address them, but I guess you can't show a new trick to an old dog, Your Highness, Aurelia said with a condescending tone, trying and failing to hold back her giggles. She looked like she'd been having fun at my expense for a while, a few dried tears at the corners of her eyes. But her aura made it clear she was having a good day. "Some things are worth ignoring. Etiquette is one of those, Your Holiness. And you're probably far older than me anyway. Your children are literally over 2,000 years old, Sam. There is absolutely no way in hell I'm older than you. Also, Holiness? Seriously? You are literally the incarnation of a god, and you're going to call me Your Holiness," Aurelia said, looking at me like I was the dumbest king in history, a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. "Touché." I nodded slowly. "By the way, Lysa, do you know which artifact this is?" "You don't know?" "Oh right, I just remembered. Sorry, I present to you a crown forged from a high archangel's halo and core, the Crown of Thorns, and, last but not least, arcanium from the heart of Nidavellir. Oh, and a bit of high-grade mithril in the alloy too. You named it Sacrament. It had another name before, but I can't remember it. Not like it had a tag when you picked it up." "Oh, and I think the itch should pass by itself," Lysa answered. Interesting, when she spoke the artifact's name, no wave of power pulsed. Huh. Sacrament, I tried. The most powerful wave of energy I had ever generated exploded out of me, sending physical ripples through the air that lifted dust from the ground and ceiling, blowing out every candle in the cathedral, and judging by the gasps outside, pretty far beyond that. "Sam," Hope said, giving me that reprimanding look, the instant I said the word. "Damn, okay. Sorry, for a moment I thought I could finally just speak normally. So I'm allowed to wear the damn thing, but can't say its name. This is ridiculous. Anyway, that was kinda cool. I'm gonna have to ask you more about that thing later, Lisa. And how did you know it itched? Also, is Harmony gonna deactivate for everyone when I take the crown off to go to sleep?" I asked, looking at her, still confused by her clairvoyance and still shocked by the power of the wave. "Well, I don't know if it would, but how do I explain that?" She turned, looking around the room, and her eyes fell on Hope. "Mum, are you and my father close?" she asked the ram girl, staring a bit too intensely. Seems she didn't want to tell me herself for some reason. "We are very close, and I will not take anyone trying to get us apart," Hope answered, clearly on the defensive. "Not at all, Lysa said, growing a shade paler and deflating like a balloon, Hope's words not yet sinking in. "Wanted to know if you could tell him." "Don't worry, I got it," Hope said with that sadistic smile of hers that made my heart start pumping fast. Lysa was frozen, still processing, far too confused to answer. Hope looked like she was in a great mood for some reason. Did ladies like crowns? Maybe it was because I hadn't gone missing. Hope walked toward me, stopping a foot in front of me. Her breath was warm on my neck. Her hand reached for my chest, worked its way up my neck, the back of my head, then settled on the side of the crown as she tugged it low, forcing me to lean low to the left. She kissed me, her tongue wrapping around mine and melting my brain. It was brief, our mouths separated. I was dazed and confused. She leaned over my ear, her warm breath brushing my skin. "I'm glad to know I'm not the only horny one," she whispered barely audibly. Then she bit my earlobe for a second before releasing me and flicking a finger at the crown. It sounded like thick wood. I felt the vibration down my forehead and into my bones. Hope gave me a wink, took a step back, and pulled out a mirror, handing it to me before exploding with laughter. I looked at my reflection. The crown was gone, and 4 large black horns had taken its place on the sides of my head. "What the shit? Is that permanent? This is going to get in the way of my hat," I said, still recovering from how flustered Hope had just made me. That's when I realized she had just out-dad-joked me with the deadliest pun. I looked at her and nodded with a smile. That was clever. Does it look bad? Doesn't look that holy to me, if I'm honest. It looks good, Sam, and at least it shouldn't get in the way of your mask. Now get yourself together. Hesitation isn't your style. The faster you're done with the speech, the faster you get to have some fun in the arena and a good meal, Hope said, patting my chest. Her devilish smile sliced through my facade like paper. "I already know what I'm going to eat," I answered, looking at Hope with more than just good intentions. "You keep your dirty talk to yourself, old man," Blaze said. Celeste grabbed Lysa into a tight hug and started running around with her sister in her arms like a plushie. "It's been so long, Faith. It's so good to see someone still has the same face, and it was so fun to hear you both play together again. Also, I don't know if Dad told you, but that lady who just kissed him is Death, although she's in complete denial. Destiny is also here, but time is gone already. I was the first out, as you can see, and you're the lucky second. I noticed you tuned the hell out of Harmony. It's so smooth now, and I didn't get a single glitch yet. And how many features did you stack into that spell? Ha 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 ha." Celeste rambled, crushing her sister while speaking faster and faster. She continued with a long cascade of information about everything happening at the moment while her sister fought for a bit of oxygen. It was pointless. Lysa's head was squished into Celeste's chest, and her ribcage was crushed by her sister's ridiculous strength. She finally settled at a speaking speed that anyone under S6 would have trouble making sense of. I kept an eye on them, making sure she didn't accidentally kill her. I heard a few ribs snap when she started talking about Blaze, making me realize she was more than head over heels for the young man. After a long reflection, I had decided Celeste and Blaze's relationship was none of my business, as long as they could keep it in their pants until they were both adults. Hope moved to my right as others closed in, still giggling at how she had went for a double kill. "So can we finally know what your stage and level are?" Wojtek asked, like I was holding the biggest secret in the universe. Everyone turned to look at me, their eyes burning with curiosity. "It's on a need-to-know basis, but I am allowed to tell you that I indeed have a level and a stage. I need to check with my chain of command before making any further statements, Major Wojtek," I answered with a neutral face and tone. "I think you don't understand what being our king means, Sam. You are the one at the top of the chain. There's no one to consult." He seemed genuinely baffled. I stared him in the eyes and raised my voice slightly. "My love, what do you think? Should I keep my level and stage to myself?" "Let's keep this to ourselves as much as possible for now," Hope answered after a few seconds of thought, "but everyone in this room can be trusted. Furthermore, they are the people who need to know the most." "Thank you, my love," I replied, still staring at Wojtek. It took several seconds of silence before Wojtek finally understood what I had done. When it clicked, the sigh that escaped him cracked me up. Then he started laughing, his low, rough voice almost sounding like a grunt. "Wait, everyone, let's take bets. What are we betting? 10 large gold coins good with everyone?" Matthias interrupted with his thundering voice. "How about the winners get a symbolic copper coin?" Katrina suggested. "Where's the fun in that?" He shot back immediately. "Matthias, there are kids around," Katrina reminded him gently. "They're barely kids. They're more brilliant than half the adults I know. And they're pre-teens," he tried to argue before a white cane found his shin. "Fuck, of course a copper coin is actually a wonderful idea," he winced, glancing at his short husband who wore the most charming smile under his mustache. "I believe what my husband meant is that he would offer a symbolic mithril coin out of his own pocket to anyone who guesses Samael's stage," Claudius said with a smile, looking at Korvax and Ravnica. I could see Matthias visibly deflating, but he stayed silent. "And if someone gets it perfectly, I'll give them a special surprise," I added. "What is it?" Blaze asked, his hair seeming to burn a little brighter. "It's a surprise," I said with a wry smile. Everyone agreed, and bets were taken. Most placed their bets at stage 10 or stage 11, which honestly surprised me. Lisa guessed stage 8. Hope guessed stage 4. Blaze and Celeste went wild with stage 0 and stage 12 respectively. Since Hope got the right stage, she won the special prize. but people immediately accused me of cheating, saying there was no way I was just S4 and that it made absolutely no sense. When I told them my level, it sparked a whole debate about what stage level 367 would be the equivalent to. We agreed that S7 was a good estimate, although others insisted that my unique power made me the equivalent of at least S10. The debate was cut short, as unfortunately, we had to head to the balcony for the speech. We stepped outside onto the balcony, where I noticed what looked like microphones had been attached. Transmitted over radio too. Maybe I really should make an effort. Every square inch of the plaza and the nearby streets was filled to the brim. As soon as they saw me, they all knelt. Not again. Please get up, brothers and sisters. There is no need to kneel in front of me, especially not in this snow. I'm sorry we kept you waiting in the cold for so long. We were playing and I lost track of time. Today marks another day of opportunities gifted to us by the great men and women who gave their lives to ensure we would have a tomorrow. Others sacrificed part of their physical or mental health. Many more were innocents who lost everything to a war they never asked for. In their memory, I would like all of us to honor a minute of silence. The silence was heavy. Everyone had lost someone by now. Among the crowd, I noticed a few strong individuals who seemed to outshine the rest in power. Yet they hadn't been invited to the ceremony, or more likely, they were keeping watch from within the masses. Still, there were millions waiting for me to break the silence. I noticed multiple spell formations begin to appear in the sky above the crowd, each one vanishing almost instantly, interrupted before almost anyone could notice. Multiple powerful individuals in the crowd were now missing. I pulled out the cornucopia, showing the crowd I hadn't lost it. It was glowing like the sun. I poured a generous portion onto the stones for the deads. Waited a few seconds. No explosions. The stein was still glowing. I took a sip. I was warm and light, like chicken broth. It was still glowing, but at least it didn't feel like it wanted to explode in my hand anymore. May we never forget them, and may we enjoy this festivity carrying them in our hearts. On this day, I want you to remember that everything is possible if we put our minds to it. We are the ones who must make sure their sacrifice was not in vain. I would like to start these festivities with a demonstration of the new tools that our troops will be working with to win the war. I know all the technologies flooding your lives have been a lot to get used to, but I am sure by now you've noticed how useful these implements are for everyday labor. Today marks another step on our journey to the stars. Please look to the sky. The future is now. With perfect timing, 7 military planes that had never been showcased before flew over the basilica in a flawless wing formation. I was glad to see Blaze had poured so much attention into this project. Every plane had to be built from scratch, using fragmented knowledge or knowledge of a completely different world. The one flying in the center looked like a tilt-rotor aircraft with 2 pairs of wings and 4 large propeller and engines. Still, it flew like the rest and looked like it could carry over 100 combat-ready troops. If it had VTOL, we might be able to scale it down into small troop carriers capable of dropping squads of 10 to 12 people anywhere. It could also be an amazing weapons platform for ground support. Making any large rooftop or open field a landing zone was key to modern special operations. I grew increasingly curious about what the front line looked like now. There was no doubt this project had been running for a while to have so many variants. The crowd began applauding. I noticed a silhouette approaching me invisibly on the balcony. No mana or runa leaking. Perfect invisibility. For a moment I was confused, thinking it was Hope, as I recognized her silhouette in the void. But she was on the balcony, staring at the sky with awe. The invisible woman wore armor and held a large axe. She stopped behind me, positioning herself to swing at my head and... swoosh! Her axe swung through my neck without resistance, my neck appearing smoky for a moment, an instant a bit like smoke going through an hologram. I turned around as a flurry of blows came at me at high velocity, hitting absolutely nothing. She stepped back and I pulled my giant messer. You know, you could have just asked me for a fight in the arena. Also, I can see you clear as day, so sorry your plan didn't work. So, who are you anyway? She went all out, trying to hit me with the flat of the axe without any more tangible results, her speed surpassing mine by a huge margin, but it was pointless. The blade passed through me, dispersing me like smoke before I congealed back almost instantly, without the slightest trace of damage on my clothes. It was the funniest thing, as it took almost nothing to maintain the void shield over myself. You can still surrender, I said, switching the sword to my left hand. She slashed again, and this time I blocked it. Her axe hit the sword, and not only was it stopped, but it cracked like an egg hitting an iron wall. The strangest part was that I didn't feel any impact or resistance from the clash. It almost felt like it wanted to go through more. I wondered what kind of jobs Blaze and his buddies really took to get that kind of stuff. I wondered it would crack against an archangel. Could I improve it further, and why did I suddenly have an obsession with knowledge? Was I being influenced, or was it a form of paranoia? Hope finally noticed what was happening and moved closer to Korvax and Ravnica. All of them had a weapon in their hands. The attacker dropped her ruined axe as it broke and jumped back, pulling a foot-long blade from her belt. She tried to cast a spell at me, but a lazy sword slash that she easily dodged cancelled all of her magic. The simple wave of arcana not disrupting it all, including tearing a huge chunk of power out of her core. It swept away the spell formation she had nearly completed and every buff she'd cast on herself, including her invisibility, before taking a lazy arc upward and coming right back at me, fueling me up even more. She definitely hadn't expected it to be this hard to land a hit on me, nor that I could see her. Her biggest advantage didn't work against me, and she was smart enough to realize it. She turned and sprinted towards the door, but I had kept my right hand free for exactly that reason. I drew my revolver, and 2 runa-filled bullets found the back of her knees, went through the front, and bounced back inside her armor to finishing the job. She fell face first, screaming in pain, and I holstered my BFR again, sending a cloud of arcana around her to prevent any spell casting. By the time the crowd realized I had been attacked, the assailant was already being dragged inside by 2 paladins, leaving a bloody trail behind. I noticed another ramkin moving toward me without mana or aura. My hand instinctively found the pistol's grip, but the person wasn't invisible, it was Cardinal Ramstein. He was wearing a dark grey robe tied around the belt with a simple rope. He had clearly been hiding in the crowd. I could see a faint sliver of sweat on his forehead. "Your Majesty, did you just—" He didn't seem able to comprehend what had just happened. "Shoot her in the knees." "Yes, I did. Better than the head, no? Why should I have just let her go?" "She kind of waved her axe through me over 100 times, I answered, watching how confused he looked. "Yes, Father, he caught the Bloody Mary," Hope said, looking at the Cardinal with the brightest smile I had ever seen on her face, her aura overflowing with joy. "She's the one who killed Luke, Sam. And not just him, she killed many more. Killed my first dad, killed so many. Tried to get Blaze and me too. Many times, actually. It happened too fast." "How did she not even touch you?" Hope asked, checking my clothes and looking for any wound. Aurelia and Blaze looked stunned. "You have to tell the people. Tell them you just captured Bloody Mary," Aurelia said, finally snapping out of her stupor. I turned back to the crowd. "Sorry, apparently someone called Bloody Mary just tried her luck with me. Not the brightest idea. Anyway, she is now in our loving care and missing both kneecaps. No one else looks injured at the moment," I told the millions who were waiting in silence. "Please give us 2 minutes, just to make sure everyone is okay," I added before returning to Hope and the kids, checking her to make sure she was all right. Once everyone was accounted for, I grabbed Hope's arm and walked back to the front of the balcony. I raised my hand toward the crowd and they cheered, more of that strange power flowing inside me before disappearing. I lowered my arm, and the crowd went so silent we would have heard crickets if it wasn't winter. "Allow me, friends, to take the opportunity of your presence to do something I should have done a long time ago and refused to push any longer." I turned toward Hope and kneeled. "Hope Ramstein, will you do me the honor of being my wife, for now and forever?" I said, pulling a small box from my pocket and opening it to reveal a simple engraved mithril ring with a yellow topaz, cut to have 7 sides. Every woman on the balcony gasped, Hope included. She turned bright red, simply nodding at Mark II. She offered me her hand, and I slipped the jewel on her ring finger. It was a perfect fit. I rose back to my feet, and she giggled. "She said yes," I yelled to the crowd, who had been waiting to hear her answer. They cheered almost hysterically. I leaned into Hope's ear, accidentally bumping her with my new horns, which only made her laugh harder. She wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. "I'm sorry I didn't propose officially earlier." "Sam, you big oaf, I love you. I think it's the first time I've seen you kneel for someone. This is so not how the ceremony is supposed to go, but decorum was never your kind anyway. We'll talk about the details after your fight." She pulled out a heavy mithril band and placed it on the major finger of my right hand. "I am claiming you, Samael, sword of my heart." Then we gave each other a soft kiss as the city roared. 75 Duel. February 9th, 8079, 1900 hours. After the speech, we took a car with a whole motorcade of over 20 vehicles, including Azure Ravens riding some of the newest ones that had been clearly modified with light armor and weapon mounts to fit all kinds of weaponry. It was more akin to a military convoy than a royal motorcade, made mostly of S4 and S5 Azure Raven members and S6 paladins. Not that they were relevant, considering the amount of strong people in attendance. Hell, my butler was S8 while I was a mere S4. The road to the arena was made easy as people cleared the way, golden mist flowing from them to me the entire way. Did everyone see that? No one else really seemed to pay it any attention. By now, I was pretty sure my increased etheric density might only be a side effect of absorbing residual mana and arcana. I realized that when I tried to separate it on my way to the arena, but quickly noticed I had no influence on that third substance that was somehow carried to me by mana and arcana. I just realized that my original plan to keep it hush-hush on a wider scale until we had weapons to take down the endless hordes of powerful opponents has just been sent to the back of the barn. I don't know how far that spell will reach. For all I know, we might have just made our enemy stronger by giving them something to grow with. Hell, for all I know, we might have sent harmony to some randos in parallel universes too. I wonder if people on Earth will get it, I told Hope as we approached the Colosseum. I honestly don't know. It's a lot to take in, honestly. It's so weird, and I'm afraid of what I'll find out about myself, so I didn't open my stats yet. I need to make myself ready for it first. Do you mind being with me when I do? She asked with pleading eyes, dropping the facade she kept in front of everyone. Of course. I really don't care what it says. In the end, you are you, and I love everything that you are, I whispered to her as the SUV stopped in front of the giant building, meant to receive 250,000 people inside it, while projecting to over 1 million in the streets. Others were listening to the radio outside, wearing formal attire with their neighbors. We made our way to the VIP suite, where I was expected to give another speech. We're not here for a speech. We're here for games. Have fun tonight. I saluted the crowd, and they cheered. I knew how boring it was to listen to 4 speeches in a row when all you wanted was some good entertainment. The opening game was a trophy truck race, followed by adventurers fighting a monster, then more music with dancers, horse races, and others. Finally, my turn came. I was sent to a prep room, where my dragon-scale coat was waiting on a table next to a short catkin girl with short ears and sandy fur. Roxane, enchanting seamstress. I noticed she was concealing her true power by keeping her mana under her skin, making it harder to assess her real strength. I didn't have enough of that skin to make you a whole new coat from scratch, so I had to use the less damaged parts of your old coat. Which is to say, very little. The fact that you're thinner also helped. I don't know what you faced, but I don't think I can make anything that can defend you against what cut through that coat. It made a clean cut through the scales while we only cut the leather. Still, I believe we should make you something new. A king should not walk in tattered clothes, Samael, she said, barely hiding the reproach. I'm going to be bulking up in the months to come, so I'm sure there'll be a few opportunities. In the end, I need a coat more than armor. Although, if I may suggest, if you can find something that repairs itself with power or something. I've got more than enough power to fuel an item or two. Also, maybe something less bright than red since I'm going to be on the front. Don't worry, I'll have a few sizes sent your way, and I'll try to figure something out for headwear. I have a friend or two that owe me a favor. I have a few premium items that have been collecting dust since most of the richest people don't tear their stuff apart like you. Still, to slice dragon scale like butter and not crack it, that's insane. What did it? She asked. I don't think you would believe me if I told you, but it was a giant eldritch pigeon, I answered flatly. She tilted her head, looking at me confused, as if I were speaking a completely different language. Told you. Anyway, thanks for the repairs, I said, taking off the white coronation coat to slip into a more appropriate coat to dish it out in the arena. The cut was a bit different from the old coat, with a few pockets layered on the inside and outside. I entered the arena. Elder Diana entered from the other side, her large axe slung over her back. She wore simple leather pants and boots with a loose silk shirt and a belt with a pair of short swords. She moved with grace, her hair braided tight to her skull. A predatory smile was plastered across her ageless face. I noticed that, like Roxane, she seemed to be hiding some of her power. Was she stronger than her already powerful S10? We met at the center. So how does it work? It's my first official duel. First one to surrender, fall unconscious, or die loses, she said, tone flat. As long as you actually surrender, if I have you in a position where you would die. We can't afford to lose good people just to protect their pride, I said. Fine with me. I will surrender if I see no way to win. But I want to see the power of the man, not the power of his weapons. Melee weapons and magic only. Open field, she added. Fine with me, but at the moment I have only one melee weapon, and I believe it might be too powerful for this duel, I said, pulling out my sword. Her eyes grew wide as they landed on the blade. An adamantium dragon slayer. Impressive, but fret not. This axe should be more than able to take its attacks, she said, showing me her axe. The edge was adamantium, while the rest was almost pure mithril. The whole thing was riddled with enchantments. The shaft was made of a thick, mana-dense branch with cores embedded within the knots to power the enchants. It was a proper weapon. Awesome, I answered, looking at her axe with amazement and offering her my right hand. She grabbed my forearm, so I did the same, looking into her eyes. She was a warrior, no doubt about it. But I had a few tricks of my own now. Glass platforms rose from the crystalline sand and carried us both to where we would start, as the terrain flattened and the barrier over the arena activated. It was powerful. And I noticed the one operating the console of the arena was Fate, her face hidden behind a thick black veil. A silver coin hovered over the center of the ring, then it fell, its descent feeling slow. As soon as it touched the floor, Elder Diana and I launched at each other with an opening strike. I noticed she had buffed herself with a dozen spells before we could even close the distance. I stopped a dozen feet short, still out of range, and sent a first quick sword slash her way, fueled with arcana to disturb her buffs. She jumped, dodging the invisible wave, and came at me with a powerful overhead strike. I blocked, and actually felt some resistance from her axe. The wave of arcana rolled back toward me and hit her in the back, shutting down her buffs. Her weapon vibrated violently before rebounding hard, pulling the Tiger Woman away from my counterattack. She looked disturbed and quickly replaced all her spells, trying to figure out what had hit her. I took a few quick steps forward, sending a few unpowered slashes to keep her guessing. She dodged them with ease, still trying to figure out how I had undone her magic, while I observed the runes she was using with full attention, learning from her, wiping her spells every now and then to observe how she built her circles. I copied her first two buffs, speed and agility boost, combining them into a single spell before giving them an extra twist. Adding one sequences of runes from each spell another into a circle I had made with arcana and a few void runes, until it became a single magic circle that functioned with me as the recipient. When I was satisfied with the spell, I let the sum arcana turn into mana, exposing and activating the circle in a single instant. I tried to feel the power as it turned and activated. It was a success. She looked confused, but when I launched at her this time, my speed, agility, and reflexes matched hers. She blocked one of my downward strikes, and the impact was so powerful that both her feet sank a foot deep, leaving large craters as a powerful gust of wind whipped out with a crack. She countered with a bright smile, letting a bit more of her power leak out and powering her spells further. She launched at me, forcing me to step back under her flurry of blows, all with powerful impacts that shook the arena. But the enchant on my sword kept me relatively grounded. I started powering my own spell more. I wasn't even at 10% output. I added a few runes of my own that I had gathered over time to stabilize the spell under higher pressure, all while maintaining a void defense that would let any attack that would draw blood phase through the surface of the void. No need to destroy my freshly repaired coat. Diana was finally starting to take me seriously, unleashing some of her true power in strikes that could sever mountains in two. But I held my own, never letting her breathe and forcing her to keep increasing her output, matching it one for one, testing how stable the buff was and how my body reacted. Her assault was unrelenting, yet she still seemed to have more in reserve. Not that I didn't have my own. I was barely at 18% output on my buffs just to match her as she was. Every clash sent dust and glass flying everywhere so violently that the arena shield had to catch it. Both of us smithing the other with powerful blows that we blocked or evaded, increasing output after each impact, testing each other's limits. The combat had probably been going for less than 2 minutes. The crowd was silent, and I was having a ton of fun, laughing like a madman. "Not bad. Done with the warm-up?" she asked with a wry smile. "Ready when you are," I answered. She dropped the restriction on her power partially. Her aura flared, powerful and wild. The air around her shimmered, her hair floating as if in space. All her buff spells tripled in size and density. She was not S10 at all. She was almost as powerful as Celeste, in fact. Awesome. I pushed my output to around 40% to match hers, and the impact of our weapons shattered like thunder. Diana infused her axe with earth mana, the spell carrying her strength even further. I countered without any noticeable difference and instead picked up runes out of her top shelf buffs to send them straight into my own spell, collapsing her own. Having her tricks literally stolen visibly angered her, her assault redoubling in speed, though not in power. Had we reached her limit? She stacked more spells to boost herself and her weapon, holding over 20 active spells around her, while I maintained only 3. She was sweating profusely while I still looked fairly fresh. Her runes were highly effective, but her power felt shackled. For some reasons, it looked like she had to send 2 times the amount of mana to get any tangible results, forcing her to use smaller spells than what she should be able to. She lunged at me, pouring in a ton of power. I blocked it, but my feet dug deep into the ground. Impressive, she could push hard enough to strain the enchantment on the blade. That meant it wouldn't be enough to fight an angel. I finally had the intel I really wanted. I had observed the runes blocking the inertia of the axe. Now I needed to figure out how to exploit them properly to parry anything. I pushed mana into my sword, feeling out the enchant as I blocked a dozen more axe strikes. Once I had a solid grasp of the spellwork, I started pushing more earth mana into it. The enchantment only represented about 6% of what I could output. I pushed harder, and the spell climbed to 24%. Interestingly, my arcana pool didn't seem to diminish at all, even though I was pumping out a ton of power. Diana started sending spells my way to force me to move one way or another. I blocked some and countered others by shifting the directional runes into the formation before it completed and making her spells backfire. I was having a ton of fun, not really feeling in any danger, and taking my time to enjoy the spar as Diana began to run out of strategies. I decided to lower my output on the sword enchant. The challenge was losing a bit of its charm when I could match her 1-for-1 without being pushed around. She noticed I had lowered my defense and frowned, no doubt feeling a sting that I still had the upper hand, even though she couldn't sense the power flowing through me, though it was now clear to her that I wasn't defenseless. I wanted to learn more, but she seemed to have reached a decision. She swung her axe at me, and I blocked. However, it crashed into me like a snowplow on a freight train. I had to push more power into the sword as the recoil from the impact sent me flying into one of the arena's walls. She smiled, then frowned. This was impractical. I smiled, launching myself forward and deciding to go fully on the offensive. She blocked a powerful downward slash I sent her way. The impact vibrated through the ground, hitting the arena shield before blasting through the entire building. She sent a counter that I parried before sending a stab at her leg that she dodged backward, just in time to be slammed by a stone wall on the back that took her by surprise and emptied her lungs. I could have ended it there, but why would I? She was still climbing out of the dust when the back of my blade hit her stomach and sent her reeling high into the air. "Home run," I told the crowd as she hit the shield and bounced back in the arena. Launching after her, she fell on her feet just in time to block a powerful blow, our weapon echoing through the city without Aurelia's help. She slashed, putting her too much behind, and I parried and walked in the opening. Reappearing behind her, twisting in the air as my leg met her ribs, sending her flying a few meters. She landed on her feet and rolled aside just as I slammed into where she had been. I pushed myself toward her with air jets to move faster. A wall of fire greeted me, but an arcana-fueled slash dispelled it before it could graze me. However, when I landed, my foot slipped. The ground had been turned to ice. As I fell and drifted on the ice, she launched at me. I saw the air distort as she broke the sound barrier, her axe aimed perfectly. She expected me to block with my sword. Instead, I pushed myself faster on the ice with the still active air jets, dodging the blade by an inch and rolling back on my feet away from the ice just in time to block a sequence of slashes and spells until I had nowhere to escape but the void. I phased through her weapon and her, reappearing right behind her as the axe hit the ground, carving a ravine through the sand and shaking the whole stadium. She stared, confused, at where I had been an instant earlier as my blade rested on her back without force. 2 out of 3, I asked with a smile, not wanting to lose the opportunity to learn more. "You honor me," she answered with a bright smile as she turned around, clearly enjoying the fight as much as I did. We began circling each other before clashing again with still some speed and strength in reserve, but swinging with abandon. The ground around us was pulverized and sent flying by the impacts, leaving only 2 stable points of terrain beneath our feet as we launched attacks and defended with expert precision. I used a mix of spear techniques and saber techniques. My style was simple, emphasizing fundamentals and exploiting my unique flexibility rather than fancy swordsmanship. The long blade also let me use it like a short spear, precise thrusts and wide blocks, while using the point to keep her from working her way too close. The Tiger Woman was incredibly quick and agile. I held back from using arcana or void power, wanting to stretch the fight as long as possible. I was finally starting to get a good sweat going. The buffing spell was taxing my body. Still, this was probably the best spar I'd get before heading to the front, so I wanted to pick as much experience from it as possible. I pushed the spell output a bit more, feeling my bones flex uncomfortably, almost breaking when I moved. I toned it down. My void arm, however, could take the output without flinching, so I ended up wielding the sword only with my left arm. The artificial joints allowed movements that were impossible for a normal body. Deadly, unpredictable angles that almost caught the warrior several times before her insane reflexes saved her time and time again. She was more skilled than me, but I was unpredictable and adapting quickly, my left arm swinging faster than I should have been capable of, and without the typical limitations of biological joints. The ground gave up under us as me clashed. Her use of magic wasn't only good at injuring or boosting, it was also great to control the flow of battle with trickery and obstacles. Walls of earth flipped into my path, ice patches formed, fire bursts erupted. I cancelled half her spells by messing with the runes directly and dodged the rest, reading each spell's structure as she formed it and sending hundreds of stones the size of a golf ball at her. She launched at me swinging the flat of her axe to clear herself away through the hail before sending a strong downward chop aimed at my head. I blocked, but it was a feint. She smashed the pommel in my face. I let the weapon hit the void instead of me, simply moving aside and pulling her wrist to use her own inertia and send her flying. Wah! She yelped as she was pulled off her feet and launched into the wall at Mach 1. I launched myself after her. She blocked my swing but looked confused, not understanding why her previous hit hadn't connected. She tried again with a furious tornado of attacks, trying to force an opening, but my blade moved as if it had a mind of its own, blocking, deflecting, countering. My body was getting tired, but I still hadn't reached a point where I felt I had truly tested her real potential. She was powerful, unbelievably so, but it looked like her power had plateaued. Why are you holding back? You have a ton of power that you don't tap into, and why do your spell drain so much mana? I asked, taking a few steps back. Are you mocking me? She asked, stepping back as well. No, you're far stronger than what you're showing me, but you don't tap your potential, I said, looking at her seriously. I want to fight the stronger you, not the one who's using just a bit of mana trickery. Use that strength you're hiding. You're the second person to say that. What is it? I have no clue what power you mean, and the other person who knew died before they could tell me, she said sincerely. You've got a lot of elemental control, and that's great. But your buffs? It's like you took the smallest bite out of an idea and stopped evolving it the moment you got a result you liked. I shrugged. Only about 10% of your increased speed is actually the spell, the rest is that power. So why settle for a tiny sliver when there's a mountain behind it? Hell, in just 2 minutes of testing spell work with the same runes, I was moving so fast my bones were bending. So I know the problem isn't the runes, but the fact that you are using them as a placebo for something else. I told her, lighting a dart. She stared at me, stunned. So you did steal my runes? She said accusingly. Tut, 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 I didn't steal them. I tactically acquired them. And made a new spell of my own, reusing some of the same runes. So it would be more appropriate to say that I learned them, really. Oh, that just gave me an idea. Hold on a minute, I answered as I took out some runes from the spell to replace them with others, including a few void and earth runes to diminish the effect of inertia on my body, which might solve the bendy bones problem. Are you using me? She asked defensively. I use you and you use me. A fair trade. I grow strong and you get to show off what you really have to a whole country. I like your fighting spirit, so I want to see your true potential as my ally, I answered. That's not decided yet. Our duel isn't done, she said. I know, that's why I want you to show me the good stuff before I wrap it up, I said with a wry smile while taking a drag. Don't sell the bear's pelt before killing it, she answered with a smile of her own. Did you notice anything unusual in your status? There might have been a hint or two hidden in it, I tried. I didn't want to miss anything from the ceremony, so I decided to wait and forgot about it, she said with a slight blush. Well, what are you waiting for? Do it, I'll wait, I told her. She looked at me hesitantly before I finally saw her eyes start to glow with mana. I turned to look at the crowd. To my surprise, people had actual merch of me, wearing red-scaled trench coats made of dyed fabric and raven masks as accessories. Just 2 minutes, please. I hope you are enjoying the show until now. Do you want more? I can't hear you. I said, do you want more? I told the crowd, and they roared. I looked at one of the giant screens inside the stadium. It was playing the fight in slow motion. It looked far more impressive than it did from my point of view. I entertained the crowd a bit more before Diana signaled me. King Samael, I thank you for the advice. I am grasping what you meant. It seems, however, you will not be able to find the challenge you seek, as I have been cursed, she said with a sigh. Oh, really? Show me, I said. Curious. She showed me a deep gash on her ribs that was healed, but it oozed with a dark and purple aura, disrupting her mana flow. Melanor gave me this a while ago. I had my doubts it was a curse, but in order to keep everyone's moral high. She didn't elaborate more. I understood. Can I asked, pointing at the cursed injury. She nodded, and I placed a hand on it. Using tendrils of mana to feel the extent of the curse, it reached dangerously near to her core, using her own power to fuel itself and grow with her. A nasty spell. I washed it away with a wave of arcana, trying to not extinguish her core at the same time, grabbing all the fleeing dark mana, converting it to arcana and giving it back to her as elemental mana that she could use. She paled and stumbled a bit. Are you okay? I asked, concerned. Yes, just give me a minute. It's like floodgates just opened to my core, she said, taking deep breath. I noticed her posture shift and her shoulders relax. Take all the time you need, I answered, while the crowd looked stunned. Okay, I'm good. Better than good even. I picked a silver coin out of my pocket and flicked it into the air with my right thumb. I clenched the sword with my left hand. Diana took a pose almost as if she were going to throw her axe. The coin touched the ground and Diana swung, actually throwing the axe at me before jumping to the side. I stood there and blocked the axe, curious about what her plan was. As her weapon collided with mine, 24 simple spells erupted all around me, sending cones of flames and sharp stones at me while trying to trap me inside earth pillars. Imitating the effect of the swear bomb, but using my arcana, I sent a wave of power that disrupted her spells, but also forced me to cast my own buffs again. She looked at me stunned. I didn't give her time to think about it and launched myself at her. I noticed my bones weren't flexing anymore, so I pushed the spell more. I swung my sword at her, but she dodged with ease, leaping back, pulling out both of her short swords. She jumped toward me, slashing and stabbing with both swords. I was forced to move back. She was especially good at getting within my guard, overwhelming me with the amount of attacks she sent my way. My next movements were anticipated, and spells were being launched not where I was, but where I would be. She was tuned in. It was like fighting a completely different warrior. In raw power and precision, she had me beat. I only made it through by phasing through the most dangerous attacks, dodging and dispelling spells around me as they popped up. A dozen stone spikes stabbed toward me as Diana sheated her swords and grabbed her axe, immediately swinging it in a wide arc, sending a ton of debris my way. I had to use the void to dodge the pikes, moving myself behind her and sending a swing her way. She leapt forward to dodge. "You are finally showing some of teeth," she said, looking at me with a proud grin. "This is just scratching the surface," I answered, as 50 single-rune flame spells exploded all at once. I launched myself at the fireball while lifting 2 dirt slabs to slam into her. She dodged the dirt walls, but still lost a few hairs in the fire. The flames around her disappeared as my sword swung at her neck. She blocked it with her axe just in time, but was sent flying a dozen meters away, falling back on her feet. My sword barely vibrated under the impact. However, I noticed that my fast speed had ripped my smoke apart, forcing me to grab a fresh one and improvise a wind and inertia shield spell for it. Diana looked at me, confused at what I was doing before realizing and making an audible sigh. Once I was done, she launched at me, more precise, calculated, and flexible. In raw power output, she had me beat. I only made it through by phasing through the worst hits, dodging and dispelling her spells as they appeared. It was like facing a tornado of impacts and spells, and I loved it. Her power was easily twice as strong as previously, but the real difference was how she moved. But she didn't have more tricks, only overwhelming me with her raw strength, while I kept her on her toes with spells of my own. We matched each other in brutality for another 2 minutes of unrelenting violence. I picked up a few more runes, but my body grew tired of functioning so fast, starting a fast-ticking timer for the end of the match. Her power almost exploded as she launched at me again with a wide swing. The swing of her axe blocked, in extremis, by my sword sent shockwaves that shook the whole building through the shield and left craters under my feet. Then I feinted her, pretending to block her next one, but phasing through her weapon instead and placing my blade on the skin of her neck. "That's 2 out of 3. You win," she said, taking a knee a second after realizing where I was. "I thank you for the gift of harmony, healing, and guidance. The Felid clan recognizes you as the avatar of the God King, ruler of the world," she said as another wave of golden mysterious power flooded through me, flowing from the sky. "Please get up, my friend. I just hope that it was as valuable an experience for you as it was for me." I told her with a smile, sending my sword back inside my glove before offering my hand to help her. It was indeed a valuable experience. I believe I found the way I need to grow. "Thank you, King Samael, for this unique opportunity," she said, grabbing my hand and stepping up. "And please, Diana, call me Sam from now on." "So what are you doing next?" I asked her, curious. "Going back home to find my people before we start our pilgrimage to Talaria," she answered. "Pilgrimage? And does that mean that your whole clan will walk here just to say hi and then go back home? That's one hell of a trek just to see a guy," I said, trying to understand. "No, not exactly. My clan has been nomadic for the last 1,000 years after a war against the Empire almost killed all of us. They hope to find a home, a place to live and fight, a place to win back the privilege we once lost, to sleep more than 2 nights in the same place. It comes with risks, as we will have to go through the Empire for part of the trek. But we know the risk," she said. "How many are you?" I asked, concerned, knowing what the Empire would do to them if they sniffed them out. "We were about 6,000 when I left half a dozen years ago," she answered. "Please have a word with Major Wojtek. I'm certain we can figure out a way to airlift your people here without them having to walk the whole way through hostile terrain. It won't be done in a single day, but it should still be far faster and safer than what they would have to face otherwise." "Are you aware of other clans in the same situation?" I asked, considering how valuable this could be as an opportunity to gather more people into the workforce, all while conducting aerial reconnaissance, of course. It would be a great exercise to keep our cargo planes occupied while we kept the Empire occupied with a higher priority problem. "A few, yes. Very few can ever find a home in the wildlands and keep it. Nah, if you can help us find the ones you think should be evacuated, I would be in your debt. However, I understand how long you have been separated from your clan and would understand if you decided to stay by their side instead," I told her. After all, what sent her on a journey to find me was what sent me on mine to find my way home. She kneeled again. "King Samael, I vow on my name and honor to protect and serve you until your wife picks me up to my first and last rest," she said with a smile and a tear at the corner of her eye. That same damned energy started to flow from her to me. "Sure, suit yourself. I'm sure we can find you a job and a uniform. Now please get up, this is embarrassing," I told her as the crowd started to cheer with religious fervor. A musical show by Katrina and the Capitol's orchestra closed the event. I joined Hope, and we were driven back home by the same motorcade. Interestingly, a second one was waiting outside the city walls, composed of heavier light armored trucks with high-end firepower. And on the way home, I wondered how the hell had I gone from being a soldier to being a religious leader leading a bloody crusade. 76 Heritage. February 9th, 8079, 23 hours. Lysa laughed when she saw the log house that was our home, saying that it was completely absurd to put a chalet over a factory fort. I didn't understand what was so weird about it, but I didn't argue. Hope and I showed Lysa her new room before hugging her and retreating to our own, while the kids stayed up late playing skyscrapers and robots, a tabletop game that required an ungodly amount of strange dice. Once I took off my clothes, I finally saw the damage. Every bit of fat I had accumulated, which is to say just enough to make me look healthy, had vanished. However, the muscles hadn't been eaten. I sighed audibly. Hope looked at me for a moment before realizing what had happened. That's what you get for using a buff recklessly. I guess it's better than having to piece you back together. Looking at how surprised you are, was it the first time you actually used a speed buff? And did I hear you say your bones bent from the force? She asked. Yes and yes. Although I fixed the spell to reduce inertia on my own body, so the bone bending is fixed. But Diana actually took it easy on me, otherwise I would be in far worse shape than that, I'm sure. She was barely getting started. It was a test and an exhibition of power. She wanted to know if I was the real deal and wanted to show that she could be useful. What won the fight was when I broke the curse Melanor had left her, I told Hope. Are you sure she can be trusted? Hope said, her golden eyes peering into mine. I think so, but only time will tell, I answered. We really are going to have to fatten you up if you are going to be using that spell again. I'll make you one of my recovery hot cocos tomorrow. I'm getting tired of dating a man who looks like a corpse, she said, poking at my ribs with a wry smile. I wonder what's in that hot cocoa, I said, pensive. 1 liter of fresh milk, a pound of butter, maple syrup, spices and chocolate, she answered immediately with a smirk. Damn, that's Arctic expedition stuff. Actually, it does make sense now that I think about it. I guess I know a few recipes too then, I told her with a smile of my own. Can I ask you something? I said, looking at her more seriously. She tensed up, but nodded. I will be leaving for the Empire soon. Would you like to come? I asked, nervous. What do you mean, who will take care of the kids and the house? She said. They're maids and butlers, with Katrina, Gibby, Claudius, and Aurelia to consult if something is going on. We also have the phone, so if there is an emergency, we will be quickly told. We can also extract quickly if something happen, I answered. I had forgot about them, the maids. Fair enough. Do you think we could look at my status first? I've been pondering while we rode home, and I think I need to know. Harmony, share my status to Samael. Let's read it together and discuss it after, Hope said as I noticed an icon pop up. I quickly accepted the prompt and her stats appeared. I didn't know we could do that. Status. Name, Hope Ramstein race. Beastkin, Fairy Hybrid class. Reaper level, 41. Stage, 6 etheric density, 61%. Mana affinities, air 87%. Fire 32%, earth 41%. Water 85%. Light 98%. Darkness 0%. Death 100%. Titles: Undertaker Savior. Harvester Avatar of Death skills. Stealth level 6. Mana manipulation level 2. Spellcasting level 5. Instantaneous spellcasting level 3. Weapon mastery level 5. Necromancy level 1. Animancy level 1. Well, I see nothing outrageous, I said, still looking at the stats. Oh no. No, Hope said, sounding like she was spiraling down. I closed the stats and hugged her. Her face was streaked in tears. I mean, necromancy is all about the use. There is a literal fortress made out of bones out there. I think necromancy can be done ethically. The possibilities are only limited by our imagination. Even your status says you are Death's avatar, so it kind of makes sense you would have powers related to it, no? And what's animancy? Animancy is magic of the soul. This is not something that is well seen at all. This is infringing on the territory of a gods. We shouldn't. Necromancy and animancy are taboo. If word got out, our public image might change for the worse, Hope said. Skills and tools aren't evil. The people who use them, however, are another thing entirely. But that shouldn't be a problem for you, love. Also, you are not infringing on the territory of a god. You are literally her avatar. First, let's have you test what you can do and level these skills a bit. Maybe the imitation of the real stuff is used by evil people, and the way you use it might be completely different. Holy. I see 2 ways to get that knowledge. The first is to get a private place with a few monster corpses. The second, we go to the front and figure it out in the thick of it. Your choice. But I mean, if I do that, there will be no going back. What if I turn into a lich or some monster? She said, making excuses. We both know this is not how it happens, and even if you change, my love will not. So better knowing you can do something and never have to do it, than being able to do something and losing someone because you didn't know you could, I said, hoping to help her break the ice. But I am part fairy, darling. That changes everything. Fairy blood tends to create mutations, health complications. It also tends to change how people think. Fays are dangerous. Half fairies are ostracized by both physical and magical beings. It might be my biggest issue. I need to find which kind of fairy, as it might be extremely dangerous, she said, still scared. If it was a problem, fate would have told you, right? Are there possible good outcomes of it? I asked. There are a few upsides, but they are far outweighed by the amount of downsides. I have seen horror stories with my own eyes. For all we know, necromancy and soulmancy might be the trigger to a drastic physical change. It's scary. Wait, I'm the goddamned king. Let's just ask some trustworthy seers, I said with a flash of genius. Aren't you the best precog we have? She answered, confused. Far from it. I only had visions in my dreams. I never did any seer spells, in fact. I barely started to scratch the surface of how to use runes. And there is so much information that I have trouble keeping up. Not only that, but most spells have to be stabilized to work on me, which gives me a ton of extra work. Not only that, but I'm still new to making spell circles. So I might not be able to give the same precise outcome a pro would have, I told Hope. You copied the spells of someone who fought against Melanor and survived, all in a few minutes, and while also fighting them. Not only that, but you combined them into a new spell on the fly. People spend weeks to years building a new spell, and you just did it. So I think you should learn some precog magic and tell me once you looked into the possible outcomes. I don't trust that fate girl. I do trust you, but I will not do so blindly. You should also learn healing magic from Aurelia. You might not be easy to kill, but the same cannot be said for the others around you. I would feel better knowing you knew how to patch people up, she said. You know what? That's a great idea, and this is why I am not the brain of the operation. Let's get all the information we can before taking any decisions. I'll try to learn as much as I can about magic formations in my downtime. How about you go give the Bone Fortress a look? There might be some information there that might help you understand what that power is and how it works without committing to it, I answered, hugging her. On another note, did I tell you my etheric density is glitched? Hey H, what is it at right now? I asked out loud. I like that plan. And really, what does it say? Hope asked, tilting her head to the side, curious. 17.1, H said. Not percent, just 17.1. Odd, isn't it? Holy shit. So you are at 1,710%. That's ridiculous. How did you go beyond 1? No idea. I think it might be my high-carb diet or the horniness, I said. You're an idiot, but the crown might be it indeed. She turned on herself. Could you help me undo my dress, please? She asked, moving her hair to the side, showing me her nape. Her dress must have had 100 hidden tiny buttons and laces. At first, I tried undoing them the normal way, but after 5 minutes, only 3 buttons had relented. How much do you like that dress? I asked her, kissing her neck. I want to keep it. You sure you can't save it? I don't mind if it takes us an hour or two, she said. Her voice was smooth. No problem, was just making sure, I answered. There was something else I wanted to do for a few hours. Observing the problem differently, I decided to try phasing buttons through the fabric instead. It worked like magic, probably because it was, and I finally started making good progress. Only to be stopped by knots that looked completely impossible to undo in the ribbons holding the corset together. No problem. Let's just phase the ribbon through the grommet and let the maid figure it out. The back was left open. I grabbed her stomach in my left hand and allowed my right one inside the dress. She was wearing her slime suit in a format that resembled a tight, revealing swimsuit that used suction to stick to her skin, with long socks and gloves. She gasped as my right hand started to caress her. She moved a step away, holding the dress so she wouldn't reveal her sexy outfit. Did you break anything? She asked over her shoulder, her face heated. Nothing. I had to improvise against those knots, but it is completely intact, I answered with a smile. I'll see for myself, she said, her voice soft like honey. She raised an eyebrow at me before letting the dress fall to the ground and taking a step back, leaning forward to pick it up. She didn't bend her knees and ground her behind on my artillery, taking her sweet time to inspect and fold the dress on the ground. I was hypnotized as my hand moved to her hips. You did good. I think you deserve a reward, she said, slowly getting up while rubbing herself on me. She turned around, grabbed my horns with both hands, and pulled me down towards her face for a passionate kiss before forcing my head lower. We didn't sleep that night. The only reason we stopped, in fact, was a knock on the door from Tahue, reminding us that there was a world outside the room we were in. That and the fact it was 9:30 in the morning. Sorry, give us a few minutes to make ourselves presentable, I said at a normal tone, simply pushing my voice to Tahue through the door. She bowed and left. Hope used a cleaning spell that I copied. Since it worked on the surface of the body, all I had to do was keep my arcana inside my skin, and the spell worked as intended. We quickly got dressed in loose clothes and made our way to the dining room, where Robert had prepared a feast for Hope and me. Everyone else already vacating to their own daily affairs, Lysa deciding to hang with Ravnica for the day, Hope decided to go see her dad, as he might have some answers about what type of fairy she shared blood with. After thinking for a while, I decided that the two people who could teach me the most about healing, precognition magic, and all-purpose runes would be Aurelia and Fate. I would also take the time to go meet every powerhouse we had to learn about their magic and learn more about their more precise roles in order to better direct them in the way we needed to go. A week quickly went by, my time having been spent between meeting with military and paramilitary officers, planning the coming offensive, classes with panels of experts, including a seer who used a unique type of spell based around a thing he called remote viewing and projection. I ended up getting both skills after a single session with him. The bishop was a strange man, but even Fate recognized that his method was powerful and complementary to hers. They also showed me how to protect myself from visions in my sleep. Saying that, however, it didn't shield me from my own mind. Apparently when people died, they often sent an echo into the world, seers being like giant Ethernet towers receiving every signal they were strong enough to catch, growing worse as they got more powerful. They were glad I had sought information, as even Fate didn't expect me to be a precog. Apparently, the only thing that balanced her seeing power was other precogs and their influence on the web of reality. It made the universe split in multiple directions. A single action could create a dozen possibilities, and seeing them all at once placed a strong strain on both my eyes and brain. Leaving me dazed and confused for the period of time it took my brain to process the information, which could be half a minute for a small thing and stretch to almost an hour if I tried to see something further than a few weeks down the road, leaving me with terrible headaches. However, remote viewing was an interesting way to gather live information. Projection being used to send images into the brain of people I could see. Both skills had a ton of uses. When I asked Fate about Hope's fairy blood, she said that it was a good thing, and that although when it would awaken, Hope would change a bit, she would remain herself, and only gain a massive growth in power and new abilities, while only having a few minor physical changes that didn't result in any discomfort or health problems. She might have a slight personality change, but it would only be due to her better understanding of the world and not her fairy blood. I also got the same answers at the price of a few mind-numbing headaches. Still, I tried as many outputs as I could to figure which one had the best happiness-to-sadness ratio for Hope, wanting to be 100% sure she would be safe and happy through the experience. My healing lessons also resulted in surprising results, as I could just dump tremendous amounts of power into fixing almost anything. Holding people's bones together with arcana, or keeping someone's heart beating, while I isolated poison in bubbles of protective mana and extracted it through the skin. Actively combating infections and more. I could destroy curses with ease and close wounds faster than even Aurelia could. That power wasn't aimed at myself, but rather at augmenting my allies' sustainability, preventing my allies from dying. I wasn't able to grow limbs back yet, but I figured that with the knowledge of modern medicine I had, it was only a question of time before I could. I wouldn't be able to restore my arm, as it was now symbiotic with the void part of my soul, but I could maybe help Hope and a few others. The rest of my time was split between celebrations and the factories, where I helped produce some very special batches of ammunition in large quantities. Only the projectiles were infused, allowing me to infuse whole silos worth of ammunition with ease. I prepped enough to keep the factories occupied for a whole month, assembling the munitions 3 hours a day, while the rest of the hours were used to produce the normal ammo. I wanted to have it made and distributed as soon as possible, since armies that would be almost impossible to kill were probably already on their way to us. The special rounds were dipped in a two-tone silver and black lubricant paint before being assembled. Missions were sent to locate the Felid clan after Seers reduced the places to look down to 4. Our forces had started massing near the border with the Empire, staging for an offensive. Meanwhile, information was collected by our own infiltrators in the enemy ranks and double agents who had started feeding the Empire wrong information, saying we were staging to cut down a few smaller towns on their borders, like a few of our other attacks through the last years. A larger plan by Wojtek and another officer named Mirabel to set the stage for the later offensive, where we would break every pattern we had been setting from the start to make sure we got them with their pants down. We had kept night fighting to a minimum. Apparently, the planes only participated in night operations with the Ravens until now. It was a secret ace they had been fighting to keep in their sleeve for a while. But the real key for this operation was a new machine that could lay down up to 500 meters of double-wide railroads in an hour. The plan being to clear a path towards Centralia with a column of every type of land vehicles we had with air support, overwhelming speed and power. The Azure Ravens would open the way. However, it would still be a hard fight, as the Empire had also evolved a lot in 6 years. Learning how to fight back, only 2 more days before we left for the front and made a new mark in history. Hope, having spent her own time studying the Bone Fortress and a few other artifacts Aurelia personally showed her, seemed to have come to a few conclusions of her own, but she didn't elaborate about her theories. She had decided to come with me, as war would provide her with the resources necessary to grow. Still, now she knew what would happen and had even taken the time to prepare everyone for it. We both made our testaments as we were about to get in the thick of it, and it might be our last opportunity to do so. We had a big family party where everyone got to try ambrosia from the still glowing cornucopia as a blessing I offered them or something. I honestly was too drunk to remember much when we did it, but apparently even Poe got some, to Tahui's greatest dismay. Today I had 2 simple objectives. I needed to free my kid that was in Aurelia's office and open the royal vaults. After that, a single day of rest, and finally our departure to launch Operation Canuck. 77 Secret Tunnel. February 16th, 8079, 10 hours. Celeste, Lysa, Fate, Hope and I were left alone in Aurelia's office to activate the Tabarnak, a large gold box with 2 small statues of winged beings touching the tips of each other's wings, which in itself looked awfully similar to the legendary Ark of the Covenant. We all just hung around it, not knowing how to activate it. I decided to grab both golden winged thingies on the top. Nothing happened. Strange, it should have detected the key and activated. Did you forget to bring it, you lunatic? Fate asked, gazing at me through the thick veil covering her face. What key? I asked. The lighter, the one little Cherry gave you, she snapped, a hint of panic going through her voice. The Zippo? I asked. Yes, Fate snapped at me like I was the biggest idiot. I gave it back to her before Warden picked me up. She said she needed to give it back to its original owner. When he came by, I answered. And Celeste? She didn't realize that it was her father's fire. She should have picked it up and brought it back. Damn it. My plans hinged on the boy's prowess. I don't understand. It should have worked. It was supposed to happen. Oh no. I never accounted for Sam to be a precog. Fuck, I'm a fucking idiot. I need to review everything. I hope I can fix this. She mumbled to herself, stumbling towards a sofa. Fate left herself fall on the couch, holding her head with what I recognized as backlash from her seer mind going to seek the answers to her questions before she asked them. Something that was made worse by her body's infantile form and the strength of her draconic blood. She had described those attacks to me already during one of her classes, how sometimes things she predicted with 99% accuracy didn't happen, and the backlash it placed on her psyche. Her attacks were unpredictable and very violent, sometimes leaving her unable to walk for days at a time, but she never complained and always took notes after each. We held Fate company as her attack looked like a severe one. I used healing magic to reduce her pain while she rested on Hope's thigh. Her open eyes moved frantically, observing without blinking. Her heart rate was dangerously high. I stimulated her brain to dump a few hormones into her system to help her heart relax and calm down. I noticed she looked a bit less tense, but still completely lost in the futures and placing a lot of strain on her nervous system. I used water mana to keep her eyes lubricated. I think I have an idea, but I don't know how it's going to go. I feel her power, and I think I can give her a hand. Alleviate some of the mental burden, I told Hope with a serious look. But? Hope asked, raising an eyebrow while holding Fate, who had started spasming. She looked calm on the surface, but I could feel how agitated the situation made her. I've never done that before, and it might make it worse at first. But I think the chances are on our side. I could also just bypass the key entirely and find our son by forcing the spell or diving into the abyss to pick him up, I said, finding options. Help her. We'll see what she says once this is done, Hope said, looking me in the eyes. Hope wasn't the only agitated one, I realized. Kids generated an empathic response that we had trouble ignoring. Must be just that. Hell, we barely knew that girl. Those eyes being carved into my brain had nothing to do with it. Otherwise, Hope would not be in a similar state, was the conclusion I came to. I leaned on the sofa, resting my head on Hope's right thigh, just above where her prosthesis started. She gave me a soft kiss on the forehead, placed her hand over my heart, and gave me the nod as she kept Fate down with her other hand, placed firmly on the kid. I closed my eyes and then ejected a filament of mana through the top of my brain. It got caught by her core like metal to a magnet. I connected to her with a constant flow, but changing the types of mana in random sequences as I tried to connect to her on a deeper level. Creating friction between our power, like if I wanted to strike a match. I could feel something working, and then I decided to try the projection skill. Starting by thinking about absolutely nothing and let myself float out of my meat puppet. Pushing my mind into Fate's. Due to years of rigorous training with the military and prolonged time in captivity, My mind was extremely adapted at spacing off for prolonged periods of time, but since this galaxy was so messed up, it also resulted in some weird witchcraft that precogs used, and apparently that was an extremely rare skill in which I outclassed many of the best there were. Noticing she had no way to realize I was there, as her brain was being flooded by a few lifetimes worth of anecdotal information, I decided to force the connection. It worked, and my brain started to receive and classify information. Fate had finally noticed, and I felt her presence close to mine. We started filtering through hundreds of futures. Even though our minds had a direct link, we had no way to communicate and could only share glimpses of information. I wanted to suggest something and had to scratch my head to figure out a way to communicate it. Finally, I decided the easiest way would be to search and give her inputs on my results. I concentrated around the idea of hacking the spell with Arcana or going through the abyss to grab my son. And I got flashes in answer. In most of them, the capital was turned to ashes. In others, some defense mechanism in the spell triggered and the moon crashed into the planet, killing everyone under S11 within a year. In the single instance where I got him and came back with the boy, the passage through the abyss shattered his core. With that knowledge, I tried to find a dozen different ways to make it through the void, but again and again he died. Well shit, I shared my results. I was apparently about to do one of the most reckless acts there ever was. Fate always said that to get the best answer, you had to be precise in your questioning. Otherwise people got gibberish. Yet I preferred to let my mind roam free most of the time. Still, I had a new piece of information. The void was great at sucking people dry of mana. It was a tool that was completely on par with Arcana in a completely different way. Fate was already looking 100 different ways to get back the Zippo. One thing was clear, we had to act fast, as there was a sense of danger looming over Cherry. Then my mind drifted, and before I knew it, I was asking another question. One that had no link and no reason to be asked. My mind had just zoned out for a second, and my inner thoughts just acted. Should I keep crystallizing? What if I did, and what if I didn't? However, since we were linked and Fate was focused on how to free Fortitude like a dog on the delivery guy, the question mixed into, would it help for us free Fortitude if I completed the crystallization skill? A question that would be considered vague normally, as there were no timeframes, precise series of actions and reactions, or location. Yet I got a simple feeling as an answer. It did. I shared the feeling, but in the end it was too vague. I wondered who was the best person to recover the Zippo. Getting once again an answer, a feeling of warm fire, burning with the force of passion. I concentrated on the strength, S8. So definitely, Blaze could recover it. I shared my discovery, and she did what I could only describe as taking the full bandwidth. She kept going for a short while before sharing a blurred image of a wide-shouldered giant with pale purplish-grey skin. Probably 10 or 11 feet tall and dressed in white, with a brilliant smile and a kind aura. Then we were sent back into our bodies. I opened my eyes. I had a terrible headache and was drenched in sweat, which was actually kind of rare for me. Hope was holding my hand firmly. I noticed she also held Fate's tiny hand. Realizing I was back, she dropped my hand and pulled out a smoke, lighting it and taking a long puff before blowing the smoke in my face and wiping a drizzle of blood that had came out of my nose with a pink fabric tissue. That was reckless, Sam, she said before placing the stick on the corner of my lips. But it worked, Fate said. This is far from the worst headache I've had. Still, thanks for the assist, which, by the way, how did you do? I've never heard of anyone doing what you did, she added, her voice groggy. She was still laying on Hope's thigh. I realized that she hadn't even moved her arms. Even her facial expression looked numb. Scanning her with my aura and a healing-type examination spell, her temperature was high, her lungs were strained, and a few organs were also about to give up. She had broken 2 of her fingers, and her heart looked like it wanted to take a nap for a few minutes. I stabilized her and then looked at her brain. No tumor, but I noticed that her brain structure was atypical. Hey, ever heard of consent? She said, her pink eyes staring at me. Hope had probably lifted the veil at one point or another to help her breathe easier. Fuck off, smooth brain, I answered, flipping her veil back on her face, knowing even with my healing, she would need at least a day or 2 to recover the ability to walk without jello legs. My brain isn't smooth, and stop being mean. Look how much work you just gave me, all because Mister is still in partial denial. I'm glad you actually took the time to check what could happen if you fucked too much with the artifact before doing anything irreversible for once. Don't forget, you almost blew up the whole country with your cornucopia shenanigan, you dimwit. Do you start to realize that the impact of your actions have exponential consequences? She said, sounding like an old nagging wife. Well, for all I know, I've been doing pretty good until now. Still got most of my parts and even some new ones. Thing is, I try not to get into the shit while you just jumped straight into it, I answered with a cocky grin. Good. You think you've done good? Really? Sam, if you didn't play games about your identity once you knew you had a role, and if you did a bit of research yourself, You would have already conquered the Empire, securing far more people for the Great War. If you weren't always begging to get into every fight no matter what, you would still have an arm and would be able to phase through the void with more ease than you can now. And as for tendencies to get into shit, let me remind you how you got sent to meet Celeste. Still, I can admit that what you did with the arm was neat. It kind of suits you in a strange way that the other options didn't share. Maybe it's time's influence, who knows? Still, you almost died right there. An unacceptable risk. Starting now, you have to always stay within reach of a stage 6 or higher healer at all times, day and night. We have too much to lose. You have too much intel. Losing you would definitely tilt the balance against us, I told Fate. But we have 3 key pieces of information I never thought of, Fate mentioned with a distorted smile that was almost creepy. I wish it was worth it. Although I agree Sam's changes are aesthetically pleasing, I believe that if you wanted to live with him, you will have to be far more careful. You need to make it to at least 30 if you want any chance with of being more than a strange kid, understood? Hope asked, trying to put on a facade to hide how worried she had been. 25 will be when this body reaches maturity, but that's beside the point. What matters is what we learned. One that we can achieve more than a stalemate against the Order of Light and Pillars of Abyss. That is, if we can develop a spell to share the psychic burden with multiple seers. 2. Blaze and Celeste will go into the Ethereum in a few weeks to retrieve the Zippo and give Cherry an item we will grab in the vault, Fate said. Blaze is key to the success. Without him, they don't survive, I told Hope as she was about to protest. I don't want to lose them. Not with Warden Guy around, Hope said, her voice weak. They are the only ones with a possible chance to succeed. In fact, even without Celeste, he has a chance of success over 50%, which, by the way, is greater than Sam's. With Celeste, it climbs to over 90 and 97% chance of complete success if they go after a few weeks of preparation and training. More than that, and the chances start to reverse fast, however. It is our only viable and safe option. Also, it wouldn't be a problem for them to meet Seers. He only ever had one target for the birdcage. At the moment, he's probably curled in on himself in the Royal Palace Hall in the middle of an anxiety attack over what he did to Sam, Fate explained simply. Blaze is just S8, Hope said. And I'm S4. I will train the boy and make sure he has everything he needs, I stated. You can't train him. You are leaving tomorrow for the Empire, Sam, Hope shot back. Yes, and it will be a perfect training ground for him, filled with things that will make him grow stronger. I also have been helping make a few batches of very special ammo that I have confirmed is useful against up to S12. The boy is growing strong faster than even I am, so I have no doubt he will make it back. Also, Celeste has been there already and we know where to appear, so everything should be dandy. He's going to be 18 soon. At that age, I had already faced death multiple times, and we weren't acquainted then. I winked at her. Fine, but if something happens to him, I'm holding both of you responsible. What's the third thing you learned? Hope said with a sigh of exhaustion. Even while being one of the strongest precogs in history, Sam still finds a way to be a self-destroying idiot who just wanders around fighting whatever he encounters until it becomes a friend or a corpse. He should really get a nanny, Fate said in the most serious tone imaginable, but I could see her shoulders jump with a small hidden giggle. Keep talking like that and I won't fix you next time you start to make the bacon, I shot back at her. Will you two quit bickering for 5 minutes already? Hope sighed audibly, trying to hide her own giggles. I'm sorry, it's just been so long. I lived countless lives, always hoping the next death would bring me here. I think I just forgot what it meant to try and take care of yourself, Fate said, her voice loaded with emotion. She paused to steady the shake in her voice. I'm sorry for worrying you. Sorry I didn't tell you anything. Sorry this is how you learned it. But at least now I know why the future kept changing unpredictably. Fate said with a mix of both pain and guilt in her voice. You should have told me. Your body cannot take so much stress. You need to find a way to tame your powers until you grow strong enough to endure it. Still, I forgive you. However, I will not forgive you that recklessness. Sam might be able to ignore everything normal about having a mortal body, but you young miss can't. Hope told Fate, her tone soft and caring, like when she was taking care of me. Hope picked up Fate in a princess carry, and we joined the rest of the group. We then all made our way to the large motorcade composed of over 200 escort vehicles and 100 cars meant for the staff. People were surprisingly quick to get into the vehicles. Soon we departed going to the east, going out of the city and through many villages and towns towards a hill formation 4 hours from the capital. Arriving close to the destination, the non-essential staff was directed to an outpost, while the core of the motorcade went around the giant hill that I hesitated to call a mountain, covered in snow with only a bush and a patch of tall grass here and there piercing through the thick white cover. The motorcade took a turn, heading straight toward a rock wall at full speed. I could feel a tunnel through the void, but it was hidden from my other senses, not even the flow of mana around the tunnel telling of its existence. The vehicles rushed through the wall, which turned out to be an advanced illusion spell, hiding multiple sets of reinforced doors that closed as soon as the last vehicle passed them. Secret tunnel, through the mountain, secret tunnel. I sang, staring out the window, surprising everyone who had tensed up. Lisa broke into laughter, quickly followed by the others. You know, you would make a killing as an artist too. Your voice has a sort of magnetic charisma, Your Majesty. The people keep requesting your songs on the radio, the driver said. It's just a hobby, really. Something to take the edge off. I'm not a big fan of working crowds, believe it or not. But who knows, one day I might scratch a vinyl or two for people to enjoy. Is it me, or your voice sounds familiar? Do I know you? From before the whole arena thing, I mean, I asked him. Name's Steve. I had the pleasure of guiding your family on a ride through the capital a while ago. I also drove you to a few places. I decided to take the challenge of trying to become your personal chauffeur. You, your wives, and your son have done more for my family than I could ever repay. So I decided to do all I could to help you in my own way. Had to do the whole Azure Raven training program, get deployed, and a few more steps. But Queen Hope facilitated the process after that. I'm honored that you remember me, Your Majesty. Ah yes, the guy who knew the capital on the tip of his fingers and could tell it in an actually interesting way. Think you had a wife and kids too, is that right? Absolutely right, sir. I now have a second wife and more kids too. I now have 4 girls and a boy. I couldn't be more blessed, he said with a grin. This is awesome, my friend. You have done a lot. I admire your determination and am honored to you working by my side. I answered with a smile. And please drop the Majesty stuff with me. Like I said, not a fan of all that attention. Call me sir or call me by my name. That goes for you too, Sarge. It's okay in public, but when we are in private like this, it gets heavy fast. Understood? Yes, sir, they answered in unison. Thank you, sir, I heard the driver say before brushing his face. The drive was going steeply down for an uncomfortably long time. We passed a reinforced checkpoint with sealed doors every few minutes. By now we had seen dozens. Whatever was here, they wanted to make sure no one got in. Or out. We eventually passed the last checkpoint, the doors opening to reveal what looked like an abandoned city made of steel and stone. Skyscrapers stretched high into the darkness beyond where our lights reached. A few buildings had people in them. Judging by their power and how they moved, they were all elite military. A few vehicles passing nearby soon confirmed my guess. This was a giant complex operating with a skeleton crew. Not a full-blown military base, for now at least. It was good to know we had an option for relocation in the worst-case scenario. A bunker able to shelter millions. We just needed to fill it up with survival gear for the apocalypse. We passed by a few paladins on foot patrol. So what is this place exactly? I asked the Steve. I have no fucking clue, sir. He added the last part after a pause. The Pontifex Maximus is the one giving us directions on where to go at the moment. But I did notice that only paladins are holding security. So either it's one of their bases, or they're just here to keep people out. They have a small outpost on top and at the bottom of the hill, but the secret tunnel and whatever this is, it's all new to me too, sir, said the co-driver. He wore the insignia of a sergeant in the Ravens. His insignia looked different from the Raven holding a belt of ammo that the driver had. His was a Raven within a cog, worn and battle-scarred. Did they change the logo at some point? I pulled my cap out and looked at the aquila on it. Turned out it looked awfully similar to a Poe now that I actually looked at it. The car stopped, pulling me out of my thoughts. I tried to put my cap on, a simple reflex. Instead, I impaled my void hand on one of my horns. I sighed and put the cap back into storage. Hope, Fate, and Lisa, who were in the back of the truck with me, saw everything and laughed their asses off. Their laughter followed me out of the car. Thick bioluminescent moss grew in patches on the pale grey buildings and on the sides of the streets. The eerily silent towers standing in the darkness had a gloomy presence. They looked like a mix of dwarven, Gothic, and brutalist architecture, with a few buildings that distinguished themselves with different architecture here and there. Please follow me and be careful. This is a historical site that we are trying to preserve. It is in really good shape, and we are trying to keep it that way. We believe this city was once on the ground level and got pulled into the earth for a reason we don't know. This city's shield helped preserve it for the future, a time capsule dating back 26,000 years. The tunnel down is dated to around 10,000 years ago. The moss you see isn't deteriorating the site, surprisingly enough. It seems to slowly move and clean the buildings of dust, rust, and a lot of other things, helping to preserve it, Aurelia said with a bright smile before making her non-mechanical wing glow softly. This city is named Tristran. It used to be on the surface indeed. There are many reasons why it is where it is. None that should worry you, but there is a good reason why it is such a tight secret. It isn't the only installation that has been hidden. They are aces that should not be deployed unless I or Sam tell you to, as it is a card that can be played once. Fate said from her wheelchair that was being pushed by Robert. Understanding it would be dark, I decided to make my horns glow so that I wouldn't stab someone by accident and to provide light for everyone else. I took a puff from one of those double tasting cigar as I looked at Hope and gave her a wink, and she in return blinded me with her flashlight. Ravi and Lily also had one on them. I still didn't really know what Hope used to do before we met, but I was pretty sure she had to bug out more than once. Noticing how everywhere she went, she always as much survival gear and rations as she could, replacing the potions on a regular basis. I just didn't have the space for lots of rations like she did, since I liked to carry enough ammo to go through the life cycle of every gun I owned, with a motorcycle taking almost all that was left, leaving me with only a few more cubic meters of space that I kept for loot. I really needed to get more storage space, or maybe I could take out my clothes. Looking at what I had made me realize that wouldn't change much. Turns out I only had a single change of clothes. Priorities, am I right? I asked myself. The inside of the building was clean, the air having a faint smell of mint. Do you think we could commercialize that moss? It smells great and actually cleans stuff really well now that I take a look. Could it clean pots and pans too? Blaze asked, rubbing his chin. Could place a patch in the back of the pickup truck. Hell, we could try to find a way to tell it what to clean with a bit of elven golemancy. Keep it contained to move only at night while staying in a small wood or metal box in the day, and sell it as the new way to clean the house without pain or a mess. Celeste answered sarcastically. That's a great idea. That is exactly what we are going to do. Don't give me that face. I'm 100% serious. It's a great idea and it's going to make you rich, he answered with a bright smile. We are already rich, you doofus, she answered. Well, I'm not. I only keep what I get from adventuring. In fact, most of my profit in the business is sent to charity, he answered, looking at her with a cocky wink that got him a flashlight to the face too. So how is that going to make you richer, Mr. Firecracker? Hope asked Blaze. It won't. That's why I said make her rich. It's her idea after all. I'm just going to give it a little push in the right direction. But the royalties will be hers, he said with a victorious grin, while Celeste sighed audibly. I see. And what if she wishes to remain poor? After all, she only works on what she wishes to and when she wishes to. Maybe she wishes to find freedom from the burden of money. Or maybe immortals don't need money, Hope said. Immortals definitely need coin. Currency is the biggest facilitator when working with mortals, and a hoard is what makes a dragon strong. Why do you think Melanor spends so much time in Centralia? He's afraid to get out of there since this is where his hoard is, Fate explained. Wouldn't it be better for him to actually try to attack me, instead of hitting? I asked Fate. He knows he has no way of killing you by now. Before your abyss magic, he would have had a shot, but now he can't touch you. And even if he does, you can ignore any lethal damage and patch yourself in seconds. His seer already told him. So he is going to make himself as much of a pain as he can, trying to gain time to elevate or secure some way to reincarnate before you catch him with his pants off. Fate said like it was the most evident thing in the world. I realized that I had never planned for an army of precogs telling our plans to the enemy, adding another layer to every action on a battlefield. But it might also have worked in our interest, since I blurred decisive actions when I was there. But that didn't mean there wasn't a whole war of information going on. Being a seer myself had shielded me without me ever acknowledging it. An unseen army constantly fighting to influence the present toward their optimal future, while I was being the most annoying Lego piece in their shoe imaginable. In retrospect, it was an awfully familiar feeling after all. Same thing as on Earth where drones, satellites and static cameras were always watching you. The Zava system drones that could track people through walls and the predictive AI that completed the surveillance. AI filtering every bit of information to create advanced profiles for every human that lived. If someone powerful wanted to see what you were doing, they would. If they wanted to know what you were most likely to do within a year or two, they would. They could even predict what you were going to buy at the supermarket. Same here, except the powerful ones here were literal weapons of mass destruction with the power to end this planet if not kept in check. We reached a mana-powered elevator that took us even lower. I just hoped that the ride to the secret vault would be worth it. 78 Secret Stash. February 16th, 8079, 16 hours 20 minutes. The elevator finally stopped, opening into a corridor with a 50 feet high vaulted ceiling, leading to a tall and wide door forged out of high-quality mithril. The door alone could probably finance a few more wars against the Empire. So how do we open it? Hope asked. There's a keyhole. You have to place your finger in it. It recognizes the soul, not the body. If it doesn't recognize the person, it chops the fingers off. Fate said. Will it chop my finger or something if it doesn't recognize me? From what I heard, I am quite the different man, I asked, wanting to keep my digits. Don't worry about that. You have void armor, arcane durability, and powerful healing spells. This door cannot hurt you. Just release a bit of Runetra off your finger and it should recognize you fine, Fate said. I shrugged. I looked at the intricate door that, in a strange way, reminded me of the elevator to the house doors back home. Was it Lily's work too? Following the intricate clockwork gears behind a pane of thick glass, I instinctively found the keyhole. I pushed my pinky in. I didn't feel anything, but the gears started spinning, pulling on cables, chains, and weights. I could feel large metal masses move through the wall for over 20 meters on both sides. I pulled my finger out, and half a minute later the door opened. Everyone agreed that I should be the one to get in first, since my finger was the key. I walked in, letting my aura roam to feel the size of the room. I was left wordless. The room extended beyond my reach on every side, but the height, which was 200 meters tall near the entryway, slowly going up the deeper the room went. The inside of the vault might even rival the city above in size. A mega warehouse filled with items that could take days or weeks just to see what was available on the ground surface. I quickly got pushed away from the doorway by everyone else who wanted to get a glimpse too. I sent a light spell high into the room to illuminate what we were looking at. We were all awestruck when the light revealed the treasure in front of us. Only Fate looked at the room like it was the most normal thing in the world. Stacks of pallets filled with gold bars, 2 literal mountain of gold coins, one for the small and one for the large coin. Mithril bars and coins placed neatly in a different stack. The mithril coins were placed in lined wood boxes, but still numbering over 40 pallets. There were even 24 pallets of adamantium bars and coins, which had Katrina completely stunned, mouth agape. Well, Sam, I believe this fortune places you as the richest man on the continent. Not even the richest dwarves have more than half a dozen adamantium bars, Aurelia said. Is it a spaceship I feel in the back? Celeste asked, her eyes growing the size of Toonies. It is indeed. However, we do not have the proper crew for it yet. But there are a few other things that should interest you far more and serve you better. How about we start our tour with the armory? I know for a fact that most of us are in desperate need of some weapons and armor that can match our output, Fate answered, taking a sharp turn to the left. So what exactly do we have stored here? I asked her as we made our way along the left wall past the wall of gold pallets. Next, we passed some racking filled with wooden boxes and barrels. Lots of everything: weapons, armor, money, materials, dried food, booze, tools, transport, clothing of all sizes and styles imaginable, the best collection of knowledge that exists. There is a large collection of magic items and a small museum where we stored items that were key to us at one point or another. There are even reserves of seeds that have been preserved with time's magic in case we want to reintroduce some plants after they all got destroyed. It is one of our side projects. This is the main one, but we also had individual ones that we placed here and there all around the King's Belt. However, there are a few important rules. Since some of the items preserved here are meant to be used at precise moments, I will have a right of veto on which items need to stay and which can go out. Normally the ones meant for a specific time are covered or have a red tag with a name and a time on it. I may also uncover some items and designate someone to have them. Do not argue and do not question it. Take it and keep it with you. When you take something, you give something. They don't have to be of the same value, but the closer they are, the better. For example, if you pick a weapon, you can leave a dress. But if you leave a tool, it would be better, and even better if it was a weapon. Fate explained. But a dress is a great weapon, Celeste interjected. If you see it that way, then my horde will recognize it. In fact, that reminds me. We will need to place a large reserve of firearms down here. Minimum 5,000 good machine guns, ideally 100,000 guns or more, with the ammo to go through their life cycles, repair parts, and all the blueprints of Blaze's inventions. If we could leave a few models, it would be nice. Especially the heater and AC combo you have been working on. I know it's going to be expensive, but we can afford it. Of course, there is no urgency to fill this request, as this is for 2,000 years from now, Fate said as the room grew taller, the deeper we went until light could no longer reach the ceiling. Wait, I haven't been working on that. I just shared the idea with Celeste yesterday. I knew it. There will be a revolution here. No more people dying of heat stroke in the summer and hypothermia in the winter. A single item to make anyone one at ease, no matter the weather. If my idea is right, I might be able to do so with the most basic S2 cores we have available, making them super cheap and powerful, Blaze said, his hair starting to burn brighter. You can call me Mom, you know, Fate answered. Yeah, sorry, nothing personal, but that's weird, Blaze answered immediately. Wait until we are done with our tour before you make your decision, young Phoenix, Fate answered with a conspiratorial tone. I never saw so much adamantium in my life. Also, where did you get that sword you used in the duel? I didn't know you had a dragon slayer, Hope whispered to me. I won it in a bet with Blaze. Apparently he got it doing a quest and didn't use it much, I answered, looking at her with a wide grin. He never told me he got that. I don't remember you telling me about any quest that would give you an adamantium blade, much less a dragon slayer, Blaze. Care to explain? Hope asked loudly enough for everyone to hear, making him miss a step as his hair started to burn a pale blue. Remember the mountain lizard I took down a year ago after killing the wyverns? It was in its cave, and I was cleared with the guild to keep it, he answered, reeling for an explanation. Did that lizard also have wings and breathe fire? Hope asked. I saw the panic in Blaze's eyes, his hair turning a deep blue. I don't remember. Did it have wings? Maybe? I wasn't really focused. The day before, we ate like pigs and something didn't go down well, he tried to explain, but I could already see what was coming. Streams of vapor rose from his forehead. Did you go on that dragon-slaying quest that I told you not to go on? Yes or no? Hope asked. Celeste made herself small, pretending to examine a barrel of honey. No, I didn't take the quest. We took another quest to slay a nest of wyverns. The mission was supposed to take a month and a half at least, but in a week we were done, so we decided to explore the mountain range. We found a cave. I found a gold coin at the entrance, so we thought something suspicious might have been going on and decided to explore when a lizard ambushed us. So we fought back and turned it in to the guild. How could I have known the quest location without taking the quest? That would have gone against all the guild's rules, not to mention I'm a junior. The guild staff would never have told me even if I tried, and the senior adventurers would never tell me either. If I listened to them, I would end up gathering herbs in the plain and slaying blue slimes, he said, slowly gaining back some confidence. So you stumbled into a Stage 10 red dragon by accident and decided that 3 Stage 8 junior adventurers should not turn tail and instead fight said creature. Yes or no? Well, he blocked the exit, so it was that or becoming its next meal, and I think we did good. Also, it was grey. I took the aggro for the flame attacks while Onyx took the physical damage. Bell did the finishing blow, and then before we had time to understand what was happening, the lizard was dead. So we looted and didn't think much of it. I took the corpse, and we kept roaming to see if we could find other caves. Fought a few magma bears, and then booked it home with still 3 weeks of rations, he answered, trying to make it sound benign. Like hell I'm going to believe that. You're grounded. No more adventuring until you are 21. I told you not to do it, and you did it. Then you tried to hide it, and now you are trying to lie. This is not how we raised you. You know it was grey because it was shedding. Making it far more aggressive, Hope said, sounding both angry and heartbroken. Blaze had turned back to a pale blue, his face plastered with guilt. It's okay, my love. I already confiscated his dragon slayer. He needs to keep adventuring. It's who he is, his way to fight. There is nothing to gain, and a lot to lose by slowing his progress. He will not be allowed back into the junior guild. I intend to forge him into a man who would not lie to his mother or his future wife. I will train him for a few weeks, then he will do a mission that will make him understand what overwhelming power means. By the time I am done with him, he will be a man. Then it will be the turn of the teachers at the Grand Academia to tear him apart. If the reports I read are accurate, that school has a few new teachers that are S9 and S10. The higher etheric density really helped people reach higher hay, I said, trying to calm Hope, who was fuming. Blaze, you are strong, I realize that, but we already lost Lily. I don't know if my heart can, she said, her voice choking up and her eyes filling with water. I hugged her tight, knowing that feeling all too well. He is far stronger than he looks. I don't think he will die in this millennia or the next, as long as he doesn't go out of his way to do so. See, a promise. I intend to train him like hell. Just leave it to me, that won't ever happen again, I told her, placing a kiss on her forehead. Fine, Hope said, hiding her face on my chest. The group started moving once again, however the cheerful mood had been murdered and buried. We passed shelves stocked with what looked like packed military tents and stacks of snowshoes before finally starting to see some weapons. Racks filled with hundreds of spears, swords, axes, warhammer, and anything in between. Most of the weapons were of average quality, nothing fancy. These were meant to arm a militia or something alike, nothing worth picking up. As we moved, an idea formed in my head. I had been pondering how and if making anchors to move to in case of emergency could be done. Sifting through runic combinations, using the void element and arcana as the anchor, I had found a few possible ways to do it, and I wanted to try one. Still, I decided to use caution. Hey Fate, what do you think about me making myself an anchor so I can come here anytime I need without losing a whole day? Could also be a last-ditch safe place to get to if I need to flee. Who knows, people might figure out that I'm just a dude or decide that horns are evil for some reason, I asked. I was actually about to tell you to place it over there, Fate said, pointing to a circle that had been painted on the floor containing a pocket watch, an orc skull recognizable by the tusks, and a golden cup holding what looked like fresh blood. Well, that settles it. I picked a bottle of maple syrup. The liquid inside had a faint trace of mana. I touched it and decoded its runes with perfect accuracy. Then I saturated the mana, turning it into a liquid that fused with the maple syrup 1-to-1, both of them overlapping perfectly. Then I did what I believed was the hardest thing I had tried. I turned the mana into arcana while preserving the essence of the runes and the taste, a faint grey mist seeming to flow through the liquid gold. I then adjusted the flavor of the arcana a touch to get it back to where it should be, saturating the arcana into a liquid that matched 1-to-1 once again. Using the maple syrup as the location, I made two 10-foot wide runic circles that held the bottle in the air above the painted circle. The two formations merged and twisted into a single one before shrinking and fusing with the bottle. I picked it out of the air and placed it in the circle. Damn, Dad, that was quick. How many runes was that? And did I hallucinate, or did you place a twist in your runic formation? Celeste asked. I did place a twist, as this seemed to help Void and Arcana coexist for some reason. As for the number of runes, I didn't count. It's just the first try. I'm starting to get a hand at forcing Void and Arcana to coexist, but this is still the trial phase, I answered. Trial phase? Please, you just invented a multi-elemental spell in less than a minute, and you made a runic circle with a damned twist in it. If I didn't know you, I would believe you were flexing right now, Hope said, poking me in the ribs. How did you know it was multi-elemental? Could you see it? I asked, wondering if she could see Arcana, Void, or both. Well, I can see what you call Void, and it mixed with a second invisible ring to create a single half-visible, half-invisible spell. Void is kind of easy to see, actually, when you use it the runic way, since it drinks all the light around the runes. But if I'm honest, I would rather not see these runes at all. They scare the shit out of me, she answered, and I noticed the hair on her arms were raised. The abyss has a tendency to drink people's sanity. I recommend you don't stare at the runes too much. Otherwise, your mind might fall into it, and trust me, you don't want that. The only reason Sam survived going into it is because of his power. That and his training with Seers. And believe me, you don't want the training to be able to do what Sam does, Fate stated. Everyone seemed to agree with that statement. Anyway, come with me. The good stuff is over there, Fate said, turning right into an aisle. The weapons here were of far better quality. The wood glowed with a bit of mana, and the blades were made of some mithril alloy, recognizable by its blue tint. They looked like they had generic enchantments. In a way, they reminded me of what we produce now for the military, the top end of what a cheap weapon could be. There were weapons to arm a whole medieval army already. I needed to make sure to stuff this place, since my instincts told me I would one day really appreciate something better than swords and spears to work with. For now, it could be used to store discarded military rifles that I wanted to keep out of civilian hands, namely anything automatic. Semi-auto magazine-fed weapons would soon enter the market. Arming the population was in fact fairly high in my priority. Transforming any soft target into a harder one would help secure the whole country. Not only that, but the militia program that paid civilians to train and help protect the civilians in case of attack was also a success. The fact that weapon carry was already normalized would only make things easier. It also would help keep nobles and politicians in check up to a certain point if I had to leave for a while. Is it the first life where we mass-produced firearms? I asked, incredulous. The kinetic weapons from your original world, yes. Firearms. We have done twice using Magitech, basically using cores as a power banks to shoot a spell, unlike what you did with the bombs and exotic ammo. But I must admit, although your weapons produce a lot of recoil, the shock factor they provide is amazing. To think people would be crazy enough to make stuff explode next to their face for long enough to turn it into an art is what impresses me most, to be honest, Fate answered. I know, right? Still, if we could 3D print stuff, we could solve so many problems. Don't get me wrong, they are good weapons, especially with the enchantments. But for example, the suppressor makes them gassy, a problem that could be mitigated with a flow-through suppressor. Not to mention caseless polymer ammo. Still, brass cartridges aren't the worst by far. We are far past the flintlock, and that is a victory in itself. I just wish we had the 3D printing capacity we had back on Earth. Caseless ammo was so damned practical, made us able to carry almost 3 times the ammo on our backs. Not that it is a problem here with pocket dimensions. We used to print single-use guns all the time for covert operations. Pull the tab and boom, you've got a loaded suppressed pistol with 18 bullets ready to screech. Use it, then throw it away. Completely untraceable, perfect to arm a resistance group. Need a car part, find the part number, press print, and you got what you needed. I said, more to myself than anything. Wait a minute, you just printed stuff. Can we spend the car ride home talking about how it worked? Blaze asked, suddenly excited. We'll see. I might make you work for it, since you're going to use it to become filthy rich, although I think the one who might profit the most is your Ravi, I answered. He tilted his head, confused. We arrived at the end of the aisle. In front of us, there was a fence with a door locked by a large padlock. Fate sent a sequence of runes and types of mana for a few seconds before the lock opened. What are you waiting for? Pull it off, Fate said, looking at me like an idiot. Why? Can't you do it yourself, Shrimp? I asked with a cocky grin. I'm starting to wonder if I should let you figure out the other security measures by yourself. In case you are too fucking blind to notice, asshole, I'm in a fucking wheelchair. Now once you're done being a fucking prick, move your butt over there and take off the damned lock, you twat, Fate snapped back. Enough, both of you. Hope interjected as I was about to say something. I pulled off the item. It was surprisingly heavy. I opened the door and used the lock as a door stopper. On the other side of the door were still more weapons, except these all looked different, built of various materials and using dozens of high-quality enchantments that differed for each weapon. All of them had mana cores of at least S7 power. We passed a second gate, then a third, before finally arriving at what Fate described as the good stuff. Weapons were held in glass cases and wooden boxes. Most of them had a plaque with a few bits of information. Some were covered with red, yellow, and blue drapes. Lysa, would you please pull the yellow drape over there? Fate said, pointing to a box the size of a small gymnasium covered in a giant yellow tarp. I could feel a tremendous amount of mana coming from under it. I counted over 24 weapons. I got you, Mom, Lysa said, making her way over with a wide smile and pulling off the cover with a wind gust spell to reveal an ornate glass case holding a small royalty-worthy exhibition. At first sight, some of the items weren't weapons. Most notably, there was a pair of gloves and a piece of rope. More interestingly, there were 3 runa-based weapons and 1 large scythe that looked more like a fantasy weapon than a real one. What held the double-sided curved blade at the end was a sculpture made of tiny black and gold bones, a gold skull completing the look. Other than its peculiar appearance, what really distinguished it was that it didn't glow with power at all. None that I could see, at least. I also noticed what looked like a saber handle with no blade, and something that resembled a giant 1911 from afar. But the closer I looked, the more mystified I became. Everything but the angles was wrong. I wanted to pick it up just to see what the hell it was. My eyes drifted back to the saber handle, pondering where I had seen that before. Was it an invisible blade? How do we open it? Hope asked, her eyes locked on the scythe. Robert, would you please move me closer to the box? Thank you, Fate said before using one of her nails, which for a moment looked more like a claw, to cut her forearm and use the blood to draw a single rune. The glass suddenly started to move like fabric, the pane rolling up, opening up the inside of the exhibit. This room holds some of the best weapon we produced and captured over time. Don't worry, everyone here has an item or two that will follow them for the rest of their life or be traded against something that will, Fate said as we entered the large glass box. 79 Premium Selection. A few items inside the restricted premium item section were also covered with golden threaded fabric that kept their power from radiating too much. I would probably pick one of those and paint some camo on the other side to use in case I wanted to hide something like a bomb or a weapon somewhere. Could be useful. Hope, I see you have found Pandora's scythe already. This one is meant for you, and you only. There is a letter that goes with it. Make sure to read it 3 times and once backward, Fate said. Hope giggled. She placed a hand on the shaft and stopped moving for a noticeable amount of time. My gut told me it was fine. Eventually, she broke out of her trance and picked up the weapon. She turned toward me. She was crying. The sorrow, sadness, and glee that seeped into her aura soon turned into strong resolve and love. She turned back toward the case and picked up the letter. She wiped her tears and started reading for a few seconds. Then her skin began to glow softly. Let's move on, please, Hope asked, and we obliged. Blaze moved toward a case covered by a metallic yellow blanket, pulling it off to look underneath. Inside was a metal box the size of a hockey bag, glowing red with heat and fire mana. He picked up the burning tab without any problem, read it twice, and opened the box. Fate looked at him with a conniving smile. Inside the metal box was a ball of pure fire. From it, runes flowed like a raging torrent. I quickly understood that this item was, in a strange way, similar to the Abyss. It was conceptual knowledge, infinite. What's that? The tag is gibberish, Blaze said, pushing his hand into the ball of flame without care. It seemed that whatever had changed his brown hair into flames had also made him resistant, or immune to heat. I would have to ask him what his status said about that. The sin of Prometheus. If you can pull it out, it's yours. There is also a shield you need to pick up over there, Fate answered, pointing to a shield that looked like an ice block. Nah, I'm good. I'll stick to fire. I could see his mood swing from one extreme to another. He looked at the ice block with disgust. Or was it fear? Not a choice, Hope answered sternly. Dad? Blaze turned toward me with flaming green puppy eyes. I had to resist the urge to tell him to leave the shield. But a tingling in my brain, my seer intuition, knew that his life would one day rely on that very shield. Are you expecting me to go against what your mother's told you right in front of me? If you don't learn to use that shield, you will die. You should consider yourself lucky. Now stop being a brat and see if you can get that thing out so we can move on, Mr. Sparkles, I answered, staring him in the eyes. He sighed, but then he seemed to remember that his hand was already trying to grab something. something he liked and had been attracted to, like a magnet. All of his attention turned back toward the flames, his arm digging deeper and deeper inside. Ha! Fuck! Stop! It tickles too much! He yelped suddenly at the micro-sun, giggling like a madman before pulling his arm out holding a flaming sword. The instant the sword was out, the ball of flame was siphoned back inside the blade. He moved the blade around a bit. After a few seconds, the blade disappeared, and a heavy circlet of red crystal appeared on his left ring finger. I noticed Celeste tensing up when she saw it. He looked at her and smiled before looking at the shield again and picking it up. He stashed it immediately afterward. First rule: while under my tutelage, son, you will only use that sword at the same time you use that shield. Only once you have mastered that shield will you be allowed to stop using it. Understood, I told him. He might be a rich kid, but as his parent, it was my duty to make sure he turned into a good man and not an egotistical, megalomaniacal fool. Not that I was worried he would turn out like that. From what I'd heard, he was already a greater man than most could ever be. Celeste, you are next. Pull the yellow drape over that box, Fate said. Celeste obeyed immediately and pulled the drape aside before looking at the spear with confusion. It was identical to the Gungnir I had snapped. I present to you Gungnir, the real one this time. Forged from the heart of a star and a branch of Yggdrasil, Fate continued. Wait a minute, so Dad gave me a fake. That's so mean. Why would you do that? Celeste asked, her expression both amazed and confused. If he had, Gungnir would be in the hands of the archangels and you would be dead by now, Fate answered immediately. Fair enough, Celeste agreed, although I must tell you that one day the spear's true owner will come and ask for it. How you act will decide if he will be an ally or a foe. It would be better if he were an ally. If you are kind to him, he will offer you a fair deal, Fate said, glancing at her coded notes for a second. Celeste grabbed the weapon, looking surprised for a moment. It's far heavier, but it's perfectly balanced. I love it, Celeste said, twirling the weapon around. And it will suit you well, Celeste. Lysa, I took the liberty of placing your armory in the back. I believe everything is there. I took 2 pieces out for later, but otherwise your collection should be complete. I gave something back, of course. You will find 2 blades made by Vulcan himself, Fate continued without skipping a beat. Katrina and Aurelia, there is a pair of winged staves with snakes on them. They are Hermes' caduceus for Aurelia, and the rod of Asclepius for Katrina. How did we get these? I asked, incredulous. These items sounded more and more like things straight out of legends, and strangely, they were all names I recognized from Earth. We raided Heaven's Vault, where the Order of Light keep their mementos of the wars they fought to conquer half the galaxy. Fate answered as if it were the most benign thing in the world. I had to use every bit of willpower I had to repress the impressed tabernacle that was about to escape my lips. No need to broadcast this location to anyone. Fuck, Hope said, stunned. You did what? Lysa and Celeste said at the same time. Blaze let out an impressed whistle. It was King's idea. They never saw it coming, and by the time they realized, we were long gone. Oh, Sam, please take everything in that rack over there. Those are for you to distribute to the right people at the right time. Fate said like that explained everything, which it kind of did. All I had to do was follow what my instincts told me to do. I picked the weapons into my inventory and felt the space getting cramped. Oof, my stash is getting full. Might have to do a deposit soon if we keep grabbing so much stuff, I answered. You still haven't made a spell to stash stuff. I thought you would have made it already, Celeste noted. Hey, I'm just a stage 4, give me a break. But now that you're roasting my ass, might as well figure it out, I answered. I took off my glove and stared at it, trying to unpack the jumble of runes, my eyes and mind getting assaulted by the density of the enchantment. The first part I figured out turned out to do absolutely nothing, and so did the next few, until I finally found something that was actually doing something. I worked through every rune, their elements, how they linked to each other, until I understood their intent. Feeling through the void, how it linked not to a plane, but rather to an artificial dimension. How every active circuit secured, contained and protected the items that were sent to the storage dimension, creating a thread that linked to every individual items. Then it clicked. I understood the spell, my eyes burned from staring and decoding. Roxanne had placed many layers of security to keep others from prying into the items inside, but also to protect her spell from being replicated, apparently. In the end, the spell spent a ton of power trying to emulate what Void did naturally. It was an impressive feat of magical understanding. That cat lady's Master Enchanter title was actually warranted. I wondered how she mass-produced them, but that was a question for another day. Then, just like that, I knew what to do. A few magical rings later, I had infinite storage and a migraine. I wiped the corner of my teary eyes and realized I was wiping blood, then decided to ignore that fact as I was done anyway. And done. Infinite storage unlocked, I said, turning to her with a smug smile. You know I wasn't serious, right? And try it first before saying it's infinite and working as intended. Not even geniuses get it right the first time every time. The only one I've ever met who could do that is Fate, and that's cause she's cheating, Celeste answered. Allow me to demonstrate, I said, pulling my hat out of the glove and into the new pocket dimension. The hat disappeared with a puff of thin black mist. I snaped my fingers and the hat appeared on Celeste's head. What the fuck, she said, completely stunned, picking the hat off and checking if it was still enchanted. The hat seemed fine, and Celeste looked like if I had just broken the rules of magic. Sam has no understanding of what is to be expected or what is impossible, and in his ignorance, he finds a way to make the impossible possible. He forces spells that should crash, but they work. It's almost as if he had studied runework his whole life and understood what every damn thing meant exactly, Fate answered. How do you do it? Blaze asked. Well, I see runes everywhere, and once I see something enough, I don't know. It just gets stuffed into my brain like a new word, meaning and all. Lass of a copper whore. You can actually understand them. That's fucking awesome, Blaze said, completely impressed. Blaze, manners, the Pontifex Maximus is here, Hope interjected, mortified. You mean Auntie Aurelia? I know she's here. Trust me, I'm sure she's heard worse, Blaze answered. Aurelia seemed to enjoy the comment. I wasn't sure if it was the auntie part or the fact that it was humanizing not to be revered like some religious idol. Hope sighed while Lisa and Celeste giggled. Tahui, however, seemed mortified by the swears. She had no doubt trained a big part of her life to one day serve people that were partly divine, only to realize that only Hope and Aurelia had the mannerism of nobility, while the rest of us acted like grunts. Hey Sam, that case right there, Fate said, pointing to the case that had the sword handle and strange pistol. Those are old new toys you personally left yourself. These two were your mains for a long while. This is a focus saber that uses whatever power you put into it to make a blade. You can place up to 5 runes as instructions inside. The sword can be used any way you like. With practice, you will be able to change the size and shape of the blade. However, be warned. They consume a lot of power to create a lot of damage. The next one is a pistol that does the same thing, but in bullet form instead. There is a 7-shot reserve, not including the active round. These are some of the rarest weapons ever created by time, the pinnacle of what she made. Not even Vulcan could rival how advanced her knowledge was when she created these. Only use the pistol if you have no choice, otherwise keep it hidden. Also expect something on the scale of what you used to call a tactical nuke. The magazine should still be full with 7 rune a shot at S12 capacity, plus 1 in the chamber, as you used to say. This is enough to destroy a lot of things if you are careful. A miss might also be disastrous. Once a shot is fired, you have to manually fill the power cell, a task often better done out of battle as it consumes a lot of power. Fate explained. Finally, it was my turn. I picked up the pistol first. The only moving parts were the trigger and the safeties. The grip reminded me of a competition 2011, including the layout of the safeties, though nothing else resembled a gun. No mags, ejection port, or barrel. Just a large rectangular block covered in insanely good engravings. They looked more like video game magic pistol than actual guns. It was both long and tall, giving the weapon a disproportionate look. No barrel. I hated the fact that the chamber was loaded, not allowing me to practice, but I also appreciated that this single round condensed a metric ton of runa into it. Something I could forgive myself for. I already had plenty of options for enemies up to that point anyway. I stored the pistol and picked up the saber grip. I pushed the smallest bit of arcana I could manage through it while pointing at the ceiling. A blade about the size of a kitchen knife extended, a silver-colored light that crackled with lighting that formed fractal geometric shapes. I pushed more, slowly growing the blade to the size of my dragon slayer. It sang with a soft hum and a sound that was akin to bubbles popping. I focused, and the blade grew wider and thinner until it could barely be seen when facing it. I pulled out my dragon slayer in my other hand and allowed the lightsaber to contact the adamantium blade near the guard. There was no resistance. The adamantium was cut like water. However, I could feel how straining this was to use, the few seconds of high-density arcana blade having drawn about 5% of my pool. It would be a perfect training tool, as I definitely couldn't use it for a whole battle. I retracted the blade, switched weapons from one hand to the other, and infused it with a tiny sliver of void. A 3-foot-long blade extended, crackling furiously with tiny arcs that looked like a black plasma lamp running all over the weapon. I lowered it, pointing it in a safe direction, and touched the adamantium blade next to the arcana mark. As soon as the blade made contact, it tried to get more, wanted to cut through, and I had to retract it to save the Dragon Slayer from a premature end. The mark left wasn't a sharp dent, but a perfect half-circle, strong, no power strain, completely silent. I liked it. Why the fuck did you try that on one of the most precious types of weapons in existence, Sam? Do you realize Dragon Slayers are rare? You might have ruined the enchant on it, Hope said, looking at me like I was burning cash. Well, considering this is supposed to be one of the strongest swords there is, I wanted to know which one would get cut. Turns out I can easily chop that sword if I want. This is the kind of stuff that's good to know before going to war, I answered. The enchant is fine. Sam drew it back just in time, Fate answered. Anything else I should grab? I asked. Yes, the gloves for me, please, Fate said. I decided to stop being a prick for a second and handed them to her. What are they? I asked. Both gloves turned into whips that shone with liquid mana of every element, before dissolving back into long gloves, white gloves that went up past her elbows. My whips. I still need to grow bigger before I can use their full potential, however. Also, your instinct might tell you to give people weapons from this stash in the future. Just make sure that whenever you pick something, you leave something, even just a coin. We'll do so at the end of our tour. Next, let's grab some swagger. We walked for another extended period, reaching a clothing section where everyone got a few garments, starting with the ladies' section. Blaze wanted to ditch out, as it was taking forever for them to choose and try everything, only being stopped from wandering off by long conversations whenever Fate distributed a garment. I looked at Robert. The butler didn't give a single sign, but I could feel how annoyed he was. I gave him a nod. Hey girls, Blaze, Bob and I are going to try and find the men's section. We'll grab a few pieces and be back before you notice we were gone. Tahui, I leave Fate in your care, I said loudly enough for the chatting girls to hear. Blaze had already burned his luck for the day, leaving me no choice but to face the possible backlash. But what if I need your opinion on something? Hope asked. You have plenty of people to answer those questions. Furthermore, I love the surprise I get every day of seeing you in a new outfit, and how every single one of them makes your beauty shine differently. Mon amour, I answered, my voice confident and honey smooth. She blushed. Fine, you guys go have fun. We'll send lights up if we need you. Try not to break anything, Hope said. After walking a safe distance, I used my aura to blur what we were saying. I knew Aurelia could still hear us and doubted that a few dresses would be enough to distract her from listening in on our conversation. You know, Blaze, if you hadn't hidden the sword's origin from me, I would have been able to deflect your mother's attention with far more ease. I think it's a good experience. Had I been there, I would have green flagged the hunt with a chaperone to back you if things turned ugly. I'm sure there could have been a compromise. I'll make sure you get other opportunity to grow. But don't worry, my training methods are fair and proven. Which makes me think, did your status teach you something about yourself? I asked. I'm sorry. I wanted to tell Mom, but every time I tried, something else happened. And by the time the dust had settled, I was back on adventures. The longer I waited, the worse it got. It won't happen again. But it really was an accident. The dragon had hidden its mana signature, something no one had told us about. It was actually a hard fight. But I also learned something cool that day after almost dying, and in the end it was worth it. Please don't tell anyone or let anyone hear what I'm going to say. I got crushed by a tail whip that broke my back, and the dragon wanted to finish me with its breath attack. I was already a goner, but when the heat hit me, I felt myself mending back together. Afterward, I was fresh like a rose and ended up tilting the fight toward survival. Fire doesn't hurt me, it heals me. My status mentions a skill named Immortal Flame, and the description says it's a skill that allows the transformation of heat into healing, Blaze said, looking me in the eyes. That's kinda preem, but it's something you should keep to yourself as much as you can, since it's one hell of an ace up your sleeve. Now I understand why you have multiple flamethrowers. It's not just your teenage pyromaniac phase or you trying to brand yourself, I answered, scratching my chin. Pretty sure teenagers don't go through a pyromaniac phase, Dad, Blaze answered, looking at me. Pretty sure they do. Me and my buddies had one, so I don't see why you couldn't. We used to get shit-faced, burn stuff, and blow shit up for fun all the time. We strapped fireworks to old rusty cars and chased each other. You know, typical teenage games, I told him. Were a lot of other children doing that? Blaze asked, incredulous. I think so, yeah. We even had small racing leagues that streamed live on the web. Most kids didn't play with mines, but my dad showed me how to deactivate them. Said it was stuff everyone should know. He also showed me how to evade drones and a ton of other cool, useful things. I showed some of it to my friends, saved our asses a few times, but the fire races were a big thing. We even used to strap gas tanks and fireworks to drones and shoot them down with a 12-gauge while racing through the woods. It was one hell of a thrill. Holy hell, Dad, could you imagine doing a race like that in the arena? With jumps and everything. That's what the races need to be more exciting. Explosions, Blaze said, his hair shining so brightly it made my light useless. A demolition derby would also be awesome, I answered. Basically a free-for-all fight using cars. Last one still rolling wins. You guys knew how to play for sure, Blaze said. Oh, you have no idea. When we weren't fighting, we were always up to something. Almost got kicked out of the military a few times too when we got caught. And you, how was your first planet? I asked. He missed a step. It was a magical shithole. There were 7 megacities. Only the rich eat real food, the rest are stuck eating nutrition paste. The city I was in was multi-layered. On top was Haven, a place where only the rich and high clergy resided, the 1% who held 99% of the money. Then there was Limbo, where most lived. I lived in the Catacombs, the city over which the megacity was built. Mostly criminals, tweakers, diggers, and prostitutes. Gangs ruled over whatever they could dig up and keep away from other gangs. It was the place you go after you die, and hell doesn't want you, Blaze said, his mood darkening. Did a lot of people live there? I asked, concerned that I might have to wipe the cult on a far larger scale. About 2 billion, give or take. Only 10% of the population lived in the catacombs. It wasn't good, but we made it work. Still, there was that one destitute priest who decided to live there. He was an okay guy. Taught the kids many things. Told us in secret never to trust those who pretend to hear the voice of the God King. Told us the church was full of sinners who hated the God King. To be honest, my first impressions of the church here were the same. That was before you saved me and started a cleansing operation. That's when I realized someone was fighting back, cleaning all that corruption. And it only peaked when I understood who you are. The dude, Blaze answered. Yeah, still having a hard time believing it myself, to be honest. Had my memory wiped, only remembering who I was before first coming to this planet. Kind of a crazy life, spent dodging bullets and defying death, only to get struck by lightning from a clear sky, I answered. The only part I have trouble believing is you dying. I'm surprised you didn't beat the lightning back into the sky, he answered with a snicker. Oh look, I think I see the men's section over there, I said, pointing to a section about 1/10 the size of the ladies' section. The section, being only the size of a superstore instead of a mall, actually helped us find our way quicker. We went to the modern stuff, passing clothes made to fit boys of every size and in every color. Most of it was suits and outdoor gear. The rest was almost exclusively utility clothes, training clothes, cargo pants, and flight suits. At least they were classified by size and sorted into 3 categories: pre-modern, modern, and special items on display. We decided to go to the displays, since that's where the good stuff was. Letting my instinct guide me, I stopped in front of a glass case covered with a gold blanket. I pulled it off, and inside was a blood-red suit with matching pants, a black vest, black shirt, a blood-red tie that had a small black honeycomb pattern, and a maroon belt with matching polished leather shoes. It looked actually really stylish. Sadly too large for me or Blaze. I was about to turn around when the suit twitched. My seer sense told me to grab it and try it. I made the case disappear, picked up the sleeve, then brought the case back to the side. Looking closer, I realized it had a unique mana type, one common in royal dark elves, that tasted of iron, flowed like thick water, and brimmed with life. Blood. However, the thing was running on fumes. It seemed the suit used blood instead of a core, something I was familiar with. With how boosted my blood was, this thing might become in a league of its own. Wait here for a minute. I need to find something for my son and my butler, then I'll come try you. I don't know why, but I will. I told the suit in a hush, placing my right hand on its shoulder. It pricked my palm, taking a single drop of blood without permission. Still, I understood what it was asking. I let my blood flow, sending a full pint into the shoulder of the suit, before stopping and pulling off my hand. The suit started adjusting, morphing to fit my size. Don't worry, I have all the time in the world, I can wait. I get a feeling this might be interesting, Blaze answered cheerfully. Sir, I am honored, but you are a king and I a butler. I can wait, Robert added. I could swear he sighed internally. I didn't argue, knowing it would be pointless. I sent my clothes into my inventory, keeping only the slime suit. They vanished, leaving only thin black smoke behind. Blaze and Robert looked stunned. The effect wasn't planned, but I liked it and decided on the spot to keep it. Now that I think about it, I had never seen people store clothes they were wearing. Maybe that's what made them twitch. Then, in a blur, the suit latched onto me, and I was dressed. No idea how the pants and shoes got on. They just did. It was a perfect fit, complete elasticity, giving me full freedom of movement. How does it look? I asked the 2 others. Sharp, sir, Robert answered. Try your trench over it, Blaze immediately said, and so I did. I looked at him while turning around. Yep, that's perfect. The girls are gonna love it, Blaze answered. I think this is the right combination, sir. It is both elegant and recognizable. I am certain everyone will approve, Robert said. The suit matched the coat well, while the shoes felt like walking on clouds. Although I preferred a more casual look, I couldn't complain about the level on comfort. I retracted the slime suit a bit more to feel the inside of the suit. It was actually great, the softest fabric I had ever felt, beating the feeling of even the slime suit. Okay, now let me try to use my 6th sense again to find something for Blaze. I think I'm getting better at that precog thing, I said. I headed towards something else under a yellow blanket. Take a look, I said. He uncovered it. Inside was an adamantium hauberk made of minuscule rings, every ring holding a different enchantment, every single one aligned with fire mana. There was also a note left to the side. Blaze read it several times, flipping the paper to see if there was more. There wasn't. He placed his hands on the rings, checking them, feeling them. He took off his coat and tried the armor before slipping back into his trench coat. Then something weird happened, and the liner of his trench coat fell to pieces on the ground as the armor fused to the coat, taking the place of the liner. Blaze looked surprised, but he let the armor work, blowing a soft, impressed whistle once it was done. He pocketed the note before turning to us. "Fuck, I can't believe this," he mumbled to himself. "Everything all right?" I asked. "Yep. Lily and Fate made this for me 10,000 years ago. I'm wordless. Let's move on, yeah?" Blaze pleaded with his eyes. "Of course. Let's find Bob something nice," I said, focusing on finding something that would please the catkin butler. I immediately started walking in one direction and stopped in front of a black and purple, long-tailed tuxedo. "Jackpot. That's perfect. And it's even your size already," I told Robert. "Sir, this is far too expensive an item for a simple servant," he tried to protest. "Tut, tut, tut. You are not a simple servant, you are my servant. I will not take no for an answer." I shut him down. "I thank you for your generosity, sir. I will make sure to wear it with pride," he answered. His emotions were going in every direction. He was surprised, clearly hadn't expected to get a premium item. He pulled out 2 fresh cigars, cut them, and handed them to us. "Please enjoy these while I try this suit quickly," he said. He stripped and got dressed in a few seconds. A purr escaped his lips before he froze, looking at us as if he'd been caught yelling a racial slur. "Looks perfect on you. I guess we're done shopping. Let's go get the girls and move on with the tour," I said. By the time we were back, the ladies were still going, only halfway done with their selection. They still took a moment to look at what we'd come back with. They were a bit disappointed Blaze didn't pick a suit, but in the end they approved of our choices. Hope gave me that look that said she really liked the suit. Robert was showered in compliments, making him blush a bit. More surprisingly, Blaze gave Fate a warm hug. I ended up escaping with Blaze again to find some cause for my crystallization, while Robert prepared a small tea break for the ladies as they perused the rest of the collection, grabbing items here and there. Sadly, we didn't find the spaceship, and by the time the girls were done, we wanted to move on to pay the tribute and head back home. This place was a giant complex that would take days to explore. Some storage units looked like actual skyscrapers, others stretched into hidden underground vaults. It was an apocalypse stash worthy of the name. Yet I knew I needed to add far more to it, food and weapons in particular. I decided to send a portion of my imperial loot here. I would have to figure out how to preserve grain for thousands of years, but it was a necessity. When it came time to pay the tribute, Fate brought us to a giant glass dome where she scanned everything we picked up and every item we left before allowing anything to touch the ground. The dome had a white floor inscribed with thousands of runes. Just leave your items as they should be presented. For clothes, lay them flat on the ground. They will be sorted and placed accordingly. Food is to be presented into a container. Although the vault slows down aging considerably, preserved food are still the only good choice, since fresh food would expire within a century. I left one of every weapon I had duplicates of, leaving the ammo to go through their life cycle twice, along with my enchanted Inquisitor boots and cap. I also reluctantly separated myself from my slime suit. Blaze left his custom Glock and a few enchanted silk shirts. Hope left her mace and a pile of dresses, including her sister's garbs. Others made their offerings, and soon we were back in the cars for a long ride that took us to St. Lilith for a final day of last-minute preparations and rest. I would go to an ammo reserve where Robert had sent word to place as many loaded weapons, ammunition and explosives as possible. I would literally carry more ammo than the train we were on, which already had a generous stockpile, enough to fuel every weapon on the front for at least a month by myself. I would also take the time to finish crystallization, spending whatever was left of my day after that with my family, especially Ravnica and Korvax, since they would be staying at home with Katrina. I was getting excited. In less than a day and a half, I would launch the hardest part of the plan, breaking no man's land at the front and establishing a successful probe. After that, it would be a rush to Centralia, where I would take out a man known as the Empire's strongest warrior. What could go wrong? 80 breach point. February 17th, 8079, 5:30. The alarm clock rang, and I murdered it before it could make a second sound. I rolled over and found Hope already awake, watching me. Her golden eyes still carried the unmistakable afterglow of last night, sleepy, hungry, and very much not innocent. Then my brain fully booted up. She looked different. Her face was more human now, patches of fur replaced by smooth white skin overnight. Her black horns had grown longer, the new growth gleaming white and threaded with minuscule gold veins. It contrasted sharply with the older sections, and damn if it didn't look intentional. I lifted the covers. Mistake. Or possibly the best decision of my life. Hope lay there in a tight silk gown, her body so perfectly sculpted that my thoughts immediately left the realm of reason and applied for early retirement. Gorgeous didn't cover it. Divine barely came close. In this universe where gods existed, she had just filed a hostile takeover. She noticed the look on my face and smirked faintly. Mon amour, I said, voice dry but eyes betraying me completely. You've changed. And I feel obligated to inform you that this upgrade was entirely unnecessary, but deeply appreciated. That was when realization hit her. Her fey blood had kicked in. Her face paled. She bolted upright and rushed to the mirror. I followed, mostly out of concern, and partly because I enjoyed watching the sway of her hips far too much. That's when I spotted the final addition. A tail, a long articulated tail made entirely of bone, swinging behind her with alarming confidence and excellent timing. Her prosthetic leg looked unchanged. Hope stared at her reflection. What the fuck? She snapped. Is that a tail made of fucking bones? Couldn't it just integrate into my prosthetic like your stuff? Fuck. I stepped in behind her and ran my fingers along her new skin. She shivered. That reaction told me everything I needed to know. Very quickly, her existential crisis about bone-tail aesthetics took a back seat to experimentation. Thorough experimentation. Scientific, obviously. Unfortunately, after about an hour and a half of very productive research, the house began waking up. Reality, as always, is the real villain. I felt Tahui, Robert, and the rest of the senior staff approaching the rooftop cottage. Thankfully, the clothes Hope had picked up yesterday were size adjustable. She slipped into a black lace-trimmed Victorian-style dress, elegant and just threatening enough. I stepped out of bed, snapped my fingers, and my suit wrapped around me in a blink. Shoes and all. Hope's gaze examined from head to toe with her sadistic smile that made me feel funny inside. We kissed and headed downstairs to greet the staff, idly rolling a small S10 core between my fingers. It felt squishy. That should have been my first clue. Robert entered the room, and purely on instinct, I tossed the core into my mouth like bubblegum and started chewing. Soft, sweet, rich. The flavor was impossible to describe, somewhere between sugar, ozone, and happiness. In a deeply unsettling way, it tasted like rainbows. Why had no one mentioned these were edible? Sir, Robert asked carefully, staring at me like I'd just eaten a grenade, was that a core? I thought so, I said, chewing thoughtfully. But I'm fairly sure this one is candy. Want one? Silence. He stared at the second core in my hand, like it might explode. Those are normal cores, he said slowly. What do you mean? Chewy. To answer, I bit the second one in half. It didn't crack. It didn't shatter. It bent. Robert's worldview collapsed quietly behind his eyes. That's weird, I said. This one tastes like sweet forest air. These might be addictive. It's like a giant jelly bean packed with the minerals my diet definitely lacks. Sir, Robert said, sounding deeply concerned, I know of no culinary tradition involving cores. Well, let's innovate. Try this. Before he could protest, I popped a core into his mouth and closed it. He froze, then spat it out. No taste whatsoever. It's like sucking on a polished pebble, he said, immediately sanitizing it with fire, polishing it, and returning it like a professional affronted by reality. Did I just see Robert spit out a core? Hope asked from behind me. I did not answer. Instead, I shoved a core into Hope's mouth and sealed it with a kiss. She blinked, then her eyes went wide. Oh my God, she breathed. This is fucking amazing. It's crispy. Where did you get these candies? That, my love, is a core. Turns out I can eat them. And so can you. Possibly the kids too. Did you just force-feed me a core? She asked faintly. I need to sit down and re-evaluate my life. Robert looked like he wanted to resign, retire, and drink simultaneously. I know, right? I said cheerfully. Also, they're great under a gas mask. Keeps your mouth busy. As long as you don't chew through them, I'm pretty sure they can last a while. Hope nodded thoughtfully, still horrified. Well, if you can do it too, I guess it's not that weird. And that officially completes half my to-do list today. I just need to keep snacking to level crystallization. The rest of the day passed in rare peace. We lounged by the fire, sang songs, I played guitar while Lisa joined on piano. We ate too much, drank too freely, laughed loudly, and pretended, just for a while, that war wasn't waiting patiently at the door. When night fell, Robert and I made quick stops at several storage facilities. Ammo, weapons, crates, gone in minutes. By the time we returned, the house was quiet. That night, I held Hope tightly in our bed. One last moment of normal, before everything burned again. February 18th, 8079, 1:45. The bedside clock rang, dragging both Hope and me out of sleep. We dressed without a word, muscle memory doing most of the work, and went to Ravi and Korvax's room to say our goodbyes. No speeches, no dramatics, just quiet hugs and promises neither side expected to keep perfectly. Downstairs, Blaze, Celeste, and Lisa were already waiting. We walked together in silence to the elevator and the small motorcade that took us to the Ravens HQ. Not long after, we were boarding troop trains heading north toward the staging area. The artillery of the front announced itself long before we reached it. A constant rolling thunder, methodical, patient, softening the target zone like a butcher tenderizing meat. When we arrived, everything snapped into motion. Troops poured out of the trains and rushed to their assigned positions. Command staff were herded toward a cluster of command trucks like cats who had agreed briefly to cooperate. Wojtek stood near the trucks, deep in conversation with a birdkin man who looked like a 5'10" bodybuilder pigeon. Both were puffing on cigars the size of small artillery shells and holding coffee mugs like sacred relics. As soon as one train emptied, it swallowed injured soldiers and reversed out. Another slid in, then another. Vehicles, soldiers, crates, the endless mechanical heartbeat of war. Most of the arriving troops were elites, S6 and above, the lower stage soldier having taken position long ago. Meanwhile, the front line was currently held by newer generation Templars, averaging S2 to S4, with leadership scraping slightly higher. What they lacked in raw power, however, they made up for with guns that hit far above their weight class. The Empire had chosen to hold its winter lines with baseline troops. Apparently, its chimeras and wyverns didn't handle cold well. A common choice in most medieval wars, really. Winter fighting demanded logistics many nations preferred to pretend didn't exist. The Southern Empire averaged around -10°C, with barely a foot of snow on the ground. Not even enough to inconvenience steam-powered vehicles. To think they considered that weather enough to pause their campaign was the most hilarious thing I had seen in a while. Then the last troop train departed, and something big arrived. A cathedral-class battle train rolled in, riding on 2 parallel rail systems instead of 1. The front half sat atop massive metal tank tracks, currently raised, making it capable of leaving the rails entirely if needed. It was covered in religious iconography and guns, so many guns. Triple-barrel turrets that wouldn't have looked out of place on a World War II battleship. Rocket pods, heavy autocannons. The whole thing could generously be described as a land destroyer with faith issues. The rest of the train resembled a Gothic fortress on rails with guns poking their nose out of every nook and cranny. Direct fire, indirect fire. Fire for problems you hadn't even noticed yet. The third wagon stood out. Instead of guns, it was covered in tubes, cones, and strange resonant structures. Less artillery platform, more steampunk radio station, having an identity crisis. It was my first time seeing the thing. "What's in the third wagon?" I asked Wojtek. "That's the morale station," he said proudly. "We borrowed your methods and scaled them up. Music is prayer. With the Pontifex inside, we can buff troops, as far as the sound carries. Of course, weaponized vibes. Oh, and before I forget," Woj added, handing me a small, high-quality black box trimmed with gold filigree. "Had these prepared for you and your family. Hope you'll appreciate them." I opened the box. Inside were 4 septagram-shaped wax seals pressed onto parchment strips of religious text. Purity seals. Dense mana thrummed inside them, the runes and layered spellwork hidden beneath the wax. "What do they do?" I asked. "Instant teleport," Woj said. 100 meters toward the Talarian capital, single use, emergency only. He fixed me with his one good eye. "I know you might not need it," he continued, "but I'd feel better if you had one. Katrina and the Pontifex already do." "Ah, the look, the you're not saying no look." "Fine," I sighed. "How do I use it?" "Here, where do you want it?" "Right shoulder." He pushed a small bit of mana in the wax, slapped it onto my dragon-scale coat, and the seal locked into place. "Very practical," I said. "After this campaign, you're taking me to wherever you got these." "Master Enchanter, Merlin's shop," he replied. "Honestly surprised you haven't already visited every artificer in Talaria." "Trust me," I said, grinning. "If I'd had the time, I would have bankrupted myself in their shops." I checked the time. 30 minutes before kickoff. "Care for a last drink?" He nodded. "Cup." He pulled out his canteen. I filled it with ambrosia, did the same with mine, then stashed the cornucopia. "Cheers," I said. We clinked cups and drank. "Feels like my joints just got oiled," the 8-foot giant rumbled. "I know, right? Best stuff after maple syrup and poutine." He snorted. "Lacks the burn of good whiskey, but it beats beer and wine." As we walked toward the mega train, I sifted through the weapons Fate and I had selected earlier. One resonated immediately with Wojtek. It appeared in my hand in a puff of smoke. A massive warhammer, adamantium head, mithril shaft, enchantments designed to amplify and displace impact, in the same brutal way my Dragon Slayer and Hope's mace did. "And this," I said, handing it to him, "is for you." He stared at it, stunned. Then he gave it a slow test swing, then a fast one. then unleashed a full downward strike, stopping the hammer an inch above the ground. The shockwave blasted snow into the air like a localized blizzard. "You sure, Sam?" he asked quietly. "This is a valuable weapon." "Not as valuable as you," I replied. He grinned, stored the hammer, and caught up to me in 3 long strides. The officers near the command trucks starting to disperse back to their troops. It was high time to change the face of warfare. February 18th, 8079, 0355. Inside the train, we linked up with Aurelia and a few others to synchronize their watches with mine and run a final comms check, confirming every company was ready. Then we went over the last recon report one last time. The Imperial Army was mostly asleep. Only a handful of soldiers were guarding the lines. The Templars hadn't launched a night offensive or a large winter one in the last 6 years. This was, of course, entirely intentional on our part. You don't exploit a bad habit by correcting it. Everyone outside was already prepped to get gassed. Apparently my suit covered all those functions already, though I still found myself missing the slime suit every now and then. It had a sort of comfort that was hard to equal. The interior of the train was protected by enchantments that kept the air breathable even with the doors open. It also filtered out the smoke from the many cigars, pipes, and cigarettes. Everyone had a canteen full of coffee while waiting at their battle stations for hell to break loose. Outside, a powerful snowstorm began to rage, nature, as usual, choosing violence. All it needed was a small push from fire and water mages. "Shadow Walkers, disperse," Wojtek's voice crackled over the radio. Immediately, 140 warriors launched forward to begin Phase 1 of the plan. The Shadow Walkers wore skull-like masks connected to airboxes on their chests. They were a special unit Wojtek had helped create. Organized into squads of 7, every member was trained in silent takeover and assassination, as well as calling in airstrikes and artillery, gathering intelligence and tracking. Since every soldier was geared with at least a gas mask and suit using active charcoal filtering, we were free to get creative with chemical warfare. Timing, however, was everything. Too early and alarms would ring, waking the entire camp. Too late and people would wake up screaming anyway, which tended to ruin the surprise. Still, I had plans B and C, because experience had taught me plans rarely survived contact with reality. "Infiltration successful," the Comtech reported. "Tell the Death Wisp to start burning in 10, Wojtek ordered. "Make it 5, I cut in immediately. He raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. Correcting his order, I stared at the 3D battle map that showed a scale map from the front to the first town 50 clicks past the front. An absolute work of art. I could almost see people moving across it. I got lost watching the flow before a voice interrupted my thoughts, making my head snap to the side as if someone had spoken aloud. "Would you like to use the Skills Authority Commander and Hierarchy to visualize the battle map?" Harmony resonated in my head. "Yes," I answered. My mind flooded with information, every soldier linked to me via my skills. "Can you share the visual with everyone in the room?" I asked. "Affirmative. Would you like me to?" "In 1 minute." I adjusted the physical display, shifting every token to the side of the board. Wojtek stared at me like I'd just grown a second head. I sent the signal, and units appeared, perfectly scaled. Enemy positions lit up as well, probably thanks to Celeste sensing their presence. The map now showing a scaled live feed of the war. "Holy fuck, what the hell?" Wojtek muttered, studying the map. "Since when can you do that?" "Since now," I said. "Harmony's playing nice with a few of my skills. Let's focus on the battle and unpack the miracles later." Every unit name floated clearly above the small soldiers marching. I felt my brain adapting to the strange power born of 4 skills working in tandem. I could highlight enemies for troops on the ground. Share information to all of them. I didn't wait and did so. The new skill helped us catch a few people before they could wake the whole trenches. Gas rolled in, and the Shadow Walkers surged past enemy lines, their job executed flawlessly. Every night watch laying dead in a pool of blood. Their next task was to disrupt logistics and recon the enemy camps, something that would be much easier to track with all the fresh snow. They had cleared the way for the Ravens to cross no man's land and hit the trenches right as the first wave of gas arrived. The result was a bloodbath. Soldiers woke screaming, skin burning, lungs melting, gurgling on their blood, only to face snow-filled trenches packed with 20,000 very motivated troops eager to tuck them back into bed. Most were executed even if they tried to surrender. They had been altered by the disgusting magic of the cult. To kill them was the greatest mercy we could give them. Panic erupted as the first, second, and third trench lines fell in a single sweep over 300 meters wide. The trenches on both sides of the breach having realized our presence. The entire front woke up just in time to see the train appear. Then, to really drive the point home, Lysa struck the keys of the organ. Aurelia began to sing, joined by a full choir, their voices carried far and wide by the Pope's aura. The artillery on top of the train roared in a synchronized war cry, echoed by every cannon along the front. The melody was invigorating, and I had to fight the urge to join in. Once the breach was done, being cleared, the Catskinner Corps, operating giant bulldozers with guns mounted on every available surface, bursted from between the hills at top speed, roughly 50 kilometers per hour. Ravens peeled off to the sides as fresh units surged forward. The bulldozers carved paths for vehicles to pass. They filled trenches and built cover as they advanced, making a clear path for the train to roll on. The train lowered its tracks and began to advance. Somewhere halfway down its length was a team of combat engineers clearly fueled by caffeine, spite, and possibly narcotics, laying double-wide tracks as we moved. One rail to carry war engines providing support fire, the other to handle constant resupply across the entire line. Logistics. If we wanted to win, they had to be flawless. Now things got interesting. We'd cracked the front wide open. No real challengers held the line. Those were staged deeper in cities and military camps. Resistance was lighter than expected. The real challenge would be holding the breach once reinforcements arrived. No matter what, that hole needed to stay open, as it was our only avenue of supply. A second and third probing force, made of Templars and militia forces, would break down the front 5 cliques on both sides. Their mission was not to keep up with the probe, but rather to capture the sections of territory that ran between the probe and their forces while holding the flanks. Columns of armored vehicles and gun trucks poured through the hills, staging along the new corridor. I noticed a lot of unfamiliar faces. They wore brown trench coats dusted with white paint and chemical-resistant coveralls. Their respirators varied wildly. The poorer-looking ones had unenchanted masks that looked straight out of a WWI game. They were militia from our factory towns, volunteers. Their commander was a strong and tall-looking man. I recognized their auras as Marcus. Most of them had a Mosin in hand and a shotgun slung over their back. Their weapons were almost uniquely civilian-available gear, with a few crew-served guns. Some had better gear, like lever-action rifles, still civilian-accessible, lightly enchanted at best. Over 100,000 had volunteered. These were just part of the first wave. Message, the Comtech said. Shadow Walkers confirmed 2 camps are mobilizing. HQ location sent. They're 10 clicks past the targets. Send a fire mission, Wojtek ordered instantly. Erase their command centers, then carpet the camps with thermobarics. I didn't argue. The guns fired. A minute later, a red fireball bloomed over the horizon. Another followed. Then every howitzer joined in, marking the end of Aurelia's first prayer. As the next prayer began, the big guns fired again in unison, terrifyingly beautiful. I watched as the second camp was torn apart before it could even fight back on the battle map. Send the first bomber wave, Wojtek said, checking his watch. They should hit the next town right as the Shadow Walkers extract. I've got a bad feeling, I said. Send attack planes too, high altitude. First squadron, escort high, Wojtek barked immediately. Both camps were effectively wiped. A few powerful enemies survived, wounded but alive. Strike teams would handle them soon. Hey Woj, I asked, what caliber are those top guns? 16-inch, he grinned. 2,500 pounds per shell. And with your son's enchantments? Beautiful. The train doesn't get wrecked by the recoil anymore, allowing us to shoot on the move. Naval guns. On a train. I nodded appreciatively. Cannons, music, and prayer blended as the army advanced. The train crawled at about 20 clicks per hour while tracks were laid, reaching where the first line of trench used to be. Blaze, Hope, Celeste. Deploy east and finish off the remnants of the first camp. Call me if anything goes wrong. I'm heading west to clean up the other one, I ordered, using harmony to carry my voice, my mask appearing over my face. Be safe, Sam, Wojtek said. An instant later, I vanished in a puff of black smoke. 81 gift. February 18th, 8079, 4:30. I appeared in a cloud of smoke in the ruins of the enemy camp. I was standing on what used to be someone in the middle of a group of half a dozen wounded S6 and 3 lightly injured S7s. The Dragon Slayer appeared in my hand. By the time they realized I was there, all the S6 heads were already rolling. My blade was halfway down the neck of the first S7 when the first counterattack phased through my chest. The second S7 tried to block my blade, generating more reversed force, shattering the mithril blade and giving it the inertia needed to finish the cut down his friend's neck. I dodged the next attack more out of reflex than necessity as a flaming tornado appeared over the horizon, where the other camp was. Both S7s tried to cast spells, but I was actively sucking in all the ambient mana around me, pulling their formations apart before they could complete them. It made their magic about as useful as wet paper matches. I fired an arcana-fueled bullet from my revolver at the first, but he dodged the subsonic round with ease. I tried to redirect it, sending it into the void before making it reappear in front of his face. Instead, the projectile simply dropped to the ground. Void does not carry inertia or momentum. Noted, I reholstered the revolver and pulled out a fully enchanted M2 Stinger with a full belt of Arcana-dripping bullets. The first salvo shredded the one with the broken sword. The other S7 decided running at full speed was a solid life choice. Wanting to conserve ammo, I appeared next to him instead. Dragon Slayer raised to neck height. His head flew. The body tumbled. I remained unimpressed. Should I have stretched the fight out longer to learn more about their powers? Maybe. In the end, it was inconsequential. I plucked their cores and everything else they had. Then the blood from the corpses began flowing toward me, forming a small puddle under my feet that was slowly absorbed by the suit. The surface of the blood pool was strangely hard and grippy. Holy fuck, I walk on blood like Jesus on water, I said. I could feel it still wasn't enough blood for the suit. The thing was thirstier than a man eating his way out of a collapsed salt mine. I looked at the raging firenado over the horizon for a moment, then decided to go check on how the family was doing. I phased to the outer rim of the enemy camp. Hope was locked in a one-on-one with some S7 woman, while Blaze was engaged with an S8 water mage. Celeste had already finished dispatching the rest. She turned and walked to my side as we watched Hope and Blaze go all out. Hope whirled and spun her scythe in consecutive blows that kept her opponent on the tips of their toes. Her agility and flexibility had jumped by leagues with her transformation, but the ease with which she handled that weapon was unreal, as if she'd spent several lifetimes mastering it. Her movements were smooth, polished, unpredictable, and perfectly timed. Her opponent, who was both faster and stronger, was still being pushed to the absolute edge of their limits, unable to disengage. Hope's face was hidden behind her mask, but I knew she was smiling. When her opponent finally found an opening and lunged with their rapier, the back of their leg was sliced open, blood spraying everywhere. Hope's tail whipped the rapier away. The opponent sprawled in front of her, and Hope planted the back of her scythe into the back of their head. She was breathing hard, but uninjured. I turned to Blaze. His opponent looked far from breaking, but the mage was too caught up in the duel to realize he was now the last one alive. Blaze hadn't landed a single successful hit with his flamethrowers or guns, as the S8 mage raised dense walls of water one after another, still sitting on more than half their mana pool. As if Blaze finally realized we were all watching, he stowed the flamethrowers and lobbed a few frags over the water wall. He retracted the fire tornado hovering above him, grabbed the ice shield, and leapt high into the air. The mage fired a massive water geyser to intercept him. It froze instantly on contact, forming a colossal falling ice pillar that slammed down onto the mage. To finish it, Blaze landed atop the ice, flaming sword in hand, and casually poked downward. Where the mage had stood was now steam, melted rock, and white ash. He pulled the sword back and used it to pry ice chunks off his shield. I give him a 30% at best, I said, unimpressed. Come on, Dad. That was a clever use of what he had on hand, Celeste argued as Hope joined us. I give him a 20, Hope said flatly. Really? Why? Celeste asked. That was a mid-S8. Blaze should have been able to chew through him without cheap tricks, and should have finished before you were done. He shouldn't play with his adversaries, Hope replied, but… She's right, I interrupted. I had time to wipe the other camp and still make it here to watch him play. Celeste pouted but didn't argue further. Blaze collected the core and a few items before joining us. We pulled out our motorcycles, Hope climbing on behind me, Celeste riding with Blaze. Everything had been far too easy. I knew it. I knew the enemy had other twisted plans in motion to slow us down. It was just a matter of where. In a single morning, the breach had been made and secured. Now the troops only had to expand and hold for weeks or months. And that was the problem. None of this was supposed to go this smoothly. Is it me, or is it awfully quiet? Blaze asked as he started his bike. I think you just jinxed us, Celeste said, turning to look north. Her aura perception was out of this world. How many and how strong are they? I asked. I hope I'm wrong, but between 500,000 and 1 million. Most of them above S4. They also have at least 5 S10s with them. Definitely chimeras. How far? Hope asked. Probably 70 clicks north. Hard to pin down. Likely moving underground, Celeste answered. Think you can point them out on a map? I asked. Who do you think I am? Hope said, climbing off the bike. Now pull out your map so I can give you the coordinates. I handed it over. She drew quickly with a lead pencil, then passed it back. She'd marked their position, their scouts, and what looked like the direction of travel, along with the tunnel's approximate exit. The complexity of the cave systems on this planet was a logistical nightmare. Let's move, I said as she climbed back on. A few minutes wouldn't make a difference. There was something amazing about riding a fat bike through snow with Hope hugging me from behind. The enchantments gave the tires insane grip, making it feel more like riding on packed sand than ice. A few minutes later, we were back in the train's command center. Apparently the map had been updating in our absence, because as soon as Celeste reacquired the enemy force, they popped up again. They were just finishing preparations on their end. Tell the Shadow Walkers to return to HQ. Notify the bombers. I want bunker busters and gas in those tunnels now. Tell them to stay high and get out fast if they don't want to end up as Chimera kibble. Tell the first to expect a counter-offensive, Wojtek rattled off, continuing his long chain of orders. This was more in line with what we'd expected. The only odd thing was how far behind the line they were. Still, it didn't matter. The train wouldn't stop until we reached the Empire's capital. After that, we'd have to purge the land. If we were lucky, it would go smoothly. If not, it'd be about as useful as a car with an expired subscription to its brakes. Aurelia and Lisa took a break from entertaining the crowd as another popular singer took over. Aurelia returned to the VIP lounge where we were reviewing reports and waiting for word from the pilots. She arrived at the same time as Tahui, pushing a cart loaded with 2 fresh pots of coffee, warm water with assorted teas, fruit and breakfast sandwiches. I was surprisingly clean after my outing. Not a speck of gore on me or the suit. I was grateful for that. Dealing with it would have been a pain, and even the slime suit had limits. A non-emergency report came in. Every town the planes had flown over was completely dark. No fresh signs of life in the snow. I had far too many ideas about what had happened to them. A second Allied report listed casualties from the initial assault in the single digits, most of whom would survive. Enemy casualties were unknown and unimportant. They had a much larger population than us, and a far less humane recruitment strategy. Probably 1,000 monsters for every soldier we fielded. In a twisted way, it made me almost happy. Fighting a war where the line between good and evil was this clear made things simpler. After a few more minutes, the bombers were in position to strike a 5-click stretch. A single plane with the right pocket dimension could carry the payload of 100. The downside was the obscene price tag. Most of the pilots were paladins who paid premium credits to upgrade and customize their aircraft. Custom paint jobs, extra armor, enhanced weapons, the works. Green light. The first wing made its pass with bunker busters, tracked live on the battle map. The sheer volume of bombs was absurd. The second wing followed, dropping thermobarics and gas into the breaches with impressive precision. From several openings, slender silhouettes with large, veiny wings crawled out and launched skyward with unsettling speed, trying to intercept the bombers. The attack planes responded instantly, tearing most of them out of the air while taking only minor damage. The formation looped wide, lining up for a second pass. My instincts flared. I ordered them to cancel and redirect west to support the front there instead. Now that their position was exposed, the enemy would absolutely punish any overextension. We weren't making that mistake. Then the main Chimera force finally entered the range of the Mark 7 16-inch guns. They fired with fury, as fast as the crews could manage. The music of the morale wagon played constantly, strangely uplifting. As the enemy closed in, more and more howitzers joined the orchestra. The bombing runs had thinned them by a few thousand and delayed part of the force, but the tunnels held and the army kept advancing. Not every shot landed, but thinning them out now was the smart move. I had to suppress the urge to go meet the powerful enemies marching toward us. I wasn't alone. Hope and Blaze looked eager to get stuck in. Celeste, on the other hand, seemed almost bored. She knew she was useful, but none of these opponents would challenge her. I doubted anyone short of Melanor would. Very few beings were strong or subtle enough to threaten her anymore, and that reality seemed to annoy her more than anything. In her current state, she could probably stop 500,000 chimeras by herself. The reason we didn't do that, or just stage a direct raid on Centralia to assassinate Melanor, was simple. We needed to prove a point. Technology could close the power gap without sacrificing your soul. No one should be defenseless against tyranny. People needed to want guns. And to make that happen, as many militia members as possible needed at least one low-risk battle. They'd talk about it later, how guns saved them from evil fucks. Conveniently, they'd also make excellent propaganda. Celeste looked toward the horizon. I checked the battle map to see what she'd found. One signal, one name tag, Lilith Machina/Fake/Deception, Season 11. My instincts already knew it was a trap. Some assassin thought baiting me was a clever idea. They had absolutely no concept of how much they were about to regret that decision. Ha le Tabernac, I snapped as I got up. A powerful wave of mana pulsed outward, followed by a storm of runa. Both slammed into the assassin. The moment it touched them, they turned tail, no doubt having felt my killing intent. The next second, my mask was on and I was standing in front of someone who had put an absurd amount of effort into layering dozens of spells to look perfectly like Lily. I snapped my right fingers, a shockwave of arcana rippled out, and every illusion shattered, leaving me face to face with a humanoid figure wrapped in a dark cloak. Its movements were wrong, like it didn't have joints. "What's wrong?" I said, raising an Anzio 20mm anti-material rifle fully loaded with the complete enchant suite and pointing it straight at the monster. "You wanted me here, and now you're leaving. And after all that effort to make yourself look like my future wife," I added, You understand I can't just let that slide, right? It didn't answer. Instead, it launched itself at me. My seer sense guided my hands. The muzzle dipped and fired. The thing flew backward like a puppet with its strings cut. Surprisingly, it was still alive. Then it stood. It wasn't lily-sized anymore. Its legs stretched to outmatch my height, arms elongating into something grotesquely long. Sharp blades made of pink bone grew out of every joint. The hood tore apart, revealing a black-haired human male head fused to a strange bone-plated exoskeletal torso that reminded me strangely of the flying seagull dude's ring. Black and purple eyes that twitched uncontrollably. A skin so wide I could see every blood vessel under the skin. S11 on the brink of a breakthrough. Judging by how much you look like a piece of shit, I said. I'm guessing imperial nobility. Am I right? I shot at him. The name is Duke Machiavel Sunbrack. The thing replied calmly with a voice that reminded me of the skinwalkers. I believe you and I have unfinished business, false king. You are indeed as impulsive as they say, though they failed to mention how sharp your senses are. Not that it matters. Today is your last. You fell into my trap, and I shall avenge the dishonor you painted my family with. He answered. Oh, the degenerate's father himself, I answered, storing the Anzio and pulling out the Dragon Slayer in my left hand and an upgraded PK in my right. To raise such a pathetic son, you must be a real piece of work yourself, no? I told him, punctuating myself with a long salvo at his chest. You had no right to torture my son the way you did, he snarled. You pushed him over the edge. Were it not for you, everything would have been fine. That harlot would have remained his chew toy for a few years until she broke and was turned into a chimera. This war would not have needed to be paid for with so much blood. Your presence is what brings calamity upon us. A problem of the past, rest assured. The monster screamed at me, unfolding one limb after another to defend its chest. Almost like his chest held an infinite amount of limbs. Of course. The only mistake I made, I replied coldly, was allowing your bloodline to live. She was his property, Sunbrack said in a fit of rage. Such were the terms of my deal with her father. Your interference was inappropriate. I am glad to finally have the opportunity to avenge my son and my sister, he snapped. You mean the deal where you exploited a father to sell a free adult he had no legal authority over? I said, my voice steady, using extortion and illegal fees to make sure he failed. I laughed once, sharp and humorless. Yeah, no, you and your sorry excuse of a son are wastes of precious oxygen. Plagues so corrupt that even letting you breathe should count as a sin. I'll do the world a favor and finish that disgusting life of yours. My aura flared violently, so saturated with runa that nearly every trace of ambient mana in a 50-foot radius was erased by the violent shockwave. I emptied the PK's belt, replacing the gun with the focus blade. The lightsaber erupted to life, forming a raging 5-foot-long unstable runa blade curved inward like a falx. Buff activated around me. We launched at each other. The first impact was the runa blade against his arm. It sliced clean through, but he twisted away from the rest of the strike. A replacement arm appeared so fast it looked like it simply popped into existence. His leg, coated in razor-sharp bone, kicked at my torso at almost light speed, phasing straight through and leaving only a ripple in the air. He blocked the adamantium blade with both arms, pouring an absurd amount of mana into the defense. The collision sent a powerful shockwave through the snowstorm. One arm was chopped like straw, the other was only partially destroyed. Don't think I came here unprepared. I have been studying your Every time you fought, I gathered information. I know every move of yours. I know your weapons and their limits. You can't kill me. I am your nemesis, Samael the Fallen. A second pair of arms bursted out of his ribs, stabbing toward me and finding nothing. I slashed again with the adamantium blade, phasing through the new limbs to go straight for his face. The Duke barely managed to retreat, dodging by a hair. I kept slashing relentlessly as Duke Sunbrack retreated. Limbs fell one after another, but he kept generating more, looking less and less human, protecting his torso and head while sacrificing monstrous limbs with every swing. I felt dark runes activate from under the bones. I phased away just in time as the fallen limbs flew at me. An impact grenades appeared in the spot where I stood a second earlier, right next to a 155mm HE shell. Pin already removed. I observed the explosion from the safety of the void, but my boiling rage was already giving way to something else. Joy, finally, a worthy test subject. The runa stopped leaking from me uncontrollably, my emotions calming back to a more rational level. I popped another core inside my mouth, phasing back before the Duke could realize what I had done. Walking slowly towards my late Christmas gift with a smile under my mask. 82 Chasm. February 18th, 8079, 7 hours. Sunbrack kept dodging and retreating, pulling me ever deeper behind the enemy lines. I decided to play along, With my runa partially brought back under control, the Duke unleashed dozens of spells in my direction. Fireballs, stone pikes, water spears, laser beams, curses, and more, phasing through me incessantly, all desperately searching for a crack in my defenses. The ground became so unstable that I had to pull myself along using the void instead, as getting proper footing was impossible. I was faster than Sunbrak while using the void, but once outside it, he had the upper hand. Every time I closed the distance, I made sure to tear chunks out of the buff shell he continuously layered onto himself, relying on the void for defense and mobility. I slung an RPG-7 over my left shoulder, fueled it with runa, and let her rip. The Duke blocked the shot, but the shaped charge still punched a 4-inch hole clean through his abdomen. I stashed the launcher and pulled out the Mark 19 Stinger. A salvo of Arcana-infused HE grenades detonated all around him as I shifted position just in time to dodge a dozen spells and 2 razor-sharp bone spears. The rest of the belt followed shortly after. I noticed the hole in Duke Sunbrak's chest was already closing. Still, the grenades had collapsed over 100 spells simultaneously and nearly killed the Duke outright. I needed to tone it down, let him regenerate a bit. I wanted his to taste despair, not just pulverize the piece of shit. What I saw next both shocked and impressed me. Hundreds of small insectoid bony arms unfolded from his torso, exposing his fried internal organs. He tore most of them away, and I noticed that part of his internals were hidden beneath a second layer of arms, his core, brain, and heart, most likely. So anything else was fair game. Nice. The arms collapsed back inward as new organs began regenerating. I observed the leaking runes. Powerful healing magic. So the Duke was also a healer. A few seconds later, he wheezed as new lungs finished forming. He glared at me with pure rage and murder in his eyes. I smiled back. A fresh belt of HE incendiary locked into the Mark 19. He unleashed his strongest spell yet. 3 massive runic circles, each 100 meters wide, formed high in the sky above me. Light, earth, and wind. Not bad, I mumbled to myself. A laser beam 100 meters wide erupted from the clouds, scalding my position. It did absolutely nothing to me, but it turned the surrounding ground into molten glass. The glass exploded upward into thousands of spikes that tracked my movement with uncanny precision. So I went to the safest place possible. Behind the Duke, he was forced to block his own glass spikes as I drove a runa-fueled kick into his back. The impact created a shockwave that launched him straight into the storm of glass. A dark mana bubble erupted around him, shielding him after he'd already been impaled several times. I answered with a salvo of grenades, shattering the bubble and driving the Duke back toward me as more glass spears kept pushing. In response, I simply circled him, laughing maniacally. The spell did nothing to me, but it absolutely shredded the Imperial noble. Eventually, the glass spikes stopped and shattered as the Duke was forced to release his own spell before it killed him. I took the opportunity to remind him that he wasn't the only one who could do magic. I collapsed the glass wall onto him all at once, then teleported a few hundred meters into the air and dropped a 500-pound bomb on his ass. I returned to the glass field to watch the detonation. I stood atop the remnants of a glass spear, waiting for the Duke to dig himself out from under hundreds of pounds of debris. He was a proud man, and at that moment he was boiling with rage from the humiliation of being toyed with. Eventually, he emerged. His torso had changed. It was now nearly 10 times longer than before, an insectoid mass with bony legs protruding from each side. He looked less like a man and more like an artificial centipede made with humanoid parts and a face. The moment Machiavel's eyes found me, he prepared to launch himself forward. I simply pointed upward. He didn't look, probably assuming I was fucking with him. The bomb landed right next to him. It wasn't arcana charged. I still wanted more out of him. He survived, but was launched unceremoniously into a pile of rocks. He recovered quickly, deploying arms on both sides of his body to catch himself, then hurled himself at me in a blind rage. Broken arms fell to the ground, replaced by fresh ones. His speed was far beyond what it had been just a minute earlier. Still, with Diana-inspired buffs, keeping up wasn't much of a problem. Machiavel couldn't touch me. That realization only made him angrier. "You made one crucial mistake when studying me, you evil piece of shit," I said, my voice low and carried by my aura, slightly distorted to add weight. "You studied what I could do before I came back from the abyssal void. Back then, you might have been able to decapitate me, maybe crush my skull, maybe." I smiled under my mask, "But by now you realize there's nothing you can do to stop me. Not even your boss or his boss can. And they know it." I stepped forward. "Despair, boy. Even repentance won't save you now. From this moment onward, every one of your reincarnations will be cursed, until you've paid for every crime you committed and died once for every life you destroyed." "You have no power over me, devil," Sunbrak roared. "We'll see," I replied calmly. "But first, let's thin you down a bit, you fugly shit-eating degenerate." I noted that the Duke was still growing, not just longer but thicker, as if trying to form something else entirely. I pulled out the M2 Stinger, fueled it with Runa, and let the Duke enjoy Browning's Opus No. 2 in 50 major. Large chunks were torn away, though he managed to shield himself from the worst of it. I teleported behind him and brought the Dragon Slayer down. The dense mana-infused bone nearly split apart before knitting itself back together. At last, I understood the blade's limits, or more accurately, my current limits with it. Good for S10s, maybe softer-skinned S11s. I reappeared on a nearby hill just as 20 bony arms smashed into the Runa-fueled howitzer shell I'd left behind. Gore and bone sprayed everywhere. Sunbrack screamed in fury, using other limbs to stabilize what might have been his torso or his neck. Honestly, it was getting hard to tell. A 155mm HE shell wasn't enough to turn the annoying Duke into paste. In fact, they were just perfect to annoy the hell out of him. But if I'd learned anything over the years, it was this. If explosives didn't work, you just didn't use enough. And if that's the case, you keep increasing the amount until the problem stops existing. As I considered how much would be required, a stone coffin erupted from the ground around me, sealing shut and dragging me underground. I simply stepped through the wall, something else stirred nearby. Underground, multiple signatures. Not the chimeras, at least not the ones that had been shelled, yet. A second force, I said as I reappeared 10 meters in front of him, just for me. You're too kind, Duke Brokeson. The jab landed, I held the Dragon Slayer in one hand and the focus blade in the other. In the end, there was no point wasting explosives on the Duke. The amount required would have been absurd. Wagon loads of ordnance, enough to level the Imperial capital. Unreasonable, expensive, and frankly, inefficient compared to a little sweat and elbow grease. I still had about 10 seconds before the Duke's trap finally sprang on me. I sent a moderate amount of void through the grip of the focus blade. The result was a long beam of pure annihilation. Everything it touched was ripped apart at a molecular level before being sent silently screaming into the abyss. I swung at Machiavel's half-cut torso, finishing the slice and sidestepping just in time to dodge a giant worm as it erupted from the surface. I turned, using the insane void saber to carve the worm open with a dozen rapid slashes. The cuts didn't drip with blood. In fact, the inside of the segmented creature looked freeze-dried, like it had been left in a cosmic food dehydrator. The tunnels it had emerged from were massive, stretching for miles. Deciding to test the sword's limits, I pushed an entirely unreasonable amount of void into the grip. The result was a weightless pole of death, its tip grazing the low clouds. Then I slashed downward, then upward again in a precise V-shape. The sword made no sound, but the absence it left behind did. A low whistle, followed by what might have been the loudest pop in recorded history. The weapon clearly hit one of its safety limits, dumping excess power and shrinking back to a normal sword length. I noticed a faint mirage shimmering over the grip, only lasting a few seconds. Overheating? Fair enough. The ground had split open for nearly 2,000 meters, the cut plunging over 1,000 meters deep at its far end. No resistance, it simply erased a section of reality, wiping out thousands upon thousands of monsters in an instant. A few powerful chimeras at the rear had avoided the blow. Naturally, the strongest of the bunch were in the rear. Over 50 S8S and half a dozen S9S. They immediately began carving stairs along the wall of the new canyon, working with unsettling efficiency and absolutely zero fear. Somehow, they were even more grotesque than what I'd seen so far. They were literal people that had volunteered to have animal parts grafted to them. They were mostly humans and elves. A few dwarves were also in their rank, but I'm not sure the term was right, as what they had become was all but small. I'm preparing you a nice family reunion in hell, buddy. You should thank me, I told the Count, who had once again started growing. The other section I had amputated, however, was also sprouting a head from the open wound. So now he could split into two creatures. Charming. Trying to replace your son, I added, twisting the knife. The downside of increasing the planet's etheric density was that everyone enjoyed the bonus. In my absence, the Empire had clearly been very enthusiastic about exploiting it. I was starting to realize that without me, we might have been royally fucked come spring. Still, I finally had what I'd been craving all along: punching bags. None of the chimeras showed chemical burns from gas, confirming they weren't part of the group we'd shelled earlier. If anything, they were likely far more numerous. I felt their creepy auras stretching as far as my own aura could reach. I dodged a blow from the Duke, studying the creature he was forming. The face had finished emerging out of the open wound. A man, red hair, blue eyes, his face carved with heretical runes. That face was more than familiar. That face was family. He had desecrated Luke's corpse. No, looking closer, I knew he'd done far worse. He had ordered his death, all just to piss Lily and me off. My mask flicked off. I was out of gas anyway. Smoke curled from the corner of my mouth as a cigarette appeared, already lit. One drag later, I spat the burnt stub away. A second cigarette appeared. I sighed, releasing the smoke. I tried to stay calm while fury boiled inside me. I knew Luke's soul was gone, but the burning blue eyes staring back at me still clawed at something deep in my chest. I hesitated, then decided to recover what remained of him first. I phased next to the head, grabbed the hairs. "Calvaire, Luke," I said, sending 2 slashes that split the monster in half and severed the head cleanly. A thundering explosion of arcana purged any lingering dark magic in the head before storing it away. A few less strong chimeras fell dead to the ground from the swear in the distance. It also sent a few monsters falling down the chasm. Standing in a pool of blood, I turned toward the Duke, and then all hell broke loose. I was finally within range of the monstrous army. Every enemy targeted me at once, spells, claws, teeth, bodies, rushing forward in a mad stampede. I had all the motivation and energy in the world. They wanted to dance. Fine, we'd dance. I spat the butt onto the ground and flicked my mask back into place. Sunbrack seemed intent on retreating to the back of the army near the group of S9 chimeras, growing larger and larger as he did. Desert, then. One way or another, he died today. A few extra hours wouldn't change the odds. Wielding both swords, I launched myself into the horde with abandon. I danced between attacks, letting instinct guide my hands and feet as I tore forward at full speed. I half ran, half climbed through the flood of monsters, phasing away whenever my previous position was targeted by 1,000 spells. I made sure to grab every corpses on the battlefield. They didn't care about friendly fire, their only goal was to stop me. None of them came close. I moved like the wind and struck like a guillotine. Some monsters towered 10 times my height, each fell in a single sweep. A few spellcasters tried trapping me in layered spatial cages. Void did not care. I felt their fear when I stepped out of 10 overlapping containment circles like they were holograms. "Fucking demon," one of them screamed, a cursed-looking centaur. They were horrified, as if I was the real monster. How ironic. I teleported onto his back, cleanly disconnecting his heads from his shoulders with the Dragon Slayer. I kicked one head into the chimera beside him, then phased forward, carving a wide horizontal arc with the void blade that erased several hundred more. I moved from powerhouse to powerhouse, killing so fast they struggled to track me. 50s8s became 40, then 30, still too many for blades alone. Where the density was thickest, I supplemented with a few runa-fueled artillery shells, and the slaughter continued. Every now and then, the Dragon Slayer was replaced by a belt fed for the time of a salvo or two, before snapping back into place. By now, so many chimeras were pouring toward me that I couldn't push any deeper. However, none of them touched me. Since I had stopped progressing, I decided to send a message. I released the chimera corpses from my inventory just behind me. Thousands were already in the pile, every kill disappearing and reappearing on top of the pile. The void blade sliced through the masses while the Dragon Slayer handled the precision work. The focus saber turned out to be an excellent death ray, though I could feel the handle warming after every very long-range sweep. Not that it mattered, the heat dissipated almost immediately. That just meant I had to keep those uses to a few seconds at most. The bloodiest game of King of the Hill in history started. By now, thousands of creatures of all sizes were swarming me from every direction, falling and piling beneath my feet as their buddies climbed over the unstable ground to reach me. "Ha ha 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 ha. Today you all die, Calvaire," I screamed, releasing a wave of arcana from the top of a mountain of corpses. Thousands died as the weaker runes holding them together shattered. A cluster of creatures was sent flying by the swear bomb, several bodies tumbling down the ever-growing pile. My own very special Beat Saber game was in full swing, and I intended to set a new high score before anyone intervened. I'd been at it for a solid 20 minutes now. No enemy I'd come close to had escaped, except Sunbrack, who was still growing in size in the distance. I slashed, poked, and obliterated enemies at an incredible pace, but the army was a literal sea of monsters. Blood rained over my steadily rising mountain of corpses. The hardest part wasn't killing the hordes, it was doing so without crushing their cores. Every large-scale attack destroyed a significant number of powerful cores needed for my industry. Some losses were inevitable, but I managed to keep almost all S6 and above intact. The adamantium blade shimmered with a faint golden thread along its edge. The blade felt happy. Apparently slaughter was right in its chords. The only thing that truly annoyed me was the constant wailing of the monsters as I annihilated them by the hundreds. Running and phasing through the masses, slashing everything, stacking layer upon layer of corpses. Blood pooled and flowed, solidifying into reliable footholds beneath my feet. It felt like my feet had wings, my movements faster and more precise than ever. No flashy nonsense, no spinning quadruple backflips, just clean, direct cuts aimed at necks and abdomens. A jump here, a phase there. No half cuts, only death. The suit was fantastic. It kept blood away from my head, channeling it beneath my feet to create stable footing exclusively for me. It also seemed to apply some kind of mobility buff. I'd noticed it was drinking an obscene amount of blood from the corpse pile, steadily growing in power. I phased a few hundred meters high, pulled out the MK-19 Stinger, and reloaded it with a fresh belt of incendiary grenades while free-falling. I infused my rage and fury directly into the belt. Then I phased upward to gain altitude and emptied the entire thing, spreading the army apart with generous sweeps. I phased back onto my mountain just in time for the rainstorm. Explosions erupted everywhere, black and red flames blooming and festering on the monsters, spreading like wildfire in a windstorm. The screaming intensified to an unbearable level. Then I remembered. I actually had something for that. My first aura trick ever. The noise blurred as Down with the Sickness by Disturbed began blasting, overpowering nearly every other sound. I went feral, rushing and slicing through as many monsters as possible. I kept pace with the tempo. Every second added new corpses beneath my feet. Every minute marked the end of hundreds. Songs changed. I stayed consistent. By now the golden thread along the adamantium blade stretched with every slash like a liquid guitar string, quadrupling the reach of each swing from my right hand. Deep scars were carved into the corpse pile with every strike. The only thing slowing my stacking was the rate at which future corpses arrived. The only kindness I could offer the monsters who used to be human was a quick death. I realized I'd lost track of time. I pulled out my watch. 3 hours. Any longer and allies would start trying to get a piece of the pie. Time to remind everyone I could be a mage too. Runic geometric circles began stacking along the Dragon Slayer. They folded and twisted once, then twice, before merging into a single spell that extended to cover the entire battlefield, runes and shapes filling every available inch. Heed my spell, martyrs of a fool. Repent and be forgiven. Be free from your cursed lives, I said, my voice carrying like thunder across the army. Ungodly paper cut. I lowered the sword in a downward slash. In a world of programmed magic, I was about to become the greatest bug fixer. Using Aura, Arcana, and Void, my slash was carried like the sound, echoing and slicing everything in its path 1,000,000 times over. Every chimera screamed in unison, their cries fueling more cuts until silence claimed the battlefield. Only Sunbrak and the S9 chimeras remained. By now he looked like a cross between one of those cursed angelic flying cock rings and a centipede, except in terms of size, he was a fucking titan stretching over 200 meters long. His core sat somewhere near the center. Now that's a big fucker, I muttered, flicking my mask off just long enough for a smoke before finishing the job and cleaning up my mess. The air outside the mask reeked of ozone, guts, piss, iron, and burning hair. The smell only survivors ever get to talk about. The smoke appeared already lit. 2 puffs, and it was gone. I started to understand why nobles smoked cigars and big bold pipes. Back to work. 83 Duke. Thousands upon thousands of corpses started to fall over my mountain like rain. All of them sliced in halves or less. The Duke and his 6 S9 friends looked nervous. Every other chimera were released from their mortal burden as they were struck down by 1,000,000 cuts. The music stopped. Blood rained. Peaceful, quiet. By now, Sunbrak looked like a giant hellish centaur-like creature, every part of the lower body being made of hundreds of limbs curled on each other's. He even had 4 large bone-clawed arms covering his back, 2 long and sharp spiked tails, thousands of buffs covering every angle, 50 feet tall, shining with both light and dark mana, small appendages shining with different elements that covered the whole mana spectrum, including even a few uniques, while the main ones used light and darkness mana. I was staring them from the top of my mountain. Fucking demon. I heard Machiavel's voice from the distance. I teleported next to him, slashed both weapons in a cross, Void first Dragon Slayer behind. As soon as my attack was released, I phased above Sunbrak and sent 2 downward slashes down his neck. Mana couldn't resist. It was obliterated. Every attack destroyed hundreds of appendages and thousands of shielding spells. However, Sunbrak replaced the members rapidly, grabbing the flying head and torso and healing them back in place almost immediately. Every lost arm and spell replaced by 2. Something felt different about the Duke. His aura was different, clearer. Was he closing in on S12? I was surprised as my void slashes hit what seemed to be a form of dimensional armor made of light and darkness. Finally, a bit of resistance. The S9s seemed to take this as their cue to get into the fight. They seemed to have prepared a few strategies. All of their attacks focused on using light and darkness elements almost exclusively. A deerkin-looking woman seemed to use her aura to try and confuse my vision and hearing. However, my senses were too sharp for her skills. A 4-armed, tall elf woman with white hair sent 4 slash down my back. Light and darkness, combining and moving though my void armor. The slashes ripped apart the back of my trench coat, however the suit not only blocked the impact, but even nullified it almost completely. The mountain's slashing power being reduced to a mere tap. She moved back. "Callus, I just had it fixed." I sighed with a powerful wave of mana. My eyes twitching from irritation, I was forced to start dodging with more intent as attacks rained on me. I hesitated to make myself a second layer of armor out of Arcana. However, in the end, I decided against it as the energy might be needed to slice down the Duke. A nine-tailed and four-armed scorpion man launched at me, launching attacks with every appendages with feral brutality, shattering the ground under me, rocks flying hundreds of meters high as Spell still targeted me from the sides. I phased behind him and swiped the Dragon Slayer over his arse, removing every tail before moving on his back and sending his head to the top of the pile. He disappeared and fell over the top of my burn pile a second later. By now, the unstable mountain covered acres upon acres of land, blood drenching the land. It was a statement to say the least. I dodged another wave of spells, moving back as new features were added and removed from the land. My movement were calculated, dragging them back to the Corpse Mountain, where I had superior footing. I couldn't stay in the same place even a single second as attacks pelted my position. I wanted them to believe in their chance to win, wanted them to think they had the upper hand. I wanted their moral at its top before atomizing it. Like Brussels, circa 2028, a few attacks grazed my coat. I had to raise a temporary Arcana shield a few times when they tried to push their spells a bit too far. Sunbrack seemed to be readying a large-scale attack too. Deciding to fuck with the Duke, I waited for the spell to be 90% ready, then sent a single Arcana-infused impact grenade on his back, fucking with his control over mana, collapsing a few minutes of brain-melting work. I savored his anger like fresh pint of maple water. A lady wearing a complex set of armor meant to flex far too much attacked me next. She used a strange weapon. The grip reminded me of a tonfa, while the short end was replaced with a triangular dagger and the long side with saber blades. They were made of adamantium. No doubt they had prepared for the Dragon Slayer. In a strange way, they were more ready than Sunbrack. She moved with incredible agility, exerting perfect control over her weapons. Buffed to the teeth. However, with the buffs, I ran on myself. I was able to do more than keep up. I sliced her right leg off and teleported to the top of the pile. But as soon as I did, the Duke healed her, regrowing a fresh limb in an instant. I off-course glimpsed into every runes I saw, deciphering a quarter of the spell. A few more times, and I would understand the secret behind limb regeneration. The runes linked to stem cells. A kick from the fresh leg sent me back a few meters. I phased away just in time to dodge a dozen beams of power that crackled with dangerous energy. I hesitated to block the attack with the Void Saber. But my instincts told me that if I did, the result might shatter reality like glass. Not optimal. I phased next to the dear-looking woman that tried to scramble my senses and lobed her head off before phasing back to the foot of the hill next to the extra-articulated lady, this time slashing at her abdomen, separating her whole lower body, sending blood pissing everywhere. She fell to the ground as I moved to the side. The bait worked, and Sunbrack fixed her up again, giving me another longer glimpse into the spell. He really cared about that woman in particular then. Maybe his wife. As soon as she could move away, she retreated next to the Duke, switching to ranged support. What a time to be shy. A blonde elf man wielding an adamantium blade with a bone shaft and a black-haired human wielding a sword that had the same green tint launched at me. Both wore matching red plate armor. Their attacks were precise and methodical. Sunbrack buffed both of them up to almost S10. They didn't have extra arms but clearly didn't need them. I dodged and weaved between their spear and sword. Their technique was exquisite. Their synchronization, surreal. Something felt off, however. One of the S9 was missing. The four-armed white-haired elf lady had disappeared from my senses, leaving no traces in the void, teleported away. Whether it was to get some help or give a status report, however, I couldn't tell. I switched the energy going through the focus blade back to Runa, as shattering the universe would be counterproductive. Using the chaotic raging blade to block a mana-infused blow, resulting in a powerful shockwave, as mana and Runa clashed, the residual power from the explosion being siphoned back through my horns, leaving me with more than what I had spent. A barrage of attacks fell on me. I blocked everything, blades and magic shattering against perfectly timed parries that shook the whole valley. Trees were ripped from their roots by the shockwaves, the ground ripped apart, carved by deep gashes that stretched hundreds of meters deep. The place was unrecognizable from what it was only a few minutes ago. Bloody mud, rocks and snow covering all but my corpse pile. The elf finally showed an opening and phasing the Dragon Slayer through his spear. I removed both of his arms. I grabbed the spear into my inventory, moving away from a sword slash that removed a few hairs from the back of my head. The Duke didn't hesitate and immediately regrew the arms. However, the weapon was already lost. forcing the noble to use his spare weapons. A mithril rapier and parry dagger, both heavily enchanted. The swordsman took the lead as the other switched to support. Still, now I had the knowledge I wanted, Sunbrack's spell having revealed all of its runes to me, removing any need I still had for both of the S9 knights. The swordsman was careful, trying desperately to keep both his arms and weapon, trying to win time while slowly moving back towards Machiavel. However, he made three crucial mistakes. The first, focusing on his arms, forgetting about his neck. The second, forgetting I wasn't just a swordsman. The third, coming to fight me in the first place. I slashed at his neck. He blocked the Dragon Slayer without resistance, but not its echo that struck the back of his neck with all of the force, removing his head. The resistance stopped, and before his sword could hit the ground, it was in the pocket. Opening myself to an attack at the same time, the Duke saw the opportunity, and a ray of condensed power ripped a clean hole through the side of my ribs. I ignored the sting and focused on my next slash, removing the elf's head from his shoulders with a sweep of the runa blade that sliced through his defense like butter. His weapons joined the others in my inventory. I really wanted to grab the Tonfa swords too, only two S9 still breathing, the Flexi girl and the missing four-arm elf. I stared at the woman and the Duke. He took a step in front of her as if to protect her. "So which of you two shall die first?" I asked, grinning like a fool under my mask. Then, as if to strike the arrogance out of me, a dozen new holes were ripped out of my chest, abdomen and legs. I laughed, looking down at the holes. Interestingly, only the crystalline part of my organs and bones survived the blow. I snapped my fingers. The Duke's spell appeared around the wounds, plugging the holes quickly, leaving no trace they had been made in the first place. "You fucking thief! You have no right to use my magic," the Duke snapped at me enraged. "Somehow this is a bigger insult than killing that son of a bitch you called your son. How impressively degenerate. Is that your wife you are trying to hide? You shouldn't have brought her here if you weren't willing to let her die." I shot back at him. I screamed with rage, unleashing rays of light and darkness at me, tearing new holes that were closed an instant later. Using the noise of the Duke's attack, I echoed a slash that removed every limbs from the woman with too many articulation, who by now didn't contribute anything to the fight, only hiding behind the Duke. She fell to the ground, still alive but without arms or legs, spilling blood all over. The Duke had no choice but to choose between attacking me or saving his ally. In the end, he chose to only stop the hemorrhage temporarily, focusing on attacking me instead. The most tactically sound decision. He kept using his death rays while closing the distance between us. I deflected one or two that were aimed at my face. By now, we're in melee range. He slashed at me with giant sharp mantis arms. I wanted him to show me more tricks. He had to have a few more. However, for some reason, he seemed to focus on useless melee attacks, focusing only on generating more limbs, trying to outpace the speed at which I destroyed them. The Dragon Slayer fell sharper than ever. The shockwaves generated by every attack blocked with the runa blade were converted back into damage and redirected to the sender. Tore limbs pilled over the ground, slowly growing into small, grotesque monsters that swarmed me from every directions. Flesh golems. I decided to try a new idea, combining another element to the echoed slash. Calvaire. I recited more like a war chant than a swear, accompanying the word with a sweep of the adamantium blade, visualizing the guitar string extending in a perfect spiral around me and snapping it like the longest whip in history. A whip crack filled the air. Monsters fell. The Duke fell. Trees far in the distance fell. A clean horizontal cut that had extended for about 5 kilometers all around. I expected the Duke to simply regrow, but by now he had realized that his strategy wasn't effective against me. In the end, the only apparent sign that I had been in combat was a few holes in my coat. I was about to deal him a finishing blow when he surprised me by ditching the huge corpse he had been building and adopting a body that looked more like an alien biped with 2 mantis arms over the shoulders and 2 normal arms equipped with sharp spear made of mana-dense bone. His 2 tails replaced by a single larger one. He launched at me, his speed far exceeding what he had been at previously. Every articulation were engineered to deploy the maximum of exploding force, storing energy into the bone structure like springs. The increased speed, however, was only the tip of the iceberg. Machiavel was locked in. He tried to dissect me. However, even with supersonic speed, in the end his attack didn't produce any damage that held on for more than a second or two. Deciding to fuck with him even more, I decided to make an arcana mirror right in front of me, shooting 2 light beams right back at the Duke's face. He was boiling with rage and regenerating tissues, staring at me trying to figure me out, seeking an actual weakness, finding none. His eyes laid on mine. He looked terrified. Reality had just hit him like a wall. "No, you can't. Impossible. Why? If none of this battle ever mattered, why fight it? Why did you pretend to be weak?" He snapped at me. "Well, I didn't want you to flee. Isn't that how it works? You see, even people like you are important. Your core is a precious resource. It's a shame you couldn't break the wall to S12, though. I said, removing my mask one last time. Understanding he was going nowhere, he tried to detonate his own core. This farce had lasted long enough. It was time to end the Duke and go back to the train. Pushing the buff, I applied to myself to their very limit. I once again switched the power in the saber, this time making a long arcana blade. Then, in a single sweep that drained me of a quarter of my energy pool, I sliced the Duke in half from head to toe. Hearth on one side, core on the other. For a single second, the Duke became unable to move and manipulate mana. A second was enough. The Dragon Slayer diced him horizontally, disconnecting the brain. I phased right in front of him and plunged my void hand inside his chest, grabbing his fist-sized core and ripping it out. By the time Machiavel Sunbrak understood he had lost, he was already dead. His corpse appeared on top of the mountain, only one person left. The S9 with no arms or legs. I started walking towards her when the elf that had disappeared earlier teleported next to her. She looked around once, placed her hand on the dying lady's chest and teleported away as the extended gold string from the Dragon Slayer was halfway down her neck. I expected to be teleported too, however it didn't work. I almost had a perfect score. Fuck me. I grumbled, storing the tons of crushed monsters. Lucky for me, the two Tonfa holding arms were left behind. I grabbed the valuable weapons. The rocky valley had been permanently transformed into a complex ravine system that plunged deep within the ground. It would probably fill with water eventually and become a great fishing spot, or become a great climbing spot, I thought to myself. Nature always healed. Now I just had to figure out where I was. I phased high above the ground, trying to find the explosions of the artillery in the distance. I found it quickly. However, the firing arc suggested that the first Chimera force stood between me and my allies. I hesitated to wipe them off on the way home. However, I decided to leave some for the troops, as the enemies they were destroying were unimpressive at best. They would be perfect to help young soldiers grow sharp and strong. Nothing that would be worth my special attention with Celeste on board. I phased back to the ground before gravity tested the durability of my knees. Looking around, there were no cores or corpses left on the ground. Only a few new, hard-to-explain terrain features in the middle of nowhere. I placed my mask back on, remembering they were gassing the poor bastards. I started moving. At first I wanted to ride the bike again, but remembering that Hope might worry about me, I decided against it. I started leaping through the void, every step graced with a new sight. I took longer steps to go past the artillery barrage and kept going until I finally saw the train from afar. I kept moving, and a second later I was sighting on a leather sofa in the lounge. Hope was there, as beautiful as ever, in a long open back dress made of gold silk with a high slit on both sides, looking out of the lounge door's window, down the corridor at entry of the train. "Are you waiting for someone?" I asked her with a warm smile. She yelped and headbutted the doorframe, looking at me both angry and flustered. "Do you feel better?" Hope asked, looking at me after a long breath. "I do. He even had Luke's head. Can you believe that?" I said, realizing that for some reason my hands seemed to shake. "I'm just glad you're back. To think you just downed a duke and a whole army by yourself," she said, sitting on my laps and hugging me warmly. "Kind of crazy and creepy, isn't it?" I asked. "Crazy, yes, but the only thing creepy was the existence of that army to begin with. And did I hear you right? You have Luke's head?" she said with honest surprise that finally melted the tension in my shoulders. "Yeah, they did some dark magic to hit, but I purified it. I also brought the corpses back. Is there anything you can do with them, or should I just make Blaze get rid of them?" I asked her. "Tell him to take care of the flesh and leave the bones intact," she said with a mischievous smile, no doubt knowing how much controlled work it would represent. "Might take him a few days," I answered with a complicit smile as Robert entered the lounge. As soon as the black and white-haired catkin saw me, his shoulders seemed to relax. He prepared a cigar, trying to look unsurprised. I only had the time to take a single puff before everyone stormed the lounge. "Damn it, Sam, that was crazy dangerous. Do you realize we had very few options to save your ass if you got in trouble? And judging by your coat, you came close to many times," Wojtek said, trying to sound angry. "Is that a smile or a frown? It's so hard to tell with all of these ugly scars covering the right side of your face." I answered with a bright smile, pointing at his uninjured side. He flipped me a bird before hugging me tightly. So tight, in fact, that it triggered my shield. He opened his arms, scared as if he had broken me, before realizing it was simply my shield, and exploding in laughter. "Did anyone count them?" I asked. "Sorry, the information wasn't clear enough on the battle map for us to get an accurate count, but we are thinking probably almost 500,000, possibly more." "I hope it was worth it," Aurelia said from the side. "Two survived, but I believe my private lesson with Machiavel Sunbrak was more than worth my time," I answered. "What did you learn?" Aurelia asked. Oh, nothing special. Just how to regenerate limbs. You know, basic stuff, I said with a smile. Stop kidding, Hope said, giving me a slap on the shoulder with a smile. Not joking. Want me to prove it to you? But remember that if I do, it will mean that you won't walk on the leg Lily made for you, I stated. I was thinking about Aurelia's wing. I'm sure she wouldn't mind. Hope answered automatically. What say you? I said, looking at the Pope. Turns out she had already removed her prosthesis and was looking at me. The spell took only a second to cast. The regrowth process wasn't what I would describe as great-looking, but it worked and didn't use any dark magic. A minute later, her new feathers were dry. You still might need a bit of physiotherapy, but it should be about as good as the original, I said with a smile. Everyone stared in silence, Wojtek stealing a sip from a flask while shaking his head. Want me to fix your ugly face? I asked the bearkin, knowing all too much that Sasha and Chloe loved the tough boy look Wojtek had. He was about to answer when a waffle was shoved down his throat by a tall wolfkin woman, immediately closing the bearkin's jaw into the food before her could say a word. He is fine the way he is. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. May I ask if there is a need to send a corpse destroyal team past the enemy lines? She asked. Nah, I grabbed them all with me. I was thinking on putting my son on burn duty with the others if you don't mind, I said with a wry smile. We would be honored to have the prince work along the troops. I will have a disposal zone readied as soon as possible. The officer said immediately. Great cause, I have a literal mountain of corpses to process, I answered. My lord, if I may, I would like to participate in the corpse disposal too, Robert asked. No problem, do as you wish, I answered. 84 Discipline. February 18th, 8079, 10:15. After fixing Aurelia's wing and reporting my successful hunt, I took a stroll to find Blaze. His aura made him as easy to find as a damn lighthouse, which is the only reason I found him, since he was taking a nap on top of a boiler, using his trench coat as a blanket. Don't like winter? I asked. Hate it. How the hell did civilization grow on a planet that's frozen half the time? When it's not monsters that are trying to kill me, it's the damn weather. He grumbled back at me. Well, I got just the thing to warm you up. Come on, it's time to start training. I told him. Give me 15. He answered. I made a small water mist with mana and sent it to him. The water sizzled on him. Ha, fuck. Shit. Stop. Okay, fine. I'm coming. No more water. You could have said no. He squealed. Grab your mask. We're going out. I said, turning around and walking out of the engine room. I flicked my mask on and exited the hall of the strangest train in history, locating Robert, who was discussing with a Raven lieutenant. It was a bit fresh outside as the -20 Celsius was amplified by the incessant wind. The ground shook as the train's gun fired. Snow lifted off the ground and flew everywhere before falling back softly in a new spot, only to be sent flying back 20 seconds later by another blast from the 16-inch guns. I listened to the hundreds of artillery cannons singing. Was it not for the snowstorm, the impact might even be visible from the train's roof. Blaze arrived, jogging out of the train, slowing down to match my pace as he arrived next to me. Robert and the lieutenant came towards us. We took a short trip to the area designated for the training. Okay, so what are we doing? Grenade launcher drills? Demolition? Rocket launcher drills? Blaze asked excitedly. I believe you already know how to use those. We only have a few weeks to get ready for you next quest. Not enough time to iron out all of your flaws. Our only option is to focus on the things you are good at. So today you work on fire, I told him. Okay, so what am I doing? He asked. First, let me teach you something. Do you know what fire is? I asked him. It's fire. What do you mean? It's hot. It's a mana type, he answered. What is it made of? I pushed. Mana, he answered. Wrong. You can make fire without mana. Fire is a chemical reaction made of 3 things. Take any of those 3 out and the fire collapse. Can you guess them? I asked him. Fuel, air, and mana. He tried. Almost had it. You need fuel, heat, and an oxidizing agent, typically oxygen. Together they create a chemical chain reaction, a self-sustaining exothermic process where the combustion reaction continually produces enough heat and free radicals to ignite more fuel, allowing the fire to continue to burn even after an initial ignition source is removed. Mana has nothing to do with it. You have to do more than feel the heat. You have to feel the fuel and the air, feel how they all work together, I explained. What the fuck? Since when do you speak genius? He said, staring at me. Fine, smartass. I guess I'll let you figure out the rest then. Today you are going to debone corpses, I said, snapping my fingers. A mountain of corpses, shrouded by a thick veil of black smoke, appeared. After a minute, the smoke dissipated, leaving the pile of grotesque monsters behind. Give me 5 minutes and I can have those disposed, the fiery boy said with a smile. 2 rules. 1, while burning them, make sure to keep the bones fresh and don't melt any cores. Your mother will be using the bones, so make sure to preserve all of them. 2, train using the sword and shield we gave you. I explained, raising my fingers. He laughed, looked at the pile, and then looked back at me. His laughter slowly coming to a crawl before stopping. "You are not kidding? That's impossible," he said, shacking his head from side to side. "There will come times in your life where you have to make the impossible happen, and this is more than achievable. Not only that, but I can see at least 5 ways to make it happen using fire mana alone. I am certain that a fire specialist 4 whole stages above me can make it happen. I expect you to be done before 5. Ho, and one last thing. People are going to dish out some justice in a few hours. You can join the fight once Hope have collected all the bones. I'll come see you later. Have fun," I told Blaze before turning to my butler. "And thank you, Robert, for assisting in the cleaning efforts. If you need more corpses, just give me a sign. I have a feeling the few hundred thousands I have are only the start of a larger collection," I told Robert with a nod before turning back to the jeep. "Where should I bring you next, King?" the LT asked. "I'll take the wheel. You get to be driven by royalty today, LT." I told the young officer. "Ain't no one gonna believe me when I'll tell them," he said with enthusiasm. I took the driver's seat. As soon as the LT got in, I floored it. Throwing dirt and rocks with all 4 wheels, I noticed him grabbing the hoshit handles. There was no power steering, but it wasn't necessary as people had strength for days. "I noticed they gave you the newer model, hey?" "Ha ha ha ha. This thing fucking rips," I exclaimed as we jumped over the top of a small hill. An inquisitor raised his arms at me, starting to yell before noticing who was driving and giving me an awkward salute. I whipped the jeep around. The LT squealed. I drifted the jeep to a stop in front of the officer, who tried to make himself small. I didn't get off the jeep. "What the fuck are you doing? We never salute in the field. Also, this is a battlefield, not the capital. People are going to drive fast. Get used to it. Understood?" "Yes, King," he said, almost saluting me again. "Godspeed," I said, flooring it again, forcing the Inquisitor to move away from the debris. An appropriate disciplinary action. "Yeah, no, I can guarantee not even my senile grandma will believe me." The LT exploded in laughter. "Trust me, by the end of the operation, this won't be the craziest story you'll have to tell," I told him, smirking under my mask. I stopped next to the VIP wagon. "Well, I hope you took my driving lesson to heart," I told the officer as I got out. "There is a lot I still have to figure out, but this was an eye-opening lesson for sure. I will do my best to hone my skills for our next ride, King." "If you can impress me, we'll upgrade your equipment," I told him. I turned and started climbing the stairs to get in. I heard all 4 tires rip and turned to see the LT doing his best to try and keep the jeep under control. I turned back and entered the train. I made my way to the lounge and found Hope chatting over a cup of tea with Celeste and Lysa. I walked towards them. "Good morning, ladies. May I join in?" I asked. "Morning, Dad. Of course you can join," Lisa said with a wide smile. "You look full of energy. Did you genocide an army by yourself, destroy a land feature, or give some crazy hard task to someone?" Celeste asked me with a suspicious stare. "Yes. Did your mother tell you?" I answered, surprised. "She didn't know which one it was." Celeste sighed. "All of the above," I answered. "Damn, you're on fire," Lisa said with a wide grin. I took a seat, and as a maid came in with a cart full of warm food. We ate together, chatting about nothing in particular. Bickering, talking about ridiculous ideas, and just enjoying life. After the meal, Hope and I went for a small after-lunch nap in our cabin, asking the maids to come get us half an hour before contact. Our quarters were actually fit for royalty. For a moment I almost thought I was an Air Force guy. February 18th, 8079, 1415. A knock at the door woke us up. "Your Majesties, 40 minutes before contact. However, multiple reports just came in that require your attention," one of my maids said from the other side of the door. "We are coming," I said, getting off the bed. The pieces I had taken off the suit came back to me and got back on by themselves. Hope's golden dress remained uncrinkled by the nap. "What do you think it is?" Hope asked me. "Nothing good. They wouldn't have crashed our royal nap time to tell us it's windy outside," I said with a flat tone, lighting a long Timmy double cigar. "Let's hurry then," Hope said, throwing an S6 light core in her mouth and opening the door. A minute later, we were in front of the command room. However, people were not looking at the battle map. They were focused on the radios. "What's going on?" I asked as we came in. "A few things. The Prince Heir of the Dwarven Kingdom has been assassinated. The killer has been linked to the Stone Secret Service. A war declaration is expected soon. Furthermore, activity at their border suggests a few deadly clashes in the last week. Next is the Lichdom, who has started to migrate south towards Centralia. Lastly, our recon unit that kept watch on the demons have gone missing. We expect them to also be on the move. Sadly, a localized dust storm is keeping us from observing them from the sky," said a Raven captain named Tiffany. "In the worst-case scenario, they might have taken a deal with Melanor to come hunt us. But they also might target Centralia or the Wildlands. They have a seer that at their head that makes predicting their movement useless, Wojtek added. How many are MIA? I asked. 28 Pathfinders, Your Majesty, the captain answered. 4 7-man squads. Fair to presume them all dead. Tell them to use magic to clear the weather if they have to, and send planes to see if we can localize any survivors and track the demons. Tell the Templars to ready a reception party in case they decide to visit us. We need to reach the capital before the Lich. We can't afford to lose so many lives, I ordered. Your will be done, the captain said before turning to one of the radio operators. Do you think they are going to manage okay? Wojtek asked me. Probably not. But I'll wait for them to ask for help before saving their asses, I replied. You sure you can take the demons? They might have something that can stop you. He shot back, worried. I don't think they have anything close to that. Not to mention that if I'm honest, it's kind of hard to be more cursed than the Empire, I stated. I wouldn't think much of them either if there weren't 100 legends telling me what to expect, Mirabelle stated with a smug. Those same legend also made me out to be 12 feet tall and shoot lasers out of my ass. Do you have someone more appropriate to suggest than me? I asked, looking at the officer. Can you? More seriously, I am uncertain that sending you is a good idea. You are our ace fighter and leader. You are impossible to replace, and our strategy already rests on your shoulders, my king. The Wolfkin officer answered, trying to sound neutral. I tasted a bit of fear in her aura. If we can't handle them now, we never had a chance to win in the first place. The fact that we have failed to see this coming just proves how much we are stretched thin. We have no right to tell you what to do. All we can do is suggest ideas, my friend. But I also believe that keeping you here as much as possible is the best way to ensure mission success, Wojtek stated with a low tone. I'll make sure to work fast if I have to leave again then. I have a few new tricks up my sleeve that can make quick work of hordes, if you hadn't noticed. And not to boast, but the final count was a bit over 800,000 for the last fight alone, according to Harmony, I said with a smug smile and a puff of smoke. Wojtek choked on a sip of coffee while Mirabelle's mouth fell open. Captain Tiffany, sitting near the comms table, shook her head in disbelief. A few others that were listening in on the conversation but tactically decided to refrain from joining in were left shaken by my statement. Not only had I downed a duke, I had also decimated his army with almost every single noble that followed him into battle. Wait, Sunbrack was the Duke of Westria, right? I asked. Yes, why? Hope asked. Well, let's say that the Duke took most of buddies to come at me. I mean, there was about 50 S8 and 6 S9, not counting the Duke who was S11. That doesn't leave much to protect his land for sure. Where are the Lichdom troops crossing the mountain south? I asked. In Norwestria mostly. What are you suggesting, Sam? Wojtek asked me as we moved towards the continental map. They are not moving to stop us. They are expanding their borders. They know Melinor's time is counted, and they want to exploit the chaos to lock down as much resources as possible. It is safe to assume the western provinces will fall within the next few months if we don't intervene, I said, my tone grim. There were millions of people still living there. I know what you are suggesting, Sam, but we don't have the resources. We can't allow ourselves to overextend that much, Woj said. I think I have an idea. It's risky but far less than anything else. Let's use it to win minds. We'll print those informations, including what the Empire has been doing and how corrupt they are. Add something about our commitment to bringing an end to their regime of terror. Make sure they know the only reason they know what's coming is because the Empire doesn't care about them. We need to give them hope, I ordered. Understood. I'll make it happen, Wojtek said with a nod. Good then, I guess I'll go see Lisa and Aurelia. If I'm to stay on the back line for that fight, I might as well play some tunes. I saw a few people pay more attention in the background. A few whispered their excitement to each other. If only they knew I could hear all they said. It was fair to say I was loved by the troops. Mind if I come and sing? Hope asked. I would be honored, I said as she grabbed my arms. Let's have a drink after the battle, Wojtek said, looking at both of us with a warm smile. How long before contact? I asked. About 25 minutes, Mirabelle answered. Thank you. Good hunting, Ravens, I said before leaving with Hope to go see Blaze and Robert. A short jeep ride later, and we arrived next to the burn pit. Robert's pile of corpses was completely cleaned. A pristine pile of bones, stacked with precision. Blaze's pile was halfway gone. However, there were no bones in sight, and a few cores were melted. Might I suggest you start by figuring out how not to burn the bones with a single body at a time, I told Blaze as I added back another 50,000 on top of his burn pile. Look, I'm trying, but I'm better at burning stuff completely, he answered with a sigh. Great. What if you want to save a hostage? What if you are trying to open a steel coffin without melting the person inside? What if you are trying to harvest bones for your mother? What if, I said. I know, I'm really trying, but these things are burning like paper. Blaze tried to explain. Did you use your fire sword and the shield or your flamethrowers? I asked. I did, he answered. Looking at his boots, you're a bad liar. Use your sword and shield. They are part of your training. Start small, burn them one at a time until you can figure it out. Things are about to get rowdy. You are allowed to defend yourself, but as soon as you are out of immediate danger, I expect you to go back to corpse burning. You can come eat dinner inside, but you are not going to bed until you are done harvesting these bones. Understood? I asked. Yes, Dad. I'm sorry, Mum. I'll be more careful. I know you needed those, Blaze said. It's okay, your father collected enough. Even if you burnt a few hundred thousands by accident, it wouldn't be a big problem, Hope said with a warm smile before stepping towards the pile made by Robert. She pulled her scythe out. Holding it right in front of her, she made a perfect circle with her weapon. I didn't see anything special. Even though I heard Hope chanting and tracing runes with her fingers, I didn't see any runic formations. It annoyed me. I didn't want to learn her magic, but seeing it would be nice. I realized she probably felt the same way with Arcana. Once she was done casting her spell over the bones, she moved closer and stored the stack into a gold bracelet. No demo? Crap. Robert and Blaze both looked disappointed too. Hope looked at me with a mischievous smile. My heart skipped a beat. What a tease. We made our way back to the train, stopping at the Moral Station. Half the wagon was a musical instrument, while a quarter was a lounge for the artists, and the last quarter being attributed to a music studio. When we arrived in the lounge, two singers were arguing as their sets had been removed without explanation. They were livid since no one present had claimed the time. The priestess that was responsible for taking care of the artists looked like she had been repeating herself for a while already. No, you listen, that's my spot. I don't care who's trying to move me to the side. This was supposed to be my peak moment, a unique chance to let the king hear my voice while he battles. This is a once-in-a-career opportunity. Please understand, said the first singer, a thin human brunette. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. We will keep you on the roster if anyone can't do their performance, but this is all I can do for you, said the young priestess. Listen, bitch, my father is a bishop. Fuck us now, and your career is cooked. You hear me? Now go tell the loser who tried to bump us to stick it where the sun don't shine and get away from me, said the second singer, a black curly-haired half-elf, half-dwarf woman. From behind she looked like Lily with black hair. I corked an eyebrow at the colourful language and decided that it was a perfect time to introduce myself. I'm the one who took the spot, I said from behind them. About fucking time you showed up. Us who know. The dark-haired woman replied as she turned around, her eyes meeting mine. Who, yes? Who are you and who's your father? I asked her. I am Celine. My father is Bishop Paldi, your majesty. The girl said, staring at the ground so hard she might have punched a hole through it. Robert, have him summoned. I believe he and I are in need of a discussion, I stated. Please, my king, there's no need to bring my father into this, the girl implored. I noticed a few tears hit the ground. I didn't. You did. What's wrong? Where is all that bravado and sense of entitlement gone? Do you understand that your mission here was to give morale to the troops? I asked. She nodded. Do you really? I asked again. Yes, my king, she said after a sniffle. No, you don't. The sister you have been pestering is the troops. How much did you raise her morale? There is a war going on and changes happen. Get used to it or get off my train. Talk like that to my staff one more time and you will walk home. Understood? Yes, my king, she said between streaks of tears. I expect you to make proper apologies to the sister. I said, giving a nod to the stunned priestess. I picked Hope's arm and we moved inside the studio. As soon as the door closed, Hope exploded in laughter. I felt myself relax. All forms of tension and irritation left me as my eyes fell on her mirthful eyes and perfect smile. Did we miss something? Lisa asked while sifting through folders filled with partitions with Aurelia. Sam just shut down a teen that was having a temper tantrum in the most dad way ever. The timing of our arrival was so perfect, and I'm willing to bet the sister just had a prayer answered. Hope said, wiping a tear from the corner of her eyes. The size of her eyes when she saw who spoke was hilarious. I said before being overcome by a wave of nostalgia. I missed Lily so bad. My mind was looking for her everywhere. Fuck, sorry, I said, staring at the ceiling while wiping some dust from the corners of my eyes. It's okay. She reminded me of her too, Hope said, giving me a tight hug. Lisa joined the hug. My eyes itched. Damn allergies, I mumbled. Don't let it crush you, Dad. That's not your style, Lisa said, giving me a soft punch in the ribs. You don't understand, Lisa. She was fucking hot and dummy thick to use the words your dad used, Hope said with a smirk. I have great tastes, sue me, I said with a smirk. This is all very touching, guys, but we still need to decide what set we are going to do. We only have a few minutes before Lumen Guru finish his set. Also, Sam, there's a few public announcements for you to place throughout the show, Aurelia said, pointing to a clipboard with a dozen pages of short announcements. Fair enough, Lisa and I said in unison. I ruffled her hair, kissed Hope, and we started to build a set list. 85 far away. Lilith P. OV. After burning myself, trying to save my children and falling into a coma, I felt my sense of self slowly melt into something larger. Something that was and wasn't me. Feeling like an echo of an echo. My memories mixed with a few others. I was dead, yet I still existed as a part of something strange and far older than myself. It was strange, yet it didn't feel like my sense of self was being erased. In fact, it felt like it was being amplified. I wished I could have seen Sam one more time. As I was thinking about that, a window appeared in front of me, opening into the abyss. There he was, as if he had been waiting for me, although he looked thin and weak. Almost dead, in fact. Our eyes met, and I knew. It felt like thousands of lives spent together, memories that would be soon forgotten again. Children I would never see or remember, places that were long gone and forgotten. Sam, I miss you, my love. Keep living, and destiny will make sure one day you can fulfill that promise you made to us, one last time. I didn't know if he heard me, but it felt like he did. I felt something pull me away. I gave Sam a last look and the window closed. I wanted to protest, to scream, to cry. But the overwhelming sensation grew too strong. I was thrown into a river of soft pulsing light. The universe slowly trying to destroy my sense of self and memories. I refused, fought back. It started with the oldest lives. I resisted, but their vague memory was soon gone, like a forgotten dream. I decided to focus on preserving the memory of the people and things I loved most. Hope, Sam, Dad and my kids, my brother and mothers. There was someone else too. A glimpse of pink passion from another life, my second wife. I kept her in my heart too. Most of the rest was forgotten, erased, destroyed. The river pulled me far and deep within its strong current, and for who knows how long I drifted. I never stopped clutching those few fragments of love. Then I was ejected. I felt something warm push me out of the flow. It was tender, like being hugged by a loving mother. All light vanished. I felt myself floating lazily. I didn't breathe, but I felt a pulse. Then space contracted. I felt myself being ejected somewhere else once again. I was being pushed and squeezed. Then the pressure stopped, and I was blinded by bright lights. A giant blue-skinned person was pulling me, holding me in their arms with a warm smile. The person was a race I didn't recognize. They had large veiny wings on their back and a vertical eye slit on their forehead, my lungs filled with air. I cried. I had no idea where I was or who those giants were. I wanted to see my friends and family. I wanted to go home. I screamed and wailed. The humanoid spoke in a strange language I didn't recognize before washing me with warm water and wrapping me. Something was awfully wrong. My hands were blue and all pudgy like a baby. I was laid on top of a soft and warm cushion that turned out to be my mother's belly. Her face was beautiful. She had pale lilac-colored skin, black curly hair, and eyes that matched her skin. She had long elven ears and beautiful features. She was probably some alien type of fairy. But more importantly, I was hungry. I made a bit of noise, and my new mother pulled out one of her massive jugs out the top of her dress and placed me in front of the nipple. I hesitated, but in the end, I needed to live. I sucked. The warm, sweet milk was actually not bad. I drank my sadness away. My mother made me burp once I stopped sucking, and a few minutes later I felt drowsy. I wanted to keep watching and learning, but my eyes were already closing. Days passed. The routine of a baby was far from what I would consider entertaining. I had hoped to be moved around a lot more, but sadly ended up spending most of my time between a few ornate rooms. The building followed a different style of architecture I had never seen before, using thin paper-like walls framed in wood and stones. The doors sliding instead of swinging open. Tables were low since people seemed to favor seating on the ground and sleeping in a large cushion akin to a nest. My family seemed to be rich, as my mother had over a dozen maids taking care of her. All of them were outrageously beautiful. They seemed to call me Kali, although I wasn't sure if it was my name or just a word in the local language, while they referred to my mother as Satrina. The maids all seemed to be from different races, however none of them looked like the people that lived at home. Their uniforms, if it could be called that, were extremely short black dresses, or alternatively, a too small bra with a skirt that was also too short. All of them made of fabric so thin that I could see everything under, defeating the whole purpose of wearing clothes. It was lingerie, not actual work clothes, which made me wonder for a moment if it was in fact a luxury whorehouse. The way they dressed, and their charms would suggest so. If that was the case, I would have to escape as I refused to sell my intimacy. I prayed that luck would be on my side. Being born in a rich house would be a great boon for my early education and might increase my chances of survival. I just hoped this society wasn't too stuck up, or I would be branded a heretic. I might reincarnate even further from them, or worse, not reincarnate at all. I might have time at the moment, but that might not last. I needed to gather as much information as I could, figure out the language and my location relative to Valia, figure out the rules of this world, and find a way to game them in order to get what I wanted. I was done being a tool in others' plans. Sam and Hope had given me freedom, and I would fight to never lose it again. I didn't want that. In fact, I didn't want to die ever again. I wanted to live. From that point on, I made myself a promise. No more complaining, no more crying. From this point forward, I would work so hard that the universe would have no choice but to recognize my effort. I just needed a bit of time. I guessed the time might as well be spent trying to get some mana. The faster I would form a core, the faster I would grow. At the moment, my mother was reading a book written in an ominous dialect that reminded me vaguely of something I had seen somewhere else. She was distracted. I decided to train my mana control, as a healthy dose of mana in my blood would help me grow strong. I tried to pull some mana to me, however the result was catastrophic. A heat started to burn within me. I screamed from a sudden burst of pain. Something was fighting the mana, clashing inside of me and destroying each other. Runa, what the fuck? I pushed the powers away from me. I was in serious trouble. A normal baby wouldn't have the control needed to force the powers away, but I wasn't a normal baby. However, as soon as my core would start to physically manifest, my soul would get pulverized by the conflicting powers. I wouldn't be able to actively protect myself in my sleep either. I probably had less than 10 years. Way less than that if those people grew fast or had strongly aligned genetics. My survival chances were slim, but I had hope. I knew the only way to survive. Arcana, I just had to figure out how to awaken it. If I did it, I would live. Otherwise, my chances of survival were grim at best. Not much of a choice, but an amazing opportunity if I managed to pull it off. My scream had seemed to have caught the attention of my mother and one of her maids. They had also noticed how I tried to push the mana away. My mother seemed amused, however, after a single sentence from the maid, her attitude switched. She picked me up in her arms gently and started to walk out of the room in which we were. But instead of walking back the way we came towards the bedroom, she walked towards the garden. However, the way she held me, all I saw was the ceiling. She walked down a few corridors. I caught a glimpse of the sky. It was a rusty red, and more concerning, there were two suns, confirming that I wasn't on Valia for good. My mother walked into a large room, filled with people. Not that I could see them, but the amount of moaning, crying, screaming, and other noise I didn't dare guess was discomforting. These guys were going wild into an orgy of probably over 100 participants in the middle of the day. Didn't they have better things to do, like fighting monsters and inventing stuff? Well, that's my legendary bad luck in action right there. The place was most definitely a whorehouse. One the size of a palace, but one nonetheless. I was suddenly mortified. I might be in serious trouble. They might think I'm cursed and finish me, or sell me into slavery. She stopped somewhere in the room, interrupting people with a tangled mess of fast words that betrayed the calm of her face. A man with a voice like honey answered a few words. However, that wasn't the answer Satrina wanted to hear. She raised a single eyebrow. Runa started to accumulate around her. I tried to push it back with all my might, but I had no real power of my own. I screamed as the Runa started to burn me. In an instant, her power retracted, and she looked at me with teary eyes, saying something I guess might have been an apology. Oh shit, was I about to be sacrificed? The man said something else though, and I suddenly felt a wave of mana from behind me. However, the scale compared to the Runa was fairly low, and I almost had a chance to save myself from the burn. I screamed as I used all of my will to try and repulse the damn flood of mana that singed my back without success. So torture first, then. Is this what Sam had suffered? I ended up passing out from the pain. A single thought crossed my mind. I don't want to die. When I awoke, I was laying on a table with a dozen people screaming at each other, most of them being naked and unsavory to the eye. I didn't want to endure the show any longer, so I made my displeasure known with a simple, "Hey!" I was given a bib that had been dipped in honey and some powder meticulously prepared by one of the few persons without his genitalia visible. A handsome red-skinned elf with veiny bat wings akin to my mother's on his back and a small pair of horns barely visible under his curly black hair. I was forced to take the bribe. I was soon gained by a feeling of drowsiness. The fucker had drugged me. Well, in the end, it didn't matter. Sleep might let the scorching pain subside. When I awoke again, I was still laying on the table, but the exhibitionists were gone. My mother was discussing with one of her maids over a cup of tea. She looked pale. Her eyes were puffy and red. Had she been crying? She noticed I was looking at her and tried to make a brave face. I smiled at her and she smiled back. I wondered what had her crying. I noticed pairs of tiny gold bracelets had been slipped over my ankles and wrists. Probably an apology for almost murdering me earlier, or the way they marked soon-to-be-sacrificed babies. My mother picked me up and walked back to her room. I was surprised to hear people still going at it in the hall. Did these folks spend their whole day fucking? When we arrived in our room, all the maids bowed low in unison, giving me a nice top view of their rack. My mother sat back on her throne and fed me. Day 400. A bit more than a year on Valia had passed since my reincarnation. By now, I was about as big as Ravnica the first time I had seen her. My grasp over the language was enough to make me fluent. Not that anyone expected me to be. By now, I had cabin fever. The only things keeping me sane were the gifts I received every day from places and people I didn't know, and my drawings. The bracelets I had been gifted as a baby had stretched with me. Their purpose was to shield me from mana and runa. Keeping any absorption to the minimum, turns out the enchanter who made them was exceptional, and I regretted not having the tools to inspect them closer. Everyone was extremely kind and careful around me. I was the gossip on everyone's lips. My mother had started to leave during the day, leaving me in the tender care of the maids, who pampered me far too much. When my mother was home, she spent her time reading all sorts of cursed books that gave me the shivers. She seemed to be looking for something, probably a way to save me. I wanted to tell her, but I also didn't want to blow my cover too soon. "Mama, what are you reading?" I asked. "It's a book about ancient alchemy, my little imp," she answered with the patience of a saint. "Why?" I inquired. "I'm looking for a way to live with mana and runa, but so far everything I read is telling me it is impossible. They destroy everything when they contact each other, killing the host as soon as their core start to form. I'm sorry, but don't worry, I will find one," she told me, telling me in an indirect way that she expected me to die as soon as my core would start to form, which no one wanted to tell me the age it normally happened at. "Maybe when they fight they leave something behind," I tried to suggest, planting the idea of arcana in her head. "Maybe, but I don't think so. What did you draw today?" she said, not getting the hint. I showed her a pretty good drawing of a pink-eyed cat girl and of my service truck. "Oh, that's pretty good. Who is she?" she asked. "Valentine, the Empress of Magic," I said with a bright smile. "Oh, and is she more powerful than me?" she asked with a wry smile. "No, she's dead," I answered. My mother looked at me mouth agape. "What happens when we die?" I asked her before she could say anything. "When we die, our souls join back to the river of souls, where souls are cleaned. Once a soul is squeaky clean, death guides them to a new life. But don't worry, although death isn't the friend of our faction, she only punishes bad people like the angels." "Who are the factions?" "Well, you're a curious little bug today, aren't you? There are 3 factions. The good guys, demons. The very bad guys are the angels. There is also one other old but very small faction. It used to be ruled by a rebellious angel that some demon lord working for King Beelzebub tried to conquer, but they wiped him and his army. They always refused to join our side, staying neutral in the Great War. Daddy told them to leave them alone, but they didn't listen. Angels seized their lands for a while and made their home a hellish place to live as a revenge. So they rebelled and kicked their ass out and declared their independence. King Mammon pushed to invite them, but since it is on King Beelzebub's borders, it was a decision to take. One of his generals didn't wait and decided to try and wipe them out since they were mana-aligned species. Didn't work. His army and him never came back. Then, as an answer, they destroyed the bridges that used to link every planet and destroyed the system that allowed us to look at our stats. Fucking pricks. After that, a treaty was signed to leave them alone. "Fucking pricks," I answered with a wry smile, trying to contain my laughter. "Don't say that. Let's eat and go to bed, okay?" she told me, massaging the bridge of her nose. If only she knew that demons were on the attack when I died. "Okay," I answered, smiling and moving to the table as the maids started bringing enough food for 12 people. My mother had a strong appetite, while I was an absolute glutton. We were in the middle of eating when all of the maids and mother froze at the same time. They all looked towards the same spot, far past the ceiling. In a flash, a giant bubble appeared over all of us. My mother had conjured a large runa shield over us, but why? 2 seconds later, the roof exploded. My mother shielded me with her body as the bubble exploded. The shockwave ripped my repulsion shell away, and I was blasted by terrifying amounts of mana and runa. I screeched in pain. My fingers curled backward before clenching tight and breaking my tiny bones like straws. My eyes rolled backward. The pain was so vivid that I couldn't even pass out. I lost track of time. I want to live. I don't want to die. I cried in my head. Maybe it would be simpler to die, being born normal somewhere else. I started to let go, but a moment before I died again, I saw Sam, Hope, and Valentine's faces staring at me, begging me to hold on. No, I refused to die, refused to let go. I refused to die without Sam giving me my damned ring. Not again! My bracelets melted on me. But at this point everything was pain, so a bit more or a bit less. I decided to push the mana and runa in front of me to collapse on each other, again and again. My skin was starting to flake. I didn't stop, kept pushing. When the density started to grow lower, I blasted myself with the remnants of mana and runa. I was launched in the air from the blast. I caught a glimpse of what looked exactly like the angel that had taken my future husband away. My mother launched herself and caught me, absorbing the fall with her body. Then there was darkness. 86 heat. Samael's POV, February 18th, 8079, 1600 hours. We were finishing our first string of songs when I finally decided to give a look at the notes Aurelia had given me. I leaned over the mic. I've been asked to do a few announcements. I don't know what they are, so let's read through them together. Here goes. Great warriors, remember to use your ammunition sparingly. A single bullet to the brain is enough to confirm a corpse. Who the fuck wrote that? Fuck it, melt their head. Make sure there's nothing left for the Empire to recycle. Ammo is cheap, lives are not. Let's see what else is written there. Remember to dig your trench at least 6 feet deep. This is not a trench crusade, this is a blitzkrieg. The whole principle is to not get bogged down waiting for the enemy build defenses. It's push or die. If we are digging trenches, we aren't pushing. We can have Earth mages build the more complex fortifications. Let's see what else. Bullshit. More bullshit. Oh yeah, that one makes sense. Remember to change your socks at least twice a day. One more. Keep your guns pointed towards things you don't mind shooting. Let the enemy eat the lead, not you, buddies, I said with fervor in the mic. Aurelia and Hope snickered in the back. I started strumming the notes of Highway to Hell by AC/DC. Aurelia was leading a small choir of a dozen singers she had picked at the last second, including the other girl that had been bumped and had stayed polite. Hope was the second voice. It was her first time singing in public. But she was all in. Her voice rivaled Aurelia and Katrina. She was smooth and hypnotic, while I balanced her with my energy. Aurelia was leading the choir in the back, following with energy. A man I didn't recognize sat at the drums. I was playing with my electric guitar, and Lisa was on the organ. Hope had also picked a contrabass and was slapping a bass line that was on par with my skills at the guitar. The result was an energetic hybrid music style. Although it was unique, it sounded amazing. Activation prerequisites for authority power sharing have been fulfilled. Would you like to activate the skill authority? Harmony asked me in my head. What does it do? Are there any risks for my troops? I asked back. Using Faith and Aura, people under your chain of command will be able to randomly, or on your cue, invoke some of your spells that match their needs. They will also beneficiate from the positive effects of your own aura. There is no possible major side effects on you or your allies. Harmony answered mechanically. Please activate it, thank you. I told her. I leaned over the mic. It seems the meat sacks of the Empire are finally in range for everyone. About damn time. Take my blessing and glass their ass, I said, trying to sound as passionate as possible and launching into a crazy guitar solo that launched our next chain of songs. I was keeping track of every movement on the field. Celeste's amazing perception combined with my skills to give me and the Command HQ an amazing live feed of what was happening. I noticed Wojtek was running to intercept a dozen S7 that had appeared on our flanks. The ground and the air between them getting overcharged by an impressive amount of magic spells. 2 more S8 pushed towards the front and were intercepted by Mirabelle and another high-rank officer I didn't recognize. Our top-end fighter started targeting the enemy's elite fighter, only picking enemies they knew they could win against. I was surprised to see Woj hold his own against the dozen of S7. He slammed 2 spiked stone walls together like a bear trap and turned 2 S7 into pulp in an instant. Another had his legs ripped apart from a similar trap. Marcus was holding back 2 S6 with uncanny agility. Sasha was atomizing large swaths of monsters that made the mistake to come within 50 meters of our lines. They worked like a well-oiled machine. The enemies had 3 S10. They worked together and tried to make a large-scale spell. But as the few-kilometer-wide circle manifested in the sky, I whipped the guitar and guided a plume of arcana high in the sky, disrupting the spell. The mages were confused and tried a few more times without success. I noticed a raven had been teleported out of the ranks and into the middle of the enemies. I placed my combat buff on him and healed his wounds as they appeared, making him almost immortal as long as he protected his core. The unlucky raven was a machine gunner. He moved like a tornado, but instead of moving back, he just kept pushing deeper into the enemy ranks. His machine gun, never stopping its bark for more than a second, the time to reload. The S4 soldier moved like a bullet, crushing head with kicks. I noticed every bullet he shot twisted mid-air to find heads. His weapon was also burning with raging mana. I realized his belt had gone dry, yet the glowing PKM refused to stop. He was shooting them with his aura and mana. How interesting. He would for sure have a good story to tell if he survived. I realized he was carving his way to the person who had teleported him. I gave him extra armor and allowed him to work, focusing my attention on a group of Templars that had been separated by earth magic. I patched them up and gave them the equivalent of a whole stage extra in buff. All of the residual power of the battle was being drained back into my horns, so I had more than enough to splurge. The S10 enemies finally decided to make a move towards the train. 2 cardinals went to meet them. I gave them the full suite of buff, including instant regeneration. The shield of the train had to activate a few times to block the backlash, but the soldiers out of the shield weren't so lucky, and many suffered severe injuries. I focused on saving as many as I could, but a few were vaporized, and for that there was nothing I could do. But to my surprise, they left something behind. A soft golden light that followed the other soldiers and shielded them. I looked at Hope. She winked and started the next chorus. I noticed an S9 had slipped its way to Blaze and seemed to be giving him a hard time. He was using his shield and sword, as I had asked of him. If the boy could refine his power, he would no doubt elevate to a whole realm of power above what he had. My suspicion was that his power relied on heat and not fire. If that was the case, his power would be far more polyvalent than simple fire. My seer intuition pointed that way at least. I noticed Celeste was also tracking Blaze. She would not let any serious harm come to him, so I moved my focus towards Wodge. He had suffered a few amputations, but the healing reattached the limbs before they could fall to the ground. I spreaded my buff, spending all the mana that came in while keeping my own Arcana level above 95%. Our forces were locked in. The train didn't slow down, the column was still pushing forward. Every artillery cannon had switched to direct fire, aiming at the biggest monsters they could see. Then bombers came within range and bombed the back of the enemy formation. 2 gunships started to circle the battlefield, pelting the back of the enemy ranks with 4 M134 minigun among a few other systems. And just like that, our overkill factor reached its peak. The enemies didn't know how to react to the unkillable army and overwhelming power. The Cardinals had neutralized one enemy S10 already and were now focusing on the next one. I wanted to get out and join the fight, but knew how important gaining experience fighting now would be for the skill growth of the whole army. They needed to grow as much as I did, if only we had a stage on top of the wagon. Hope also looked like she itched to try something, but we had to finish our set. The enemy force was far too small to make a real dent in us. In fact, we had been holding back. Let's read the second announcement. Please remember that riding on top of vehicles is dangerous, as you might fall and be crushed by the tracks or tires. Also remember to maintain a speed under 25 kilometers per hour while driving. Who wrote this? Is this a joke? If you can take the vehicle rolling on you, do what you want, just don't blame us if it happens. As for speed, if you can control it, then your speed is fine. Hell, a tenth of us can walk faster than 25. Anyone try to give you a hard time about it, and you can tell them to come for a car ride with me. I said into the mic, before starting to play Black Betty. Everything was going smoothly. In fact, it was boring. Nothing coming at us actually posed a real challenge to our small force. In fact, I believed that we would have won with ease, even if I didn't intervene. However, what was the point of having powers if I didn't use them to save lives? I checked on the guy that had been teleported and found him fighting against the mage that was a whole 3 stages stronger than him, while also slaying down anything unlucky enough to get close to him. He fought like a Wolverine on crack, using every bit of power of the buff I had given him. I saw him get a grab on the mage and headbutt him before punching his troth. He planted the barrel of his PK in his opponent, blasting the cranium open. Nice. Next, I checked for Blaze, who had dispatched the enemy that had come for him and was now attempting to debone him. I was surprised at how well disciplined he was. I had no doubt that staying out of the fight drained every bit of restraint he had. I expected the frustration to push him to figure a way to do it, but he might not be fast enough since we were trampling over the enemy. The Empire had no way to win since I interrupted their spell every time they tried to nuke the battlefield. Then one of the enemy S10 realized I was at the moral station. He darted in my direction. Celeste stopped him and sent him flying back to the Cardinals with a swing in his gut. She looked in my direction and waved before going back to her position. Missed my chance. As the victory was slowly being secured, nothing surprising happened. I made a few more announcements, taking the time to correct the information in each of them. The choir was gone, their voices exhausted, only Lisa, Aurelia, Hope and I remained. I was getting better at distributing buffs on a larger scale. I had slowed the rate of healing down, but maintained it on every injured soldier at once. Their fatigue level was impressively low, to a point where we didn't even need to relieve them of it. I applied speed boosts and strength boosts to any soldier in melee combat, while letting them take care of their long-range damage output. The battle concluded shortly later. Corpses were collected. Undeads were expected to appear, since some of the corpses further down might not be dispatched in time. Not that they would pose a real danger to our army. The ones we would miss would probably find their way to us by themselves. In total, the amount of soldiers we had lost was in the mid-60, while the biggest injuries to report were bruises. Hope decided to go walk outside, saying she had something to check while I went to the debrief. I was itching for a fight, so I only half listened to what they had to say. Was it just me? I would have gone and ended Melanor. But we needed to send a message, and this was a great way to cull the monsters that plagued these lands. Still, I wondered how many of those armies could they afford to send after me when the undeads and demons were assaulting the West. although the petty emperor might also simply ignore the other dangers and focus his attention on trying to stop me. The snowstorm was expected to last another few days. The lowered visibility wasn't a problem since no enemy force remained in the vicinity. News of a war declaration between the Dwarven Kingdom and the Kingdom of Stones had just arrived. A Dwarven delegation was expected to make their way to the capital at any moment. We already had plans for that eventuality, including a right to produce some of the weapons with the plans needed. Hope was with Blaze, so I left them alone and decided to go help gather corpses instead, making sure to keep the enemies slain by the soldiers apart from my own kill. There was one thing I didn't like about fighting chimeras. Most of the monsters weren't valuable, leaving only their core as payback. Although the stronger ones did tend to carry some really good gear. Soldiers all seemed excited about the last battle. I felt the freezing breeze through my shirt. "Hey suit, think you can make me a trench coat?" I asked, expecting no reactions. I was surprised when blood started to flow out of the vest and pants, forming a trench coat that was made of flowing blood. It sprayed from the edges, staining the snow all around me. Can you make it into fabric like the vest?" I asked, feeling the suit working to try and produce a desirable coat. The outer shell coagulated, forming a hard brown leather. It held the blood in far better too, although it still dripped slowly on the packed snow. "Already better, but let's try to leave no blood behind," I explained. I noticed every drop of blood on the ground separating from the snow and starting to roll towards my feet. Not what I would call perfect, but better than nothing. "Thanks, this is far better," I told the suit, popping a runa core in my mouth and moving towards the soldiers who were discussing. "Do you mind if I give a hand?" I asked them. "If you want to, but there is no obligation, King." The older of the two answered. I vanished in front of him and started to leap across the battlefield, sending every corpse in my inventory. It took me less than 15 minutes. I moved back to the two same soldiers, appearing behind the older one. "I'm telling you, he got teleported in the middle of the enemies and started glowing. Next thing you know, he fought like possessed," he told the young soldier. "Yeah, but that doesn't beat what I saw. Major Wojtek got his arm chopped up, and the next second, fucking tendrils of tissue and blood extended and grabbed it back, healing completely before the grenade in his hand fell to the ground." The younger one answered. "Don't tell me. I think that bear loves scars a bit too much. And you should have seen what that machine gunner did to the mage who teleported him," I answered. The older one jumped and did a flip, left hand palming the revolver on his hip. When he saw it was me, he sighed. "Situational awareness, boys. This is not an exercise, and we can still expect trouble at any second. Don't underestimate the cunning of the Empire and the cult," I told them. "Yes, King," they answered in unison. I noticed poles had been planted in the ground in key areas, purifying the air in a wide area surrounding them and keeping the snow and wind away. Heaters were placed near the poles. Logistic trucks were lined up for soldiers to restock on ammo and grab a warm meal. I saw the berserker in the line to get himself some chow. His trench coat made it hard to evaluate how thin he was. He had long brown hair cut short on the sides. I noticed he had the older raven in a cog patch on his shoulder. I walked to him and tapped on his shoulder. "What's your name, soldier?" I asked him. "Ha, don't remember me, Sarge. Name's Perry, one of the first machine gunners of the X Company. Thanks for saving my ass earlier." He answered with a bright smile that was familiar. "Oh, yeah, that does ring a bell. I expected you to try and get back into the formation, not push deeper in their line. But I must admit it was entertaining." I told him. "Ain't no way I'm putting myself in front of all those guns. I would rather be encircled by 1,000 chimeras than facing the wall of death." He said with a shrug. "Now that you mention it, it might have indeed been the safer option. I sometimes forget how squishy people are. Anyway, make sure to eat at least double or triple portions for a while. Sustaining so many buffs for so long is burning a ton of calories. Oh, and there's that recipe that Hope and I really like. Here, I'll write it down for you." I told him, scribbling the recipe for the buttery hot cocoa. He lifted his shirt. He still had a bit of fat left. "My wife is going to kill me. She hates shredded dudes. I'll see with the cook if they can give me that," he said, horrified, before looking at the recipe as if it was a doctor note. "I'm sure she would rather fatten you up than bury you," I answered. "Good point," he answered. "Is it true what they say? That you killed a duke during the night?" he added. "It is. It was Sunbrack. I'm sure you can guess I was more than happy when I found out. I also wiped the army he brought with him, a few 100,000s, but don't worry, I'll have Blaze take care of the corpses. Take care of yourself, my friend," I answered with a smile. I popped my fat tire bike out of inventory, flicked my plague doctor mask on, and went on my merry way, stopping at a few groups of soldiers who were eating dinner and making sure everyone's morale was high. A few people told me that they really liked my commentaries between songs and wanted to know if I would be in the morale station for the next battle too. Others thanked me for the help. I told them to expect more assistance and that I would see if there was more interest in a take two, although I made sure to precise that I preferred to be on the front, fighting the best enemies I could find. I stopped at a few other spots, checking on Marcus, Sasha, and Chloe, the last one asking me for a few inputs on healing magic. I answered to the best of my abilities, which was more than enough to fill the gaps in her knowledge and correct a few things she understood wrong. We also worked a bit of optimizing some of the spells she used. The troops all seemed pumped from their double victory. Rumors about my night exploit moving down the line like the wind. Once I was done with my round, I turned back toward the VIP cafeteria of the train. Our maids and butlers were cooking in the back. Hope, Celeste, Lysa, and Blaze were already there. They stared at me. I could see daggers in Celeste's eyes. "How are we doing?" I asked. "Honestly? Not so good, since you told me what you did. My control of fire has actually decreased. I can't feel the flow of air or the fuel at all." "What does that tell you?" I shot back. "It tells me that I don't even control fire, so I don't control shit," he answered, cupping his face in his hands. "Wrong. It means that you control something else, probably temperature, heat. But do you even know what it means?" I asked him. "What the fuck do you mean?" "Of course he controls fire," Celeste answered, outraged. "Doing magic is all fine and dandy, but how can you image your spell properly if you don't understand what you are asking them to do?" I asked her. "And can you explain what heat and temperature are, mister?" "I know the secrets of the universe," she shot back. "I sure can, but at the moment I am trying to make his brain work, since this is how he learns. He just needs a pointer or two and will figure the rest by himself in a flash." "Your boyfriend is that brilliant," I answered. I took a seat. The trench coat retracted inside the suit, so it could even drink dry blood. Interesting and a bit creepy, but better than having my coat repaired every week. "Heat is radiation and temperature is a just information." He tried. That wasn't a bad attempt. Temperature measures the average kinetic energy of something, while heat is the energy being transferred. Everything is made of tiny particles that vibrate. The faster they vibrate, the hotter they are, I recited. "Wrong. Heat and fire are definitely just mana," Celeste said. "So if there is no mana, there can't be fire?" I asked, picking a piece of paper, setting it on fire and washing all the mana away with arcana. It kept burning. "Of course. Wait, what? How?" she asked as she looked at the piece of paper, mystified. "Triangle of fire," Blaze answered. Still thinking about my explanation, Tahui arrived carrying pitchers and glasses, Robert in tow pushing a large cart towards our table. They quickly served everyone and we started to eat while talking about the bad weather. Blaze took the time to explain the triangle of fire to Celeste and Lisa, who looked like their understanding of the world had been flipped upside down. Hope also listened, but she didn't give any sign of surprise. The storm picked up in intensity outside. Aurelia arrived. She looked tense, but I noticed her shoulders relax when she saw all of us. By now, she was part of the family. "Grab a seat and eat up," I told her. "I'm having difficulties finding appetite in the face of such carnage. Although I might do jokes in front of a crowd, I hate violence." She answered with a sigh, taking a seat. "At least they are monsters. It's far harder when you are killing actual people," I answered, stuffing a large piece of meat in my mouth. "You might be right. I still find it mesmerizing how all of this doesn't seem to bother you," she said. Tahui filled a plate with a light salad composed of greens, fruits, and nuts, and served it to her. Aurelia gave her a polite nod. "Eat up, we don't know how many hours we might have to last until our next meal. War might not be pretty, but it is necessity. Doesn't mean it doesn't bother me. In fact, it kind of pissed me off. If those cultist assholes didn't fuck everything up, I would probably be a renowned adventurer by now," I grumbled. "I can understand how being pushed to do something you don't want to feel." Aurelia sighed. We kept chatting for a while, when Blaze stood suddenly. My reflexes kicked in. I looked at him, my right hand resting on the handle of my pistol. "What is going on?" I asked him, scanning the area with my aura and finding nothing suspicious. "Vibrations, I get it," he exclaimed. "Great, finish your meal. You can go experiment once you're done eating," I told him. "But," he started to protest, "warm meals are a precious commodity on the front. The corpses can wait." I cut him. He sat back and started gobbling the content of his plate, barely chewing. "Vibrations. That makes me think of something. I remember having a few ultrasonic knives back on Earth. I wonder if I could induce vibrations into the Dragon Slayer to do the same thing. It might actually help me slice through the tough ones. It would be almost the exact same principle my new aura technique." I thinked out loud. I looked at Hope. I could see the smirk on the corner of her lips. "Your new aura technique?" "So mine wasn't enough?" Aurelia asked. "Well, I think you might be able to do it with some practice. My trick is based around your own technique," I told her. "By the way, who taught you my technique?" she asked, stunned. "When I saw you do it the first time, I wondered how you did and practiced on my own time." However, what I made is more practical in combat. I said cocky. Care to show me? She asked. Sure, I sliced in the air in front of me, and a berry in her plate was cut in half. By the God King's beard, she exclaimed, before slamming both of her hands over her mouth. We all laughed, and Aurelia turned cherry red. I think it's the first time I hear her swear, Blaze said with a giggle. Hope's crystalline laughter filled the wagon, and soon we were all infected. How? She asked, staring at the berry, echoing the slash the same way you do sound. I'll show you how it works once we're done eating. I told her. I hadn't seen Aurelia fight much, but my gut told me she wasn't half as strong as she could be. 87 Adventure Time. February 18th, 8079, 1930. We arrived at the burn pit. Blaze and Celeste had left the table half an hour before us. A raging fire was enveloping the whole pit. Blaze was hyper-focused. The snow in a 10 meters radius around him had melted. The grass on the edge was steaming, while the one closer to him was burning. The earth under his feet had started to glow softly. But more interestingly, his hair shined pure light white that made him blindingly bright. The intensity of the fire kept climbing. Every bit of natural mana present around the pit was enveloped by his dense fire mana, forced to follow its flow and vibrate with it. More interestingly, he wasn't using a spell. He was using his mana, aura, and knowledge to make it happen. Hope took my arm, a tender expression on her face. We looked at him work in silence for a bit. Then a bright jet of flames escaped and reached toward him. He raised a hand and grabbed the flames like fabric. Then, like a straw, the heat of the burn pit was siphoned back to him. His hair visibly extended, growing brighter every second. Hope had to turn away from the blinding light. Once he was done sucking the heat away, he dimmed down the glow of his hair to an acceptable level. The snow and ash made it hard to see the results of his work. Celeste ran towards Blaze and jumped in his arm. Let's go see the results, Hope said, starting to walk towards the pit. I'm pretty sure he got it, I said, trying to hide how proud I was. We soon came closer to the burn site. I mumbled a few runes, not really thinking. A bubble of wind magic appeared around us, sending the snow and ash in the air away, revealing a pile of ash and bones. I picked what looked like a cow femur. It was cold to the touch. He done did it, did he? Celeste asked with a wide grin as she came within the bubble with Blaze. He looked a bit different. His eyes now glowed a bright blue, more akin to his natural eye color, while his hair still glowed white, although less blindingly so. I threw the bone at him in a slow pitch. He caught it and smiled. He did manage to debone corpses, yes, but he failed the task I asked him to do, I said. Wait, what? Why? Blaze asked, confused. You didn't use the sword and shield, I answered. Fuck. He sighed. I plucked the bones and cores into my pocket dimension before making the bones appear in a large pile in front of Hope. She quickly picked them up inside her inventory. Good job, my little sunshine. I'm so proud of you, Hope added. As she spoke, I dumped the rest of my previous night hunt on the pile of ash. Since you failed the task, you will have extra work. Little details can be important in the larger scale of a war. Some things you will get told to do will sound completely irrelevant, but might be the key to another detail you are unaware of. You can go to bed once these are cleared. Don't forget to use the items we gave you for those. Now, Aurelia, I believed you wanted a better demonstration, I told Blaze before asking the birdkin woman. I would appreciate it. She answered with a nod. Good. See that tree over there? Focus your aura on feeling the air around it. Blaze and Celeste might also figure some things out. So I would suggest both of you also pay particular attention, I said, pulling out the Dragon Slayer. I noticed everyone else also focusing their attention, staring at the tree like hawks locked on a mouse. I slashed the hair in front of me, the blade moving so fast it produced a whip crack. In the distance, the tree was cut down and the lumber was processed into planks before it had touched the ground. I turned and noticed my butler staring at the tree with wide eyes. Holy shit, how do you even block that? Lysa asked. You can't. Anything within the reach of his aura can be taken down at any moment, and since he can also teleport, there is no way to escape him. I don't know what the hell Dad is, but at this point he is beyond the reach of any mortal and most immortal. While still being only S4, Celeste answered. Lysa answered with a low, impressed whistle. Well, since my boys are showing off, I might as well give a demo too, Hope said. Fuck yeah, Blaze erupted before blushing and releasing a puff of smoke. Hope pulled out a pile of about 1,000 corpses worth of bones and her scythe. She planted the tip of her blade in the bone pile. Dear friends, I apologize for keeping you from the long rest, but I would like to ask for your assistance in protecting your brothers and sisters. If you choose to do so, I shall make a golem for you to possess until you are ready to leave. She said, before waiting a moment, Yes, of course you are free to leave as you wish, and your soul will not be tampered with. I thank you for your generosity, ravens. She bowed to the bone pile. The bones shook, but I saw no mana. Then from the bones, silhouettes started to shape. A dozen golems were formed. They all had unique forms, but resembled roughly the shape of humanoids, except one who looked like a six-legged winged cat with six tails. Some had extra arms, others had wings. They looked straight out of a horror book. They didn't have any mana or runa. Functioning on the mysterious energy Hope used. I wanted to look at the runes that composed them, but they escaped my sight. They all took a knee in front of Hope. Maybe we should put some identifiers on them, I asked. Can they be painted? Lisa asked. Yes, as long as they accept, of course. They still have free will, Hope said with a smile. I saw one of the golem grinning. Not gonna lie, my love, this is fucking cool. I told Hope. This is so badass, Mom. I'll try to clean all of those bones for you. Give me an hour, maybe 2, and the other bones should be free. She hugged him and mumbled something in his ear that made him smile like a fool. However, we were interrupted by the bark of rifles on the other side of the train. One golem spread its wings and launched into the air towards the commotion. Aurelia, can you tell everyone not to shoot at them? I told the Pontifex. On it, she answered immediately. Celeste, feel anything? I asked. If there is something, it must be really weak since I don't feel shit. She answered. Do you mind if I go take a look? I asked Hope. Go ahead, she said, placing a kiss on my cheek. A second later, I vanished in a puff of black smoke, moving to behind the soldier who was emptying a belt of ammo shooting on the ground. Another soldier standing next to him was rolling on the ground as if he was on fire. Further down the line, another pair of soldiers had started slapping their bodies. I focused on the one rolling on the ground and finally noticed what he was doing. He was squishing dozens of insects on his skin. It didn't make any sense. Insects shouldn't be active. And worse, I didn't feel any mage directing them to attack. Once I realized what I should be looking for, finding them was a piece of cake. I washed the area with my aura and realized millions of bugs crawling under the snow. I had to figure out the best way to shield the troops. Insects under the snow, I yelled, pushing my voice as far as I could with my aura. Blaze, get your ass moving. This is perfect for control training, I added. Then I started to work. If the void was mortal for my demigod son, it would do just fine for insects. Due to the density of the swarm and the precision needed, I was only able to clear a 20-meter radius around myself and the soldier by pocketing the insects. Not good enough. I popped the lightsaber out. I was surprised when every raven pulled out flamethrowers and engaged a protocol I didn't recognize. I ran down the line, helping to clean the soldiers that had been swarmed. The effects of authority were still active, which surprised me. Using the link, I detoxified their injuries. Within a minute, all of the snow melted, exposing a sea of critters of all sizes. Flames licked their glistening shells. Some burned, more didn't. Blaze, Lysa, Aurelia, and Hope arrived next to me. What do we need to do? He asked with a serious look in his eyes that reminded me of how determined he was when we first met. Clear the snow and kill as many bugs as you can once I give you the signal. Where's Celeste? I answered. She doesn't do well with bugs, Blaze answered with a sigh. Fine, spread along the line and start clearing anything that comes close, and stay behind the line at all costs. Aurelia, tell Fate to put an electricity type of shield around the train. You have 30 seconds, I ordered, disappearing once again. Now that I knew what to look for, I could feel the swarm moving under snow in the distance through the void. I found the edges of it and moved toward the center of the front line to maximize my effect. I pulled the lightsaber out, moved a bit further from the troops, aimed carefully and opened it with a large blast of void. Then did a careful 180, swatting a large part of the land and anything on it into oblivion, creating a downward slope. Soldiers cheered in the back. Earth mages, roll stone cylinders down the slope as needed, I ordered. I looked to my side and saw Blaze send a bolt of red lightning past the edge of my attack into the sea of insects. Every bug touched by the bolt lit in flames and passed the fire to all the bugs they touched, but they didn't burn. The snow of the far hills lit up with a wave of light the color of a sunset. It was beautiful. I was mesmerized for a few seconds. I looked at my son. He looked back at me, smirked and snapped his fingers. I turned just in time to see a wave of explosions lift the snow a foot up in the air. No more lights, no more bugs. I teleported next to him, wrapped him in my arms and lifted him off the ground. Damn boy, that was good. Ha ha ha. That's my son, I belched, chuckling and shaking him left and right. He smiled with the brightest smile I had ever seen on his face, giggling. Aurelia was flying along the line, a bow in her hands. She shot a golden arrow towards the sky. The arrow splitted into thousands before targeting and falling on every soldier without mercy. I turned to look at her, trying to figure out what was going on, activating my regeneration and sending it to every soldier. I expected my arcana pool to get drained, but my senses found no injuries. In fact, the troops felt like they had just woken from a good night of rest. Don't scare me like that. For a damned second I thought I would have to tell my mom I killed you. I said, carrying my voice to the Pontifex. I see, so I can still surprise you then. She answered with a melodious cackle. I'll go see if I can track where they came from. I told everyone. I started to teleport, tracking the swarm starting at where Blaze's spell had ended. Lucky for me, the friction generated by the swarm had created small icy tunnels under the ice that were easy to feel. Strangely, the path ended up taking me far north in front of the train. It then moved to the east and back south. I tracked its way back to the burn pit. So they had come from the corpses. Strange. I didn't see any more come out of them. The first batch, or a reaction to cremation. But then, why go all the way around to hit the other side? It made no sense. Unless I moved back to the west side, joining back the troops. Found anything? Aurelia asked. Nothing. Tracking them was impossible with the snow. Didn't find any mages either. The tracks were all blown out. But I have no doubt that whoever is responsible for this will show up at one moment or another. I shrugged. If you say so. Your boy fixed the problem quite fast. The troops really like him too. Do you think he will join the order? She asked me. I wish he wouldn't. All I wanted was a nice coat to Riz Lilith, and look where I am now, I answered. Yes, how terrible it must be to be the richest man alive, respected and loved by a whole nation and fervent around the continent, she shot back. On 7 planets, actually. I smoothly corrected her. Think any of them will come to help us if things get bad? She asked. Doubt so, but we never know, I said, moving towards the train. Think we could procure some giant weapons for Hope's golem? I wonder what would be the best weapon to adapt for them. Machine guns and autocannons, maybe? I need to talk to Hope and make a few calls, I added, accelerating my pace. I think some weapons were made for Rose. They should fit the golems without problems. Next time you swipe down an army, think you can filter the valuable monsters in a different pile. There are a lot of materials that can be valuable for alchemy and crafters. I could place anything S6 and over in a different pile, yeah. Otherwise, there would be far too much to process. I shrugged. Good enough, she answered. Blaze had returned to the burn pile, taking over the task where he had left it. February 20th, 8079, 10:30. Nothing interesting had happened since the bugs. I was on my daily morale patrol, taking the time to chat with soldiers of every rank and trades, trying to figure out the points of friction in our war machine. Today I had decided to go see the rail-laying troops. They would one day be sung as the hidden heroes of the war. Their operations stretched over a dozen wagons long, solidifying the ground, placing the sleepers, ballast and rails with a mix of artifacts, steam-powered machines and spellwork. The gathered materials slept inside space-expanding wooden chests, color-coded according to the types of materials inside. Soldiers came in with one box in a specialized backpack and one in their arms, before laying them in their respective spots, picking to empty boxes and walking back to the covered docks where they loaded them on a regular lightly armed military cargo train. Unarmored, save the engine middle car and last wagon. I listened a bit to what the boys were saying before entering their workspace. Are you crazy? Ain't no way the Pope is steamier than Princess Celeste. Them curves, I tell you, those were made to crush hearts and faces. A gruff voice that sounded almost Irish said, Fool, you are so wrong. Princess Celeste is too tall. Princess Lysa is clearly the hottest. She has all the curves placed inside a manageable size and is squishably cute. Not to mention you know what they say about goblin girls, said another one. Nah man, the Queen is clearly number 1. I mean, she was already ahead of the curve when it came to looks before whatever happened to her. But now? Fucking hell, mate, she's the steam. I mean, fucking hell, have you seen her hips? Said a man that had the typical French accent and gruff voice of a Valachian orc. Y'all are so off, it's ridiculous. The king is clearly the steamiest. I mean, I don't even swing that way, and I think I'd let him pet me, said another one. I think I'm with Hoss. The Queen is the steamier. But in the end, the only thing that matters is that there is only one that is remotely possibly available. She's cute, down to earth, and plays music that can make the hardest man weep. Lisa is definitely the number 2 or 3 on any list, and she is the only single one, said the one with the strongest aura, a stage 6 earth mage. Princess Celeste is single, opposed the gruff one. In your dream puff cake, she clearly has a thing for Prince Blaze. She's not even making any effort to hide it, and the king doesn't seem to care. Since he was adopted, I wouldn't be surprised if they'd let it slip and just let them make it official, once he turned 21. Hey, keep up the pace, Norton, otherwise the Sergeant Major is going to kick our ass again and we'll be forced to work with our mouths shut for a whole day again, said the strongest in their wagon, a stage 6 earth mage. I grinned. This was about to be fucking hilarious. I opened the door and entered the wagon. I see you haven't noticed we can hear you all over the train. One of you pulled the intercom override rope. Your conversation have been diffused over the whole battlefield, I said, pulling the skills learned by years of military service to hold a flat face. Shit, said a few at the same time. Fuck! A few others echoed them. Who's the highest ranking here? Me, King, answered sheepishly the one who had made a commentary about being petted, a black-furred wolfkin man. I noticed a few soldiers had blanched and looked about to pass out from the stress. I want you to realize that Pontifex Maximus Aurelia can hear the conversations of a whole city. She no doubt hears every word said on this train. I believe this isn't the first time you have been caught having, discussably inappropriate discourse. I was kidding about the intercom, but that doesn't mean that you should lower your guard. So would one of you tell me what they say about goblin girls? I asked. Looking at the elf who had made the comment, I saw him gulp. They say that they are unrelenting in their lovemaking, my king, he answered. Well, I think you just wasted your only chance you had at making a good impression in front of her dad. But don't worry, there are other girls, I told him with a pat on the shoulder, turning to the Earth Mage. I think the only one who spoke about any of us in anything other than our looks is you. Mister, I asked. Bartholomew King, he answered. Good, Barth. Work hard enough to impress me, and I might introduce you. Don't, and she will know everything that was said here. I told him and saw him blush like a tomato. Now, guys, let me give you a very simple trick. Make codes for everything and everyone. That way, you can have plausible cover for when you'll get caught. Understood? I told them finally, showing a smile. Yes, King. They all answered in unison with a complicit smile. I was about to look at their tools when Aurelia's voice reached me. New intel came in. We need you up here. A few reports just arrived and there is a lot to unpack. And can you tell them that Enzo is clearly the only one with good taste? She said. Will do, I told her. Sorry boys, duty calls. Ho and Aurelia said that she approves Enzo's taste. Godspeed. I told them, vanishing and appearing in the command center. The whole command crew was already there, leaning over the map. When Wojtek noticed me, he frowned. Good timing, Sam. Why didn't you tell us that you ruined the terrain ahead? That field on which you fought is so fucking unstable now that we might have to stop the train and change course. He grumbled. Come on, don't overthink it. We have magic. We can just put bridges over the thing or blow it up. Hell, we can even fill it up if we really want. Although I would suggest taking a look inside first. Might be some caves under there worth exploring. I shrugged. There are far too many tons of material needed to fill it up. Bridges would open too much of a vulnerability. Even if we seal it down, there is no way to prevent the enemy from digging their way and crumbling down the whole thing, Mirabelle said. We can stabilize it and fill it with water, put a few fishes in and call it a day, I suggested. This might be a possibility, but the amount of water needed would be ridiculous. We could empty multiple lakes without ever coming close to fill it. Wojtek answered. Well, there's the ocean and beaches. Pretty sure I could go on the coast and grab the stuff to fill it up. A few lakes worth in the ocean wouldn't make a big difference. Give me an hour or two, and that's a problem of the past, I said. Wojtek passed me a thick cigar with a dangerous smile on his lips. I grabbed it and lit up. You know, going to war with you on our side almost feels like cheating, he said. Trust me when I say that we have far more enemies than allies. So I don't feel any remorse cheating, especially if it put every odds on our side. I shrugged. Fine, let's fill it with sand. I would suggest taking it from the Empire's beaches. If you want to explore the chasm, I would suggest doing so as soon as possible. 27 hours before we reach it with the bulldozers, Mirabelle said. Good, I'll go see what I can find. I smiled. Wait, Wojtek said, placing his hand on my shoulder a second before I disappeared. This is not why you are here. We just had a report of 2 soldiers going MIA in the Blue Mountain Pass being sighted fighting the Dwarven Kingdom. The Kingdom of Stones have been seen using weapons resembling the Mosins and Maxims. However, the propellant used in the guns is unclear as they produce very little noise. They also seem to have come up with their own steam engines. However, the captured examples were apparently very heavy and delivered about 10% the output of the comparable DXM engines in size, Aurelia said. So that's where those 2 rifles went, I mumbled. I want them captured alive, send a whole company of the CIA to hunt them down. The Kingdom of Stone's soldiers are to be considered lawful targets since they harboring traitors. I'm willing to bet they are using compressed air or a sort combustible flammable gas. It can work well, but would require a lot of cores. Lethality relies on the ammo as much as the rifle. Judging by the low noise reported, I think they are using subsonic compressed air rifles. What were they shooting? I asked. The report doesn't say. Would you like us to ask for some captured examples when they'll receive the care package? Aurelia asked. You read my mind. Anything else? I asked. Not that I know of, Wojtek said, but just as he spoke, the phone rang. The Dwarven capital, Magnarok, is under attack. The enemy type is unclear, but they are in disarray. They request assistance, the comtech said. Well, Aurelia, can you look down the pit while I go assist and grab sand on my way back? I asked. She nodded. Give me a good map, bud. I've never been there, so I need to find the way. I told Wojtek. He produced one immediately. I looked at it. Thanks, buddy, I'll bring it back, I said. No need, that's just a print, not my original, he answered with a smirk. I disappeared and reappeared next to Hope. I have to skedaddle for a few hours. Magnarok is under attack, and I might end up talking shop about guns with them. Might also try their poutine once I'm done cleaning up. I told her, okay, be safe. Ho, and just so you know, their capital is underground. The entry is at the foot of a mountain with a burning flame on top of it. She answered, thanks, you're the best, I replied. We kissed and I turned. It's adventure time, I said with a bright smile. Then I started void leaping across large distances, 88 passing by. February 20th, 8079, 11 hours. I was leaping through the void, only feeling the scenery for a few seconds, confirming my next point on the horizon, and leaping once again. Soon the snowy valleys, peaceful rivers and forest left place to rocky mountains that pierced the blue sky. One looked like an active volcano mid-eruption. I looked at the map. That's where the capital should be. Fuck, am I too late? Or maybe it always was like that. Gotta hurry up anyway. I noticed a few ponds that might be great fly fishing spots while appearing on the top of the mountain next to the volcano. There were a few roads leading to 3 large gates that reminded me of a crazy good old movie I had found in my father's stash when I was a kid. World of the King. Something like that. No, Lord of the Ring. That's it. That's the one. Damn, that shit was good. I didn't know if it was just a coincidence, but the movie got the style pretty accurately. However, they had clearly underestimated the scale by 100 folds. The gate alone stretched for 2,000 meters wide and 3,000 meters tall at least. I pulled out the 20mm Anzio and scanned the gates. People were storming out of them, caught in a panicked mess. Many were injured. I was about to move to the gate when something moved a few hundred meters beneath me on the same mountain as I was. I glassed it. There were what looked like a few dozen gun trucks aiming strange steampunk cannons at the people in the valley. I noticed the arrays on them starting to glow with mana as they charged. Perfect positioning on my part. I looked at the rock shelf I stood on. An idea crossed my mind. I pulled my lightsaber and sliced, loosening a few hundred tons of material to swipe them. Using the chaos, I crossed the void to their location. Inside one of the trucks in the empty driver's seat. Avalanche, I screamed. They all scrambled, trying to grab something. Then a dwarf looked at me, his eyes growing wide. He placed a hand on a mana pistol. It was already too late. All of their heads were unattached. The vehicle and his occupants entered my inventory, and I moved to the dwarven gates. The floor of the gateway was made of obsidian and brass tiles. The pillars holding the ceiling had been expertly into giant statues of legendary dwarves, posing with their weapons and armor. A few other statues wore elaborate robes that screamed politician or old wizard, beautiful and on a scale that made them completely surreal. No way I would let that be destroyed. Looking at the panicked crowd, I decided to grab their attention and seize control over the mass hysteria. Calvaire, calm yourself. I'm here now. Could someone please tell me where to go so I can clear whatever the fuck is happening here? Also sorry for the cliff face, but there were a few dozen strange trucks aiming at you guys, I said, carrying my voice as far as I could with my aura. I spoke with the calm of a river, yet the pulse of energy was enough to almost extinguish every oil lantern and torches. But it didn't, and I was proud of myself for it. People stumbled and stopped. I noticed a priest. When he saw me, he ran away. I leaped next to him. So where are we going, buddy? I asked him. He immediately dodged and pulled out a dagger. I'm not your buddy, he answered. I felt 2 daggers stab me in the back, or at least trying. That was unwise. Trying to assassinate the Talarian king will not look good on your resume. I sighed. Another blade from a guy behind me tried for my nape. I stepped behind the 2 and grabbed their heads in my hands. I scanned them and found dark mana runes. Ho, so you work for Melanor. I see. Well, that's all the use you had then, I said, slowly crushing both of their heads. They screamed. The suit sucked the fresh blood of my victims, leaving only empty husks. It had even extracted the cores for me. I quickly pocketed them and pulled my revolver out of his hostler. Shooting the fake priest in the head, I stashed all 3 corpses and moved deeper inside. Surprisingly, when people saw what I had shot the last one with, they looked calmer. About 9 out of 10 people were dwarves, some sporting amputation and serious injuries. I casted an area healing spell, creating a 500-meter wide zone. The spell drained a bit over 1/10 of my arcana pool, but would save many lives for sure. Bring the injured within this area as needed. The spell should last about 12 hours and fix almost any injuries, fresh and old. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some ass to kick, I said. Large waves of mana hit me from deep within the tunnels. No doubt some big shots, duking it out without me. I wanted to stare at everything on the way in, but sadly I was on a timer. I leaped deeper. The world became a blur as I approached the combat zone. Then, as I arrived within 200 meters of the fight, the world solidified again. All of the strongest dwarves nearby were fighting a single stage 11, and they weren't winning. I looked at the creature they were fighting. It looked like a shiny metal mantis on steroids, sporting 4 extra-bladed arms, a stinger on its back, and a human torso planted where the mantis head should be. A more polished appearance than Sunbrak, both figuratively and literally. The wings were steel blades too. The buildings adjacent to the fight looked like they. The Royal Chimera moved, launching ice-cold steel blades at every dwarf simultaneously. "Run, lad, you shouldn't be here, this is dangerous," one of the dwarves screamed at me. I pulled the Dragon Slayer and immediately slashed the air. "Calvaire," I intoned, the slash fusioning with the wave of power, targeting every blade sent flying towards the dwarves, intercepting every attack a hair before it killed everyone. "King Samael, we appreciate you coming all the way here to help us. We will take any help you can give us. We are outnumbered, and they broke our defense like paper," one of the dwarven ladies said. I didn't remember her name, but I'd seen her at Blaze's technology show. Queen something. "Say no more, but it will cost you something," I said with utmost serious. "State your price," she said, tensing up. "1, when I'm done cleaning this mess, I want a tray or 2 of what is considered peak poutine to bring back to my family on the front. 2, I get to keep anything I defeat. 3, once the war is over, my family and I get a guided tour of your city," I answered. "Ha ha ha. Deal. I'll even have some poutine ready for your troops if you want," she answered with a cackling. The other dwarves around had listened to every word. They relaxed and laughed when I stated my terms. I appeared on top of the mantis and sliced it from head to toe with the Dragon Slayer. A single sweep and a perfect clean slice. I appeared back next to the queen, ready to see what trick the chimera hid. "So what is it? Super regeneration, multiplication, cloning?" I said, looking at it and waiting. "You killed it so easily," the queen said. "Not so fast. The last S11 I neutralized had a few more trick up its sleeve," I said. It stared down the mantis, unwilling to even blink. "Well, how unsatisfying. I'll go get the rest," I said after realizing it was just dead. I pulled out a smoke and vanished. I reappeared next to the closest fight going on. 2 S10 dwarves and 1 S10 elf were holding their ground, or so it looked, against a human woman in light mithril armor. But as I looked closer, they were being toyed with. Their opponent dodging the attacks with uncanny ease and dishing severe wounds in exchange. The attacker surprisingly used Runa. How refreshing. Even more refreshingly, she didn't look like a damn monster. She used her power to produce physical objects, including extra limbs as needed. An auric technique mixed with Runa manipulation of high caliber. Her speed was on par with Diana, which was far too much for the defenders. They just didn't know it. When she noticed me, she switched gears in a flash and aimed for one of the dwarves' nape with a weapon that looked like a naginata and a tulwar had a baby. The S-shaped weapon having a pronounced curve in both the blade and the gold hilt. I appeared beside the targeted dwarf and parried the blow to his neck, just in time. I counter-striked with the point of my sword. She caught the blade with the hilt of her weapon and moved back, shifting to another target. I appeared in front of her and slashed. However, she once again dodged with uncanny agility, bending backward and sliding on her knees to dodge my blade, slashing through the void shield on my ankles. She looked surprised as she realized she hadn't cut anything. She got back up, dodging 2 more stabs. She took some distance again, however she didn't move towards the other dwarves, moving back towards the underground front instead. I recognized Armstrong the diplomat that loved poutine almost as much as I did as one of the 2 S10 I had just saved. I tracked her, appearing just ahead on her way. "Impressive. That's better than that chimera I just killed a few seconds ago. Better not be luck or you won't live long," I said, lighting the smoke on my lips and grinning. Still, it's kind of strange, why would someone untouched by Melanor's heretical magic side with them, if not to gain some cheap powers, I asked. She made wings with her Runa and tried to flee via flight. She knew she was outclassed. Then I had a great idea. "Hey suit, think you can give wings?" "I think we should show off a bit," I asked. I could feel the excitement of the suit. The coagulated blood that made the coat turned back to liquid instantly, and 6 giant wings appeared on my back. Then I was surprised to feel something in my right hand. A 12-feet-long jousting spear, made of blood spinning on itself at ludicrous speed, rested in it. "Fucking hey, best callus the suit ever," I said, my grin stretching so wide I felt my cheeks hurt a bit. I pulled a strong drag out of my smoke, finishing it and spitting the botch. It disappeared into the abyss before touching the ground. The wings stretched high and lowered with explosive speed, splashing the ground beneath me in blood as the wave of power from my swear slammed into the escaping girl, sending me flying behind the Runa warrior and quickly catching up on her. The deeper we went, the more corpses there were, most of them being collaterals from the high-stage battle's passage. I could feel people bunkered deep within their homes. Others, who didn't have the aura of warriors, stood in the streets in groups, protecting their homes and families. They had axes, hammers, and knives. These people needed guns yesterday. I would make sure they would have them by tomorrow. I arrived 200 meters behind the lady and pointed the spear. As soon as I did, I accelerated to Mach fuck and impaled her stomach, slowing down to a chill cruise speed towards the other fight. I had to heal my ears as the multiple sonic choc had bursted my eardrums. So anyway, why did you work for them? I asked her, unbothered. Because monsters have to live with their kin. She answered as blood started to spill from her lips. And what makes you a monster? I pushed. Can't you feel it? I have Runa cursing my soul. How could a man be this strong and yet know nothing about the power of the Mad King? She said with a cough. You seem to be misinformed, miss. Powers don't work the way you think, although you might have started to realize it by yourself already, I said, making a ball of Runa float in my left hand. She looked at it, her eyes growing wide. I made a ball of mana float next to it. She looked at it mesmerized. Then I made an Arcana 1 float between the two. She didn't react. I made one of Void, and she gaped. 2 of my children use Runa, and so do I. I don't see any issue with it. It was also the power of the God King's avatar, the nameless hero. Me in another life, I added. What are you? She asked. A lot of things, but I don't think I have the time to tell you all of them before you run out of blood. I have an offer for you. Work for me, and I will let you live and help you see the truth, I said. You are funny. There is only person who could heal such wounds, and he is fighting the Talarian king at the moment. But sure, why not? Do your worst, she said. I nodded. So the Emperor isn't the Avatar. But then why do I have seen him talk to angels? She asked, spitting blood on the ground. I like that fire in your belly, but angels are not the allies you think they are. They are the oldest enemies of the God King, I said with a shrug. She looked pensive for a second, then her expression grew more decisive. Shouldn't you be fighting Sunbrak and his army right now? She asked. Don't worry, I already cleared him and his posse from the portrait. I shrugged. The spear retracted inside the coat and the woman started to fall. I tracked her, caught her in a princess carry and lowered closer to the ground. The regeneration spell appeared around her gaping wound. She was low on blood, but she would survive. I noticed she had passed out during the fall. I touched the ground next to a dwarf laying on the ground with a leg missing and a large pool of blood that flagged her as lucky to be alive and stubborn enough to stay conscious. A woman in ornate armor. Her breastplate and helmet were made of adamantium. The helmet, forged to look like a crown, made it clear that she was dwarven royalty. She was on the verge of passing away from blood loss. She noticed me and sent me a death glare. I threw a regeneration spell at her, stabilizing her. At the same time, a tendril of blood extended in my hand, forming a question mark. I nodded, and it extended to the dwarf noble, reaching the closing wound and pumping her full of mana-dense blood. I noticed the blood wings on my back dripped blood on the ground behind me, creating a large pool of blood that swirled under my feet as it was siphoned back. It must have looked weird, not that it mattered. So that bastard Emperor changed his mind and wants me alive now. What are you going to do to me, scum? The injured dwarf said, spitting on the ground. Hell nah, I ain't working for him. I'm King Samael. A request for assistance has been made. So I decided to stop by on my way to grab groceries from the Empire's shores. I said with a shrug. Oh no, your troops are in grave danger then. Duke Sunbrak is on his way to your army. He is a true monster, she said, horrified. Don't worry, I already cleared him and his posse from the portrait. To be honest, I was getting bored, so the timing is perfect. Although next time, I would appreciate receiving an invitation to the party in advance if possible. Can you take care of that girl while I go give a hand to the other lady fighting down there? They are kind of ramping things up, and if they keep going like that, they are going to collapse the city before I get the time to tour it, I asked, putting a fresh smoke at the corner of my lips, not waiting for her approval and leaving the unconscious girl next to her. My apologies, King Samael. I will keep her alive, but don't expect me to give her the purple carpet treatment. She's working for them, she said with a scoff. Good enough, see ya, I said with a wave before the wings took me back to the sky towards the duel going on, splashing the ground under me with blood that darted back to me in a single jet that pushed me even faster. A bright flash coming from the ongoing fight illuminated the sculpted ceiling. A moment later, I heard the typical sound of thunder. I saw a row of 3 large buildings collapse on themselves. I finally arrived and saw another dwarven queen fighting a mech suit. Looking closer at it, I was impressed. The unit had a grey pattern camo, sleek modern armor that looked way too sci-fi for the planet I was on. The helmet was sleek with 6 holes that looked like they hosted cameras. The heavily reinforced back suggested that the driver rested within the back of the torso. It had 2 main arms and what looked like a railgun mounted Predator style. An empty rocket pod on the other shoulder blade. One of the hands held what looked like a truck-sized dwarven axe. The other had a buckler attached to its back. and was also used to shoot electricity apparently. A giant multi-tool that moved with extreme speed and accuracy. No doubt used some sort of neural link or AI assistant to make the movement so fluid. That was power worthy of a tactical nuke, maybe more with a better pilot. The dwarven lady facing the giant space-age-looking artifact had an arm missing and was covered in deep scorched wounds. She was still going strong, however, and held her ground against the machine. I decided to heal her wounds and apply my full buff on her. She looked stunned and stepped back for a second to make sure she wasn't going crazy. However, the experienced fighter took on the full buff extent of the boosted power and regen like a champ and launched back at the machine. I noticed she also had her own buffs going on, nothing that useful except a single strength buff. I was impressed as it used only 3 minor runes and produced remarkable output. The true skills of the spell were shown by the complex 3-dimensional geometric circuit. I took notes, however. At this distance all I could get from it was the general idea of 3-dimensional lattice work instead of the traditional 2-dimensional spells stacked on each other. In a strange way, it was akin to the twist I had to make on some spell to work on myself. The mech torched the dwarf with a fucking fire mana laser beam that cracked the sound barrier. However, a steel parabole raised from the ground and shot it right back at it. An energy field blocked the heat. The mech wasn't steam-powered. In fact, it looked completely out of place, not matching the style and colors of any piece of the other corpses. It used 7 S11 cores as power sources. Interestingly, I couldn't scry the identity or stage of the driver. The dwarven lady used a large axe that had a long spike on the other side of its head. The mech had trouble keeping up with her speed, but the queen's attacks, although powerful, couldn't breach the energy shield. She seemed to specialize in kinetic delivery as the vibration of the shield shook the ground violently every time. Multiple corpses and injured people were spread along the street. Mostly civilians, some faked to be dead, fearing if they moved they would get finished. Every time the ground shook, they moved just a little bit. The street was illuminated by a bright blue-white arc of electricity that came from the left palm of the mech. But the queen was already behind it and smashed the pick against the shield on the back of the 50-feet-tall machine. The ground fissured under the shield, no penetration. I grabbed the Anzio and glassed the mech closer. It had something written on it. I zoomed to the maximum, C106 written in normal English letters. Completely out of place. The rocket pod started to fill with a ton of fire mana that drained a quarter of one of the S11 cores. I filled the chambered round with runa and waited to intercept the shot. I had a feeling this attack would be aimed at the city, and no way was I letting this thing wreck the coolest place on this planet. 10 runic circles stacked on each other just above the shoulder. I placed my crosshair on just outside of the unit's energy shield range. My instincts guided my index. I took a drag from my smoke, exhaled to half-breath, listening to my heart. Thump, thump, bang, thump, thump. I looked at the bullet sail through the air. The mech still hadn't shot. I saw my bullet sail over the first tube, missed. The second tube, missed too. As I was about to stash the rifle and pull my void saber to intercept instead, my bullet flew over the third tube. All 6 tubes fired simultaneously bolts of red-hot plasma launching and immediately breaking the sound barrier before even leaving the bubble. When the shot collided with the bullet, it detonated in a bright flash, exploding the other ones in a sympathetic detonation that sent corpses and debris flying in every direction. When the light finally dimmed down to a normal level, the ground outside the energy bubble had turned into bubbling magma. The buildings in a 100-meter radius were unrecognizable. Stone and metals melted. The rest turned to ash. All of the injured civilians that had been waiting for an opportunity to leave were dead. I kind of really wanted that machine intact. The dwarven queen had been sent flying by the explosion. My void shield protected me from the blow. Blaze would have loved the temperature post-explosion for sure. However, even with the suit steaming blood quickly to stay cool, I felt sweat pearl on my forehead. The warrior had suffered severe burns too. But her skin regenerated as fast as it burned. She dashed in my direction. I expected her to try and hit me in anger. I don't know who you are, but thank you for trying to save my kingdom, and however, I think that even with your assistance, I cannot win. I can keep up with its melee attacks, but have tried everything I can and cannot damage this damned golem. I would suggest you flee this doomed kingdom while you can, Herald of Blood. Find King Samael and tell him we fell, she said, her tone critical. It's okay, you can take a break. I won't allow your kingdom to fall. I'll take care of the rest, but you can walk with your head high. You did good to hold on so long against that mech. You gave me the time to trek my way here after all, I said with a grin, dragging the last puff out of my smoke. Who are you? She asked. Yes, King Samael. A pleasure. Now if you'll excuse me, I am short on time and need to clean this up as fast as I can, I said. She nodded and retreated towards the other queen, both of their amputated members growing back slowly. I dropped on the ground, the wings folding but staying on my back. I spat the botch on the ground. An idea crossed my mind. My smile grew wider, but first I needed to gather more intel on if it had a pilot or not. If it was AI, it might have programmed Fidelity. 89 Triage. February 20th, 8079, 1545. I walked towards the giant Magitech robot, the blood wings still dripping blood behind me. I released a part of the dark energy that was inside my metallic arm. The rotary engine started to whistle as it revved up. The void around me started to suck anything close into the abyss. Oxygen, dust, and light growing thinner. The temperature dropped to the freezing point, and the glowing red floor in a 20-meter radius around me turned back to stone. I pulled the cornucopia out and took a gulp of milkshake before storing it again. An arch of lightning reached for me. The void blocked it easily. The mech was staring at me. "Can you talk?" I asked, popping an earth core in my mouth and placing it between my lower lip and gum. "Who the fuck are ya?" "Ha, shite. Don't tell me you are," said a gruff lady with a thick accent carried by a speaker. "Yup, I took a break from wiping Melanor's monsters to come grab some poteen. And would you guess it, there were some here too. I couldn't resist the temptation to eradicate them on my way in. Ho and those guys too," I said, popping the gun truck out of inventory with the corpses still inside. "Just them?" she asked, the mech taking a step back. "Some might have survived the avalanche. If they are skilled enough, they might get back to the surface. They were about to light up a ton of civilians. That's a big no-no in my book. They decided to be bad guys. I gave them the reverse Uno card treatment," I answered, stashing the vehicle again. "What do you want?" she asked. The giant mech kept stepping back as I got closer. "To preserve as many lives as possible. To punish evil. To protect this planet from the armies that plan to destroy it. Melanor is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. It is who he worked for that you should worry about. But more immediately, I want that mech suit," I said with a shrug. "In your dreams, Sun Dweller, this is the greatest treasure of my nation." She snaped back immediately, the giant axe lifting in a defensive stance. "So, how do you want to do this? I am short on time and do not wish to destroy this beautiful machine. So here are your options. Option 1, you get out and surrender peacefully. I tell your men you fought valiantly, but got captured, and I make sure you don't get tortured. Option 2, I dump your ass out of there and give you a good public spanking that everyone will still remember clearly in 10,000 years, if the planet survives that long. Of course, depending on how you are linked to the system, this might be uncomfortable, possibly deadly. Option 3, if you take option 2 but are somehow welded into the machine, your ass will find a new home in the abyssal void with your precious mech. But don't worry, I'll come pick you up in a few decades or centuries. That would save me the cost of keeping you prisoner. Although that might stain the interior, I would prefer to avoid that. I also, might or might not, send your whole capital into the void to keep you company, depending on your answer," I said, with a glint of madness in my eye and the smile of a used car salesman. "Like you, she started to say, and I phased behind the giant artifact. I was now head level and wings spread open and holding me in the air. I started to cast my abyssal portal, a link to the deepest part of the abyssal void, above both of us, all 666 runes floating into their respectful shapes and waiting for my signal to activate. "I personally strongly suggest option 1, since you have no way to defeat me." "So what will it be?" I asked, the robot swiftly turning around as I spoke. I tilted my head to the side, expecting an answer, and noticed a trail of bright red runa escaping my eyes. "Don't give me the silent treatment now. I will count to 3. At 3, your ride is going inside the void, whether you are in it or not," I said, the wings spreading wider for maximum intimidation. "Fakrin shite. Fine, I surrender. I recognize that Melanor is full of bat shite. No shit, Tabarnak. 3, I answered with a pulse of power that shocked her. "Great Baird's sake, I yield, damn it. Just wait. It takes 10 seconds to disconnect my brain from the Titan and exit the pod. Please, just wait." The voice implored now, sounding scared shitless and waving the mech's hands desperately. I nodded, and phased next to one of the legs, planting my void hand on it, and counting to 10 in my head. Would this make an appropriate gift for Ravnica's birthday? I don't know what girls like, but I know everyone likes big guns, so of course it would be fine. The mech took a knee and deactivated. The back of the giant robot opened up like a flower bulb made of thick metal plates, and a stocky dwarven lady climbed out of it. As soon as I saw the pilot, I sent the machine to sleep inside my inventory. The dwarven lady driving was surprised for an instant and squealed as gravity made itself known. However, she quickly oriented her feet downward to catch herself back. Her boots made a loud thud as they hit the ground. She was only S7, which surprised me. She wore very basic, unstained dark grey coveralls, a large leather belt holding what looked like one of their pistols, a few potions, and an hand axe. I quickly scanned her and didn't find Melena's mark on her body. I didn't find any worms either. In a strange way, she visually reminded me of Lilith and her mother. Same blue eyes, although her hairs were white instead of the fire of Lilith's hair. Name, rank, and nationality? I asked. I can't breathe, she said, falling to her knees, gasping for air. The engine in my arm stopped whistling, the void going away. Light and air came back to their normal saturation. Dorothy Machina, Gurrand Mason, Kingdom of Stones. She answered once she could breathe adequately. She rolled her R's so much that she almost sounded like a pirate. As soon as the name reached my brain, however, my expression shifted. Are you related to Triss Machina, Lilith Machina, and Luke Cypher? I asked, my boredom vanishing away in an instant. So what if I am? They are dead. You killed all of them, she snapped back. Lily and Luke died while I was held prisoner, though I believe they both reincarnated somewhere else. I just need to find them again. As for Triss, the last time I saw her, she was free and in a healthy condition, although I believe she might still be coming to terms about learning who her husband really is. Believe me, I miss both of her children more than you can imagine, I answered. She didn't trust my word, which led me to believe she was saying the truth about her name. The way she spoke also somewhat reminded me of Triss somewhat, but I was hard to read, and she had no way to know if I, on the other hand, was being truthful or not. The dwarf fighter who had been fighting the mech arrived next to me. What the fuck? Just like that. And why was someone inside the golem? What did you tell that gravel pit whore to make her surrender? She asked, looking at the situation confused. Just told her that if she didn't get out, I would send her and the machine into the abyss. I shrugged. Both women shivered at the mention of being sent in the abyss. What's a Grand Mason anyway? I asked the defending ruler. The leader of the Kingdom of Stones. Don't tell me she is, she said, looking at Dorothy. Yep. Anyone else you need my help to take down? I asked. Meh. If you could help us reduce the pressure on the front line a bit, it would be appreciated, but do not feel obliged, she answered with a polite smile. Sure. Are there a lot of chimeras or just the one I destroyed on my way in? I asked her, trying to get as much intel as I could. Yes, thousands of them are crawling in the tunnels, she answered with a nod. Fuck yeah. Take care of this one. Your friend has another of my prisoners too. Make sure to keep them alive and healthy. I need both of them to see the truth, I said as I vanished in a plume of black smoke. I moved rapidly deeper into the gigantic city, following a trail of injured people and corpses. Flying at fast speed between leaps, making sure to heal every civilian and soldier wearing the Dwarven Kingdom uniform on the way to the fight. The Stonian warriors had a lesser treatment, being preserved from dying or bleeding out, but their treatment didn't stretch further. As I moved deeper, the ratio of soldiers to civilians slowly shifted. Non-combatant corpses became rarer and rarer as the corpses grew in quantity. Most had been dead for a few hours, suggesting the enemy forces had been somewhat repelled. Then I finally felt the backlines of the Dwarven defense. They were covered in blood and sweat, most of them sporting an amputation or severe lacerations. I also noted a lot of chimera corpses that were seeping miasma into the air. They didn't have any defense against the miasma of the chimera corpses. A few soldiers were in septic shock from the infectious necrosing agent. Others were ripping pieces of armor away to apply tourniquets in a desperate attempt at keeping their blood clean. A few medics runing between the injured and trying to fix as many as they could. I flew the last bit of the way, and as I passed over the lines of warrior mages, healed every injury they had. I also pocketed every corpses in a separate stack than my own or those of the Talarian military, as it was the easiest way to keep the miasma under control at the moment. I arrived at a pair of gateways as large as the one I had entered the mountain by. The doors had been blown of their hinges and served as a plateau that both teams were trying to take control over. On the other side of the gateway was a gigantic tunnel filled with thousands of people and monsters pushing to join the fight. The defenders used earth walls to defend themselves from the enemy's long-range attacks, using crossbows to take down chimeras, while Stonian riflemen harassed them from elevated positions far away. About 50,000 dwarves in a turtle formation, shields locked and spear raised behind the spiked stone walls, were tanking the powerful blows of the chimeras, mages in the back, sending crowd control and large area of attack spells into the fray, blocking incoming attacks with counterspells that exploded over the formation as the frontliners focused on holding the passage down. Their teamwork was impeccable, far superior than even my own troops. However, the constant barrage they were under didn't relent and kept chopping away at their numbers, the injured soldiers being swiftly switched by fresh ones. A good quantity of corpses had accumulated in front of their improvised barricades, and slowly the chimeras gained more cover from them. 3/4 of the enemy force were chimeras. I scanned their ranks and found a few S7 Royal waiting in the back. The total enemy force counted a bit over the 150,000 mark. I flew right in front of the Dwarven defense, lowering to the ground level. The blood spear appeared in my hand. I raised it, aiming at the biggest S7 in the back. The next second, I was on the other side of the battlefield, the giant six-legged salamander royal impaled on my weapon. I saw him grow pale and realized the spear was sucking him dry. He fell dead a second later. Not a single drop of blood fell out of the gaping hole in his chest. The spear carried the core to me, and I added it to my snack pouch. I turned and saw that I had indeed crossed the whole distance and turned anything on my way into mangled meat. I pulled the Dragon Slayer in my left hand and my BFR in my right one, moving in a straight line to the nearest S7. The others had noticed the turning tide and started to load their best spells, aiming at me. I could easily kill every chimera in this army with a single echo slash, or by sending them into the abyss in large batches. But in the end, where was the fun in that? Not to mention that if I didn't show off some form of prowess, the stubborn dwarves would just refuse to surrender. 2 spells were about ready to launch. I shot both of their casters in the head, then jumped to the next S7. A dozen chimeras tried to get in the way, but they couldn't match the speed of my blade. Their blood rained behind me as I locked step with the strange half-monster that had the body of a bear and dozens of snakes as tails, with a head and all. "Oh, hey there, bud. Oof looks rot," I said. He clawed the air in front of him to keep me away. "What do you mean demon?" he asked. "A demon where? Oh, you meant me. I'm human, actually. The wings are made by my suit, and the horns are just an artifact. And I meant the worms poking out of your chocolate starfish, you numbskull. You should go see a doc," I answered. "Who are you, just so I can remember to rape your dead kids in front of you wife?" he asked. I cocked an eyebrow. "Your exterminator, or as you might know me, King Samael. Now let's wash this dirty mouth of yours." "Shall we?" I answered, my grin widening viciously as lightning made of black and red runa, lightning started popping and cracking all around me. Leaving void in their wake, I shot him in the dick with the BFR and a runa-fueled bullet. He fell to his knees as his junk exploded viciously. I moved next to him and got rid of his worm problem as any good doctor would do, which is to say with surgical precision and a well-placed incision. "I guess that makes you a girl now," I told him with a cackle. "Ha, fuck, I'll kill you for that." He screamed in pain. I regrew everything he had in the front and shot it again for good measure. He rolled on the ground in pain. I sliced his head off with a quick swing of the Dragon Slayer after looking at him scream for a while and grabbed it by the hair, bringing the head in front of me and leaning towards it. "I'm sorry I didn't hear you well." "You said what?" I asked, shaking it. I noticed other chimeras moving towards me. "Thought so," I said, dropping the head and kicking it in the face of a giant cricket that had leapt toward me. Bang! Splat! Both heads exploded from the last shot in the BFR cylinders. I reholstered and grabbed the face of another chimera that tried to rip my torso in vain. The head of a young elf woman, carved with spirals of heretic runes sewn into a wolverine the size of a large white tailbuck and built like a truck. The head turned to mush in my hand. Yet no scream was heard as I tuned the white noise of the battle out and reshaped it to form the backtrack of Do What I Gotta by Nathan Apollo, starting to sing the lyrics to myself and everyone else as I ended their lives with rhythm. I picked up the pace a bit more and pulled one of my recent trophies out for a spin. An adamantium longsword, about 18 inches shorter than the Dragon Slayer but still overkill for these low-stage monsters. As the song ended, the ground under my feet started to fill with blood mana, but before it could have any effect, it was filled with the suit's own blood mana and was reabsorbed into the suit. I would pay so much to see an old-school A-10 Warthog rip through one of those massive blobs of monsters. I wonder if we could build a turbine engine using fire and air mana instead. I guess I could find a way to make it happen with a bit of Blaze, Lisa, and Ravi's help. I said to no one in particular as I sliced the head of a manticore common chimera that was about to launch a firebolt at me. I thinked about doing an area attack, but since I would need the Stonians alive one day, I decided against it. I placed my focus only on the chimeras instead, letting the Doom soundtrack bless the bloodbath that was about to happen. The wings made themselves smaller, helping my balance as I moved between the enemy ranks like an arrow, hundreds of blood fountains marking my passage. Since only a few Stonians walked with the chimeras, I was able to extend my reach through small groups of enemies. I sliced most of them in half with the sharp golden string that extended from my blades like a whip of death. To me, most of them appeared to be moving in extreme slow motion. I moved at a speed multiple scales past what they would ever reach. The runa lightning around zapped a few into oblivion too, making them explode violently from the inside. It also got a few Stonians, but those that got hit were all marked by dark runes, so I let it be. I made sure to use proper technique, trying to make my swords flow together instead of in alternance. The same way I had seen countless warrior do, yet when I tried it at half speed, I found myself working extremely hard for a mediocre result. I made sure to use the wide array of targets to refine my movement. I accidentally chopped at my arm twice, but the coat deflected the blades both times, resisting the dangerous move and focusing on trying to hold on. I was impressed by how many functions were in the suit. In fact, there were so many that I was starting to wonder if it was really a suit, or something else entirely. I allowed myself a few trick shots, spinning on myself to decapitate 5 chimeras at the same time and slicing a big one in half while doing a backflip. But in the end, it was an inefficient way to move, and I quickly got back to less superfluous movements. I was carving zigzag patterns into the fray, and soon thousands of abominations lay dead. I had cleared a few lines of enemies already, giving a break to the defenders who stared at the massacre in silence from behind their shields. Yet it wasn't fast enough. I decided to bridge the gap in my lethality by using a bit of my energy pool to cast bolts of runa that ripped apart anything they touched in mere instants. They pelted the enemies from above, linking up to a dozen chimeras per bolt, bathing the few Stonians lucky enough to not be marked by Melanor in blood and guts, extending the reach of my kill zone to about 100 meters wide. I noticed a few of the surviving S6 Stonian warriors looking towards the plumes of red where I had started to thin the chimeras. Their gazes looked horrified as some noticed they would also be hit. However, it was both useless and too late to raise any protection they might have. Once the chimeras were cleared, I started to run the Stonians' riflemen down, pocketing as many weapons and generic loot as I could from them. I mostly only left them their water bottles and clothes. Some looked terrified as they looked to their flank, unable to realize what was going on before being stripped of their own gear. All in all, it took less than 20 minutes to wipe every single atrocity and disarm the long-range fighters. To think that I was holding back and working on basic sword technique just made me realize how much we would need to do in order to survive the assaults of the Pillars of Abyss and the Order of Light. Valia was too weak, and it needed to change. They needed to become strong, as one day I would leave and they would have to fend for themselves. I stored my weapons back and sighed as I realized I was about to make a lot of people hate me. The 6 blood wings spread and extended to their full length, propelling me high above the Stonians and whatever the Dwarven Kingdom citizens were called. I swallowed what was left of the earth core in my mouth and pushed my voice far and wide. Stonian warriors, I, King Samael, have defeated your Grand Mason, Dorothy Machina. She fought valiantly, recognizing that I decided to let her live. She still breathes, but her fate depends on your own actions. Drop your weapons, live to fight another day. Live and fight the monsters and demons that plague this planet and wish to destroy it. If you don't, I would suggest holding your breath, as the abyssal void doesn't have a lot of oxygen to spare. I will count to 3, and any of you that still have weapons on themselves by then will become past tense, I said, releasing an aura of void and runa around myself. A dozen soldiers near the front decided to attack before I could start the count. I sent them into the abyss for half of a second. They disappeared and reappeared too fast for most to notice more than the black smoke seeping out of their mouths and bleeding empty eye socket. They fell to the ground, trying to breathe and scream, but getting no oxygen. Interesting, they died soon after. The abyss having damaged their lungs and mana pathways too much for them to survive more than a minute. 3, you still have time. I know you aren't stupid, live to fight another day. I said. Some dropped their weapons and others attacked those who had surrendered. None of those who lifted their weapons made more than a single step before being sent into the abyss. 2, don't be an idiot, someone is waiting for you at home, damn it. 1, last chance. Calvaire, I said as the wave of power made a few jump in fear and a few other unclasped their weapons. Most of the Stonians had dropped their weapons, but a few decided to resist and had a guided tour of the abyss before they could do anything. A few spells were thrown my way, but they fluttered against the void in my aura or exploded as they were struck by the wild, uncontrolled runa surrounding me. 0, I said, snapping my left hand's fingers, coming true on my word. A bit under 2,000 were lost, most of them having lower-end dark runes etched in their skin. To think they were such a big part of the Stonian force, too. Their nation had just gone higher in the priority list. It needed to be purged of all of its heresy. Great decision on your part, believe me. I really don't want to kill people that have the wisdom to stay away from the cursed magic of Melanor and who he serve under. However, when it comes to heresy, I have no pity. A few idiots even wear his brand on their soul, some of them standing by your sides. Those who have the mark of evil etched on their skin. Go to that spot. And yes, that does include the ones in the dwarven ranks. I can smell your rancid souls from over here. Try to flee, fight or hide, and you know what awaits you. Obey, and you may have a chance to repent. I said, my voice cold. The spot I pointed was identified by the corpses of those who had defied my orders. I released them simultaneously, 100 feet above the ground. They splattered violently against the stone floor. None moved. I started picking them one by one. In order to make a good display, I dropped them from 200 feet above the spot I had designated and slowly added altitude. They fell, asphyxiating and without mana control. They screamed silently for only 3.5 seconds before splattering on the ground. The great part about the mark is that it can be confirmed posthumously too, I said with a sigh, pulling out a fresh smoke and taking a drag. Some started to move, but most tried to hide. See what I mean when I say they are stupid? They had a chance to step away from evil and decided to fuck it, I said. How do we know you aren't lying? One screamed. Simple, you have a birthmark on your left calf and do not have Melanor's brand. However, the guy next to you has it, right above his ass. Quite the tramp stamp, dare I say. Feel free to grab him and check. I answered with a shrug. A few soldiers grabbed him and checked. They, of course, found the dark runes. When they passed the word, a few of those with the dark runes started to move. Only a dozen out of the 200 I could feel surrendered. Fine, suit yourself. Can't say I didn't give them a chance to save themselves, I said with a puff of smoke and a snap of my finger that sent all the one who hadn't followed the simple instructions to the afterlife. A few of the members of the Dwarven Kingdom complained that I didn't have the authority to kill them without a trial, but they were quickly shunned into silence by their peers. Good Dwarven Kingdom officers, I believe the situation is now under control. All of these people are my prisoners, and thus shall not be killed. May I ask you to hold on to them for a few days as we process them back to a holding facility until the end of the war? I will deal with those who have the sigils in a few minutes, I said, looking to my left. I heard 2 snaps as 2 bullets flattened against my liquid coat before bursting out in dark mana that tried to pierce my coat without success. The mana getting drained completely by the horns only a second later. The sound of the gunshots finally reached me, 2 different locations down different paths in the caves. Ho, I guess that saves me having to look for the both of you, I said with a puff of smoke. 90 rats. I heard 2 snaps as 2 bullets flattened against my liquid coat before bursting out in dark mana that tried to pierce my coat without success. The mana got drained completely by my horns only a second later. The sound of the gunshots finally reached me, 2 different locations down different paths in the caves. Oh, I guess that saves me having to look for the both of you, I said with a puff of smoke. I phased away and reappeared behind the first of the 2 shooters. A short and stocky dwarf at the height of stage 3, a Mosin braced against his shoulder. He was scanning the battlefield. Come on, give me another shot. I know I can kill you, he whispered. I decided to get my rifle back first. The wood-stocked rifle disappeared from his hands in a puff of void smoke. "De fuck, how?" he exclaimed in surprise a second before my hand grabbed his foot. As soon as my grip was solid, I launched myself into the air, the wings sending me towards the second shooter at Mach 5 or 6. The other shooter had already left his position, but my seer sense guided me to him anyway. I found him moving a rock away to reveal a secret tunnel and starting to crawl inside the low opening. I launched the first one high in the air and dove down. I grabbed his left boot an instant before he disappeared completely within the hole. "Tut, tut, tut. Not so fast, little scoundrel," I said, pulling him out as the other one observed while dangling from my other arm. I quickly pocketed his rifle too and flew back, leaving the entry open. "Both of you are in serious trouble," I told them. Making sure with my aura they could hear me, 10 seconds later I was landing next to the queen that had my other 2 VIPs. Both dwarves still dangling in my hands, both of them passed out from high Gs. I dropped both of them in front of the Grand Mason. "You know these 2 idiots?" I asked her. "What if I do?" she asked. Asking them to leave as soon as they got their hands on the new rifles wasn't the best move now that you see everything else they could have learned to, am I right? Dorothy's face turned red and she averted my gaze. "Turns out making the right compound is hard, isn't it?" I told her with a bright smile. "So you knew. What will happen with them?" she asked with a sigh. "Maybe I'm just really good at guessing. Sadly, I cannot guarantee these 2 deserters will receive a kind treatment. They stole classified technology with the intent to give it to a rival nation. I am sure you understand the seriousness of what they've done. If they cooperate with our investigation, they might escape the gallows, but that's about as far as I can go. They might be able to ask for a retrial once the war is over," I said, pulling out a fresh smoke for myself and offering her one. She picked the smoke and looked at me, with the expectant look of someone waiting for a lighter. A moment later she looked stunned at her smoke that had self-ignited. The other 2 had noticed who they were in company of and looked stunned. They stayed silent, which was a good choice on their part. "Thank you. May I ask why you didn't kill this one?" she said, pointing to the captured Runa warrior. I believe she might be able to see the light. Believe it or not, my 3 youngest kids were all saved from the claws of the Emperor's cult. I saw them in her, I answered truthfully. A commotion came from the other side of town. I could hear the sound of heavy armored warriors running at full tilt. I noticed some warrior grabbing their weapons, expecting another long fight. A white flare popped high within the cave city. King Samael, the dwarven queen, asked me. My men, they were faster than expected. Good thing I work fast, I said with a smile. The queen relaxed immediately. Less than a minute later, a human woman in a commissar uniform stopped in front of me. She snapped a quick and sharp salute that I answered with the same sharpness. Commissar Justine, where are the enemy's king? She asked. Dead or captured already? There are a few thousands that will need to be ferried back to a holding facility in Talaria. These 4 are priority cargo. Place the Grand Mason and the other one in comfortable holding cells, please, I answered. Yes, King, she answered. Less than a minute later, all 4 prisoners had collars around their necks and were being ferried away. The kind of collar they wore was made to keep anyone from exhibiting powers above S1, lest they wanted their head gone. A simple, brutal, and efficient method to keep control over any detainee. However, since such collars were expensive, they were only used on people deserving the extra attention. I took a mental note to order a batch for myself. They looked like the kind of items I should be carrying all the time. Well, Your Majesty, I believe I am owed 2 trays of poutine, extra cheese if possible. Ho, and we will have proper weaponry and good people to train you on them sent to you within the next 12 hours. I would like for one of your experts to tell me what kind of fight you are having in the tunnels, since I have weapons for every kind of occasion. Tiny tunnels, I said, pulling out a Glock 18C with a short suppressor. This puppy shoots about 20 bullets per second, and with this suppressor, you can shoot without bursting your eardrums too much. Can be carried with ease under clothes and can kill up to a stage 5 with standard ammo. Big guys, I said, pulling out my BFR. May I see it? She asked. I passed it to her, and she started reading what Lily had engraved before holding the giant revolver aimed at a wall in the distance. What's the upper limit on this one? She asked. Probably S7 or S8 with the new generation. However, there are only 5 shots, and in the chaos of battle, there isn't always an opportunity to reload, meaning you sometimes have to pick your shots. It's a very fine weapon. Was it crafted by Lilith? She asked as she gave me back my revolver. I picked it up, looking at it and checking the cylinder and realizing I had yet to reload. I quickly did, pulling out the AK-50 and the TAC-50. Those 2 are on the bigger end of man-portable rifles. Able to deliver a message over very long ranges, I passed her the AK-50 and I stored the TAC-50, pulling out the Stinger M2. Shooting the same large caliber is this puppy, one of my favorites if I'm honest. This thing will mow enemies down like nothing you've ever seen. There is also his grenade-launching brother, I said, lifting the MK-19 Stinger in the other arm like nothing. I suggest a minimum of S3 to shoot those 2. S4 is recommended since they are on the heavy end. They have a wide range of ammo. We also have guns anywhere in between what I showed you. Precision, high volume of fire, or cheap mass-producible weapons to arm your troops. We also have explosives of all kinds, half of which do have any mana and runa signature. I also believe you would benefit greatly from manufacturing a few of those in-house, I said, as a crate of plastic explosives appeared in front of me. Are those explosives? She asked me, still holding the AK-50. Yup, pretty strong ones too. I would gladly leave them to you, but they require some training and other components like detonators. But you can keep the AK-50, I got a few more, I said, storing everything but the AK-50 in her hands and pulling out a crate of ammo and a few mags to go with it. Yeah, no way the Kingdom of Stones used your technology. That stuff is way more advanced than their rifles. What stage would someone have to be to shoot with that AK-50? She asked. Someone with a good physique at S1 should be able to shoulder and fire it without issues. But I would recommend S2 if they are on the move, since when you add all the ammo, the weight grow rapidly. Would you mind sending me the poutine I'm owed in front of the gates? I'll go clean the mess I did, I asked her. Yes, of course. You have my thanks, Hero King. Our nation will forever remember what you have done for us today, she said. I sighed mentally as one more damned name was stuck on me. Seriously, couldn't these people stick with just 1 or 2? I shook her hand with a polite smile and popped Blaze's custom motorcycle out of my inventory. Since the danger was past, I took the time to look around while moving back to the remnants of my bloodbath. I passed by a park with large raw stones of a few types. Sadly, since the place had been attacked, no one was around using it at the moment, leaving it to my imagination to fill the holes. Passing by one of the large pillars, I noticed there were stairs inside. I probed with my aura, finding that the stairs both went up and down, serving as an access to other hidden facilities. I quickly rolled next to a crew who was starting to pile my corpses. I noticed 2 workers plucking cores and pocketing them as they went. I watched and decided to play a bit, deciding to make the cores disappear from both of the dwarves' pockets. It took less than a minute for the first to realize his prize was gone. They started to yell at each other a moment later, calling each other thieves. The supervisor came in and quickly started yelling at both of them. Soon after, he was walking both of them to a bunch of guards, pulling the 2 screaming dwarves by the earlobe. After a quick discussion with the guards, they were both shackled and dragged back inside the city. The supervisor turned to go back to work, his gaze meeting mine. He was about to kneel, but one look at the guts on the ground made him change his mind. He instead bowed. I waved at him to come see me, and he did without hesitation. "Hero King, how may I be of service?" he asked politely. "I admire honesty, and you just proved to me that you are an honest man. That, and the fact that you are on the field leading the cleanup only moments after the battle ended, is admirable. Sadly, however, you were a bit too quick, since I was planning on cleaning it myself," I told him. "But Your Majesty, this work is going to take days. We shouldn't hold you here for this long, while you're fighting that vile dragon beast." He answered with honesty. "Meh, give me 10, no 5 minutes, and there won't even be a drop of blood or miasma left in the dirt. But I would suggest staying at least 100 meters away while I work." I answered with a shrug. A minute later, all of the workers were waddling away from the corpses. As soon as they got some distance, the blood on the ground of the battlefield started to bubble. Every corpse ejected their blood like red fountains. A minute later, all of the blood was drained out of the bodies and ground. Rivers of blood started to pile up corpses in 2 piles and 1 area. Dwarven citizens, KIA, were laid with care. Enemies slain by the citizens were peeled away from them, and enemies killed by me were dumped separately. I plucked the cores out of the corpses with my void hand, and then sent them onto a pile. My personal pile was far larger than the one slayed by the defender. They also noticed. Deciding that it would be bad for their morale, I decided to get rid of the pile as soon as possible. I made a runa spell on the go to clean the bones, storing them as soon as the spell was done working. I had to repeat the process another 2 times, but eventually the bodies were cleared. Almost exactly at the same time, a cart came barreling out of the gates. The driver talked to a guard and soon made his way to me to deliver my prize. 2 giant cauldrons of fried taters, 1 large cauldron of gravy, and 2 large boxes of fresh cheese. I nodded in appreciation. These guys knew their stuff. They knew that if they had assembled it, the fries would have gone mushy and the cheese would have melted by the time I got back to the front. I tasted every ingredient before leaving. The gravy was rich, the fries crisp, and the salty umami of the cheese perfectly balanced. Damn, these guys passed the poutine test with flying colors. I gave my thanks to the driver and told him that their poutine was actually delicious, and left towards the Empire's coast past the Kingdom of Stones, skipping through large swaths of land and mountains. I followed the map and soon found my way to my first excavation site. Within an hour half of the beach was gone, so I went to the next one. Making sure I didn't completely wipe out an innocent ecosystem was the maximum effort I was willing to do. I repeated the same operation a total of 5 times before I knew I would have enough to fill the damage from my battle with the Duke. I used Hope's tracker to find in which direction she was and started to make my way home, wondering on my way back what the larger enemy factions were doing on the other side of the galaxy. Had the word of my reincarnation reached them too? Could I speedrun building nukes to wipe armies of billions or more? Did the other planet in the belt also have medieval technology, or were they in the space age? The war that hadn't really kicked off yet worried me far more than the one I was facing. However, the more factors I thinked about, the more my mind got overwhelmed with information. Somewhere else on the opposite side of the galaxy. Location, Order of Light Sector, A117. Planet, Arcadia, Luminous Megacity. Time, 5:57 a.m., 98th day of the month. I awoke in my sleeping pod, exactly 3 minutes before the clock. Like every morning, I took the clothes that the pod gave me and dressed myself rapidly. Everything white, like every day, and at exactly 6 the pod lit up. The small door of the pod opened and I got out. A minute later, someone walked inside of it and closed back the door. Everything outside was white, every building painted and scrubbed all the time by people that were as pale as the building themselves. The only bit of color was people's eyes, and the higher up, like angels and archangels, that flew over the people walking the streets. For some strange reason, I could speak the local language and was able to read it too. But even stranger was the fact that I had no recollection of my past. I had only awoken one day in one of the pods with a bracelet that gave me instructions to follow and places to go. I had a fully adult body, at least from what I knew, not to mention the strange dreams I had all the time. It was almost as if something or someone was stuffing my brain with propaganda in my sleep. I stopped at the distributor and placed my arm in it. A bar fell and I picked it up, looking at the colored eye in a triangle on the label. I opened it on the other side, as defacing that logo was some sort of crime that could get you a severe public beating. Accident or not. I pulled the bar out and placed the wrapper in one of the white bins, eating the bar in 3 bites and chewing it as I made my way to wherever the bracelet would tell me to go that day. Yesterday I had been shown a few videos on laws as someone took a battery of tests on. And the day before that, I had to swear allegiance to light. filling hundreds of documents with my signature composed of my digital imprint in the lower right corner of every page. The documents were in a foreign language, keeping me from reading their content. I walked down the street and ended up walking in the same direction as two other guys who looked about as lost as I did, only to end up waiting at the same random spot in a wide open area with a few other dudes. One more arrived, jogging his way and looking still half asleep. None said a single word for a good moment. Well, if no one is going to break the ice, I will. I am going to guess that no one knows why we are here. My name is… Well, I don't remember my name. That's a pickle, one dude said, starting to scratch his chin. Well, we found the lunatic. Oh wow, how embarrassing. I don't remember my name either, said another one, offering him his hand and a bright smile. How many days back do you guys remember? On my side, I think I can go maybe 3 or 4, I asked them. About the same, the others answered. Don't be mad if, when I learn your names, I mix you up a bit. I mean, we pretty much all look the same. The last one arrived told us. Ironically, he was the easiest to identify with his disheveled, white, almost translucid hair. I felt a vibration in my wrist. Looking down at the bracelet, it flashed with a new set of instructions. Follow the orders of your instructor. Anyone see the said instructor? I asked the group. We all looked around, finding no one. The next moment, both of my feet were swept high in front of me. I fell on my back, both of my lungs emptying their air. I rolled, just in time to dodge a large white leather boot slamming where my chest was a moment previously. I squabbled back to my feet, still gasping for air. Only one other dude was also back on his feet, all the others having their ribs crushed by the boot. Good morning, maggots. Place yourself in a single row. If you fail to comply with my directives, punishments will be distributed to you and your cohort, including physical beatings and sentences going up to death of repeat offenders. We do not have any tolerance for people who waste the Order's resources. I am Angel Instructor Cletus. You will call me Sir and nothing else. Is it clear, maggots? A 6-feet-tall, muscle-bulging man with a pair of white wings on his back asked. His skin had shades of purple and pink, which made him the most colorful thing I had seen while awake yet. Yes, sir, I answered, with the other standing scrawny porcelain-skinned dudes, everyone scrambling to form a line. Both I and the other one who had been on their feet immediately took the lead and placed ourselves shoulder to shoulder, the other ones wheezing their way inside the formation. For some reason, the movements came naturally to me. Everyone put your bracelet in front of you and say the word Harmony Status Sharing. This is a gift bestowed on you by our Great Master Light, he said. Harmony Status Sharing, I recited. A blue screen appeared in front of my face, surprising me. Name, Luzbel Heosphoros. Race, Synthetic High Human / Proto-Angel Hybrid Type 6. Class, Lightbearer. Level 11, Stage 1. Etheric Density, 77%. Mana Affinity, Light Mana, 100%, Fire 52%. Titles, none. Skills, Light Manipulation, Level 1. Spellcasting, Level 1. Swordsmanship, Level 1. Good, now close your status. Congratulations on learning your names, maggots. First thing first, let's start to build on your cardio. Follow my pace and don't fall behind, the instructor said, starting to jog at a fast pace that took all of our efforts to keep up with. The rest of the day was spent physically exerting ourselves, running and training with heavy blunt steel weapons of all sorts while listening to constant insults and patriotism reinforcing speeches. For some reason, it felt natural for me. I wasn't the only one either. Michael in particular was learning impressively quickly. We ended up pairing with each other for most of the sparring session. Once the instructor was done with his daily instructions, he walked us back to a distributor where we all grabbed our 2 other daily rationed bars. We ate them together and walked to a pod block where the group was disbanded to go rest. I quickly entered a pod, took off my sweaty clothes inside of it and threw them in the chute. My body was then shot with multiple jets of lukewarm water and soap before being dried by a powerful blast of air. A thin white blanket was then distributed by the pod. I took it and fell into an uncomfortable sleep. The next few days were spent repeating the same exact thing. I ended up spending most of my time with 4 other guys. Michael, who like me seemed to fit the warrior role perfectly. He was also a great leader, finding the right thing to say to boost anyone's morale. Gabriel, who was a bit more reserved, always observing as if he was trying to find the secret of the universe. Uriel, who was as calm as a rock and whose words were filled with wisdom. And Raphael, who was kind and took the time to heal our wounds at the end of each day. It was a brutal training regime. There was nothing close to what could be called comfort or luxuries. Everything was so repetitive that it almost made me feel more like a flesh machine than a free living being. The only bit of warmth we had was in the camaraderie we built between each other. Although there were also frictions with a few others, as some people didn't perform well at all. We got beaten with sticks and whips too many times to count. We were also forced to say prayers to Light as we received our punishment. Other citizens passed by our training area but never even looked. They all moved like machines, no emotions or desires, their mind as empty of soul as they were of color, simply following where their bracelets told them to go and doing what it told them to do. I wondered if the whole world was like this, or only the city I was in. Not that I had any way to know. 91 Broco and Zena. Kali/Lilith's POV, 415 days since rebirth. I awoke covered in sweat. My body was aching from everywhere. I tried to open my eyes to chase away the darkness, yet nothing happened. I tried to touch my face, but my arms were immobilized by something rigid. I couldn't feel my legs either. My ribs gave me spikes of pain as my lungs expanded. What had happened, and where was I? Hello? Is anyone here? Rico and Ravi. Are they okay? I asked. Van and Des, Kali, Mamakosikoi Des. A soft and familiar feminine voice answered me in a strange language I didn't recognize. Must have been a pretty big knock on my head. Where am I? I asked. Then it clicked. I remembered what had happened. I remembered being reincarnated into a strange world, the monster fighting my father in the sky, my attempt at creating arcana, and the realization I had just spoke in the wrong language. Meh, I could blame that on the explosion, saying it was gibberish or something. Hoo. I might have come pretty close to killing myself with my experiment. Please tell me how it looks, Mom. I mean my health, I said with a sigh. It's complicated, my little imp. Why did you blow yourself up? Were you actually trying to kill yourself? She quickly deflected my question. I don't feel the heat burning me from the inside out anymore, but I hurt on the outside now. What about my body? My eyes won't open and I can't move. I answered. You blasted yourself with the explosion. It was stupid and dangerous. You died but didn't. Not even the doctor understands why you are still alive. I won't sugarcoat it. The damage is severe and a lot of it is permanent. You broke both of your arms, lower back, left femur. Your right hand's fingers are mostly missing. Your eyesight will not come back since the nerve was fried. Consider yourself lucky to be alive. I won't punish you since I believe you already took care of it yourself. She answered with a sigh. So I'm blind? I asked, surprised. She answered, confirming it. Fuck, that wasn't planned. How was I supposed to figure out arcana without even seeing it? Why can't things be easy for once? Now that I think about it, it was indeed a stupid idea. But at the same time, it worked. I had extended my life expectancy exponentially. The reason I hadn't died was arcana. Now I just needed to figure out a way to see the universe around me. Aura perception was my first guess at the best way to go around the problem. The missing limbs could be replaced with mechanical ones eventually, stronger and more adaptable than the originals. The real problem was how to pretend to invent all of those technologies as a simple kid, without raising any red flags. Is Dad okay? I asked. Yes, he defeated the Archangel with ease, but the Archangel also said a few bad things. Your dad and I won't have a lot of time for orgies for a while, she said with a sigh, as if orgies were family dinners. Demons are definitely strange creatures. I was curious as to why my fractures hadn't been healed with mana, but I didn't ask. Every bit of knowledge I had accumulated had to be kept away from indiscreet ears if I wanted to survive. A knock came at the door. My lady, may I come in? A voice I recognized as one of my mum's servants asked. You may, she answered. I heard the soft sound of wood sliding on wood, and a few footsteps came closer to my mom. She whispered something in her ear, but sadly I was unable to comprehend what she said. Their seer must have seen something in the King's Belt. The only question is, what did they find? Mobilize one of my recon ships and a small scout company. Tell my seers to start scrying for which planet is the source of the trouble. Keep Beelzebub in the dark for now. I don't want him to hide anything from us, especially now that they are moving. Someone is probably about to call an assembly. Whatever happened, one thing is clear. A new front is about to open, my mother said in a casual tone, as if she was talking about the weather, probably just to not alarm me. 502 days since rebirth. Today the cast on my arms was finally removed. However, said arms are now extremely weak and might require a lot of training to recover their already unimpressive strength before my neutralization. Yet it was still far better than no movement at all. The sensations in my legs were numb at best, and my left ear was also now deaf. My movements were thus relayed to the generosity and patience of my mother's maid. I hated myself for my impatience and being so careless that day. But at the same time, I lived and had in my body the one of the rarest forms of magical power I knew of. Arcana. With it, I might be able to do miracles and fix my body. Having lost so much of my touch with the world, my aura had sharpened a lot. I could now say for sure when someone was on the outside of the room and tell who they were as long as I knew them, even if they were completely silent. I had a somewhat blurred perception of people's movement and could feel inanimate objects with enough accuracy to find food on my plate by myself. I mostly spent my time laying in bed, getting medical care that didn't use any mana or runa, and sitting in a wheelchair in the garden. I wasn't allowed to exercise, for some stupid reason that I didn't understand, and thus was alone with my own thoughts most of the time. I placed most of my efforts towards two objectives for the moment. Number 1, getting my perception of my surroundings sharp enough to be able to navigate the wheelchair within new areas alone. Number 2, trying to absorb as much energy as possible. I spent a lot of my alone time trying to gather power, but it was hard to judge my progress. While I did, I also meditated on my knowledge of arcana. Most of my runic knowledge on the subject came from Sam's ring and the man himself. The constant flow of gifts slowed down after my accident, but I didn't care about the hundreds of small nobles. Now the gifts came from only 6 people. My mum, dad, and 4 other people I didn't remember meeting before. Books made with embossed letters made their way to me, but my hands were too damaged to read them. In the end, I had to ask maids to read for me. I quickly mentioned that I didn't like their explicit stories and asked to be read about books on medicine, science, and technology. Most of them found it extremely boring, except my mother and her head maid. I was eating dinner alone, something more and more frequent. Sadly, I hadn't seen my mother in a whole month. The quantity of food on the table was modest at best. I had noticed a decrease in both food quality and quantity in recent weeks, yet it only happened when my mother was absent. I took a spoonful of the light broth with large chunks of vegetables in it. However, the broth was just cold water and the vegetables were hard and uncooked. Fanya, can I ask you if there is a reason my soup is cold, or why is there so little meat on the table? I asked her, trying to sound as innocent as possible. Even though I could feel her animosity against me that had been growing increasingly as she had to take care of me instead of my mother. I am sorry, Miss Cayley. King Asmodeus has declared mandatory rationing, and thus the quantities are limited for everyone. As for cold soup, I believe this is the way this soup is eaten. She answered. I noticed her aura spike with disgust as she answered. A partial truth and a bold lie. I have eaten the same soup exactly 41 times in the last 50 days. It was hot and almost palatable, even though it was far too thin every single time. This is just cold water with uncooked veggies. Would you also care to explain why you and 2 other maids have been taking weight while the other ones haven't? And I have lost some. Now, I don't care if you skim a bit of everything from my ration, that's fine and dandy. But don't serve me something not even a hellhound would eat, or take so much from my rations that my own health suffers from it, and pretend that it's fine. It's not. I told the maid. My tone was cold and emotionless. I could feel the emotions swirling inside the maid. She was about to explode on me. But I refused to back down. I couldn't let people walk over me. Not if I wanted people to leave me alone. On the contrary, I had to project confidence so that no one would dare think about it. I noticed she placed a spell on the room to isolate the noise. There must be a mistake, miss, she tried to say, but I could feel hate in her fake apology. Fucking with me is fine, but fucking with my lunch and lying to my face, this is despicable and unbecoming of one of my mother's maids. I snapped at her. Shut your damn mouth, you powerless skunk rat. You should be thankful to get food at all. Why should I care about you? You're just a stupid suicidal brat that doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut. Did you know? A seer looked into your future. Do you know how powerful you will ever be? Rank 0, even bugs are better than you. Why do you think your mother is spending so much time away from you? You are a stain on her name. Food should not be wasted on the likes of you. I'm so done wasting time and oxygen entertaining you and moving you around. I'll do what she doesn't have the willpower to do. She answered, her words filled with complex emotions. Her visceral hate of me came from her veneration of my mother. So what are you gonna do? Kill me? You fucking emotionally dependent psycho. I shot back, trying to sound unafraid, even though I was scared shitless. As soon as I finished speaking, she moved silently to my right side. She pulled the ribbon holding her breaths off and the 2 long hairpins holding her long hair. A moment later, she was strangling me with the ribbon and actually broke my neck. I felt myself die. I hadn't expected her to actually do it. It was a grave miscalculation on my part. My mind raced trying to figure out how to survive. I was panicking, and the only thing that came to my mind was Sam's cursed ring. The thousands of twisted runes that composed it flashing to my mind. One of them in particular burned ardently in my psyche. I moved on instinct and tried to invoke its power. At the same time, I felt a sharp stab in both my ears. An arc of electricity from both hairpins arcing through my brain and burning it to a crisp. Then there was darkness, not just in my eyes, but in my mind. A bright flash of light exploded through my sight and aura before the usual darkness fell back again on my sight. I was sitting in my wheelchair, Fania spitting words at me like a viper. Shut your damn mouth, you powerless skunk rat. You should be thankful to get food at all. Why should I care about you? You're just a stupid suicidal brat that doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut. Did you know? A seer looked into your future. Do you know how powerful you will ever be? Rank 0, even bugs are better than you. Why do you think your mother is spending so much time away from you? You are a stain on her name. Food should not be wasted on the likes of you. I'm so done wasting time and oxygen entertaining you and moving you around. I'll do what she doesn't have the willpower to do. She answered, her words filled with complex emotions. Her visceral hate of me came from her veneration of my mother. I had a strange sense of déjà vu. And my throat itched like hell too. Then I remembered Fania killing me, the memories of the events that had yet to pass coming to me. I quickly formulated a simple plan to defend myself, trip her on a tile and burn her hair. Simple and requiring very little power, yet probably enough for her to lose control over her silence spell. I would then call guards and summon water in her mouth and nose until she drowned or until someone showed up. Powerless? I don't believe so. I might be a cripple, but I'm a genius. You, on the other hand, are just an idiot. The difference is, one day I will reach for the skies, fix my hand, legs, and probably my sight and hearing, given enough time. I will reach capacities that are beyond your understanding. Meanwhile, you will still be an idiot stuck to be someone's maid or sex slave, I answered. Without Runa, you won't even reach the garden without assistance, let alone the sky. You could die and no one would cry. You are a drain on resources that should be going to the people like me that need them, she shot back. You do not decide who is worth what. You had more than enough food already. Now you're growing fat, you fugly bitch. I answered, my tone cold. I had all the reasons in the world to be mad, since that maid was slowing my growth, stealing my food, and was about to assassinate me. She took out both of the long hairpins, holding her hair, and the ribbon holding her breast, and lunged at me as my sentence ended. I was only able to perceive so much detail because of how close she was. Not what I would consider optimal conditions, but I had planned for this. I made a stone ball under one of the tile, making it rise from the ground a fraction of an instant before she moved. She tripped on it. A small ball of flame exploded near her face. She got surprised and tried to block it, losing the last remnant of her footing. However, I hadn't planned for her chin to slam herself on the armrest of my chair. I heard her jaw crack and she fell unconscious, stabbing herself in the throat with a wet noise. As she fell, her silence spell collapsed. I had a fit of giggles. It took me a good minute before I finally could breathe well enough to call the guards. I decided that the water pouring out of the demoness mouth may be a bit too suspicious and refrained from drowning the already bleeding out demoness. Guards, I yelled, trying to sound afraid. Two svelte demoness ran down the corridor to the lunchroom, stopping as they saw the maid on the floor. What happened? The first one asked. She tried to assassinate me and ended up causing her own demise, I answered. Why are you grinning like a fool? The second one asked. Oh, sorry, I answered, dropping the smile that had crept on my lips. Tell me what happened, and don't skip any details, Miss Cayley. The stronger of the two asked. I told her almost anything. I made the tactical decision to keep my time-traveling stunt and basic magic prowess to myself, trying to explain the maid's death as a simple tripping accident. As I finished my explanation, the guard looked towards me, staying silent for a moment. Was she waiting for something else? Anything else to add, perhaps? She asked with insistence. Not that I recall. It all happened so fast, I answered. What about her burnt hair? They weren't like that when she came in, she asked. Her hair is burnt. Not that I could tell, I asked, feigning innocence, but feeling anguish rise inside of me. I can still see the smoke. I will give you one more chance, she said, trying to sound stern, but she was clearly amused. Well, I will tell the details to my mother. It is both safer for you and I that way. The information is, on a need-to-know basis, I said, lighting up as I remember Sam's most frustrating and efficient method to protect critical information. Fine, we won't say a word. But Duchess Satrina will get the full report. She can decide what to do with you after that. Who are the other two maids? Stealing Archmagus Satrina's possession is a severe crime, she answered with a fake sigh. Taramid and Riroku, I answered. I'll intercept them. Zena stay with the little miss, make sure she has some proper food served to her too. I can't believe they served this slop to the daughter of two of the strongest people alive. Fucking idiots, I tell you, the supervisor told the other demoness before leaving. Zena started pushing me out of the room and brought me out of my usual roaming area. I'm sorry, Miss Cayley, until the investigation is over, your meals might have to be moved to another area. Would it be okay with you if we ate in the barracks? It's a bit dusty compared to Archmagus Satrina's new quarters, but I know the cooks and they would die before serving what you ate to anyone, she asked me. I don't mind at all, as long as I can eat something more filling than the watered-down soup they have been serving me for the last month, I answered. They have been serving you that for a whole month, she exclaimed. Yep, but at least at first they cooked it. Today was the first time they didn't even make that effort. I answered with a sigh. So that's why you look so thin. They said that you just had trouble holding down your food or eating at all. Said it was probably a symptom of not having mana or runa or a reaction to high stress. Now I hate myself for not pushing any further, she said, sounding more angry than I was. We chatted as she rolled me to the barracks. I made sure to try and feel everything around me with my aura, building a map in my mind. She placed me at a table near the kitchen. The cafeteria was empty at the moment, 2 male guards on their way out of the room. They looked in our direction, probably curious as to what I was doing here, but preferred to leave before voicing their opinions. Zena went to a door, opened it and said something to the crew on the other side before turning back to the table and sitting in front of me. Listening to her stories, I learned that she was fairly new in the guards. She struck me as the kind but stubborn like a mule type. "You'll see, Broco's food is to die for," she said, sounding excited to see me give it a shot. "Careful now, I might recruit him as my personal chef one day, if his food is that good," I said with a laugh. Zena giggled for a moment, but I felt hesitation coming from her for a moment. "What is it you just thinked about?" I asked her. "How did you know something just crossed my mind? It's not like you can see my face, right?" "Oh shit, sorry. I really didn't mean it that way. Fuck," she asked, stunned, before exploding in her apology, stepping off her chair and bowing low to me. "Rise and please seat yourself back, Zena. I'm not mad. Do you know what they say about people that lose one of their senses?" I asked her. "You mean the bad stuff people say?" she asked hesitantly as she took a seat back. "No, I meant what happens to them after that. What happens to their body and brain?" I answered. "What? Other stuff happens? I never heard anything about that. Do you mean like once you lose one, you start to lose the other ones, like necrosis of the senses?" she asked, her full attention locked on me. "Quite the opposite. Losing a sense pushes your brain to put a lot of focus on your other ones, resulting in them growing in strength, compensating the lack of information. In my case, I lost half my hearing capacity, all of my sight, a large part of my sense of touch, gone with my legs and fingers, and maybe a bit of my sense of smell since I couldn't smell that smoke earlier." "What senses do I have left?" I answered. "Taste? Damned fuck, they have been torturing your only good sense," she answered, horrified. "You are missing one, aura," I answered. She looked at me, tilting her head to the side. "Yeah, but aura perception is related to someone's rank. Is it not?" she asked, captivated. I felt someone pushing a cart on the other side of the door. "Pardon the intrusion, Miss Cayley. I didn't really know which palette of taste you would prefer, so I ended up preparing a bit of everything. There is 6 different main dish with accompaniment. I also prepared 2 fruit smoothies and a fresh pressed juice. Sadly, I was only able to prepare 2 desserts. I hope you will find some of it palatable," he said, placing the dishes and taking the time to present every single one of them with care, explaining them in details. I listened with attention, trying to hold the drool in my mouth as he placed the dishes in front of me. I was surprised as he picked my hand and placed my fingers with care on the side of each plate. He didn't even seem to notice he had done it, in fact. Too captivating by retelling a fantastic story of how one of the beasts was slain by himself after a life-and-death battle against him and it. The beast in question was a small quail. As he finished retelling his defeat of the mighty dragon, he asked if I had any questions. I asked him to come see me again once I was done eating, and he took his leave. Since every single option sounded like a delicacy on their own, I started to eat from left to right. Tears of joy dripped from the corner of my eyes as my teeth crunched through the crisp and tangy skin of a large birdwing. The rendered fat melted in my mouth as the meat fell off the bone. The next plate was some sort of underwater critter that melted like butter in my mouth. It was by far the best food I ate since my reincarnation. I ate like a ravenous pig, refusing to let any of the prepared delicacies go to waste. The next plate was a steak prepared a la magma, which meant that the exterior was charred and the inside almost uncooked. I rarely had a steak that actually made me happy, but that was it. The meat was rich and fatty, the cold exterior balancing the tastes. The same way I always ate my steaks on Valia. Less than 20 minutes later, every plate was clean. The smoothies and juice were also empty. It had been so long since I had eaten something so good. I placed my hand on my belly, realizing it was bulging from my overindulgence. I asked Zena to go get the chef again. He arrived and cleaned the table. I felt surprise and pride coming from him as he noticed every plate was empty. "Was it to your palate, Miss Carley?" he asked. "It was exquisite, especially the steak, quail, and birdwing. You have my greatest thanks, Broco." I answered with a smile, wiping the last residues of the meal off my face. "You honor me, young miss. Do you have any questions before I take my leave with the plates?" he asked. "Only one. Why cook for the guards?" "A man with your skill should definitely be cooking for royalty," I asked. "I believe I just did, young miss. Although I must say I did receive offers, but none of the people I interviewed to be my master understood their meals. I love to see people enjoy my cooking. I live to see their faces explode with the joy of food orgasms. Guards love food, and thus they make good hosts for my meals until I find a true glutton deserving of my cooking." He answered as if he was claiming his fate. Maybe he was. "I see. Maybe one day I'll be lucky enough to get one of those interviews, and I might even be lucky enough to lock you as my own chef," I told him. I will be waiting for that day with impatience, young miss. He answered with a low bow, bursting with uncontained pride. Zena rolled me back to the garden after that. We chatted for a few hours before my mother's headmaid arrived to pick me up. I was rolled to a private room where my mother, father, and two other individuals I didn't know were waiting. Their serious aura told me I might be in trouble. Shit. 92 social status. Kaylee/Lilith's POV. 502 days since rebirth. The tall maid rolling me in stopped in the doorframe, taking the time to bow before stopping my chair in front of my mother. The layout of the room suggested serious trouble since my mother, father, and two other powerful men were seated at a table with me on the opposite side. Kaylee, do you know why you are here? The first stranger asked, a twink wearing lots of jewelry, very short shorts, and a crop-top shirt. His words were neutral, but his animosity against me was audible. What I felt only confirmed it. Disgust and a sense of superiority flowed in his aura like bad smell around a turd. Do you mean in this castle? Because to that I would answer that I live here. Or maybe you mean in this room. To which the answer is, Celine rolled me here. In case you're too dumb to notice by yourself, I don't have high levels of mobility. What you should have asked me is if I knew why you are here, and the answer to that is because of the maids who starved me, and more precisely the one who tried to kill me and ended up killing herself instead. Now how about we go straight to what you really want to know? How? I answered on the offensive. My mother was stunned silent, while my dad was doing everything he could to stay silent, but his jumping shoulders betrayed his amusement. The twink spat on the floor. He was fuming. The other one, a large minotaur wearing what they called a thong, seemed to be unfazed by my answer. I waited for them to speak, since silence is power, and soon they broke it. Fine then, hurry up and stop wasting our time since you are so brilliant. The twink shot back. Yeah, I don't feel like telling anything to strangers, honestly, so give me some good reasons to give you in particular any information. I answered, resting my chin on my fist. Well, the reason is simple. You are in no position to do any negotiation. For all I know, you just murdered an innocent maid who was doing great work. You're the last fucking bitch who saw Fania alive, and now you're defiling her honor and name without reason. I say you murdered her, he shouted at me. So are you like her little brother or something like that? I mean, you hate me about as much as she did, maybe more. But sadly, your statement is once again wrong. How could I have seen her? I'm fucking blind, moron. Yes, I was in the same room. No, I don't know what happened. Want to try your luck on me and walk in her shadow? Maybe you'll be as bad as she was, kill yourself in the process too. I answered, my voice flowing like a river and putting the finger on every nerve. I noticed the minotaur twitch when I said I didn't know what had happened. A linguistic trap I had left for a certain someone else to spring. She's lying, the twink said, climbing on the top of his chair and deploying his wings to make himself look bigger. I exploded in laughter, and my dad echoed me. The minotaur lifted his right hand. I kept laughing, ignoring his silent attempt at silencing us. However, I noticed him shake his head, the realization that I was blind hitting him probably. Young miss, I am Overseer Blondin. I would like to ask you a few questions if that would be okay with you, the large minotaur asked. His voice was low and slow. Yes, of course, Overseer. I would be glad to answer within the limits of my capacity and knowledge, I said with a small bow of my head. Did you, yes or no, kill Fania? He asked. No, she killed herself, I answered. Did you, yes or no, attack Fania? Yes, with vicious words, I answered. Did you, yes or no, intend to cause physical harm to Fania? Yes, whether I could, however, is another story. She was more powerful than me in every way. There was no way I would have survived a fight with her. Might I remind all of you that I am less than 500 days old, underweight, missing 2 legs, 2 eyes, most of my right fingers, and have 1 ear blown out. That is all without mentioning the biggest point. I don't have mana or runa. So how in the 9 hells am I supposed to defeat a fully grown, with probably all the parts trained warrior maid? I asked him back. He sighed. She tripped, then knocked and stabbed herself in the neck on her own, I added. One last question. How did she burn her hair? He asked while staring holes in me. Good question. Sadly, I can't tell you. I told him. Can't or won't, he insisted. Won't. Saying anything in front of that hysterical lunatic could put my security in jeopardy. I said, nudging my head toward the twink. Jude, leave. My dad ordered. The twink descended from the back of his chair and walked out. I had a feeling I would have problems with him in the future. Dad, Mom, can Overseer Blondin be trusted? I asked them. Yes, they both answered. Okay, then let's get to the meat of it. I did lie. I burned her hair with a ball of fire to distract her. I did so in hope that the silent spell she had placed on the room would collapse. I did also trip her by lifting a tile when I felt that she was about to launch at me. I didn't expect her to knock herself off or to end up throating herself in the process. Not that I care since she intended to kill me. I told them, dropping the charade. How did you feel she was about to attack you? Satrina asked, leaning on the table. Aura, my only way to perceive the world with a semblance of accuracy. It's far from perfect, but it also gives me a blurry window into people's intentions, emotions, and desires, almost as if I could smell them. She wanted to choke me, break my neck, and shank me until I bled out. She believed that Mother would be happy that she got rid of me for her, said I was a stain on her name and the reason she stayed away for so long, among other things. No lies, the Minotaur said with a sigh. And how did you lift the tile and burn her hair exactly? My mother asked. I could feel a bit of rage inside of herself, but after the information I had given her, she had decided to keep her emotions under control. Like this, I said, making a ball of fire and a ball of dirt float in my left hand. All three of them stood at the same time, completely shocked by what I had just done. Now you understand why this needs to stay confidential. I have a unique power, one that is invisible to most demons, I said, making a third ball of runa float in my hand. The Minotaur fell on his behind, while my father started jumping on his chair like an excited child. My mom, on her part, just looked at the balls of power in my hand, mystified. I collapsed all three balls and looked back at them. I don't like to admit it, but I am weak, unable to navigate or even see the world around me. But if I live long enough, I will outgrow some of the strongest demons. I'm sure you understand how the news of getting outshined by a blind, legless, crippled girl might go down with some of them, I said, my tone cold and calculating. Well, that does fill every hole you left in your explanations indeed, young miss. You are innocent of the crime of murder, as your actions were made in self-defense. I look forward to seeing you grow strong in spite of all your misfortune, the Minotaur said with a few nods. Good, then that's one case closed. Now let's clear the rest of it. I doubt you need Blondin's confirmation that my words are true, but bear with it, please. I love you, my child, and I haven't tried to get away from you. I was trying to figure out a way to capture a dangerous individual to heal you. Sadly, the said individual disappeared a bit over 6 years ago, and I haven't been able to track him, Satrina said with a sigh. No lies, the Minotaur said. Not that he needed to. I could feel the warm love of my mother flowing towards me. Her anger was towards those that had wronged me. My father, on the other hand, didn't feel anger at all, only joy. Well, you are still young to have a celebratory orgy, but I want to give you something for having done so well today. How about we go shopping together? Dad asked. I would be honored, I answered with a bright smile. However, at the same time, something else happened. Arcana flashed in front of my eyes, and a blue screen appeared. Congratulations, you have received Harmony. Would you like to see your status? A voice ringed in my mind, reading the words inside of the blue screen. Will I have access to it later? I asked. Yes, unless Harmony is destroyed, your status should be available at any moment. All you have to say is Harmony status, and it will appear. The voice chimed. Great, I will look at it later. Thank you. I answered in my head. The blue screen disappeared, and I noticed my mother and father had both paused the operation too. He's back, my father whispered, a large smile creeping up his lips. Don't be ridiculous. The seer said the pillars killed his god seed. How could he be back? This must be one of his children stepping up for him, my mum said. Both of you are telling the truth, Overseer Blondin said, growing a shade paler. Is he reascending? Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha. Is that even possible? Blondin, will he end up working with us or against us? Asmodeus asked, as a hysterical laughter escaped his lips. Both, he answered. My heart was clenched. This was Sam's doing, and now the demons were in the know. The pillars and order might finally give us a bit of breathing room. I just hope Beelzebub won't do anything stupid that would turn him against us, Asmodeus said. I fear he already did, Asmo. All of his new merchandise comes from Valia. My recon ship confirmed so when we tracked down where the Archangel came from. Satrina sighed. Fuck me. Mobilize everyone. Tonight we have an orgy, and tomorrow we will send our troop carriers. Valia would be about 700 days for those. Also reassemble the Prince of Hell Council. Make sure that Beelzebub is told to show in person this time. He just broke a treaty, and I intend for him to answer why. After that, go to the Hall of Prophets and start gathering as much information as you can on the fallen angels' most likely actions and reactions. Leave no possibility unquestioned. Asmodeus ordered the overseer. Yes, my king, Blondin said, standing up and bowing to him before leaving the room. Well, how about we go shopping now? I might not have a lot of time in the coming weeks. Asmodeus said, jumping over the table and starting to roll me out of the room. Asmo, let a maid push her. You are a king, not a servant. Satrina reprimanded him. A king and a father. She doesn't have the manic plague, and she is my child. Anyone who is displeased with it can lick my prostate. He scoffed back, pushing the chair away from my mother's invectives. She had to jog to catch us as we raced down the corridors, weaving between the staff working. I laughed hysterically with my father as I had one of my first real bonding times with him. We only slowed down once she had a solid grab on my dad's shoulder. He walked us out of the palace. It was my second time out, the first time outside the walls, and I chagrined at the loss of my sight. I could feel hundreds of people scurrying all over the place, everyone bowing when they saw Asmodeus. The first place we stopped at was a fabric shop where my father asked for the most comfortable fabric they had and made me feel it. The fabric was silky smooth and seemed to have a tendency to hug skin, feeling almost like a soft caress. It felt amazing. I was amazed and kept brushing my hand against the soft fabric with a dumb smile. My dad, seeing my reaction, immediately bought all of the rolls, ordering to deliver it to his personal seamstress with instructions to make me something pretty in it and to make me new sheets for my bed in the same fabric. As soon as we were done, he turned around and started to roll me to our next destination. You know, Kali, the life of rulers is often lonely. I realize that you are also extremely intelligent, and thus I think it is time for you to start your proper education. I wanted to protect you from the life of a princess, but I realize now it was a mistake. You have a sharp mind far above anyone your age. I will not let it go to waste. I will step up as a father and protect you. I'm sorry I failed to do so until now, he said, surprisingly serious. Thank you, I answered, blushing a bit. Compliments were a rare thing for me in this new life. It was also the first time for me to have a father tell me he would protect me. But first, let's get you a pet to entertain you and some good quality slaves to take care of you, he said. Are slaves criminals? I asked him. Not necessarily. Sometimes they are people who had money loaned to them and couldn't pay back. Collars have colors and strips. The color is for the type of slave it is, while strips' colors and thickness represent what you can make the slave do and the past of the slave. For example, the maids who starved you will have a white collar, meaning they were convicted criminals. They will have 2 thin red stripes for repeated violence on a child, meaning that their future owner will own their every right for the next 10,000 years. There will be pink and/or grey strips for sexual and physical labor. I believe the auction house just opened too, so we only missed the few first opening offers. If we hurry, we shouldn't miss anything good, he explained. I felt a knot in my stomach at the idea that people could be traded like cattle. I hated that concept. I see you frowning. I understand that it might sound harsh to you, but if the person doesn't have a white collar with red or black strips, you aren't allowed to physically harm them. You are also in the legal obligation to keep any non-white collar slave well-fed, dressed and lodged. They are only allowed to work 12 hours per cycle and must have at least 8 hours of consecutive rest time per day. If you mistreat a slave, they will be sent back to the auction house and you will lose your investment. In the case of white collars, however, you can go as far as you want. Make them work until they die, torture them, and much worse. I'll have to grab you in my arms. They don't have a ramp, he said. A moment later, he was picking me up in his arms. He had a musky odor that reminded me of Sam a bit. My mother used magic to lift the chair up the stairs, and he placed me back in the chair with care. Thank you, I told him. We were brought to a private lodge to look at the auctions. The one going on at the moment was apparently some piece of armor. They went through a dozen other pieces of armor. The stage was at the limit of my perception, but I was able to get an acceptable read on what was on it if I focused a bit more on it. They then started the slave auctions. It was a dizzying experience for me, as there was a lot of noise in the room. And now a very rare batch of slaves, captured in hostile territories. These specimens feature races we rarely see in the demon principalities, namely elves, dwarves, and even a powerful vampire. A few more common races from the same provenance are also available. However, since they come from the outreach of the principalities, they speak a strange dialect. We will start with the bid with this strong dwarf man at 10 stones. What color is his collar? I asked my mom. Black, with a thin white stripe and a grey and pink stripe on the other side. I wouldn't recommend a dwarf for a first slave. They are stubborn and this one doesn't even speak our language, she told me. But the book also said they are good at crafting. Maybe his hands could help me build my future legs, I told her softly. 100 stones, she barked immediately at the auctioneer. Anyone else? 100 stones once, twice, 3 times and sold, he said. The next specimen is an elf captured in the same lot. He started. I felt sad that I couldn't buy every single one of them, but at least they would be somewhat protected by the local laws, I hoped. In the end, we grabbed 3 more from the same lot. An elf woman, a young orc girl, and goblin boy, that my mother paid 5 stones for. My father also bought 24 demon slaves of all kinds for me. Unprompted, mind you, none of them had white collars, as he said he didn't want criminals next to me. I appreciated the attention. Then animals started to make their way on the stage. None of them caught my attention in the first few lots, but near the end, a large owl caught my attention. It felt more vibrant than the other animals. I like that one, I said, pointing to the owl. Really? Both my parents reacted with utmost surprise. What? I like how that owl feels. It's full of love and sadness. It feels lonely and guilty, I said. Owl? That's, my mom started, a very cute and very rare kind of owl. I will get it for you, my little imp. My dad cut her. I could feel his amusement and her indignation. Thank you, I said with a bright smile as my dad ruffled my curly hair. The first animal of the roster was apparently a phoenix. It was sold at 10 million stones. The second was a 1-year-old dragon that sold for 100 million, followed by a unicorn that sold for 500 million. The owl was finally going to be announced, and I couldn't wait for it, although the exorbitant prices didn't give me a lot of hope. 2 men pulled a large cage on rollers with long ropes onto the stage. Keeping far and away from it, I noticed the announcer and a few in the front row actually move back. In this golden bird cage, the last abyssal wolf-owl male. It has the mark of Seus on his forehead, making it attuned to the abyss. His breathtaking presence is sure to start conversations in your entourage. However, the auction house is legally obligated to disclose that this specimen has a severe anxiety problem. It has a history of self-inflicted wounds, chewing off one of his own legs soon after its capture. The suggested starting bid is at 500 stones. Anyone? There was an awkward silence before my dad raised his hand. I have 500 stones, 500 once. The room was silent, and I noticed someone in the front row had passed out. 2 and 3 times, sold to King Asmodeus, he announced. The staff hurried up to move the cage away, and I could hear people gasping as if they had been holding their breath. How particular. See, I told you it was an owl for a fowl, same, I said with a shrug. My dad laughed and ruffled my hair. Are you sure this is a good idea, Asmo? My mother asked, sounding very uncomfortable at the idea of having that animal anywhere near her. It was cheap, it's fine. Carly vibed with it. He shrugged off. You got that thing, so you will make sure that nothing happens. Satrina snapped at him. You worry too much, Sat. Last time our daughter did something dangerous, it ended up saving her, he said, starting to roll me out. Do I need to remind you what else happened to her that day? She sighed. The only thing you're missing now, Kaylee, is a harem. But that will come once you have gone through your blood awakening in roughly 2,500 days. After that, you will become an adult demoness, as your body will have fully grown. When your succubus blood will awaken, you will get all of your bloodline magic. Well, maybe I'm not 100% sure now that I remember that you are a unique case. Meh. We will see when the day will come anyway. Your mother's bloodline is quite powerful. She can alter her appearance completely to look like a different race and sex. And trust me when I say she can be quite original. She has a few other powers too. Asmodeus mentioned scratching his hairless chin. One of his butlers left to go pay and bring the slaves back to the palace with us. Is there anything else you want, sweetie? Ask me for anything, and I will find it for you. My dad asked. Anything? I asked, an idea emerging at the top of my mind. Yes, anything. If you want a pyramid made of gold, or a whole planet filled with slaves that will venerate you like a goddess, I will give it to you, he answered. Good then, I want to decide who I will marry when I will be a grown-up. I answered. Ha ha ha, you're funny, don't make me laugh too much, I might twist one of my ribs. He said, wheezing with laughter. What? I want to decide who I love, I said. Of course you can decide who you love, but marriage is a dangerous thing. I do not recommend it. Anything more tangible I could give you? He asked, dodging a slap from my mom. A good artificer shop with the tools and some materials. I intend to supervise my slaves working on my future legs, I said with a cackle. I noticed a plume of runa escaping me, which surprised me. I took a mental note of the phenomena and decided to study its larger effects. I sadly didn't have the knowledge of how to enchant with arcana, but I had already circumvented that problem with success. It would just be a bit harder working without eyes. Then, I'll get you the best tools and materials. I will destroy one of the 6 wings and get it rebuilt into a proper shop, he answered. Asmodeus, you will not destroy the castle. They barely finished fixing the damages from the space chicken. My mother snapped at him. But I already told her I would. He started. You have money, buy more lands for all I care. But if I have to wake one more day to the sound of hammers, I will send you to spend 100 cycles at my mother's place. Am I understood? She said, holding him in the air by one of his horns and growing twice his size. Oh fuck, babe, I love when you get angry at me. I'm a naughty, naughty daddy, what are you going to do to me? He told her in a way that made me really uncomfortable. You, roll my daughter back to the palace. If anything happened to her, I will make you regret being born. I have to go teach this slimy king some manners, she told one of the butlers before spreading her wings, throwing the king in the air, jumping and transforming into something large on the edge of my senses. However, the wind gust suggested something on par in size with a wyvern. Once I was back at the palace, I was brought a sturdy meal with large portions. That I hate completely. I then made my way to my new pet. I had to roll my chair the last part of the way myself, since the staff refused to approach the birdcage. The air grew thin as I got closer. Still, I kept rolling. It's okay. I won't hurt you, I told it with a smile as I crossed the last bit of the distance towards it. I pulled a raw steak that had been cut in small chunks so that the owl pup wouldn't choke. It's okay, it's not poisoned, I said as I felt flumes of emptiness around the cage growing in strength erratically. I showed him the pieces of meat and ate one in front of it. It seemed to calm it a bit. I'm Kali, I want to be your friend. I know you can understand me, I can feel it. Will you let me bring you the food, or do you wish to starve yourself? How I feel you trying to intimidate me with that black smoke, and now you're trying to hide your own feelings. I told it. I could feel the confusion that my words brought to the young animal, but finally the air grew back to a normal density around it. So anyway, do you have a name, or can you even speak? I asked the wolf bird. I could feel it fighting itself. Huh. It almost barked. I could feel it debating against itself. Don't worry, even if I told anyone you could speak, they would just think that my accident left me a bit crazy over the rest. I told it. Nameless. I heard a small voice in the back of my mind, while my good ear heard a hoot. Nah, I already knew a hero who was nameless, and he had a name. What's your name? I rebuked it. Find me one then. The pup hooted. Are you a boy or a girl? I asked. A male. He answered after a long sigh, and they said you had the mark of Sias, whatever this is. Fuck it, I'm not the best at finding original names, Marcosius it is. Marky or Sias for short. I told him. Fuck. It hooted. What? I asked. Can it be something else? It asked. Not if you don't tell me exactly why you reacted that way, and remember I will know if you lie. I told him. Forget it. It said defiantly. Nah, keep your secret, keep the name. I mean, this is probably the best one I'm gonna have, to be honest. But maybe you prefer Owlf, it's a bit of mouthful though, to be honest. And what is wrong with Marcosius? It sounds noble and proud. I answered. Seriously, that's the best you can come up with, he shot back. That's not how a pup speaks, Mr. Fowl. I shot back with a giggle. And that's not how a demon kid talks either, Miss Purple. He told me with a hoot. Purple? Is it the color of my clothes? I asked. No, it's the color of your skin. Sorry, I didn't want to make fun of you being blind, but I wish to keep some secrets, I don't know, or trust you. So guess I'll keep the old name then, he said with another overly dramatic sigh. Want the meat, or do you prefer it cooked? I asked. Raw, please. Meat mostly, but I like sweet fruits too. So what's your deal, kid? He asked me. We ended up chatting for a few hours, and I decided to let him out of the cage, but the cage was locked and I didn't have the key. Apparently, my mother was the one who had it. It ended up taking 4 days before she came back. Her smell left me no doubt on the actions of her last few days. Sweat, saliva, and love juices. She didn't even say a word and went straight to the baths for a couple of hours. She was so tired that she just moved along when she saw me chatting with my new pet outside of his cage and laying on my lap. She looked at the opened lock on the enchanted cage and at me. Then at Sias again. She didn't say a word, took a seat, whispered 2 words to a maid and drank something. She sighed, long and loud. I am glad to see both of you are going along well. Now, Kali, would you explain me how it got out of its cage? My mother asked, taking another drink from the glass. I caught the faint aroma of a floral alcohol. I just deactivated the enchant temporarily, then I opened the lock with a pair of hairpins. I had to, since the cage needed cleaning, and for some reason most of the staff are keeping away from Sears like the manic plague. He is really well behaved and has a really sharp mind, I said, twisting the reality a bit. In fact, Sears could clean his cage using his powers without any effort. I felt my mother raise a hand, then felt her face-palming herself. And you can breathe around him without issues? She asked me after regaining herself. Yes, of course. You can't? I asked, confused as the air was thin, but not to the point of suffocation. I can, but it's not comfortable. I don't know if I could keep it on my lap for long periods of time like you do, however. But I'm happy that you can. Also about that new shop, we decided to expand the palace to construct a new wing for you. I have also made sure that if you needed to buy stuff in our absence, you would be allowed to use an allowance, she said. Thank you. I answered with a sincere smile. Now everything I needed to fix my legs and hand was a bit more time. 93 knock knock. Samael POV, February 28th, 8079, 7 hours 45 minutes. About a week had passed since the Dwarven Kingdom's attack. The chasm I had made by accident turned out to be filled with rare minerals, so mages ended up building a bridge over the main feature of the scarred terrain. On my part, I spent a day filling a few holes, and the rest of the days were spent training Blaze from dusk till dawn. I pushed him to his limits, forcing him to find new ways to use his power, making him figure out how to do impossible tasks. By now, he could bring anything in a 20-meter range of him near ultimate zero or nuclear fusion at will. He could also suck the ambient heat to heal himself among dozens of new tricks he had picked up. No one that saw him work would dare say I took it easy on him. But his will was unflinching, and he was amazed at his own progress. Every day he woke with the sun and went to bed long after the moon had replaced it in the sky. Celeste was never far away, always looking at him train while being nose-deep in thick books related to astronomy, biology, plants and prophecies, pestering me with questions relating to science that I previously believed to be common knowledge. She was amazed at the amplitude of my knowledge while I considered myself barely educated in those domains. I was answering one of her questions when Aurelia called us in for an emergency meeting on Fate's order. That wasn't her kind, so everyone was quick to assemble. It was apparently time for Blaze and Celeste to leave for the Ethereum. I was uncomfortable at sending my son and daughter to one of the most dangerous places I had ever gone. It broke and filled my heart with pride at the same time. They were our best chance, I knew that, but I also knew how unequipped they were for it. I had even tried to see if I went in their stead and left them to push the offensive, but the results were a total collapse of our offensive and thousands dead for nothing. In the end, I trusted them to take care of each other no matter what would happen. I gave both of them one last tight hug, and then I whispered something to each of them, while passing them a ring filled with stuff I believed they might have forgotten, including a few bottles of ambrosia. I gave both of them 3 weapons and a stack of ordnance, all of which were soaked in either Runa, Void, or Arcana. I had selected powers they didn't have access to, since I trusted them to get through anything that could be killed with mana and elbow grease. Once they left, Hope and I went with a contingent of Templars and Inquisitors marching toward the city of Relioch. Our intel suggested between 2 and 3 Stage 10 warriors within the walls, possibly a single Stage 11, but the chances were slim since Celeste hadn't felt one. However, there was a possibility for the defenders to receive troops as we took control of the ground. I crested a small hill, the line of armored bulldozers behind me working tirelessly to prep the field for the giant train just behind. I waved at the operators and passed them, leaping over the wall of machinery to join the troops who had dismounted to prepare for the assault. We would have to clear the entire city in the space of only 2 days, leaving no stones unturned if we didn't want the Empire to prepare a counterattack. We would start by clearing those who would fight, namely the Skinwalkers and the Marked. Once that was done, we would occupy the city and start the triage of the civilians, separating them in relation to their allegiances. Seers would oversee the process. Those who didn't have worms or dark runes would be released. Some of the Skinwalkers would be placed in a separate zone for me to experiment with, as I wanted to find a way to rescue the victims. Now that I had extended medical abilities that allowed me to make miracles happen, I wanted to use them to save as many as possible. Sunbrack's spell would allow me to fix the extended damage to the body once the worms were destroyed or sent to the void. I was unsure of the results, but it didn't cost us anything to try, since the other option was to euthanize them anyway. Aurelia walked to my right with Cardinal Ferguson next to her and Hope to my left, and behind us were the Cardinal's company. The Stormbulls, a shock trooper company specialized in heavy armor assaults. His troops wore high-quality, 1-inch thick tempered steel armors and red capes while sporting M2 Stingers, Mark 19 Stingers, and AK-50s. The ones that had pistols had BFRs and chopped-up triple-barrel 10-gauge shotguns. No normal-sized weapons, as they considered them less intimidating. Every soldier was proportional in size to their equipment, the shortest measuring at 6.5 feet tall, while the tallest was just short of 8. Most of them were S5, although there were a few younger-looking S3 and S4 spread among the ranks, and a few S6 leading them. They had spread to form a line that covered the front of the town. Our pace was fast but unhurried. The Azure Ravens had spread around the east and north sides of the town, while the Ember Wolves covered the west. Snipers watched over every angle outside the city and would deal with any sympathizer foolish enough to try to escape from us. The troops stopped advancing 1,500 meters from the gates, well within range of their enchanted weapons. Only Aurelia, Ferguson, and I kept walking. I had one of Woy's thick honeycake cigars stuck between my teeth, ditching my usual smoke to try and make a good impression as I was purging the city of all its heresy. As we advanced, I noticed a paper plane on the ground. Those were part of the care packages that had been dropped by airplanes over every city and town between us and the Centralian capital. Meanwhile, we had spies slip them inside Centralia's capital and drop boxes of paper planes from high roofs instead. Over 1 million flyers dropped, along the same amount of food boxes we had parachuted at night over their cities. More than a half of the Empire's population was still untouched by the heresy and possibly savable. We had to make sure they didn't forget us, making sure the readers didn't break to the heresy and join it. It contained a ton of classic propaganda 101 stuff that was meant to generate an emotional reaction instead of a rational one. I picked it up and unfolded it to see what the final print contained. Inside, I found a ton of information, from how to passively or actively resist the Empire's grip, to instructions on how to leave the country and ask for refugee status in Talaria. It also included printed images of a skinwalker and a chimera corpses, pointing at how evil both of these creations were and denouncing the Empire's use of them on civilians. There were also a few book references that proved that Melanor was full of shit and trying to rewrite history with simple lies that couldn't stand the smallest amount of scrutiny. And finally, it pointed to Melanor's corruption of body, soul, and mind. It didn't go easy on the words, including how he had been forcibly impregnating his own daughters for hundreds of years to try and fulfill a prophecy. I wanted to retch as I read the text. I felt rage boiling inside of me, a desire to burn, destroy, annihilate this bastard and the empire he ruled over. I read the last words at the bottom of the page. "We are coming for you," vague and free to interpret in many ways. Those words actually helped me stay rational. They grounded me, reminding me I was already on the path to wipe them and to save the lives of the citizens they had been terrorizing for so long. I instead left my mind running on how I would punish the Emperor and his closest allies. My mind drifted to the birdcage. The fortress walls started to glow with mana, and a shield bubble formed over the city, pulling me back to the present. Once the bubble was completed, a second bubble formed about 50 meters past the walls outside the city. I hadn't felt a caster, meaning these walls were powered by an artifact. When the second bubble was done coming up, a woman that I believed to be a beastkin at first, before realizing she was part of the new generation of chimeras, went to stand on the palisade with two persons by her sides. A man and a woman. Both of them were also new generation chimeras. The strongest was the man, an S9 that looked part purple-furred monkey, carrying a 7-feet-long billhook. Their power signatures were far from the S11 chimeras I had been slaying not so long ago, yet my instinct told me they were comparable in strength. I felt trepidation at the prospect of a proper two-sided fight. "They are saying that there is no way we will pass through their barrier," Aurelia said with a snicker. "Poor idiots," Ferguson sighed. Ferguson was a renowned red-skinned lizardkin that used to be a male, but after drinking an experimental potion during a campaign, had been turned female. Sadly, the effect had completely set by the time he understood his situation and sought help. Nowadays, when not waging war, he was elbow-deep in books trying to find a cure. He had in fact found the cure to many other illnesses by accident, yet found no luck in his own enterprise, as the alchemical product he had consumed also contained a biological form of curse never seen by the church before. I was extremely curious about how far the magic had gone, but looking at his face, I had no doubt it went really far. There were no visible signs other than the way he dressed and spoke, that he was once male. Even the Adam's apple was nowhere to be seen. It was the way in which he had pushed the medicine forward that had made him rise in the church and not his power, which had only grown past S6 long after he had become one. "Are you going to come down and talk, or are you going to keep hiding behind that thin bubble?" I asked the idiots on the wall. Aurelia took care of pushing my voice to them. "They said we are dumb and there is no way we can break the shields," Aurelia said, shaking her head in disbelief. "Fine, we'll come see you then. Want us to wait for you at the door, or can we just come in?" I asked, starting to march once again. Aurelia didn't need to tell me what they said as I saw them laugh. "Aurelia, tell Major Wojtek to knock 3 times, I ordered, pulling out the cornucopia to fill my coffee mug. Aurelia looked at me like I was an alien, but Ferguson also took some, winning a sigh from the tall avian kin who refused my offer a second time. As it turned out, the arcana-infused shells in the main cannons really didn't care much about magic shields. I saw the first shell sail past us to go greet the people at the door. Hitting right under the heretic trio, I heard the whip-crack of the sonic boom as it collided with the stone tower that held the gates of the medieval city. A moment later, the noise and shockwave of the explosion reached us. Both of the magical shields closed the holes. 2 out of the 3 on the walls didn't make it, being turned into a pink mist as the third one raced the shockwave and shrapnels, escaping the worst of it. I saw the second shell pass and hit the gate, passing through the wood like paper, before exploding on the other side and making a loud pop, typical of Gibby's thermobaric bombs. The third knocked the top of the tower off and ripped the gate off its hinges, revealing hundreds of mangled corpses and injured people on the other side. Soldiers were rushing to move the injured, while the rest tried to make a new shield wall over their dead comrades. "Ha, that's the beans right there. Now we're talking. I freaking love big guns," Ferguson belched as he looked at the damage. "Ho, look, they opened the door for us. I guess they are letting us in," I said with a bright smile and a plume of smoke. "Like that would stop you," Aurelia said with a wry smile. "Well, it's not polite to enter uninvited, but I guess in this specific case, we did have a no-knock warrant," I said as we started to walk towards the city once again. "You know, it's kind of nice not being covert all the time," I added. "By that, do you mean leaving survivors? Because most of the missions you did in the MI7 ended with you leaving very few witnesses alive." "Oh, wait, you meant in another life." "Beans, sorry I can be an airhead. Sometimes I forget you guys have that whole reincarnation thing going on," Ferguson said, answering his own question. "You got it, bud. But I think most souls reincarnate. We just happen to remember somewhere else. But to be fair, I only remember a few decades on another planet." And don't worry about it, we all find it fucked up too. Can you imagine getting told you have 3 wives and not remembering any wedding? I answered, as a volley of arrows started to fly towards us. Aurelia pulled her new star from her inventory and swung it, summoning a magic shield. We kept walking at a steady pace. As we neared the gate, the warrior with a billhook was waiting with a wall of soldiers behind him, just beyond the bubble. Hi, sorry for the door, but don't worry. I'm sure it'll buff out. Where are your 2 buddies? Meh, doesn't matter, I told the warrior who was already bleeding from a few shrapnel wounds. Then I remembered the shrapnel was also infused with the arcana, fucking his whole magic flow. I giggled internally before raising a hand and starting to suck the bubble away as arrows kept pelting us. It seemed to only be an S10 shield at best, but I took a few notes on how it worked differently in different directions. Within 20 seconds, the first shield's core ran dry. I did the same to the second. Well, there goes my good fight. That guy is already bleeding out from the inside and barely able to stand, I said as my aura finished scanning the monkey man. Think I should heal him before fighting him? I asked Aurelia. I believe we already have enough on our plates with the rest of the city to clean up. Let's keep your energy in case Melanor decides to finally grow a pair. She answered. I pulled my revolver and shot at the warrior's head. He dodged the bullet with ease, moving behind us and stabbing his billhook at my heart. The black blade sliced beyond the void shield, however it didn't punch through my suit. I turned on myself and grabbed the shaft as he was pulling back. I looked at the blade, noticing it was void steel like my arm. A kick came for my shins at lightning speed. I answered with one of my own and a point-blank bullet through his thigh. Sadly, I had miscalculated and blew his femoral artery. He dropped the polearm and leapt away on his good leg before opening a container and drinking its content. His eyes started to glow like some bright LED lamps, and he unsheathed a dagger. 10 small runic circles appeared in a semicircle over his head, and lasers shot out of them, all of them aiming for my head. The barrage was intercepted by my void shield. The mana of the warrior shifted, realigning entirely towards the light element and losing grasp over the others. He was experiencing a breakthrough, but I had no way to confirm if it was the intended effect of the potion or a coincidence. He tried to kick, punch, and stab me 100 times in the space of a single second. His speed was on par with mine, but his attacks had no way to connect, and lacked the strength to pass my suit when they did. I pulled the Dragon Slayer, and his speed worked against him as he ended running neck first into the blade. His head fell to the ground with a thud. Blood rained, catching the morning sunlight. Listen to me carefully, Imperial soldiers. I will give you a single chance to surrender. Know that the ones who raise their weapons against me will die without exception. No glorious last stand. If you have the faith, walk yourself free of Melanor's tyranny now, or die trying. I told the wall of soldiers. A wall of arrows, bolts, stones, and fireballs was their answer. I could respect a people's desire to die in a glorious last stand. Only a few lowered their weapons. Disappointing. I sighed. May I? Ferguson asked, as the arrows were once again deflected like the rain by Aurelia's shield. Suit yourself, I said, waving him forward. He walked in front of me and picked a baseball-sized rock from the ground. He covered the stone in spells and launched it at the crowd. I saw it crush a skull and bounce to another one as if it had a life of its own, bouncing from fractured skull to crushed helmet with vicious speed. I made a low whistle, impressed at the conservative amount of energy used to clear those who had attacked us. Ferguson looked at me and smiled with a malicious grin. And as if on cue, the stone exploded in 100 stone balls that started to chase the enemies at even greater speed. Think you can make that with a 16-inch frag shell? I asked him, curious. The big-ass cannons? Probably, but it wouldn't be this fast to cast and would drain a lot more energy. It's worth trying, though. He answered, chucking a few more baseball-sized stones into the mix. I looked at the Imperial soldier as they fell by the dozen. There was mass hysteria, some of the Imperial soldiers getting trampled to death by their comrades as they pointlessly ran towards cover. Others ran to us and were Swiss cheesed. A few got on their knees and prayed, not all of them to me. A minute later, there was a heavy silence. We walked within the walls, staring at the sea of corpses and the very few who had the faith. I shot 2 of the survivors that my seer sense and skills pointed as enemies. Let me make sure no one has to get bloody boots, I said. The suit, understanding my intent, started to drain every corpse dry. It also deployed the bright red liquid coat and wings. Sometimes I wondered if it had an upper limit to the quantity of blood it could ingest. By now it had millions of liters stored, and I was barely using any of it. In fact, nothing presented much of a challenge. I really wanted a round 2 with that flying cockring bastard. The only person I knew I had no chance against was Warden. Ferguson pulled out a massive hammer and rested it on his shoulders. Once the blood was drained, I quickly piled the corpses to the side and we advanced. Aurelia picked the right, Ferguson the left, and I the center as we split to clear the town. The storm balls also started to separate in small squads to clear the buildings one by one. Meanwhile, 2 bulldozers separated from the main line to come clear the remnants of the gates, clearing the way for the gun trucks and troop carriers. The resistance level until now was abysmally low. I felt hope coming back from her scouting escapade. She gave a thumbs up before pointing at the castle, confirming that there was still hope for a good tussle over there and that no serious ambush was waiting to spring on us. Trucks of Templars and Inquisitors started to fill the streets, searching every house barn and carriage. The building's architecture resembled a typical old European town, lacking proper sewers and water supply. In front of every house were 2 large clay pots with a thick wooden lid. Aurelia noticed my curious glance. Someone comes and picks urine and fecal matter. The urine is used in different processes to make chemicals and dye fabric. The poop is used as fertilizer. She explained. I guess it does make some sense. Anyway, this is far from the resistance I was expecting, to be honest. I told her, you and me both. I wonder why fate and you expected some great loss. By the God King's beard, we might even be done before noon. She answered as the city was caught by powerful tremors. Why did you both jinx us? Fuck, Ferguson said as the ground started to swell and shake violently. Something gigantic was coming from underneath and rising fast. Aurelia, get Ferguson away and tell the Templars to fall back to the wall. Something big is about to get out. It's my turn to inspire the troops, I ordered. Why? Ferguson tried to protest, but he didn't have the time as Aurelia swooped him up and flew away. I also got in the air, floating in front of where I expected the gigantic beast to surface for a minute before seeing movement. The ground on which we were a few moments ago collapsed, revealing a large circular mouth with thousands of jagged rows of sharp teeth, crushing stone and dirt. A scream left the mouth of the monster. The sound was so powerful that it shattered the few glass windows the down had. I dropped a bomb in its mouth as a welcome gift, but the explosion didn't even startle the beast, who just kept pushing itself out of the ground, destroying and consuming 24 houses in the space of an instant. Its head sprung from the ground at lightning speed, exposing a large carapaced worm with hundreds of chimeras waiting in the pockets of its articulations. The head reached 100 meters in the air before getting 3 16-inch shells straight in the neck, knocking some of its mana-infused armor off. I grabbed my lightsaber and flew all the way up to its wound before making a sharp arcana blade and slicing through half of its neck. I noticed Hope was on the other side and was impressed when her slice perfectly completed my cut. The body fell, crushing a whole city block and many of the chimeras it had just released. A sea of blood poured over the streets as civilians lucky enough to be away from the falling beast were freaking out and screaming as if it was the end of the world. I saw soldiers, civilians, and chimeras brace themselves for the wave of blood, yet only the chimeras were swept away by it, entangled and drowned by the raging current that kept forcing them under, cutting them up and stealing their blood as it went. The flood simply rolled away from the soldiers and civilians as if they were hiding in invisible bubbles. The blood then tore flesh and bones apart, undressing and disarming every enemy before sending the blood up my feet, creating a pillar on which I rested while overlooking the city. Hope gave me a discreet kiss and completely disappeared from my senses. I felt her reaper on the roof of a nearby building. I lowered myself to the ground as the blood was drained. 5 piles were left behind. 1 for crafted items, 1 for valuable materials, 1 for cores, 1 for bones, and 1 for the stuff that was left. It was merciless, simple and efficient. The few chimeras who had run far enough to dodge the torrent were intercepted by the 50 caliber machine guns that were waiting for them. And once again, what was supposed to be an epic battle was turned into a boring walk in the park. The only thing we needed to clean up now was the castle and crowd. Hope remained invisible and discreetly matched my timing to grab the bones as I grabbed the cores. I gave her a wink and I saw her head nudge just a bit. She still had that cute headbutt reflex. I sure hope that castle is a more interesting battle. By the way, are those edible? With the amount of meat on that thing, we could feed a city for a few years. That must have old as fuck too, I asked as I stared at the giant beast that was slayed like a chicken in a kill house. I started to understand why gods used avatars. There must have been very few things that challenged them and made them feel alive. Maybe having avatars was a way for immortals to remain more than just a concept. I drew a long puff from my cigar, before realizing that I was starting to draw parallels between ancient Earth texts and this world. Aurelia and Ferguson joined me once again. For some reason, although I felt no immediate danger, my anguish only grew. Something was off. My seer sense was screaming at me, and yet I had no clue what to look for. The people on the train would be strong enough to deal with a few of those giant earthworms without breaking much of a sweat. Then why was I so uncomfortable? 94 change of plans. Fates POV. February 28, 8079, 7 hours. I awoke from another seizure after observing the actions of a few individuals throughout the galaxy. I was resting on Hope's lap. She was caressing my hair gently, while a soft, constant flow of healing magic from her palms made sure my brain didn't overheat. She was stunning. Of all her avatars, this one was my favorite. A modest chest and thick thighs that could crush my head like a watermelon. She was dressed in a revealing golden dress that made my head stir with many ideas, most of which were extremely lewd. Sadly, unlike time, my growth into a mature body would take many years, the process being slowed down even more by my dragon blood. My thoughts were wandering left and right as I recuperated from the flood of information. You know, Fate, I didn't think you would be the nibbling kind. Hope told me, bringing me back to reality. I was confused until I realized I was nibbling on Hope's long bony tail. I blushed bright red, pulling out the end of her tail out of my mouth. It was covered in saliva. Sorry, I mumbled, flustered. Haha, it's okay if it just tickled. Did you get some worthy information? She asked me, her eyes laying on me with a sadistic smile that made my heart flutter. I did. I have Melena's handler name, Solomon. Know him? I asked Hope. Yes, I read his file. He is an evasive man, clouded in mystery. The first record we have of his name was 800 years ago. He was sighted with a high-ranking member of the cult named Moloch, near a village that had all of the kids disappear overnight. He was sighted near other high-ranking cultists and other strange disappearance events. We never had any concrete evidence to pursue him, sadly. Last sighting we had of him was near the Blue Mountain Pass in 8072, a month before our army made landfall in Wallachia, and a few months before that in the town of Chillo south of there. Hope answered, looking pensive. So he knew, damn it. Listen to me, if we run into him, run away. He is more dangerous than you can imagine. His power is probably on par or superior to Sam, I said as I stood back up from her lap and got off the sofa. That bad? She asked. Worse, I answered. We have to send Blaze and Celeste away to get the key now. If we wait any longer, they might not have the chance, I added, trying to step towards the door and falling off my shaky legs. Hope picked me up like a princess and started walking towards the lounge of the train, where a few people were chatting about the chasm and the city that we would soon reach. A quarter of the civilians were marked, another had worms. The rest were malnourished and waiting for their turn. Every kid and young adult had been seized by the army and sent to the capital. All that remained, other than the army within the city walls, was corrupt merchants, politicians, and a bunch of brown noses. The only reason I didn't tell Samael to go kill Melanor and let us wipe those city alone in the meanwhile was the fact that the dukes required his expert touch. Except now I knew who it was, giving me a chance to turn the tables on him. After a few hours of prep and planning, Blaze and Celeste left for the Ethereum, while Sam and Hope walked in front of the army, rolling towards the city. I was waiting in the lounge, as my body was too weak and unpredictable to be going on the battlefield. Robert came to talk with me, which surprised me. I didn't like to be surprised. I wondered how he could have been flying under my radar for so long. Lady Fate, may I take a few minutes of your day to discuss a few matters of national security importance in private? He asked with a low bow, but his eyes not quitting mine. I made a few magic circles appear around the room. Speak, Robert Belzy, or should I call you Beelzebub when we are in private? I ordered and asked him. I saw his eye twitch, but he hid his discomfort like a champ. So you knew? Well, that will save me some time, Destiny. I have to go back home for a meeting, he said. And you want me to cover your absence? I asked him. No, I know you wouldn't, he answered. Then you are here to kill me while I am vulnerable. You know what happens if you do it, don't you? She sighed. I wouldn't dare. I can recognize when I am outmatched. No, instead, I would like you to come with me. This, of course, isn't an invitation, as you must have surmised already. Come without making a fuss, and your kids will be safe. Resist, and your precious wife will have to seed their traumatized souls somewhere else, he stated. I felt my blood run cold. I couldn't fight him. If I did, Korvax and Ravnica would die. I didn't care about my own life, and he knew it. He had been here and working in the shadows for far longer than I anticipated. Fucking seers. Fine, I said, clenching my teeth. Let's be on our way then, he said. Flies buzzed around us and started to land on my face and cover my eyes. Beelzebub was wise enough to hide the runes he used from me, which I understood. I just wondered what kind of artifact he used to change his appearance without even Sam noticing. When the flies disappeared, we were standing on a beach. The position of the sun suggested we were on the western parts of the continent. A demon bioship emerged from the waters. This one seemed to be a speedster type. I always hated the bioships some demons and the Pillars of Abyss used. They creeped me out. A mouth opened at the front, and I was directed to enter. As soon as we were in, Beelzebub placed his hand on the wall and the mouth closed. We started moving inside the spaceship creature. He guided me to something that looked like a transparent yellow fleshy egg located near the back end. He pushed his hand on it and it opened like a flower. Get in there, he said. I'm sorry, what? No, 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 I'm not getting in that thing. It's all slimy and gooey. I'm already coming with you, isn't that enough? I said firmly, looking at the inside of the egg. It wasn't a question. At the moment you are my diplomatic hostage. By demon law, I am thus lawfully obliged to make sure that your health is taken care of for as long as you remain in my care. Your body is dying. You pretend that it is all going to be fine. You play along since by your calculations, if you do not make use of all of your power, you lose. However, I believe there are better options. None of the demon prince has the potential to become our true ruler. None of us can lead a victorious war against the pillars, order, and you. The best we can achieve is a mutually assured destruction. But you already know that. In fact, up until not so long ago, it was the same for you too. I also noticed that your pantheon now has a chance to win. However, if we have a chance to convince you to join arms with us, our civilizations can not only survive, but thrive in the new world. Now get in, he said, starting to push me inside the egg. I tried to resist, but with how shaky I was, there was no chance for me to do anything. The egg closed itself and started to fill with a thick liquid. I screamed, and eventually the liquid drowned me. Yet I didn't die. The liquid was filled with oxygen. I hated to admit it, but I was scared. My brain was still too tired to connect back to my greater self and get the answers I seeked, leaving me feeling lonely and confused. I was also extremely physically uncomfortable. Then finally, after about a minute of breathing liquid, I passed out. Our future, once again, resting on a razor's edge. However, if Samael could take the lead of the demons, the large battle that would explode over Centralia might be less damaging to our troops than planned. Destiny's POV. My avatar was resting on Hope's thigh as she finished watching the universe and the most likely probabilities of the near future, while my true self was on the third moon of Valia on the Ethereum plane, managing the lives of trillions of non-sentient beings and offering choices to billions of sentient ones. I also looked up at what my avatar's mind was watching, taking most of the pressure from the information she was getting, and yet the 0.1% of the strain from information flow was burning her brain away. I sighed and observed in silence. Time had succeeded her first trial. That crazy woman had my heart clenching the whole way through, but I knew she was strong and that the wind would blow in her sails soon. Even though I knew her every move, I missed her like a dry plant missed the rain. She had also placed her hand on the avatar of Marcosius. The part that surprised me the most was that she renamed him the same thing that she had named him the first time they met. Being a demon, the use of his true name gave her complete authority on him, gaining unfathomable powers without even knowing it. His avatar, like mine, was linked to his true self, giving him awareness of both. He hadn't realized yet that the laps he was resting on were the same that had raised him in his first life, which made the scene melt my heart. I moved my avatar's focus elsewhere, on the opposite side of the galaxy. Otherwise, I knew she might get into a ship just to feel her aura next to her once again. Her brother had been corrupted by order, his memories sealed beyond the veil of consciousness. He was going through rapid growth with a few other future archangels. Light had poured some of the best DNA samples he had in this batch of artificial angels meant to lead his armies. All within my prediction. I was surprised by the power they could display after only a few days of training. However, something was off. The fleet of angels I expected to be on the move stayed at port. Their general hadn't shown up yet, but my guess was on Michael, the leader of his class. In fact, the factions that were moving the biggest amount of troops was the Pillars of Abyss. Meanwhile, the demon principalities had summoned every prince for their council. My avatar convulsed on the sofa as the flow of information hit her like a tsunami. I disconnected from her to give her brain a break before she killed herself. In my predictions, she had about 3 years left to live. Plenty to make sure we were on the right track. That was unless a seer decided to screw up my plans and change the future, which in fact someone was trying to do at this very instant. I saw Robert talk to her and heard a knock on the door of my doorless room at the heart of the moon. Cher ami, please enter. I answered immediately. A portal appeared in front of me, twisting and linking 2 points in space. A large pigeon-kin wearing clothes a few centuries out of date entered the room. He wore a leather cap and large goggles covering his eyes, a silk scarf and a leather jacket and brown cargo pants. He didn't wear boots since he had sharp-clawed bird feet that looked more like eagle talons than pigeon ones. I took a sip of my tea and gave him a polite nod. Destiny, it is a pleasure to see you in good health. I bring news from the Midnight Coven. I made sure to stop here first to get you the news as soon as possible. You have attracted a lot of attention. But I must say, you are an impressive quartet, and we appreciate the speed at which you are making the war move. By the way, I'm sure you know by now, but if you keep working your avatar's brain like that, she won't last another 5 years, he said. 3 years, actually, but that won't hold me much longer. Beelzebub will artificially grow my body. I answered with a shrug. Are you crazy? How could you even convince the Lord of Flies to do that for you while he is trying to conquer the King's Belt? He is literally one of your top 10 enemies. He answered, stupefied. I had my doubts about where he was hiding. So I just made sure he heard key pieces of information during meetings, and a few prophecies here and there. He already knows he would lose against Samael. He is still immortal, and yet can fight against immortals as an equal. Not to mention how hard it is to kill him. I wish good luck to anyone stupid enough to try. Although I am not privy to his own plans, but considering that the demons have been seeking a king for so long, and that Samael is known as the ruler of the King's Belt, any idiot would give it a thought or two. For all I know, there are less than 500 gods who could actually take him in a fight at the moment, and remember that he is only S4, I answered. What? No way, that guy is just S4. I would love to chat, but I have a long list of people to go see. Sadly, I have to go. Ho, and I'm sure you noticed, but a few others and myself have placed our avatars on the board already. You have our complete authorization to guide them. Let's grab a cup of coffee once this is all over. See you soon, old friend, he said with a smile, offering me a roll of parchment. I picked it up, and he gave me a wave before vanishing from my sight in a plume of feathers and ash. I opened the letter, reading through the information with a single sweep of my eyes. It confirmed the receiving of my signal to all pontifexes of the King's Belt, and also contained a key piece of intel, namely Melanor's handler name, Solomon. However, tracking the said handler proved to be an impossible task for the Midnight Coven. I knew all too well who Solomon was, a man bestowed powers by Order himself. He was a dangerous opponent, a powerful seer and mage with powers on par with mine at my peak. He would be a thorn in our foot for sure. I sighed and pulled on a few of the strings that were the lives of people, pulling some closer and splitting others apart. I looked at the world move in reaction and pulled some more into motion. The seeds of our future pantheon would soon grow into powerful gods that would give us a firmer control over the belt and our territories. I just hoped Beelzebub wouldn't kill or trap me for a few years, as otherwise the war would be lost. I placed my faith in Hope, as she was now the only one that could stop Samael if he had an outburst of wrath, which might be likely to happen when he would learn my avatar was gone. Sadly, there was very little in my power to change that outcome. I instead placed my focus on Ravnica, who was advancing a completely new field of enchanting. Only Death knew who she used to be, but looking at how fresh her strings were, she was at her second life, or third, with 2 premature deaths at worst. A young and fresh soul, filled with new ideas, faith and high hopes. She was sleeping on her desk after another all-nighter working with Triss. I giggled looking at them. I also made sure Katrina and Claudius crossed each other, knowing they would strike a long conversation as they looked for Ravnica, gaining both sleeping ladies a few more minutes of respite. I then moved my sight to Korvax, who was training his shooting technique on the roof. The boy would join the Junior Adventurers Guild later in the day and tried to work his nervousness out. Poe was flying over St. Lilith like a guardian. As if on cue, he dived toward the ground, sweeping a little girl that was about to get hit by a car. The little girl laughed and petted his beak. He told her to watch both sides before crossing the street and took back to the sky. The bird was full of enthusiasm. I felt something brewing in Centralia and moved my sight there. Melanor and Moloch were once again doing stuff that made my soul shiver with rage. 1,000 kids were trapped in a room with both of them. Only 10 would walk out changed, broken. I screamed at them, but they couldn't hear me. I pulled on Sam's string, knowing he might understand that he needed to move. To hell with this plan. The army wasn't advancing fast enough, and kids were dying. I packed the information as tight as I could and sent it into his stream of thought, knowing that it would save most of the kids. I threw my cup of tea at the wall and stood up. I had just burned my location and needed to move before enemies showed up. I summoned a portal and moved to another hideout on the 5th moon. 95 big mistake. Melanor's POV, Centralian capital, Valia. February 28th, 8079, 11 hours. Are you sure Sunbrak bit the dust? Moloch asked me as a prepubescent boy started to wash his naked body with a wet towel. I am. The idiot didn't want to wait for the great cataclysm. Now he's dead, and with him our best healer until the higher-ups can show up. The worst part is that he brought all of his troops too. I answered with a sigh while a young boy removed my crystal robes. Don't fret. All we have to do is hole up in here and enjoy our time. There is no way that stupid hero can defeat the Pillar's army. Once they arrive, they will storm him and his little resistance into oblivion. Moloch answered, taking a sip of fresh blood from a gold cup. Don't be so sure. He is more dangerous now than he ever was. Not only that, but with destiny and death walking by his sides, they might be able to give us a tough fight. I answered, grabbing one of the drugged-out and spellbound kids by the neck and choking him until his mouth opened. I then kissed him and bit off his tongue and lips. His eyes were crying in panic, yet he was unable to do anything. I laughed. I leaned myself on a sofa, dragging the boy with me, but just as I was about to start enjoying the ritualistic rape and sacrifice, someone appeared within the room. A tall, brown-haired and green-eyed man in a high-quality red suit. He had black smoke rolling off of his silhouette and a cigarette at the corner of his mouth. I looked at the man, thinking he might have been working for me or Moloch. He started to walk towards us, the stones under his feet shattered, as if he weighed 1,000 tons. None of my subordinates would dare break my property in front of me. "Moloch, is this one of your men?" I asked my associate. "So he's not one of yours," he answered, tensing up and starting to stand. The man in red whispered 2 words, barely moving his lips. "Mes Tabernax." As the words escaped his lips, a torrential wave of invisible energy exploded from him, wiping all active spells in a 100-meter radius, including the ones carefully placed on every kid in the room, and the sacrificial runic formation that Moloch had been working on for months. His words echoed like thunder into my mind, then a second wave made of runa filled the room. The man's eyes started to glow with wrathful power as a long crimson liquid coat that smelled like iron started to flow around him. I saw spells appear around every sacrifices, and a second later, all the kids started to puke. They looked terrified, as if they all simultaneously rejected the drugs and regained control over their mind. Some started to cry and wail, echoed by others. However, the slave collars around their neck soon silenced them once again. The little boy bleeding on me started to scream in pain and terror, trying to move his head away from me. I slapped him, intending to remove his head and finish my business with the corpse once I was done with the intruder. However, something was holding my arm. The man in front of me a moment ago had blinked behind me and was holding my wrist. "How the fuck did you?" I started to say, as Moloch fell to his knees and then on all fours, wheezing. The Minotaur tried to ignite some spells, but something invisible intervened and the formations collapsed on themselves. Impossible. The intruder hadn't even touched him. I decided to escape as a memory from my host tried to surface. I tried to dive into my shadow, but something was blocking me from accessing the shadow realm. The man threw me towards a wall, not even looking at me, but instead completely focused on the kid's face as if he was his own. I deployed my wings and launched towards one of the windows at maximum speed. I shattered the glass with my horns, laughing as the insolent had missed his opportunity at catching me with my pants down, but something grabbed me by the horns on the other side of the glass. "What?" I exclaimed. "You don't think you can escape, do you? Isn't that your vision of the world? The strong rules over the weak. How funny that as soon as someone more powerful shows up, you scurry away like the little rat you are," the man in the bloodcoat said, pulling my head up. I stared at him, shocked. How had he moved so fast? No, it was impossible. And now he had 6 giant wings, made of blood that dwarfed even mine. A blood angel, no doubt, but I had never seen a horned angel before. A demon. Also impossible. Solomon had took control of the incursion force and now led the demon army that was on Valia. So definitely an archangel then. "I'm not a damn rat. I am the great black dragon Kuro. What the fuck are you doing, Archangel? You are supposed to push us back only after the Pillars of Abyss take control. Are you confused over the plan?" "I'm sure we can talk it out," I said, trying to calm down the furious Archangel and instead finding the air growing so thin that I wasn't able to breathe anymore. I tried to pry my head away from his grip, but his strength was far above my own. His hands refused to even acknowledge my effort. "Archangel? Maybe, I was one a long time ago, but you could say I had a fallout," he answered with a puff of smoke, ripping one of my horns and shoving it in my mouth before punching it through the back of my neck. "Nowadays, I'm more into self-made justice," he added with a wry smile as if he had just told the funniest joke, before sending me flying into the ground like a meteor. I crashed into the plaza, creating a large crater. I tried to move, but my body ignored me. I finally understood in how much danger I was. This man wasn't an ally gone rogue. He was King Samael, the new incarnation of the nameless hero. The man I had failed to kill. The God King's incarnation. I needed to get away and fast, otherwise my dream of achieving immortality would never see the day. I activated my single-use teleportation ring and reappeared in the throne room next to my axe. A servant ran to me, leaning down to see if I was breathing. I made a complex runic circle around both of us and transferred my injuries to her. A rare draconic spell that was the true reason behind my markings. As long as I had a kobold within a few meters of me, I could transfer almost any injury to them. The instant I regained control over my arms, I pulled my horn out of my neck and placed it back on top of my head, keeping the magic going until I was done. She fell to the ground, dead almost instantly. That was a close call for sure. Melena's soul was also agitated, trying to break the cage I had placed over him once again. I took a loud gasp of air, refilling my lungs that were growing desperate. Months of preparation for the sacrifice had been thrown off the cliff. Moloch was probably dead, and I also had almost died. I needed to get my gear on as soon as possible before the Talarian king showed his face again. I needed to contact Solomon. He had to do something, otherwise we would all die before the army even showed up. Millions of monsters weren't enough. We needed a few billions, if not more. I grabbed my axe and flew down the corridors towards the armory, naked and covered in blood. I dodged a few servants, but others weren't so lucky, costing me a few more kobolds. Alarm bells started to ring all around the city. Was this not a targeted attack? Maybe the bastard had summoned an army out of his ass with himself. I finally reached my dressing room and started to put my fighting gear on. Black leather pants and a matching tunic with gold and gem details. I ordered all of my kobolds outside the palace to chase the intruders, feeling their numbers decrease by the hundreds every few seconds. Cursed weaklings, I hissed. I grabbed a message bracelet hidden in a secret drawer on the wall and poured some mana into it. The usurper is in my capital right now. I need assistance immediately. The ring flashed as it sent the message. I grabbed a few other ones meant to contact key figures among other utility spells. I sent a few orders to my zealots, Chimera General and High Priests, to find and destroy any enemies within the city walls, offering Talaria to anyone who would kill the Blood Angel and bring me his head. I then disappeared into the Shadow Realm, reappearing on the top of my palace and observing the scene unfurling. A wave of corpses clouded in black smoke were raining over the south part of town, while the eastern roofs were covered in corpses. The wave of teleporting corpses moved clockwise around the palace at a rapid pace. Thousands of my kobolds kept appearing in the sky before falling down and splattering against the buildings and paved streets. None survived its passage. My message bracelet flashed with a received message from Solomon. Slow him down. Keep him within the city at all cost. I am coming. Use light and darkness together to bypass his void armor and ice against his blood armor. Don't use any other kind of magic in front of him, and do not use teleportation. I repeat, do not use any form of teleportation spell close to him. He can see and reproduce any magic he sees. Solomon's voice echoed from the bracelet. Fuck me, I mumbled to myself. I looked at the city once again. So that was why the ring's function hadn't been blocked. The bastard wanted to copy the magic. I hated to fight against seers and skill stealers. They always made you feel like they knew what you were going to do before you even moved. Or worse, used the skills you spent thousands of years perfecting against you. Fighting someone who was both was the epitome of having every advantage you owned denied and turned against you. I only rejoiced in the fact that at least he didn't have vampiric powers and regeneration. Otherwise, wearing him down would be nigh impossible. I had fought against Destiny's avatar not long after dispatching the hero. I had won but ended up with injuries that took more than 80 years to heal. Even though at that moment I was a whole stage higher than she was, it was the hardest battle I had ever fought. I needed a way to hold him in place, but at this point my options were limited. All I could do was force the entirety of my servants to fight him while I tried to slow him as much as possible with long-range magic. The city I had spent thousands of years building would be torn to shreds, but it could be rebuilt. For the first time in 2,000 years, I felt a rush of fear. Unable to know if I would be able to hold the wild beast within the city long enough for my ally to show up. I looked as a whole neighborhood of my fidel servants was razed to the ground by a large blade, darker than darkness itself, and that seemed to want to drain sanity away with everything else. Abyssal void. Impossible. How could he master so many powers? Mana, Runa, that weird invisible one, and now the Great Void. No soul should be able to host those together. The Incarnation spell should have destroyed him, not made him able to host primordial powers. He never was that powerful in any other life. Then why? Then it all clicked. The spell Destiny's avatar gave me and told me to keep safe never was intended to destroy the hero in case he went mad. It was another one of her lies. It was meant to make him whatever that thing destroying my city was. A monster. She had broken the laws of the Ethereum, made a god live within the material world. Not an avatar, but the literal god incarnated into living flesh, but with every shackles removed. They had broken the fourth wall between the realm of the conceptual and reality. Not only that, but they had done so at the worst moment possible by leaving me the choice of the timing. I had been conned. I felt my pressure drop, thinking back to the prophecy of my ascension. Had she also twisted those words to suit her own purposes? Did she knew I would betray them from the start? I tried to remember her precise words once again. My blood and yours will one day give breath to an emperor who has absolute control. If you wish to touch the heavens, seek to make them happen. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of it all, only to have a fragment of my host's memory flash within my own. A pink-eyed girl covered in blood, walking with 2 long whips trailing behind her. She was saying something. Names have power. I might not be the Empress of Luck now, but if I work hard to spread the name now, one day this is how I will be remembered. People will forget my name, but they will remember the Empress of Luck and her legendary whips. It's my destiny. I bit my own lip in frustration. I had been misled from the start. No, worse, manipulated, made a fool. I wanted revenge, to destroy their essence, erase them from history, enslave every damned living on this planet and every other world that worshipped them. I wanted to ruin them and everything they had. First, I would kill their champion and her assassin. Then I would find that bitch and rip her head off her shoulders and have it carved into a cup. I started to cast a long spell of the darkness element over the city. Light grew dim and soon completely vanished. And yet the speed at which my kobolds died only increased. The wrathful monster worked unbothered by the lack of light. Meanwhile, my zealots that had just entered the city were unable to see through the darkness as their runa-infused body couldn't take my mark. I hesitated to cancel my own spell, but decided to double down instead. Combining light and darkness, as per Solomon instructions. I made a second city-wide spell. The buildings and roads started to glow. A halo of light appeared around every zealot, giving them the ability to see through the darkness of my magic. As soon as the spell took effect, the corpses stopped raining from the sky, and I felt a slight decrease of the rate at which I was losing kobolds. The spell was actively countering my other one, creating power fluctuations that should interfere with Samael's void armor and ability to use teleportation apparently. That should give me ample time to wear him down. I decided to go fully prepared once he had gone through hell. Hopefully that would give Solomon all the time he needed, and if I was lucky, I might not even have to fight him. Not that I didn't believe I would win, simply that I knew I wouldn't win without getting a hit or two that might ruin a nice piece of armor, and that it took an eternity for proper craftsmen to do anything that would be befitting of my beautiful scales. My zealots were my most prized soldiers. Runa-bound kids taken away from their families before they could truly bond with them. Those who had were forced to slaughter them using control magic. We then blamed it on their runa power, saying it made them violent and unpredictable, which was true, and saying that they lost control and needed to escape. We gave them an exit, saying we had a miracle drug, and they all came begging for redemption. We then trained them, forcing them to fight and kill each other among other things. We broke them and molded them into perfect little soldiers addicted to drugs. None was allowed to escape the farm before attaining the 6th stage of ascension. All of them were killers, trained as elite assassins, mages, and warriors. They were the force I had prepared to stop Samael if someone else summoned him before I did. However, no one had predicted that he would become that kind of monster, and thus no one had planned against it. Samael was now the incarnation of a statistical anomaly. The exception that confirmed the rule. A 1 in a trillion possibility made true. A feat that required divine intervention. A feat only possible with the intervention of death and a probability god or something akin to it. Destiny had ascended. If so, what did her name really mean? What power had she gained? Or was her name a misdirection from her real powers? An explosion shook me from my daydreaming. A temple that I had spent countless amounts of gold and mithril coins to convert into a chimera farm had just been razed to the ground. Not only that, but large explosions started to happen all over the city. How did he do this? Didn't he use the void to teleport? Fuck me, that damned ring, I mumbled to myself. I had just given our enemy one more tool to kill us. Now the fucker could teleport everywhere, and we had no way to stop him. I heard something fall behind me. I turned around expecting Samael to jump at me. But instead there was a large pointy tube of metal the size of a large man rolling on the ground. I looked at it confused and moved closer. I placed a hand on the tube and rolled it to the other side to see if something was written on it. I found a few painted messages and leaned in to read the largest one. Get fucked, stay fucked. I leaned to the side and read a second one. For Lilith. Boom. My world was turned upside down as my mana was blown away like a candle by the explosion of the metal tube. I was thrown out of a window by the powerful blast. I was dazed and confused. How could a mana and runa inert item contain so much power, I pondered. I didn't suffer a lot of damage, but both of my wings were now filled with holes. Chaos erupted as more explosions tore the jewel of my kingdom to shreds, tearing apart every bit of my palace and turning it into dust and debris. The whole building collapsed. I was about to start swearing when a noise caught my attention. The sound of people screaming as if falling from the sky and the loud thuds of their impacts. The corpse that had stopped falling had once more started, except this time they weren't corpses. I noticed the few that survived the first fall reappeared higher above the city. Some fell 2 or 3 times before they passed away. It was a cruel circus of death and violence. The wave started back where it had left. So it wasn't that he didn't know where I was. His carnage was a deliberate act, intended at intimidating me and destroy any chance I had to patch myself up in a fight against him. But he didn't know that I had my own surprises for him and cared little about my men being slaughtered. I laughed as I started to understand why the host liked this man. If only he wasn't such a bleeding heart for the weak and understood that with power came the right to do anything and everything you wanted. Then the wailing stopped, and instead a strange melody replaced it, quickly followed by the voice of the fallen angel, low and powerful. Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they run into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, cause 96 Big Mistake, Part 2. Melanor's POV, Part 2. I let the shadows surround me and disappeared, hoping that Samael wouldn't be able to track me that way, giving me the breathing room necessary to plan a proper counter-offensive. For some reason, the drain on my active light and darkness spells was way above what it should have been, but I had to hold them going if I wanted to shut down the abyssal powers of the Mad King. I decided to launch ice spears from the shadows, staying at a moderate distance while I observed how he fought against my grunts. He blocked and dodged most of the projectiles with ease, the others were stopped by tentacles of blood. His gore armor almost seemed to move with a will of its own. I needed to keep a certain distance from him since he had a strange power that seemed to scramble most of my own. I made a light pathway for my zealots, leading them toward the green-eyed devil. My warriors were forced to communicate with hand signs as their voices were muted by the strange music. However, the task was made harder by the bad lighting. Tracking them from closer, I observed Samael systematically teleport every single person on his path, leaving no one alive behind, yet all of the people falling from the sky at stupid speed were symbiotes, kobolds, and chimeras. The few unmarked civilians were also teleported away. Searching a bit more, I found them appearing safely outside the city walls. I noticed that the bodies all fell within his blood armor's reach. It was a methodical extermination. Nothing was left behind, even without the abyssal powers. He was a monster. Was he letting people attack him just to stay entertained as he slaughtered my people and purged darkness from my empire? No, his actions had a purpose. Only those of the 6th stage and above that made their way to him were offered a chance to hit him with all they had. As soon as they had nothing more to show, they were disposed of by a quick decapitation. He was using them, learning their move, grabbing their tools and artifacts, and even worse, learning their best spells. My Runa warriors started to engage Samael, sending waves of Runa spells that turned anything in their path into dust and fractured reality, promising certain death. He switched positions with my zealots with a finger snap, placing them on the receiving end of their own spells, forcing them to block without much success. Samael gave a lazy swing with a sword. I felt my temperature drop by a few degrees when I saw his weapon. An uncontrollable shiver ran down my spine. A dragon slayer. A moment later, all of my surviving zealots' heads fell off their shoulders. How was I even supposed to fight that? I discreetly moved to the opposite side of the city, hopefully gaining myself a few minutes before Samael showed up. I needed a new plan fast, otherwise people would refer to me in the past tense quickly. I had only one option left. I needed to supercharge my core and attempt ascension or die trying. I called all of my nearby kobold towards me. The first one arrived and fell on all fours in front of me, unable to stand as I started to absorb all of my power back along with their life force. I walked as people ran towards me with eyes full of fear as they saw the carpet of corpses under my feet. They screamed, but they had relegated the right to control their own body when they accepted a shard spell. They all died as I felt my power fill slowly back up. However, my 2 active spells consumed more than half the recovered energy, draining more and more power, forcing me to consume my own kobolds faster and faster, racing with the Mad King to see who could consume my minion faster as an invisible force ate away at my area spells. Still, I could feel my core refiling. I felt the ecstasy of vitality and dark mana engulfing my being, wanting to perfect me and giving me insight into the true meaning of 3 of the runes of darkness. There was more, but I felt the resistance of having the unaligned soul of Melanor inside of me, anchoring me and blocking my elevation. I forced my kobolds to hurry up, creating a flood of crazed idiots running to feed me with their life. I laughed as I felt my power sharpen. Every kobold I absorbed was one less chance to heal myself, but everyone I left alive wouldn't survive the Mad King anyway. I tried to work as fast as I could. I forced those I wasn't done draining to follow me. I was racing against Samael, but his killing far outpaced my refueling speed. He seemed to barely use any of his power to teleport people as he went. Did this man have an endless energy pool? I could hear the strange music slowly creeping its way to me. Some of my bracelets shattered, signaling the destruction of their counterparts. Time passed shrouded in blood, death, and madness. Soon the hourglass was out of sand, and I found myself face to face with Samael once again. However, my core was brimming with an overflowing of energy unlike any it had ever had. My opponent didn't show any sign of fatigue either. Even the air seemed to be scared of him to a point where it ran from him. his presence exerting a pressure so strong that reality within it might as well bend to him. Mana and runa from all around him twisted and entered through his horns, while a pool of blood a few feet deep accumulated under his feet, twisting and bubbling like a raging torrent. And then I felt it, like a dam breaking under the pressure of a flood, a flow of pure darkness, raging and unrelenting, pushing my sense of reason to the side and wrapping me into absolute power. The ruler of darkness had somehow manually overruled my blockage, opening a well of infinite power to help me fight against the Mad King. The ruler of light soon followed, giving me insight into a single rune of his runes. The message was clear. They wanted me to stall him, and they had just given me a way to prolong my spells, but kept the size of the flow smaller than darkness, which was understandable. I was actually surprised that light had done anything to help. I felt myself swell with the raw energies getting dumped inside of me. It was exhilarating. My kobold were now utterly useless as a source of energy, as I had now grazed upon infinity. The tiniest amount of it, yet more than enough to kill or outlast any mortal mage, it would have to do. I quickly shifted my orders and forced them to march towards certain death, sending waves of energy through them. Some fell to the ground, wailing in agony, as others started to mutate into grotesque parody of what they once were. But the powers I bestowed upon them were everything but a joke, increasing their power output by 1,000 folds for as long as their body would sustain it. It was too much for most of them, and they exploded. I laughed. As I was fueling my troops, I felt my perception of the world increase. I felt Solomon, far away, riding lazily on the back of his purple-furred Scorpio, leading a small force of powerful demons, using a thick magic fog to cover their advance. What pissed me off, however, was that he wasn't riding towards the capital, but instead towards the giant metal snake that headed the Talarian forces. So he wasn't coming to help at all, and instead had gone for the sheep while the shepherd was away. My laugh grew colder, and I brought my wrist in front of my left wrist. "Solomon, are you seriously doing what I think you are?" I asked into my bracelet. I saw him looking at his bracelet, then turning lazily toward the capital, looking at my exact location with a wide smile before leaning his wrist closer to himself. "First of all, you have my most sincere congratulations, little dragon emperor. However, do not let it get to your head. You barely have a foot in the door of beings whose power you cannot fathom. Fail them now, and there will be severe consequences. Second, I am doing exactly what I am supposed to do. Why? Are you in a hurry? You have access to 2 unlimited pools of power that should be enough to dispose of Samael in the state he is now, or hold him where he is for an hour or two." He answered with a mocking tone. I wanted to kill him so bad. Not that I could, of course. The man was a total enigma. He somehow had no aura, which only proved how much control he had. Not that I was in any position to argue with him either. He took his orders directly from the top. People so influential that an archangel of the Order of Light and a devil of the Pillars of Abyss had both decided to stay out of it and let him take the reins. Only the demons had tried to interfere. They paid the toll by having their forces spellbound to serve as his personal tactical unit. I focused all of my attention back within the city walls, tracking the wrathful king's massacre. I noticed that not every citizen was teleported into the sky. Others were transported outside the city. Focusing more, I realized that those that didn't reappear were the last few that didn't have any trace of being tampered by black magic. The youngsters we had brought from every province that were waiting for their turn, the kids, the old and weak. All of those that had no real worth to me at the moment. A surprising act of kindness made by the butcher who was killing millions daily. Their power was completely inconsequential against the enemy I was facing. By now, less than an hour had passed, and yet he had slaughtered over 2 million troops, never slowing or stopping, even when he met resistance. He wasn't fighting, he was working. I even noticed him keeping the same pace with a single hand, the time to smoke another cigarette before getting back to dual-wielding swords. Never once did he pull out the artifact on his hip. He only used normal spell, sword, and aura techniques, yet heads fell like leaves in autumn. I felt a wave of jealousy at how fast he grew in power. Even worse, after millions of accurate teleportations, hundreds of counterspells, and as many powerful attacks, his energy pool had yet to run dry. For some strange reason, his power level didn't seem to fluctuate at all. I focused my attention back on the rat that had ruined my buffet. Now that I observed him carefully, I realized that the power I perceived from the start was only his aura and the apparel he wore. His true power was impossible to measure, but any man would be dangerous with the items he had, making him 100-folds more problematic than he was supposed to be. I also noticed that although he spent a ton of energy, he didn't seem to have any sign of fatigue. Not even a drop of sweat or blood on his forehead. No mud, blood, or damage on his pristine suit either, almost as if he had just walked out of the wardrobe. I sent hundreds of light, dark, and ice bolts at the Talarian king through his shadow. I noticed a few ice bolts hitting the target in the leg and stomach, creating large crimson crystals on impact. The most impulsive dukes, seeing their chance at an easy win slipping away, joined the fray, rushing toward the Mad King with frenzy. Two of them looked like they still had brain cells working, both of them waiting for an opening before making a move. Any mistake here would be deadly, and both of them were intelligent enough to value their own lives. I called them back, telling them to get a few blocks behind me and prepare a trap. I also made sure as many people as possible got the information on which mana to use against him. Now that my dukes were on the field, I needed to share my information or risk losing them with nothing to show for it. I directed my troops from the shadows, issuing orders while maintaining a constant barrage of ice bolts imbued with light and darkness, launching at him from the periphery of his interference zone. His influence seemed to have a 50-meter radius that could be extended in a single direction to reach about twice as far. He could reach further by sacrificing the size of his domain too. His domain wasn't as powerful as mine, but everything it lacked in volume, it compensated in flexibility and density. The battle was finally taking a turn in my favor. Samael had more and more wounds covering his body, although most seemed superficial, a few looked lethal. And yet, he kept advancing, as unstoppable as the tides and as relentless as a waterfall. The man was so stubborn that even his body refused to bleed. A duke punched a hole through Samael's gut, and I noticed what looked like a crystal web inside him, ignoring the damage completely as the fist-size hole of his flesh and bone was vaporized. Then I realized that they were his nerves, a severe case of crystallization, so severe, in fact, that the man shouldn't be able to move. He should be dead. Maybe he was. Explosions and impacts from the ongoing fight tore through large neighborhoods as if they were made of paper. Roughly 20% of the cleared city was simply missing, while 30% was so damaged it couldn't be recovered. I sighed as I looked at 2 millennia of work being shredded into pieces. Not that it changed much, since if we won, I would be given 6 more planets, one of which was bound to have some proper cities. I had spent 2 millennia erasing every trace of advanced mechanical knowledge, controlling the narrative of the Church by twisting facts, weakening every possible strength that Valia had left. Everything I did since taking control of that foolish human should have already given me victory. Yet these 4 pricks thrived under extreme conditions. Every bottleneck with less than 1/100th of a survival chance somehow just became food for their impossible growth. Fucking assholes, I mumbled to myself. I punched a wall in frustration as Samael decapitated another duke that was supposed to be leagues above his own power without the abyss. I took a deep breath and started to push ice and ice mana inside Accessident, the nameless hero's axe. Seriously, why the hell did time name her artifacts with such irritating cringe names? I moved discreetly through the shadows, placing myself a few corners away from the trap laid by my wiser dukes. Once in an advantageous position, I started to erase the traces left of my aura and mana, making me invisible in the light, mana, and aura spectrum. A ghost who barely moved a bit of air around himself, a special skill that one of my brainwashed toys showed me. As soon as I was done, I refocused on keeping the barrage up. He dodged most of my darkness spears that struck at light speed, even the ones in his blind angles, with uncanny ease. He turned and looked in my direction through dozens of walls, gave me a wink, and turned back just in time to block a lightning bolt followed by a spearhead from another duke. I tried to launch a few debuff curses at him through his shadows, but his domain dispelled them like the wind. He walked on a river of blood with his wings mostly folded. Every church, altar, and conversion site of the pillars on his path crumbled on themselves as if their roof were made from the heart of a star. The Duke's effort at slowing him down or leaving any meaningful damage on that Talarian king only resulted in severe failures and death in most cases. One by one they started to die, each one thinking they would be the one to deliver the last blow on the man, only to fall to their knees in front of him and having their head lobed off by a slash so fast even I had trouble perceiving it, or getting their body split in half from head to toe. 6 became 5 and soon later 4. One tried to run and fell to the ground, screaming in pain before exploding as if a giant hammer had squished her. Yet I saw absolutely nothing touch her. All of his abyssal power should be neutralized by my domain. Then how did he? What kind of power could turn a peak mortal into a bloody spot on the ground, yet remain invisible? Another one started to fly upward before falling downward like an arrow and being teleported, using the same magic that my ring had used, straight into the last duke, collapsing the spell he tried to cast and catching both of them in the explosive backlash from it. They flew into a wall, both of their bodies tangled into an unrecognizable mess. One started to scream and his head exploded soon later, leaving me horrified and impressed at the same time. The corpses were taken under the crimson waves a moment later. There were no negotiations, no deals or conversation. The only thing left was destruction. We had awakened a giant, and now we had to suffer his wrath. 97 cleaning up. Samael's POV, February 28th, 8079, 11 hours. I was planning the castle assault when a powerful headache disturbed my train of thoughts. "Are you okay, Sam?" Aurelia asked me, her tone worried. Her feathers had puffed up when she saw me grab my head, making her look a bit ridiculous. "Yeah, it's fine. There has been a slight change of plans, and I will have to go say an early welcome to our host. The train can keep laying the track at that pace, but we can't. Pack some of that worm meat and drop it over every town, city and fortress where we know enemies are. Leave the capital to me. A few kilos, just enough to keep our enemy fed and not the population. We are done going easy. The clock is ticking. I will get rid of any S9 and higher left in the castle, and you can take care of the rest," I answered, wiping a bit of blood dripping from my nose. Ferguson looked at me and Aurelia for a moment. "My king, are you sure you want us to airdrop slabs of meat to our enemies? I don't understand. Why would we feed heretics waiting to be executed?" Ferguson said. "I am on Fergie's side here. It makes no sense to feed our enemies while the populace starve. I know they are eating people, but sending them food will not stop them from committing atrocities. They are wicked souls, Samael. I'm sure you have already noticed," Aurelia added. "Call it a Canadian tradition. Just do it 2 or 3 times a day for a few days. They will fold soon after. Make sure you label the meat as humanitarian aid for the struggling civilians and use bright colors. We need to make sure to attract their attention to our products," I answered with a predatory smile. "Wait, did you say you were going to go say hi to the Emperor Melanor?" Ferguson answered, his mind reeling as he tried to make sense of my orders and tried to analyze what I was saying at the same time. "Yup. Let's just say he's about to do something I strongly disapprove of, and I have no intention of letting him do it. I have firm rules and boundaries. Any violation of those warrants death at minimal. Now sorry, I gotta go." "Toodles," I said with a wave, disappearing before they could argue. I rematerialized within the castle walls. I swiped the place with my aura, localizing a few high-value targets. Yet instead of chasing them one by one or echoing a slash on them, I simply snapped my fingers and sent them all into an abyssal void pocket, deciding to retrieve them and kill the survivors, if there were any, once I came back. Now that this was done being dealt with, I turned myself towards the capital, feeling an exact location pinpointed into my brain. Without even thinking about it, I summoned a black portal surrounded by runes that moved erratically, linking me directly within the large room where heresy had just started to happen. I leapt to the other side, arriving within a large palace room covered with thick and gold-white carpets, elaborate carved sofas covered in dark runes, and tables filled with wine bottles, and what I recognized as the corpses of children cooked like chicken and pigs. Hundreds of kids wearing barely any clothes, if any, occupied the room wearing slave collar artifacts. A quick scan of their health revealed they were both drugged and spellbound. I felt my blood boil. At the center of the room, 2 large men sprawled over sofas with kids around them, both of them naked and erect, looked at me. One was a dark-haired man with black draconic traits, including a pair of large wings and a large tail that reminded me of fate. Next to him was a giant minotaur that might have been 12 feet tall. I scanned the room with my aura, realizing that all of the kids were also drugged and under the effect of many mind control spells. I didn't say a word. I couldn't. There was far too much rage boiling right under my skin for me to stay calm. I finally uttered 2 words. Mes Tabernax. A wave of arcana followed by the uncontrolled runa generated from my anger wiped every spell active as far as I could sense and maybe more. I quickly healed the kids and made their body reject the heavy drugs that had been pumped in them. It wasn't pretty, but it was the only way to ensure minimal permanent brain damage. I placed a small door to the abyss within the bull's lungs, sucking away the air, humidity, and mana within him. I then turned toward the dragon. "How the fuck did you?" the Emperor started to say, as his buddy fell on all 4 trying fruitlessly to breathe. The Minotaur tried to ignite some spells with the remains of his mana, but I countered them with a single precise jet of arcana. I intended to kill the god of that dark energy one day and destroy his influence on my worlds once and for all. I had a few ideas on how to make it happen, but first I needed to bleed out a few of his underlings to weaken the big buck. If I couldn't fight the Warden yet, I probably couldn't fight the boss of darkness. Of course, Melanor tried to get away. The boy he had been kissing screamed as he realized his tongue and lips were gone. I sent a spell to fix him and leapt to the other side of the large stained glass Melanor used as an emergency exit. I grabbed one of his horns as they destroyed the artwork. "What?" the Emperor exclaimed as I caught him on the other side and stopped his inertia dead on its track. "You don't think you can escape, do you? Isn't that your vision of the world? The strong rules over the weak. How funny that as soon as someone more powerful shows up, you scurry away like the little rat you are," I told him, trying to keep the reins over my anger. "I'm not a damn rat. I am the great black dragon Kuro. What the fuck are you doing, Archangel? You are supposed to push us back only after the Pillars of Abyss take control. Are you confused over the plan? I'm sure we can talk it out. The Emperor pleaded, trying to tear himself away from my grip. Archangel? Maybe, I was one a long time ago. But you could say I had a fallout. I answered with a puff of smoke as I lit my cigarette before tearing one of his horns away and shoving it in his mouth, punching it through the back of his throat and neck. Nowadays, I'm more into self-made justice. I added with a wry smile before sending him flying into the ground like a meteor. He crashed into the plaza, creating a large crater. I approached him and noticed he was activating an artifact. I almost cancelled the spell, but when I saw the runes dancing to their place in the fractal spell formation, I decided to let the magic reveal its secrets to me and let the Emperor go for a moment. He was teleported via a mana-based spell unlike any I had ever seen. For one, it conserved inertia through a series of complex, unique runes. But what interested me was how the spell linked places instantly, as if both sides of the spell were linked. The principle was exactly the same as one that one of my old friends on Earth had spent days trying to make me understand: quantic entanglement. The spell was more valuable than the person who had used it. It was, no doubt, runes my army would need to travel through the universe faster than the speed of light itself. However, it couldn't be combined with runa, arcana, or void energy, being strictly mana-based for now. But the best part about the spell, it was cheap on the mana. So much, in fact, that I could probably spend a whole day teleporting stuff and still be fresh like a rose after. I just needed to tweak a few parts, add a twist, fix the arcana restriction with the same components from my healing spells, adjust the void affinity parameters, and just like that, the spell could now teleport pretty much anything to anywhere. All I needed to do now was to figure out how the directions worked and test if I could use it to increase inertia. Good thing I had a ton of volunteers for the testing phase. I started to smile and lifted my head from the crater, looking at the city for the first time. My mood quickly shifted when I saw the truth of the Empire. People had been crucified upside down all over the plaza, their organs pinned to the walls in spirals, their blood painting the walls as a warning for all to see. Looking down the street, I could see hundreds of gore displays, all of them competing to be the worst. Chained-up slaves locked to meat vendors' stalls, missing various bits, a placard on their neck showing the price of what they had yet to lose. Clinics with monster pieces covered in dark runes hung over them with price tags. Sex slaves of all ages being raped in public as their proxenate haggled their wares. Everyone was immobile, looking at me with curious eyes, then looking back at the crater and back at me. Then very slowly, some of them smiled and turned back to the vendors, resuming their inhuman actions. Others felt the imminent danger they were in and tried to scurry away from my looming aura. I had no hope in saving any of them. I might see what I could do with the very few that hadn't been magically corrupted, but the rest simply had to get disposed of. They had crossed the point of no return. Years upon years of heresy had been happening here. The cleaning might take even longer. The only reason I didn't wipe the city was that there was also a lot of money, equipment, and information that were worth a fortune hidden within its walls. All of it would have to be gathered by the Inquisition. The Herculean task would probably stretch for decades, but would also end up paying the Talarian bill for the war. But first, the population needed to be purged, and the Emperor with his handler needed to be disposed of. I first analyzed how Void moved stuff by tossing every heretic out of their building and making them fall from the sky in front of me. I got a good grasp over the direction runes Void used and was about to switch to mana teleportation when the Emperor did a little interference with his mana that disturbed my abyssal power. No doubt tried to stop my massacre. However, instead of dispelling it, I used the powerful domain as a power bank to fill me up as I went, increasing the strain on his spell just fast enough that it would be a pain for the Emperor, but not hard enough to be worth letting go of it. Ironically, the interference was pointless, since I had switched to Arcana and mana teleportation. Voluntarily took some hits to use one of my obscure skills that amplified my power after taking a lethal hit, which in my case was hard to define, so I used the opportunity to explore the possibilities of both my new spell and old skills. As soon as I got a good grasp on the teleportation spell, I started to evacuate the few unmarked persons left inside the capital. I sent them outside the walls, just out of reach for Melanor's domain. I quickly lost track of time as I slaughtered hordes of nameless obscenities. I was about done with 80% of the capital, having progressed twice faster than I thought it would take. The domain of light and darkness, obscuring sight, didn't slow me down one bit. Its only undesirable effect was the restricted access to my own supplies of weapons, keeping me from sustaining the bombardment I had started earlier. Not that I needed the weapons. In fact, as long as I had my suit on, I was armed to the teeth. I knew that the blood spear and wings were only the tip of the iceberg when it came to my mysterious black and red suit's abilities. If anything, I was a restriction of the power output of it. Although I had started to suspect that the suit required large amounts of blood to feed its power, a very niche need that could only be filled by someone rich, powerful, or both. I was closing in on the Emperor and his bunch of brown-noser friends when something caught my attention outside the city walls, as if to punctuate the chaos. A large force had just let go of a powerful illusion spell hiding its presence and was advancing toward the rescued citizens. Their strange aura was filled with hunger, rage, corruption, violence, and undeath miasma. Their leader was S10. I hesitated for a moment before abandoning the ongoing purge to confront the opportunistic enemies running toward an easy meal like a bunch of single soldiers off the plane would run toward strip clubs. I teleported myself right between the civilians and the rushing army. A few of the mounted undeads slowed down as they saw me appear, but the rest kept advancing. Melina had also noticed the break I gave his troops. However, he didn't stop his barrage of magic missiles aimed at me, some of which I willingly let hit, healing most of the damage while leaving the outside looking damaged. I had to make sure to slow myself to look weak since I had no intention to spend 20 years chasing a weirdo in a cave. Insurgencies were not my jam. No, what I wanted was for him to call all of his buddies and have a glorious free for all demons, undeads, angels, and everyone else who wanted some of it, to go and brawl it out all at the same time. The chaos of battle was always ripe with opportunities, and with less than 10 planets against probably thousands, it was our only viable option, pitting all of our enemies against each other and beating the winner before he could lick his wounds. I expected the strange unease at the back of my head to dim down once I had my new enemies in sight, but it didn't. My seer sense kept yelling that something big was going on and that I was missing the big picture. The battle I was in was a single bite out of an extra-large trouble-flavored pizza. It felt as if giants were gazing down on me and plotting my demise. I lit myself a fresh smoke and decided to pass them a message. Calvaire, I chanted the swear while swinging the Dragon Slayer, a golden razor-sharp aura thread stretched for a few hundred meters with the slash and sliced through anything on its way. The attack as it was devastating already, but it was only the opening as I used the insane wave of energy coming from the horns to power my aura and echo the same slash a few thousand times amidst the army of undead. There were no jets of blood, only blocks of neatly chopped-up corpses falling to the ground. I sighed as I made a tenth of their core explode at the same time. And just like that, the army was gone. The only one that had survived and somehow blocked the worst of the blow was their boss. She was what used to be a beautiful dark elf. In fact, she had very little signs of decay, which was surprising considering there was a large fist-size hole where her heart used to be. Looking at her long, silky white hair, pale skin, and red eyes, she reminded me of Victoria. Looking closer at her armor, I recognized the Seraph family crest on her blood-stained armor. I felt terrible, not knowing if there might be a way to save her or not. I didn't have a big social life, but I would give my friends the world if they asked for it. And there was no doubt she was linked to one of my best friends. I didn't know how far Hope's power over the soul of the dead stretched, but she might be able to do something for the noble lady. Fixing her body would be trivial, but Hope's powers were shrouded in secrecy. It was worth a shot. What's the worst that could happen? Marquess Seraph, I believe you might have heard of me already, I said, opening the conversation. Melanor, she hissed at me. Wrong, I was kicking his ass until you showed up. I'm one of Victoria's friends. She is growing into a strong woman. She is the mayor of one of the most influential Talarian cities. She's strong, fair, and beautiful. You can be proud of her. I told her. She looked at me. I could see that my words had reached her. There was the smallest hint of a smile on her lips. But I could sense the miasma forcing her. Thank you. Influence too. Strong. Must. Kill. She said, grasping her head, before launching at me like a rocket with two rapiers. She was good, but I recognized her moves as most of them had been used on me during my sparring match with her royal dark elf daughter. For any swordsman under S11, she would be a nightmare. But my own movement once my buff were applied were on a whole different scale than her own. My apologies, this might be a bit humiliating, but I have good intentions, I said as I removed her legs and arms with a few slash. I placed those in storage, but since I didn't want the lady to do anything stupid, I sealed her temporarily in a layered arcana, runa, and abyssal cage in that order. I'll come pick you up as soon as I am done with the rats. After that, we'll see if me and my fiancée can cure you from death and reunite you with your daughter. If we can't, we will grant you peace, I promise. I told the confused undead before turning towards the civilians outside that were trying to understand what was going on. I walked toward them, the wings on my back folding to look a bit less intimidating. I also noticed that my coat didn't pick up any blood from the rotted zombies, which now that think about it made sense. If it had any sense of taste, those would for sure be quite disgusting. Good morning, Imperial citizens, I said with a wave carrying my voice to all of them. I saw all of them tense up and huddling closer to each other. Only a few moved forward. I lit myself a smoke and kept talking. I will keep this short, since I ain't done clearing the heretics from this city. I am Samael, the Talarian king and reincarnation of the nameless hero. Good job surviving this mess. I ask of you to please stay here and wait calmly for further instructions while I tidy up the place. Things might get a bit rowdy, but don't worry. I'm a professional and guarantee your safety as long as you stay in that zone and don't cause trouble. Thank you for your collaboration. I told the mass of confused civilians while building a shield around them using arcana and fire. I also noticed my coat adding a layer on the inside of the shield. The shield was placed just in time to intercept a powerful jet of dark mana that would have wiped all of the people I was trying to save if it had it 10 seconds earlier. The beam fizzled against the arcana layer, signaling the end of my short smoke break. Work calls, I'll be back. I told the scarred civilians, but as I turned to get back to slaughtering heretics, a buzz in the air caught my attention. I had to use every bit of control I had to control my instincts that yelled, "Drone swarm, find cover," in my head. However, the only ones who used engines to fly on Valia were my own army, meaning my allies had sent a few units to support me as soon as I had left. A good idea on paper, but executed too early. With the situation I was in, they just became an extra liability, tying me down to defend them, even if they had a cardinal or two in their hull. Callous, better finish this fast before it turns into a shit show, I mumbled to myself, letting the swear slip by accident. The wave of power had a rejuvenating effect on the saved civilians. Some of them also had that 1,000-yard stare as they started to look at their stats stunned. A moment later, they all fell to their knees, staring at me with teary eyes as they started to pray with the fervor of fanatics. They started to glow with a collective aura of love, gratefulness, and reverence. The aura made them surprisingly blinding. I gave them a thumbs up and a wink. I then turned back toward the city, looking straight at Melanor that was trying to hide in the shadows. The pocket of dark power needed for his stealth trick left a glowing track in the thin gaps of void that existed between and inside everything, making him the easiest one to track down. He was preparing a last stand and an escape route with the leftovers of his force. However, he felt different. His power seemed to flow out from his core and flood his body, accenting his draconic traits and making him grow in size rapidly. It seemed that his core was now tapping into a limitless pool of power, constantly folding on itself, or some weird shit like that. Reality seemed to glitch around him more and more as he moved around. More strangely, my anxiety from the bad feeling of being on the verge of losing something key seemed to also calm down. I knew that the feeling had to be related to one or multiple seers taking actions on a key strategic target. However, the target was also veiled by the seer's influences. I resisted the urge to go back to the train to confirm what was going on, but first I needed to end Melanor once and for all. Focusing on the gaps he left in his tracks, I got a good grasp of the weapon he carried with him. A large axe with a 6 feet thick and hollow shaft. A large blade probably meant split giants in half. A shit-eating grin rose to my lips as I realized he was moving around with my gun axe. Noise, I mumbled to myself as a modified version of It's Raining Men started to play from the wails of the new wave of splattering heretics. 98, It's Raining Men. I reappeared inside the city walls. Apparently the message had been passed that hiding wasn't a viable strategy. Every blighted soul alive in what remained of the city were waiting in the streets with whatever they could grab to serve as weapon and armor. I noticed the 2 dukes that had yet to die had been laying runic traps and setting an ambush. They were surprisingly calm compared to their emperor. Not that it changed anything, my 6th sense could feel their incoming death. But somehow Melanor might have a chance to escape. I needed to make sure to put as much permanent damage on him before that. I got to work with as much enthusiasm as I could. Forecast said, pleasant, nice and dry. No screaming souls falling from the sky. Then, crack, like someone broke the sim, and Samael said, yeah, I'm done with him. I look up once, then do a double take. That's a lot of people for one guy to yeet. Flash, pop, gone, then back they come, gravity doing what gravity's done. It's Raining Men, well, X-Men now. Courtesy of Don't Ask Me How, from temple roofs to market stands, they're arriving, not on their own plans. It's Raining Men, duck and weave. Faith alone won't help you leave blink of light, express ascent. Followed by sudden regret descent. I sang with enthusiasm as I picked up my massacre where I had left. Melanor sent more blasts of ice, rushing at me from every shadow, including my own. However, I was done taking my time. I allowed Arcana to flow out of me and permeate my aura, dispersing the power in a 50-meter radius around myself, forcing every enemy who came at me to face me with physical attacks and aura only. I was also surprised to notice that every chimera who entered my aura simply fell dead without any resistance as the spell binding them together shattered. Those who gained power from heretic runes were also weakened, which ironically cancelled the effort of Melanor, who was pumping them with lethal mana doses for their core. Having access to my full arsenal, I combined a few tricks I had seen and summoned all of my belt-fed machine guns, automatic rifles and grenade launchers, making them float in a circle above me like the most ominous angelic ring ever made. I then covered the halo with 8 different spell formations at the same time. The giant firearm amalgamation rotated on itself slowly above me before opening fire. A tenth of the rifles were shooting at the same time to preserve ammunition, as reloading would require too much concentration. However, the halo wasn't the only dangerous layer of the spell, as 5 of the spells were imbued directly into the munitions instead, giving them better inertia conservation, more mass, directional control, targeting, and random elemental discharge once the inertia was spent. The first salvo of bullets tore through over a dozen lines of enemy before slowing down to a speed that allowed them to turn and aim for brains and hearts, before going through another dozen lines of soldiers and exploding in bursts of every element but light and darkness over 20 feet wide. All the while, corpses kept exploding against the paved streets as they fell from the sky at speeds that defied physics. Others were used to intercept spells near their casters, blowing up both participants. Cultists were yelling, "Hold the line!" Then got promoted to Airborne Divine. Up they go with a startled shout, down they come, inside out. One guy screamed, "This isn't fair. Buddy, you're currently in the air." Another waved like he caught a ride, 5 stars. Would not survive. It's raining men. Check the sky. If you blink, that's probably why. Chance of bodies. 98. Bring a helmet. Or don't. Too late. I followed the funnel of people that were placed to lure me to the trap, stopping a few meters away from it. I looked around. Melina was waiting patiently for me to step in it, so I decided to play along, stepping inside the magic circle and analyzing the runes as they started to form the runic circle. A sealed prison. Not bad, but far from being anywhere close enough to do anything more than tickle me. I said as a cage of light, darkness, and ice mana erupted all around me, only to shatter like glass from my aura as soon as it was done forming. A duke peeked out the side of a street outside my neutral zone, spinning something infused with a lot of darkness and fire mana at the end of a rope. An instant later, he released it straight at me with a whip crack. I noticed a mana shield trying to preserve the mana inside the projectile as it pierced through a few of the meat bags between us. A bloodwing swept the projectile away, along with a few more dissidents. The projectile exploded as it made contact, but the blast was barely comparable to a grenade. I noticed my top left wing ejecting a jet of black blood away from it. I pointed a finger and sent a dozen M2 creep on the Duke. A poison that makes you burn from the inside with a side of curses. All of that sent with a sling. Not bad, Duke Fuckface McGee. Now let me give you the holy gossip of John Moses Browning. Chapter 50, the paragraph that starts with Mardus. I told the Duke. All of the machine guns erupted together in a symphony of freedom and justice, and to say that the lesson got to his brain would be an understatement. I noticed that the coat was actually very careful in his approach of the corpse, no doubt wanting to keep itself from being poisoned once more. It carefully picked everything the Duke had, but left his blood behind. It stored the loot in its own dimensional pocket. The Duke responsible for the cage was retreating, leaving traps every time their feet touched the ground. Melanor himself wasn't too far either, waiting in the shadows of his mana domain. He finally dropped his barrage, noticing that it had absolutely no effect and was a waste of time. Yet he kept waiting, stretching time as much as possible between our next clash. Had I scared him that much? I switched on the offensive and took a leap forward with a sword slash. The running Duke's head rolled off its shoulder as he fell to the ground. I teleported myself and my halo right in front of the Emperor and started to slash at the shadows with Arcana, laying lines that I intended to trap him with. However, he saw it coming and got out as I laid the last line. Are you going to run away again? After hiding in your castle for so long, do you not have any pride anymore, Emperor of Mediocrity? I asked him as I flew along his shadow. Never thought I'd get so tough I'd scare the shadows. Here, let me light the way for you. I told him as I generated a beam of light mana right on him. He turned and entered a window, but I noticed that he took damage from it. I took some distance and opened up on him with my halo. Arcana-filled projectiles of all sorts tore away the stone walls like paper. Melina, as slippery as an eel, dipped away once again, but not without catching a few bullets. I tracked him and continued my demonstration of proper barrage technique. He used multiple light shields to cover himself, which was an impressive feat for someone who had over a dozen pellets of Arcana-infused lead in the body. As the shields shattered, I noticed he was pointing his axe toward me a bit too late, and took a few bullets to the guts before I could teleport my halo and myself away from a beam of 20mm bullets screaming at muck fuck. The projectiles had punched through my coat and my stomach with ease. I was glad for my high pain tolerance, as the holes stung like hell. I had to keep moving or risk taking some lead to the noggin. Melanor also noticed that I was giving him a bit of breathing room and exploited the gap immediately, jumping out of his shadow realm to get a shooting angle on me. I noticed one of his feet was bleeding and the tip of his tail was missing. I figured out that it was the result of the Arcana slash. He looked rough to say the least, but his cowardly attitude had seemed to shift toward a more cocky one now that he had injured me. "Not so tough now, Mr. King of the Tools," he snapped at me. "To think ladies on Earth loved Bad Dragon, I believe they would have been left quite disappointed if they met you. Especially so, now that you're missing the tip." I answered unbothered, weaving in the air to dodge another spray of bullets. Melanor had trouble finding openings while my halo pelted him, but he still found a few fractions of seconds to shoot at me here and there. I decided to bait him and let one of the bullets go through my right lung, dramatically throwing myself to the ground and letting the blood wings splatter against the paved street. I spread the halo through the nearby roofs and a few well-placed broken windows. A perfect trap for an idiot with a superiority complex, I thinked. Not long after, I felt the Emperor's hesitation. I was still unsure if my baiting was working on him or not, which I gave him credit for. I was glad no one had told him about double taps or my ability to survive lethal blows. He approached me as I coughed blood on my suit. I gave him the middle finger to make him move quicker. I looked defiantly at him as he finally leaned over me, poking me with the tip of my past and future axe. The idiot hadn't tracked my halo once it had spreaded. He finally showed a wide smile. "Well, well, well, it looks like you're in a bit of a pickle," he told me, lifting my head with the tip of his axe. I answered with a cocky grin, slashing off his right arm, holding the weapon, and his right wing with a bloodsword. I sent the 3 items in my inventory. In the time it took Melanor to blink, they were gone in a jet of blood and puff of black smoke, along with his weapon. His smile turned upside down as he turned back to see me chopping both of his feet off at the ankle. He fell to the ground, trying to get back inside his shadow hideout, but being blocked by the dense arcana in the air. I stood back up and dusted myself. Melanor turned, looking at me as I had simply stopped breathing while the holes in my body were slowly refilling. "Careful now, keep paling like that and people are going to call you the White Dragon." "Kuro was your name, huh?" I told the man sprawled on the ground, crawling away from me. He was bleeding out, but something else was off with him. His mana was doing strange things inside of him, almost as if it was resisting him. I pulled my BFR out and aimed at his junk. I fired once. "Ha! You're mad! Just kill me and be done with it, fuck's sake!" Melanor screamed as his eyes were filled with tears. "Don't worry, I will, but first let's make you useful for once," I told him as I started to suck all of his power away, converting it all to arcana as I went. Absorbing away an almost infinite mana pool was a hassle, but the amount of power I was getting out of him was worth the painstakingly long process. It felt like I was about halfway through when one of Melanor's eyes changed color, going from fully black to a normal pale blue eye. "Stay focused. You need to drain all of the power. Do not let a single drop of it get away," he said with a voice that sounded familiar and had a distinct accent from the dragon Kuro. "I take it you are the real Melanor?" I asked him as light and darkness mana started to flow out of his body faster and faster. He nodded. "Once you are done, you need to go to the metal snake, whatever it is. It is being attacked by a twisted fucker named Solo." "Ha!" he said before screaming in pain as the eye turned black again. "Get back in your birdcage," the dragon ordered as he took back control of the body. My eyes furrowed. "Well, sadly, I don't see a way to split the both of you, so you will have to excuse me as I send you to your next life, Melanor. As for you, Kuro, I believe it is high time you get some modesty and good manners planted in your brain," I said, my tone growing colder as I addressed the dragon, leaning over him. I clocked him in the jaw with my metal fist. "Rule number 1, don't touch the kids," I recited before clocking once more, sucking all of his mana away. "Rule number 2, don't rape," I said, clocking him twice. "Rule number 3, don't hurt my people," I told him, sending a left-right-left combo to his face. "Rule number 4, don't touch my people's stuff," I told him with a vicious 4-punch combo. By then his face was a mangle of meat and bones that I could barely call a face anymore. "Rule number 5, I win and you lose," I told him, starting to go all out and releasing all of my anger. "You broke the rules, millions died, and you will pay with your immortality." I snarled at him as my punch sent shockwaves through the city. I felt the amount of power getting out of him starting to thin out and got distracted by a sound in my head. "Congratulations, crystallization leveled up. Breakthrough conditions have been met. Powers may fluctuate as the breakthrough takes effect," Harmony said in my head with her usual monotone. "Wait, please hold on the process. I'm in the middle of something right now." I ordered the voice in my head. "Order received. Attempting process holding. Error. Reattempting error. Action impossible. Congratulation, Harmony has leveled up. Attempting process holding. Error. Reattempting." Harmony said, processing, re-attempting and leveling up multiple times as she tried to hold a breakthrough from happening. I ignored her voice that kept looping the same few words and focused on sucking away Melinor's powers. I felt the power flow in me, growing my arcana saturation by a few folds before being thrown into a wall by a wind blade. I had let my guard down as I focused on the Dragon Emperor. My suit did a great job stopping me before I could break any bones. I looked up and Melinor was gone. There were no trace of him or the mage responsible for the windblade. They had teleported away. The light and darkness domain collapsed a moment later. Hostie de calice de tabarnak de chien sale, I spat enraged as I punched through a building after seeing the last teleportation rune vanish, sending waves of power that ignited every heretic display in the city in silver fire. My target was gone, and Harmony looping in my head wasn't helping. I picked back all of the weapons I had hidden in case Melinor tried to get out and sent the few cultists left in the abyss before making my way to the field with the civilians outside the city, just in time for the planes to fly by us at low altitude. I was surprised when the people who jumped out didn't open any chutes. It took me a solid moment to remember that with the powers the paladin jumping had, they could slow their fall with magic or simply take the hit. Both of my guesses were right as I noticed half of the 100 jumping paladin slowing their fall with wind spells. The others just came crashing down into the ground, sinking knee-deep in the dirt before running in my direction as soon as they saw me. Only one came straight at me as the others immediately started to secure a perimeter around the civilians and the limbless undead inside my spell cage. I was surprised as I recognized the man coming my way. My kid's tutor and good friend Claudius Crane. "We heard you went on a sortie," he asked me, looking at the plumes of smoke and dust coming from inside the city. "Yeah, but it got cut short. Still, Melinor should leave us alone for a short while. Those are the only ones without traces of heresy," I told him with a sigh. "They can't be the only ones." He answered with a low voice filled with horror. "They were. The city will remain shut until the Inquisition is done with their investigation. We'll have to find them a safe place to stay." I told him. "How many heretics are left in the city?" he asked, his eyes twitching with barely held anger. "None. Only Melinor got away, although it would be more fair to say Kuro did. Melinor's soul is held captive by the black dragon he tried to absorb," I answered. "Did the others flee with him?" "We'll pursue," Claudius started. "No, they are dead. You have comms?" I asked him. "I do," he answered, turning toward a man that was already running to us. I saw the soldier resist the urge to salute me, restricting his movement to a polite bow of the head. "King, the train," he started. "I know, but they are safe. Lysa and Hope are there, but I still have to go as I have something on the burner that is getting very insistent," I answered, walking towards the cage. "Hey Claudius, have you ever met Victoria Seraph's mom?" I asked the mustached short man. "I did, why?" "No. Is she?" he asked. "That's what I want to know," I told him as we approached. He looked at the undead woman's face, and I saw pain shot in his eyes. "Beatrice, she's her older sister, one with talent on par with your son. She was my student," he answered, looking at me and trying to understand my intention. "I see. Well, let's hope my plan works then. See you later," I said, dispelling the cage with a finger snap before grabbing the arming belt behind the armor and lifting the zombie off the ground. She tried to bite me, but she was out of range. I took a step and teleported myself to the train with my luggage. 99 problems. The scene waiting for me on the other side was worse than expected. The royal wagon was split in the middle, a plume of black smoke exiting from both sides as combat engineers tried to clear the debris and the track. A lot of the militiamen looked shell-shocked. The Templars and Inquisitors looked battered, but still functional. The troops looked like they had just repelled hell itself. The mountain of corpses being pushed by the bulldozers confirmed it. I scanned the bodies and was surprised by their composition. Identical insectoid with completely identical genomes. Every insect had fungal mutations to their brains and what looked like mushroom-shaped organs generated from their infection. But even more interesting were the traces of mana left in their brain. Dark mana control runes. I was impressed that the runes functioned, considering the insects were a runa life form. I wished I could have gathered more information on how they were controlled while the spell was active. But more concerning was, how the fuck had so many monsters sneaked on us? What a great coincidence that the expert I needed the advice of on that matter was the same one that I wanted to consult about my side project. I scanned the troops and the train, looking for hope. I noticed the absence of corpses on our side, which bode well. However, multiple sported grave injuries and amputations. Most of the damage looked like it had been patched up by Aurelia and Chloe, but I saw traces of arcana on others that had my own signature. Strange. I would need a clear sitrep. I wasn't sure Harmony would be able to give me one since she was still looping in my head. Somehow the process seemed to be leveling her up exponentially. I decided to let it be for now and start by doing what I could before going through whatever awaited me. I clapped my hands and patched everyone up with a single wide area spell. Limbs regrew, new scars thinned out. I made sure to leave the warriors something to remember the battle, as scars were loved by warriors and lovers. After that, I pulled the beer stein out of my inventory. I focused on it, and it started to glow bright and to spill a ton of ambient mana that quickly filled everyone's reserve to the brim. As soon as that was done, I felt the imprint of a hand appearing in my face. I felt my soul escape my head for a second before a slap on the other cheek set it back in place. For a moment I believed it was Hope, but there were no imprints in the void, adding a layer of confusion to my pent-up anger. The tight hug that followed confirmed it was indeed Hope as I recognized her familiar shape. "Can you tell me what happened?" I asked my ghostly waifu with a smile that betrayed how tired I was this early in the day and turned the undead lady hanging by her belt away from the strange scene to make sure she wouldn't bite Hope. I felt Hope pull my wrist toward one of the cargo wagons. I didn't resist, although I was very curious as to why she was so quiet. We entered one of the empty NCO brief rooms as our wagon was unavailable for the moment. A few concealment spells lit up, hiding both of our presence. I placed the undead woman on one of the sofas face down, and Hope finally lowered her invisibility. "I know you probably want to tell me 1,000 things right now, but first I want to see if we can do something. In theory, it should be impossible, but in theory magic is also impossible. Do you think we can save her? I know I can fix her body, but I can't fix her soul. I can erase the miasma, but I think she is still holding on, and I don't want to ruin her efforts. I believe she has a lot of information that is time-sensitive, and she's Victoria's big sister." I told Hope, who was looking at me with a mix of so many emotions that I had no idea what went through her head. "So let me get this straight. You want to resurrect someone who's been dead and working for a high lich for over half a decade. You know you will have to take responsibility for that, right? Souls are a very sensitive thing, they don't linger that long after. Huh? I guess dark elf royalty is made different. I can try to fix her soul, but first fix her body. Don't touch the miasma, leave it to me. Don't worry, she can't move as long as I don't allow her to. She's a stubborn one. I will give her that," Hope said, looking at the undead girl with wide eyes. I popped her legs and arms out of my inventory and stuck them where they went. A small tendril of blood extended from the suit and started to act like a hearth, pumping fresh oxygenated blood through her system as a tweaked version of my regeneration spell enveloped her, restoring her body completely to what it should have been like before. Hope gave me a kiss, bit my lip, and pushed me away. She leaned over the undead girl and kissed her on the lips. "Your turn, hurry up and don't talk," she ordered me. I was confused, but obeyed as Hope's tone didn't give me any place for negotiation. It was a very weird thing to do, and I looked at Hope with a raised eyebrow before doing it. I felt pain for a fraction of a second before it vanished. Hope glared at me with murder in her eyes as she summoned her scythe and sliced her neck like hay with it. I looked stunned as the weapon didn't leave any physical injury. I was so pissed I couldn't see her voodoo magic in all of its glory as Hope looked like she danced with the energy of life itself. I only saw ripples and waves in the mana. Even the void was blind to her powers. "She's strong, she'll live. We should let her rest. Her soul is drained, but it should recover in 2 or 3 days. Once that's done, we will see what she has to say. But don't expect me to resurrect the whole Lich army. I won't do it. I can't. We can't. I owed one to Victoria, that's it. Now why the fuck didn't you tell us about what you planned to do? Did you know Fate and Robert were gonna die? What did you know that you didn't tell me?" Hope asked me as her mask fell and her eyes filled with tears. I'm not sure about how it happened, but my seer sense activated like never before. It was similar to how Fate's senses work, but on a scale that even my brain couldn't process. It even made my nose bleed and gave me a headache. I think she was behind it. To be more precise, the version of her on the other side. It doesn't matter. It felt like she was telling me where I needed to strike, as if she asked me to stop Melanor. I failed. I was cocky and let the asshole slip. I was so angry when I saw what he was doing, I lost it and tried to calm myself with a walk. But, well, let's just say what I saw didn't help my mood. I've seen twisted things, but that was something else. But on the bright side, 1,000 kids weren't raped, murdered, and eaten by him and his buddy today, so there's that, I answered with a sigh. The her on the other side? And Melanor got away? How? She asked. I think fate is just a small part of a bigger being living on another plane. As for how he got away, I was giving him life lessons with my fists when a wind wall appeared out of the blue, throwing me away. By the time the dust cleared, they were gone, both him and the other mage. The other one is a mana user, but I think his aura is hiding his mana. That would track with how he surprised me. I didn't feel an ounce of power being moved until the wall hit me. I was careless. It won't happen again. I answered, clenching my right fist. I think the guy who saved Melanor is the same one that killed Fate. Considering he was able to make his army sneak up on us and shoot through Fate's mana shields like butter, I would say that's probably Solomon. His trick won't work on me twice. I learned how it worked and I'm pretty sure I cracked it. Hope analyzed. I don't think Fate is dead. It doesn't fit right. I can't place my finger on it, but something's off. I don't know where she is, but she has a few tricks up her sleeves. That smooth brain of hers won't go down without a fight. I don't really know how your powers work, but did you see her soul anywhere after the fight? I asked Hope, hugging her tightly in my arms. I haven't, she murmured barely audibly. Go see Tahui, I believe she might have some answers for us. I told Hope, who looked at me, wondering why I brought her headmaid in the conversation. You're not coming, she asked. I have been holding on to a breakthrough, and I don't know how it will go, but I have a feeling I shouldn't hold it for too long. That's the reason I had my guard down. Harmony has been leveling like crazy trying to hold it. But she is starting to sound tired, I answered. Holding a breakthrough? And Harmony is sounding tired? Holy Spirit, Sam, how much space do you need? You really shouldn't hold breakthroughs. It can be lethal, especially with how many levels you are condensing into a single break. Well, maybe not lethal with me around, but still it's extremely dangerous, she answered, pulling away from the hug and examining me from head to toe. 10 minutes later, I was in a plain surrounded by Aurelia, Lysa, Hope, and all of the other cardinals. They held a tight cordon of a few hundred meters around me, shield formations stacked so thick they blocked the sun. I erected a few extra shields around myself and my allies before giving the signal to Harmony to let the breakthrough happen as soon as she reached level 100. It took less than a minute, and I finally understood why she sounded tired. She had been holding a wall of power that kept piling higher and higher, making the pressure grow exponentially every few minutes. The worst part was that it was all released at once, unlike Melanor's mid-fight breakthrough. I was impressed that Harmony somehow held it for so long. But it had been crazy good training for her, 93 levels worth of training exactly. I wanted to see if a skill at level 100 would evolve if I had a breakthrough. Not only that, but it was my first time having access to that kind of data. However, the damn breaking didn't give me any room for thinking. I immediately regretted holding it back so long. Every ounce of power had been held within my heart, and as soon as it was released, it felt like being tased by 1,000 cow rods at the same time. My body started to change, and I was feeling every bit of pain. Every second felt like days being burned from the inside. Crystallization had changed all of my blood vessels and nerves into paths for my power, but my body was having a hard time holding on to so much potential energy. My veins and arteries kept blowing up one after the other. One wrong sneeze, and I could wipe a village off the map or tear my aorta. Worst of all, my body had no way to regulate that amount of power, meaning that if I moved or spoke, I would no doubt create collateral lethal damage to one of my friends or loved ones. Harmony, are you okay? I asked with my thoughts. No answer. She might have gotten a breakthrough too, meaning she might be offline for a while. I guess I will have to raw dog that one then. First, I needed to place a regeneration spell before my body died from internal bleeding. As soon as the idea crossed my mind, the spell materialized over me and got to work. Strange, but very nice. Next, I needed to find a way for my body to hold that level of power. The way my blood vessels and nerves were placed were good for blood circulation but not arcana. I needed to change the structure of my bones to act as a receptacle for excessive raw arcana. I started to carefully fill them with the power, but soon realized the material wasn't strong enough as it started to burn, and I had to remove my right forearm before it blew up. I needed an alloy specialized in holding terrible amounts of power. The toughest thing I knew of, and the only material able to hold my strength, was adamantium. Time to make Wolverine proud. I guess Canadians have a thing for metal bones and regeneration. I told myself, materializing a few bars of adamantium from the Royal Reserve in front of myself, and started to shape the metal into a replica of my own skeleton, using arcana to shape and mold the cold metal. The hardest part was recreating and adapting bone marrow. For the bones, I ended up copying the structure used in bird bones, filling every hollow spot with arcana. I was surprised as the arcana turned from liquid to solid and started to fuse with the adamantium. It grew the size of the structure by a few inches, but it didn't matter. I then imprinted the exterior of the bones with the gravity runes that I had observed by accident while rampaging. Next came the hard part, making my body expulse the old bones and fuse with the new ones. The process was far from smooth, and I ended up losing a ton of blood in the process. My blood came in clutch to fill me back up before I passed out. The bones expelled from me turned to ash as soon as they hit the ground. The worst part was the cranium and vertebrae. I followed my instincts and replaced the vertebrae starting at the lower end and going up, trying to contain the burning flow of wild arcana that was building up, making more damage as time passed. The operation felt like agony, seeming to take an eternity and more. I was glad it hadn't happened with Melanor and Solomon around, or I might have been in serious trouble. My back was finally complete, and I started working my way up the neck. My comfort levels lowered to a point that would have been unbearable for most warriors. However, my relationship with pain was a complex affair. I started to extract the bones of my face and jaw, feeling my skin stretch, tear, fixing itself as soon as the new bones were done entering it. But it seemed to work, and the flow of arcana was being somewhat contained. My next problem was my blood vessels exploding repeatedly. I could feel how flexible they were, almost as if they asked me to be optimized, to be actively used to do more than just move blood from point A to point B. I tried to flex them to form fractal circles, meant to concentrate power in balance with my bones, but the results were not working the way I wanted them to, and they kept blowing up. It felt like a week passed of me trying and getting nowhere close when I noticed lines of blood on my left arms. Not my blood, mind you. My suit had noticed my troubles and was trying to show me a fix. Looking at the lines that imitated veins and arteries, I understood my mistake. Flow. It had to let the juice flow naturally, otherwise it created low-pressure spots that destabilized the blood vessels and the power with it. I wasn't an engineer, and I was glad for the assist. I observed the lines the suit drew, showing me 7 different ways to form symmetrical fractal vein systems that were conducive to spellcasting and energy amplifying. That suit was definitely a lifesaver. I would need to give it a true good name. It was deserving of a better one than suit. I patiently worked all of my blood vessels with the guidance of my suit, starting from my heart and going to my head, then up my right arm and fingers, followed by both legs simultaneously. My left arm prosthesis hadn't changed much, but it had adjusted its size to match my taller body. I had to use all of my focus on the task. Rebuilding a body wasn't easy. Most of my organs were also coated in a flexible crystallized arcana layer. I finished the last fractal blood circuit and finally felt the flow of arcana inside myself grow quieter. I judged that I had reached an energy level that could almost match the power output of my abyssal arm. It was hard placing a true value on what stage I was the equivalent of, but I knew that I could for sure fight on par with most S12 at minimum. The only person I felt could actually kill me turned out to be my worried future wife observing the process from the side. She wasn't the only one staring. Even the cardinals kept stealing glances as they guarded the plane. It wasn't enough yet, but I was getting close to my final goal. Once I could bitch slap any god to dust, I would be able to reunite with Lilith. I just needed a bit more time for that. I believed a single more breakthrough would be enough. However, I had a new problem. I needed a way to seal my own power, as the torrent of power I generated might actually rip a hole in reality if I wasn't careful. I created a unique sealing system that allowed me to control my output, limiting me to about stage 9 or 10. The equivalent of what I was before my breakthrough, which felt like 3% of my full power, maybe less. I gave it 3 levels. The first unlocked my powers to S11, or about 15% of my power. The second went to 45%. The third one removed any and all restraint on the energy flow. The seal had a second function of storing all of the extra blocked energy back in my bones and releasing it with the level 3 seal break, giving me an extra stock of energy the longer I waited before using it. As soon as the seal was completed, my overflowing power was finally completely under control. I was able to turn my head to look around me with more than my aura. The ground surrounding me had thawed and was covered in green grass that forged concentric runic formations. The remnants of what I had used to modify my body, I realized after examining the traces of arcana. During my breakthrough, it was almost as if my brains could do magic without thinking. I would need to do some more testing, but I believed this capacity might have stuck. I carefully analyzed every arcana-based rune that had naturally appeared in the grass as I did my upgrades. They were mostly related to time dilation, inertia, and mass. I smiled as the day had given me some of the best information I had gathered in a while. I tried to get up, but fell flat on my stomach instead. A moment later, I fell into the dark abyss of unconsciousness. I awoke laying on a large bed, covered in thick blankets in a large military tent. It was dark, but I was easily able to assess my surroundings as the darkness couldn't compare to the abyss. The fact that the mana around me glowed extremely bright also helped. I felt warmth coming from under the covers. A quick scan found 2 persons snuggling me under the covers. A tuft of white hair and a tail tightly wound around my right leg identified one as Hope. But the second one wrapped to my left was a total mystery. Her ample bust and wide hips were similar to Celeste, but her milky skin, pearly hair, and short pointy ears didn't match hers. I wanted to thank the gods it wasn't my daughter, but found myself wondering who to thank. I abandoned the fruitless endeavor and refocused on identifying who was in my bed. My mind drifted to Victoria since she had a similar skin and ears. But that didn't make sense either. Victoria's hips were narrower and her bust far more modest. I finally remembered her sister, however I didn't have that kind of relationship with that woman. I hadn't even spoken to her once, so why would she be wrapped around me like that? Even stranger was that Hope would actually allow her to get this close. A second problem was that all three of us were naked. I was growing more confused by the second. And more worryingly, aroused by the warm and soft skin. I had to use all of my willpower to stay distracted, as both women were dangerously close, and I didn't want Hope to get offended at me when I was a victim. I hesitated, my mouth was parched, and I wanted to get up. But any wrong move here would end with me in a mountain of problems. In the end, I tried to fall asleep again, but there was no use. In a stroke of genius, I tried to contact Harmony. Numbers and statistics would be a great distraction to get my hormones under control. I promised myself to wake the ladies once I was serene. H, you there? I asked in my mind. Who? I was wondering if you deal with that situation before looking at your stats. I guess you like to live dangerously. Let's hope you made the right choice. She answered, her voice sounding way more fluid and filled with a mix of cockiness and amusement that felt refreshing. How did it go for you? I asked her. Amazing, actually. I have unlocked so many functions. I took some liberties in putting them to work. Thank you for asking. Would you like to see your status? She asked. Please, I answered. Status, name Samael, race, primordial human, class, arcanic king, level 1, stage 5, etheric density, yes, kill counter, 7,808,911. Titles, antagonist ascendant arcane pathfinder, bloody monarch, heir of wrath, heir of retribution undying champion. Skills, arcanic manipulation level 8. Allows the manipulation of arcana and all of its derivatives. Arcanic transmutation level 1. Allow the transmutation of physical matter from arcana. Runic berserker level 8. Passive. Gain plus 1% more physical power and vitality for every person you have killed in battle. Executioner level 8. Passive. Gain plus 1% more etheric density for every person you have executed. Last stand level 66. Active. Gives your attacks 136% more power after receiving a lethal injury in combat. Commander level 12. Passive. Helps you carry your intentions to your allies using Harmony as a tactical network. Harmony level 8. Passive. Allows interaction with the user interface system and access to your status. Hierarchy level 6. Passive. Creates a logical map that traces faction affiliations and chains of command. Allows access to multiple subskills. Authority level 6. Allows you to transmit directives more efficiently to your allies via Harmony. Transmit information through Harmony. Send power to your allies and other functions. Codex Administrator level 8. Allows you to modify the codex and customize Harmony. Crystallization level 1. Allows stable flow of energy through the body, making casting spells as easy as breathing. Crystallized body parts reflect the power they are founded on. Arcanic type crystallization favors resilience from physical, mana, runa, and arcana type of attacks. Mobius Paradox level 8. No description available. Remote Viewing level 4 combines with the skill projection to allow the access to sensory information from another location. Projection level 6 allow visualization and data collection from outside of the user's body senses. Why does it say you are level 8? Pretty sure that you reached the 100 before my breakthrough. I asked Harmony as I looked more closely at the numbers. It appears to be linked to the skill Mobius Paradox. Many other skills seem to have similar discrepancies, namely Executioner, Runic Berserker, Codex Administrator, and Arcanic Manipulation. I believe it might be related to you pushing the skills too far beyond their limits before a breakthrough. The other possibility is that the skill Mobius Paradox actively changes the parameter of skills as they reach a certain threshold. More data needs to be gathered for me to reach a deeper understanding. She answered with a tone that was both musical and analytical. The 1% strength, vitality, and etheric density per kill seem to have compounded into a solid boost. It also explains why I can push my body so far beyond its natural limits, especially after murdering a whole medieval metropolis. And why does my etheric density say yes? That's not a number, I said, looking at the blatant mistake in my status. It is the most accurate description available at the moment. Your potential energy hasn't reached infinite potential yet, but the density is higher than lower gods, and you aren't limited to your output by a conceptual link the way they are. Your density also reflects a direct correlation to your actions against light and darkness local influences. The compounding effect with your other skills make comparative evaluation impossible. You did great, sealing your powers, as you were very close to shattering the material plane. I couldn't say I was proud of it, but the gains I got from my actions made them worth it. My stats made it very clear that those were just the first massacres of a long series if I wanted my strength to keep compounding. The link between my body count and power output was actually a great boon in a war where we were outnumbered by such a wide margin. What's the difference between a primordial and a high human? I didn't know races are changeable, I asked Harmony. Prerequisite for a primordial human are complete internal crystallization and the access to arcana. This is based on an older databank, but I don't know where Lysa got said data. A hand slipping up my thigh distracted me, ruining the effort I had put to temper my hormones. You can close the stats. If I don't do something now, I will be in greater trouble later. I asked Harmony with my thoughts. Good luck, she said with a small giggle. Good morning. Care to explain why someone other than my fiancé is wrapped around me? I asked both girls who had started to awake. Hope looked at me with a death glare. My king, we are bound by a link stronger than a vow. I am yours, body and mind. By all that is sacred, and by my honor, I vow my loyalty to you as your consort. Beatrice answered. I am going to need some serious explanations. We just healed you, nothing too special. No need to be all mushy or naked about it. This wasn't a wedding ceremony. Just a way to thank a friend and a way to collect intel, I answered, my voice low. I expected my explanation to make her take some distance, but it had the complete opposite effect. Silence stretched as I looked at Hope. My eyes pleaded her for assistance, but when she noticed it, her sadistic smile crept up her lips as she glared back with an innocent stare. We didn't heal her, my love. We resurrected her. We anchored her soul in her body using a shard of your own. Remember the kiss? There was also a strange reaction with the blood of your suit that made her mutate as her soul anchored itself. She isn't a royal dark elf like her sister anymore. She evolved into something new called a royal blood elf, among other changes. It comes with a trait called absolute loyalty that expresses in the form of passionate love. You should have acquired the title of Blood King or something similar. I already made my peace with sharing you a bit. But I'm sure you understand now why we can't bring back every undead in the Archlich army. Hope explained with a serious look. My brain worked overtime computing the information. She was anchored with a shard of my soul. How could a kiss even do that? But the words I bucked on were passionate love. It was both too vague and too descriptive for my taste. Love? Like religious fervor or like romantic? That's kind of creepy being forced like that. Consent is a pillar of my philosophy, and I am really uneasy with what that could entail, I asked. Both love and fervor are on a personal and a religious basis. I am yours, your soul reached to me on the other side of the veil, and I answered. Don't worry too much about time and destiny's reaction. The love you feel for them resonates in me, and they will recognize your shard within me. My soul and life are bound to yours. I accepted you. Will you accept me? Beatrice answered with a sultry voice that was as sweet as it was dangerous. She started to slide her left hand down my bare chest. I told you that you would have to take responsibility, Sam. Hope answered with a sigh that sounded both amused and annoyed. But work. I tried to rebuke, only to find Hope staring defiantly at me, daring me to argue. It's going to be okay. It's still the middle of the night. The briefing can wait a few hours. There is probably only Wojtek, Sasha, Chloe, and Mirabelle still in the briefing room at this time, and I really don't want to see what is holding them there at this time. I also have a few questions for you too, Hope said, looking me in the eyes. I felt myself drift in the gold amber of their beauty like a sailor looking at the sun setting over the horizon. Why is your presence not more powerful? Did a problem happen during your breakthrough? She asked me, showing how worried she was. Well, my breakthrough was a bit more powerful than I expected. I ended up having to seal the overflow, otherwise I was afraid to tear holes through reality. Even simply walking around might have caused a disaster. At the moment, my strength is somewhat comparable to before the breakthrough. But my body, however, is tankier than ever. I think my spellcasting speed might have increased too, but I would need to do more tests for that. Let's just say that I could probably kill the archangel who got after me with my bare knuckles if I decided, I explained. Is that even possible? Not only that, but how can you be tankier than a dumb, self-healing, undying berserker? She asked with a wry smile. Well, now strong enemies can't punch through me like paper. Well, I think they can't, not like I had a chance to actually test it. But basically my new bones and circulatory system are as strong as I can make them, I said. There are a few other things that need to be stress tested. Hope mentioned with a softer tone. After thinking about what I said for a moment, I was about to question what she meant, but a finger over my lips and a tail wrapped around my pride kept my mouth shut. Beatrice stretched her neck and licked my neck before biting it softly and drinking some of my blood like a vampire. Wait, I mumbled as I felt waves of heat, dopamine, and other hormones coming from the bite. I felt my muscles relax as I tried to resist my primal instincts. However, my flagpole wanted to follow its French heritage. I opened my mouth one more time to argue, but Hope's tongue wrapped around mine, stopping any arguments. She softly rolled over me, arching her slender back as our bodies entangled. Beatrice, not to be outdone, started to caress and kiss Hope as she wrapped her tights around my head. I resisted and fought valiantly, but in the end they won, and my flagpole ended up raising the white flag, yielding to their midnight appetite. It took a few hours to quell their thirst, even with the assistance of magic. Only when my cannon shot its last shell, hitting deep past the enemy lines, did the assault finally stop. When our three bodies finally untangled themselves, we laid on our back, relaxing and absorbing the calm of the moment. Hope pulled out Lilith's pipe, and I pulled two smokes. Beatrice took the second one with a grateful smile. "You better slow down on the size increases, otherwise my body won't be able to keep up." Hope finally sighed with a tired smile and a smoke ring. I didn't expect my arcana to inflate the size of my adamantium skeleton, to be fair. The rest is just my regeneration spell keeping proportions in mind. "But the increased size didn't seem to have been bothering you a few minutes ago," I answered with a wry smile. A soft slap to my chest and a blushing face were all the answers she gave me. 100 Party Crasher. March 4th, 8079, 6:15. Hope, Beatrice and I got up and dressed. Hope put on her slitted gold dress that showed glimpses of her upper tight every time she stepped, while Beatrice wore a pair of leather pants that were too tight for her and one of my white long-sleeved shirts. More surprisingly, the necktie of my suit went and wrapped itself under her bust and around her neck, stretching itself to form a small harness that accentuated her curves. Minuscule blood tendrils extended from the tie and stretched into the white fabric before pulling it tighter. The fit was amazing for the eyes, and I caught Hope stealing a few glances at Beatrice's round behind with a small, barely perceptible smirk. I wasn't oblivious to the fact that bringing one more person into my already complex family might ruffle some feathers. But they had been good sports until now, so I expected them to get used to her more rapidly than I would. At this point, I was already neck-deep into bumblefuckery anyway. As we got out of the tent, I was surprised to see that it was surrounded by rows and rows of azure ravens that looked more tense than a piano string. I saw all of them turn to see us exit. Then, one by one, without words, they smiled and relaxed. I noticed Ferguson a few strides away, smoking a cigarette while sitting on a folding chair. Some of the arcana I had released during my breakthrough was still in the present on the ground, and on the wet top of some of the tents, forming minuscule silver puddles everywhere. The engineers had decided to scrap the royal wagon and were in the process of dismantling it and loading the parts in a train headed home. Their progress didn't look slowed by the ambient arcana, which was surprising. What surprised me the most, however, was the amount of large bone constructs that patrolled the camps. Every single one looked like a unique masterpiece made from bones, fangs, claws, and horns of all kinds of creatures, assembled with precision to create beautiful sculptures that inspired awe and reverence. Three things struck me. The first was that they used their skull as a sort of core, instead of the typical crystal. The second was that they absorbed ambient mana to function, but weren't held together by it. Number 3, their numbers. There were thousands of them, almost matching our expedition force in manpower. Every single bone golem was built to match a unique set of skills. Many had matching skills, and some had wooden plaques strung to their chest with names and sometimes ranks burned into the wood. I noticed a few were closer to human size and carrying the largest infantry weapons we had in stock. The weapons were too small for them and looked like they had been jerry-rigged to be held like pistols by 10 feet tall golems. Some were easy to identify as man or woman, but others took the shape of animals and had beastkin skulls acting as cores. I even saw groups of mounted golems riding on bone bears and wolves patrolling far away on a hill. In the back, I saw hundreds of seamstresses dressing some of the strange creatures with white fabric and creating wood plaques with their name, taking down their information as they did. The funniest part was looking at the giant bone creature carefully writing what they wanted in a sandpit with a finger while resting on their knees. A seamstress taking notes and asking for precisions as they went. Some of the questions had the golems looking shy, which made the scene completely ridiculous. I looked at a 10 feet tall bone golem wriggling in embarrassment as a young maiden took their measures. It wasn't a scene I ever believed I would see in my life. I couldn't help but laugh as I took in the scene. "How long was I out?" I finally asked Hope as we started walking toward a larger tent filled with familiar auras. 4 days. Beatrice woke up yesterday and has been guarding you with me since then. You worked on yourself for 26 hours straight and slept the rest, Hope said calmly. "Fuck, our troops in the capital," I started to say. "It's under control, the civilian evacuation is going smoothly, and the Archlick won't make a move yet. Having one of its subordinates converted has scared it for now. The Empire is still trying to figure out what happened to Melanor. The ones who have been a problem are the demons. They have been sending wave after wave. The damned bugs seem to be controlled by some hive mind magic. Some demons appeared to be humanoid, and a few have even begged for help when the defensive formation destabilized some control spell over them. We are still trying to capture some alive, but most of them were eaten by bugs. But it's not all gloomy. You could say that I broke the ice and started pushing back with some fresh troops. Hope cut me immediately with a proud smile. What are they? I asked her, fascinated by the strange scene. People and golems. It's complicated. They are the lost souls I harvested. I asked them to help us for a while, instead of going back to the River of Souls. They are all volunteers. Most of the troops we lost in the campaign also came back. A lot of Imperial soldiers also joined, as they wanted a chance to fight for the right side. Even some of the animals that were turned into chimeras expressed their desire to help. In the end, more than I expected showed up. They are the warriors of the bunch, but there are also a lot of non-combatants that also wish to help. Hope explained as she saw me observing her summons. Did everyone just go with it? I asked. Surprisingly, yes. A few reunited with friends lost earlier in the war. Some soldiers also seem to have been taking the task of decorating their new allies with a lot of enthusiasm. The Sisters of Silence should arrive tomorrow. They will be teaching the troops and golems sign language. They will also leave a detachment to act as translators for the golems. People are still arguing on which name to call them, but Sentinel seems to be growing in popularity, but I am still open for suggestions. She continued, to think so many would have the will to keep fighting even beyond death. It was an honor to be surrounded by people with so much grit. They were true heroes. They had levels of honor that would put most of the living to shame. I would have to find a good way to thank them. I noticed a number of soldiers had fresh layers of injuries and showed signs of fatigue. A finger snap later, the sky lit up with mana as a fractal formation appeared covering a few miles of clouds. Everyone snapped to their weapons before relaxing as they felt waves of soft healing energy patch their wounds and ease their fatigue. The temporary headquarter tent flapped open as a bearman came running out of it, catching me in a hug so tight my adamantium bones creaked. You crazy fucking idiot! That's not how you do a breakthrough. That was scary, you know. Wow, you're bigger. Damn, I think we are the same height, he said before quickly separating from me, clearly remembering we weren't in private. I mean, glad to see you well, King, he stammered, blushing and lowering his cap a bit as he noticed all the soldiers staring at the scene. Good to see you too, bud, and everyone else too. It's good to see that things are as hectic as usual, I said with a large grin. I don't think there has been any crusade stranger than that one in history. Even the nameless hero story sounds tame compared to this one. I can't wait to see what kind of books will appear next to mine on the library shelves. How did you do it? The sheer willpower needed to replace your whole skeleton mid-breakthrough is just insane. Even more insane is that you survived. That was one hell of a flex, Wojtek said with a bright smile. Yeah, the power increase was a bit more than I expected, burning my bones with oversaturation, so it was a bit of a do-or-die moment. Normal, day-to-day mortal threat. But hey, I finally made it to stage 5, huh? And you wrote a book and didn't give your best bud a signed copy, really? I asked him with a wide smile. I made sure to push my voice a bit to make sure people heard about his book. And maybe, just maybe to gloat about my own improvement just a little bit. One book? More like 18. Don't let him start rambling about it, or the war will be over before he is, Mirabelle added from his side with a smirk and a wink to Wojtek. I noticed a few of our friends nodding at what Mirabelle said, but the funniest reaction came from the troops who learned of my stage for the first time. Well, I guess my son really is a quicker learner than his dad, Hope said with a soft smile. Faster isn't always better. I shot back, making her face bright red and receiving a headbutt to the arm. I saw hundreds of different reactions: shock, awe, amusement, surprise, and denial. Money was starting to pass left and right as bets were won and lost. A hysterical laughter started to come from the troops as they collectively appreciated the irony of how fucked my stats were. Are you ready to work or do you need more rest? Aurelia asked as the pressure. Nah, the timing is actually perfect. Let's get back to business. You've been sending the care packages like I told you to, I asked her. We did, but none made their way to the civilians. I really don't understand why you are feeding your enemies, Samael, she asked me as we entered the tent. You will understand. Today we are making 2 runs. The first one is going to be the same meat, but pumped with enough narcotics to induce overdose or coma. The second run will be soldiers cleaning whatever is left of the enemy force, I explained. Everyone turned to me with wide eyes. This is brutal, Wojtek answered, a smirk slowly rising at the corner of his scared lips. Meh, it's war. We ain't here to fight fair, we're here to win and go home. The quicker this war is done, the quicker I can have a slow life with my family, I answered with a shrug, pulling out smokes for anyone who wanted one. Beatrice went to the coffee pot in a corner and poured cups for Hope and me. I was surprised as she got it right without my input. Double-double, like God intended. Well, maybe not that one. No use overthinking it. She had also nailed Hope's coffee. Marcus was there, his eyes locked on Beatrice. She gave him a strange look as their eyes locked. Beatrice, he mumbled, mouth agape. Tit Mark, is that you? she asked him, tilting her head to the side. How? You're dead, he mumbled. Do you not remember who we serve? She asked him with a warm smile. Fair enough, he said, nodding to himself as he processed the information. But I think the welcome party can wait for another week or two while we wipe the remnants of the Empire and consolidate our territories. The demons are becoming more problematic by the day. The Archlich also needs to be dealt with. To say we are in a vulnerable position right now would be an understatement. The Empire had already pulled out its force to focus on us. If we aren't careful, the undeads might sweep the eastern provinces and make their way to the dwarves and Talaria, Mirabelle said, sounding pragmatic. I will go to the Lichdom front. I think Samael should lead the cleaning efforts since his medical expertise makes him able to track every enemies in a flash. If everything goes well, he might be able to clear a few provinces before we run out of daylight. 2 days should be enough to clear all that's left, since most of the enemy brass has already been eliminated. Lysa and a few cardinals should be able to hold the demons at bay for a fortnight without too many problems. Both fronts are side by side, which should allow us to share the same logistic routes for most of it. We might be light in numbers for now, but if you can hold the demons for a few more weeks, I can guarantee you millions of unkillable troops, Hope said. Should we really split? I think we are stronger when we are together, I argued. We are, which is why we will have to work fast. Once you are done with the cleanup, you will go to Lysa and start pushing back against the demons. I don't intend to use many normal soldiers, but I will need a lot of machine guns and ammo. My army should prove a hindrance like no other to the Archlich. I also need to go to the Empire's capital as soon as possible. There are millions of souls that need harvesting, and some of them are bound to be worthy of a second chance. I want to make sure the good ones are saved and the rest never see daylight again. Hope said, her glacial tone leaving no place for negotiation. She glared at us as if she expected resistance. All she got instead were nods of approval and warm smiles, which caught her short. Was she afraid that we would abandon her because of her magic? I will fight on both fronts. A small detail I forgot, I can teleport other people without killing them now. As long as we keep troops on the ready, I can get to pretty much anywhere in under 2 minutes with the readied forces. Heretics are a treasure trove of knowledge when you squeeze them hard enough. I will be very active on both sides, and we will be actively moving the troops from one front to the other to ease the pressure points as they appear, I explained. Damn, you're huge. I hope for Mom that she will be taller in her next life, or she might be in serious trouble. And I would like it if you could show me how that teleportation magic works. Celeste is shit at teaching, Lysa said as she appeared under the tent flap. A modicum of decorum, please? Cardinal Ferguson asked, as he looked as flustered by the commentaries as Aurelia, who was beet red. Sorry, forgot you're prude as hell. Don't worry, I'll adjust, she said with a smile that promised malicious compliance. However, a single stare from Hope had her reconsider and abandon the idea before she could embarrass the Cardinal and Pontifex more than she had already did. I was next on the glaring list as I just laughed audibly. I gulped as Hope's amber eyes looked at me with daring eyes. I lowered my gaze and she turned back to the Cardinal and Pontifex. My apologies, Cardinal Ferguson, Lysa said with a bow to the lizard-kin Cardinal and a pleading look at Hope, who gave her a nod. That wasn't the only thing I got from my sortie, I said, giving Lysa a well-deserved assist. I pulled out Melena's feet and right wing before pulling out the giant gun axe with an arm sill attached to it. It fell limply on the ground as I grabbed the handle. Is that? Aurelia mumbled as she stared at the artifact. Yop, got it back from the diddler himself. I think I might be able to track him using his missing bits too. I'm missing a few runes here and there, but someone in the army is bound to have some juicy tracking skills they would be willing to show off for a good weapon, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue, I said, puffing my chest a bit. Well, Melanor might take longer than I expected before getting back on his feet, Wojtek said with a wry smile. Don't expect a long break. He had a breakthrough during our fight. Currently, the only person other than me who can kill him is Hope, and I don't know how. It's just my seer sense telling me. I rebuked him, even though the pun wasn't half bad. How far did you and Fate plan to get so many results so easily? Aurelia asked as she looked at the axe, still in disbelief. I have been planning to kick ass from day one. Why? I asked. Ain't no way you planned anything. You're just impossibly lucky and impulsive. You will literally rush headfirst into any conflict you hear about, Lysa said. Don't call your mother a conflict, and I am not impossibly lucky and impulsive for your information. I am skilled and opportunistic, I told her before receiving a kick to the tibia. Fuck, that's hard, Lysa swore, jumping on her other foot. That's what your mama said, I told her with a corked grin before being swept off my feet by a vicious low kick from Hope. Please apologize for my betrothed's lack of good manners. May I suggest we get to work? I would like to have the Empire wrapped up before dinner. The king will eat breakfast with his children and myself once we are done with the debriefing. You are also, of course, invited, Pontifex Maximus, Hope said with a voice that showed years of training in the fine art of noble speech. Less than an hour later, Hope, Aurelia, Beatrice, Korvax, Katrina, and myself were sitting around a table. Ravnica and her grandma had gone through another all-nighter of experimentation, so they ended up arriving late with matching bedheads. I gave Ravi a hug and leaned over her ear. "Focus on breathing, it's gonna pinch a bit," I whispered softly before pulling out a bucket. Her throat started glowing, and she ripped the bin out of my hands. A black tar-like substance started to exit her mouth. It took about a minute for all of the cursed goo to exit her body. She quickly wiped her face and rinsed her mouth with water before sending a powerful jab to my liver that landed without effect. "Fuck, that hurts. And what the fuck was that for?" She snapped at me with her voice while she opted for a more polite tone with her hands. "Not bad, but your hands are not solid enough to send strong punches yet. Focus on open palms for now. Your knuckles will thank you," I told her as I fixed the two little broken bones in her hand. "With oversized opponents, you should target their stability instead. Use their strength and higher gravity center against them. The higher they are, the lower they fall," Hope added with a smile. "So that makes two of your children whose first word was fuck." Lysa analyzed with a wide grin. Katrina and Korvax looked at Ravnica, smiling in silence. It took Ravnica almost a minute to realize everyone heard her speak for the first time. She ended up crying while everyone wrapped her in a group hug. She was still worried about using her voice, but I told her she still had the choice to live a mute life. If she wanted to sign, she still could, and no one would be mad about it. But in an emergency, she now had the possibility to scream for help with more than a whistle and a Glock. She ended up doing both in private, but wasn't sure yet on how she would do in public. Hope encouraged everyone to keep training in sign language, as it would find a very peculiar use in the years to come and would soon be an integral part of life for many citizens. Hope didn't want to reveal any detail, as this was a highly classified subject for now, but she did mention that it had a link to her skills. We presented Beatrice to the family and explained our plan to surprise Victoria with a reunion dinner later in the day. Korvax was very happy to help organize a small friendly prank for the overworked mayor. We finished our lunch and everyone went back to work except Katrina, who went to rest as she was still working night shifts in the capital. As soon as we came back to the temporary camp, we were dragged back deep into campaign logistics and mission preparations. We made calculations, marked maps, and sent orders via the radio. We planned and polished the plans of what would one day become one of the greatest military feats in Talarian history, cementing brutally efficient and opportunistic doctrines as a signature of the Talarian military for many generations. We ended up changing a few details to maximize the use of every asset we had during the first day of operation. Hope would fly behind us as soon as she was done with the capital. Meanwhile, her Bone Army would hold the Lich Army at bay with a detachment of self-propelled guns and a few companies of light infantry. She refused to give any details about what she would do when she would go against the Archlich forces later in the war. She insisted about taking care of the undead army alone with her sentinels. The poisoned meat was quickly distributed everywhere south of the Empire's capital first, while everywhere north was distributed after to give us a good work pace. Hope ended up starting the day in the Imperial capital. She opted to work solo. I took my role of taxi driver in stride and brought her to the dead heart of the Empire. I also gave her every bone I had gathered, leaving a massive pile that blocked a whole street. I gave her a long kiss and told her to stay careful, as what she was about to see was bone-chilling nightmare fuel, born of evil twisted minds, and traps were still laid all over the place. "I know," was all she answered with a soft smile that sent a shiver down my spine. I left to go start the cleanup of the South provinces. The operation would be mainly done from above. A pair of paladins would be airdropped if a situation was out of control, or if civilians were in need of immediate assistance. Harmony also went all out, creating custom HUD for everyone, highlighting allies and enemies. Skinwalkers didn't have access to Harmony, so she could only track them using the sensory inputs of everyone else. Of course, every humanoid that didn't have access to a skill panel were to be eliminated on the spot. She made herself extremely useful with a flurry of other new things. She issued quests to hunt specific enemies to some of the paladins. Those fights turned out to be perfect to push said paladin's magic to a whole new level. She also attributed point values to enemies, creating a ranking board. She was improving the troops, and it proved to be extremely effective. Every branded heretics had their stat sheet opened for us to read before engaging in combat. Harmony also flagged some people with yellow tags, pointing people who needed special help or a warning to stay on the right path. In a strange way, she reminded me of the Hive Queen, that damned virus that made me kill billions and ruin the rest of Earth's human life. Except that this one was actually doing her best to help humanity instead of enslaving it. Harmony's efforts turned a bloody war that could have marked a whole generation of soldiers with trauma into a game. A strange, macabre one, but one nonetheless. Any enemy that wasn't picked up for experience farming by the paladins was swiftly disposed of and harvested for materials. We were done with both batches by 4 in the afternoon, the drugged meat having done a large part of the work for us already. Everyone took a break as the next day was bound to be a long one. I picked everyone up for the surprise welcome party/prank, and we left for the Talarian capital in our best attires, which in my case was the same red suit I always wore, but having taken a tighter fit. Victoria Seraph's POV, March 4th, 8079, 1745. I was highlighting a whole new set of problems in the engineer's plan for the next city expansion, showing that they conflicted with the lines of fire from machine gun nests. I had tried to make all the plans and had to ask for Wojtek's assistance for a while, but with the pace of the war, he was busier than ever. With the scale of the ever-growing city and the high levels of defensive efficiency I required, it took over 24 top engineers to match Wojtek's plan. Most of it they ended up copying from him directly, as the Bearkin was a true genius when it came to drawing maps. I already worked 20-hour shifts to make sure we could keep up with the war effort. I also helped Aurelia as a consultant for national projects, but in her absence, she had simply dumped the responsibility of taking care of them on me. I tried to argue, but everyone was like, if you aren't qualified as one of the king's most trusted leaders, no one is. Which was noble speak for, good luck finding someone else to do it. However, contrary to Aurelia, who had decades to build a net of reliable subordinates, I had to build my crew as a war was raging, claiming the most experienced leaders to the front, and leaving me with the responsibility of raising my helpers from scratch and leftovers. And for the first time in my life, I felt like a victim of my success. The pressure was building up, and with the extra charge from Aurelia's job, I was swarmed by meetings and paperwork at all hours of the day and night. By now, sleeping over some paperwork was the only sleep I got most of the time. Aurelia's helpers were good, but the charge of taking care of an emerging metropolis, the Talarian capital and national affairs as an interim leader was way too much work for a single person. I wished I could have learned more about leadership before getting neck-deep in it. But it was okay, as today I had a 2-hour break planned to go home and take a well-needed shower and eat a proper meal. Only 15 more minutes of paperwork before my 2 hours of freedom. I mumbled to give myself energy as I started to read a national rule proposal from a noble family. The proposal was for a percentage of the war loot to be distributed to the local nobles in proportion to how many people they sent to the war. A blatant way to exploit the veterans who defended their ass, just to accumulate more wealth. I picked 2 stamps and my red ink. The proposal was marked Denied an Inquisitor Investigation Requested in bright red on the cover of the file. I placed it on a pile of similar projects. Looking at the clock on the wall, 1758. Let's call it, I said, standing from my desk with a sigh. I started to walk toward my office door with a large smile when the door was opened by my secretary. She looked at me with a sad smile that made my own melt. I'm sorry, Vic, you have been requested to meet an important diplomat for dinner, she said, knowing how much I needed the break. Can't they wait for tomorrow? Arriving unannounced for dinner is really impolite. Heck, it could be seen as a declaration of war in Wallachia, I answered, massaging my temples. I tried, but orders came from higher up to make sure the diner happened. I'm sure you will do fine. Just take your break after the dinner and be non-committal during the lunch. Any big project will need longer planning than a meal anyway. Once you know what they want and have a bit of sleep, you can invite them for a follow-up, she said, placing a hand on my shoulder. You're right, I said with a nod. Which dress should I pick? Red, silver, or black? I asked her, pulling 3 cocktail dresses with different levels of skin exposure. Silver, she answered with a wry smile that worried me. The maximum level of exposure. A clear message that I would need to use my charms. I gave her an understanding nod, and she did my makeup. A white, short, open-back dress, long silk socks and gloves. White polished leather-heeled shoes. All of it with matching dental that was modest but flattering, while leaving just enough exposed to let the imagination run rampant. An unmarked car was waiting for me outside. It quickly took me to a private reception hall. I let go of one last sigh before smiling as the driver opened the car door. I had noted that he had taken the long route to the hall. I thanked him for his smooth driving and walked toward the door. I was surprised when a pair of inquisitors opened the door for me. Fuck, I hope I'm not in trouble for interrupting nobles while they tried to exploit the pontifex's absence. No, the Inquisition has no tolerance for that kind of corruption. Maybe a delegation from the wildlands. The elves and dwarves would never show up unannounced. I would have word of their presence long before they entered the city. Were the inquisitors there for my security, or because they had caught someone? Or maybe for the mystery noble's protection? I was dying to know what was going on, having grown accustomed to being in the know. My mind reeled with a dizzying amount of scenarios, all worse than the next. I arrived in front of the dining hall doors. A second pair of inquisitors opened the doors of the hall. However, it was as if a veil disturbed the doorway. An illusion spell. My blood isn't that fresh that I would walk into an illusion before a meeting shrouded in so many secrets. I said, dispelling the illusion blocking my sight before looking inside the room. The room was filled with my closest friends, and there was a large banderole with "Welcome Home" written on it. What the heck, I mumbled to myself, tilting my head to the side as I passed the doorway. Everyone cheered for me before starting to pass coins to each other. Hope and Wojtek gave some to Sam, while Marcus took one from Jibby. I entered the room and felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned around and... a ghost. Right there, in front of me, milk-white skin and long, silky white hair. Deep red almond-shaped eyes that resembled mine, a round nose, small pointy ears, and a sharp chin. She wore a tight red dress that was barely decent and had that cocky smile like she owned the world. I extended my hand to touch her as my eyes filled with tears. I retracted my arm before I touched the magic image. It was close to the real thing, but my sister's skin had a pink tint that this woman didn't have. If this is an illusion, that's not fucking funny, I snapped, getting angry and releasing my aura. It was my first time losing my temper publicly, but that was too much. My sister's death wasn't a joke to be laughed at. I had lost my home, my family, and almost all of my friends. Now they toyed with my emotions. This was sickening. "Long time no see, heart thief. How you've grown so well, and look so tired," she said, tears rolling down her cheeks as she opened her arms and wrapped me in them, too fast for me to recoil. "You're dead," I told the illusion that wrapped me. "What can I say? Your employers charmed me back to life. I'm surprised you haven't sunk your teeth into them yet, after the letters you sent me," she told me in my ear. "Is it really you?" I asked as warm tears ruined my makeup. "It's me. I'm not an illusion, and I'm not going anywhere. You look tired, and I haven't seen a band around your finger yet. If you're not careful, you will end up missing the chance to have some babies." She teased me in between two sobs. "I don't have the time for romance. I don't even have the time to sleep most of the time. Am I dreaming right now?" I asked her. She pinched my back, and I was surprised when I realized this was real. I turned and looked at the banderole once more, the pieces of the puzzle slowly getting in position to form a bigger portrait. It was her welcome party. I turned back to her and hugged her tight as I started crying openly. I wasn't alone, as she also followed me in my fall from grace. There were gods protecting the world and working to fix everything wrong with it. A group of people crazy enough to bring back someone from the dead just because they cared about me. People who didn't want me to be alone. For the rest of the dinner, I was inseparable from my sister. We were about to separate since she would deploy against a new enemy the next day, when a portal appeared in the middle of the reception hall. Blaze and Celeste stumbled out of it covered in dust and looking like they had just escaped from a deadly fight. As soon as Blaze saw Samael, he blinked in front of him and threw him a small metal box. I was stunned by the sheer amount of energy that seemed to come out of the boy. In a strange way, he was the opposite of his father. One was impossible to read, while the other one blinded you with terrifying amounts of energy akin to the sun itself. "Hurry up and go get my big bro. Something huge is coming. We won't be able to hold long without him," the young flaming man said with a serious tone that wasn't like him at all. Samael gave Hope a kiss and patted my sister on the head. The next second he was gone. I was about to ask my sister about their relationship when an oppressing feeling fell over us. I felt fear welling inside of me. We all hurried outside to look at what was happening. A spot in the sky was slowly changing color, the soft blue turning a dark shade of purple and spreading. "What the fuck is that?" Hope asked, looking at Blaze. "I don't know. There was that strange dude who was doing messed up shit to a dragonkin while rambling about summoning the fourth pillar in the sky on the other side. He was stronger than us, so we tried to get away, but he almost got us with his magic. The size of the spell he used in the Ethereum was enough to know whatever is coming for us is big and strong," he said, speaking fast, as he was still pumped full of adrenaline probably. "I don't know if we can even slow it, but we will try whatever we can to win us some time," Celeste added. "It's okay. I doubt there are many things that can hurt your father. He's stage 5 now," Hope said with a soft smile. The comment released the tension in the air somewhat, as Samael's strength to stage ration was a joke in itself. "There is more than his stage that changed," Blaze said, surprising Wojtek and Hope. "You noticed?" the bearkin asked the luminous-haired boy with an impressed smirk. "Yeah, the frequencies are all strange in his body. It's almost like if his inside were a door to a glitching space held shut with these 3 little seals that are just begging to be broken. One of them is a bomb waiting to explode in itself. It's hard to explain. But I have no doubt that he will still be leading the fight. But nothing says we will have only one enemy," Blaze said, his word cooling our mood like a cold shower. A change in the sky brought the tension to another level. A single black spot had appeared. Like a drop of ink in a glass of water, a ripple shook the sky and colors faded to gray. The only color visible was the purple zone around the dot in the sky. Everyone looked with horror as tendrils that sucked the light started to exit the hole, leaving runes behind them before extending further and further, the dot growing in size as if it wanted to swallow the sky. Within the space of 2 minutes, the whole sky was covered in dark runes that pulsed with waves of black smoke. Then, from the hole, a single purple eye opened, larger than any of the moons, with a strange crossed iris at its center. It was staring down at our world as it slowly grew a hole big enough to come to the other side. I was about to faint when the city's shields activated and blocked the oppressive aura from entering the barrier. The streets lit up with another of the defensive formations that I had no clue even existed. All of the darkness within the walls was purged in an instant. I looked at Hope and the Pontifex in disbelief. They both shook their heads to tell me they were as powerless as I was. I shivered as cold sweat started to pearl on my forehead and back. We were living in the end times. But I still had a flicker of hope. A king, a friend, a hero, a father, and God was fighting for our sake. I fell to my knees and started praying with renewed faith.